He Yuqing, representing Jinxiu Entertainment, proactively approached the company. While outwardly polite, she harbored ambitions of takeover. She laid her cards on the table, stating that Jinxiu Entertainment intended to use this opportunity to acquire shares in Xinjia Film Television, with the goal of complete domination. If the plan succeeded, Jinxiu Entertainment would aim to break into the top 3 in the industry. This was a capital-driven hunt. Chen Fan was visibly surprised. He had initially thought the other party was just looking to snag a bargain at a low price. Now he realized that Jinxiu Entertainment wanted to acquire the entire Xinjia Film Television. This was no longer a collaboration, but a blatant takeover and crushing. He refused to sell his shares on the spot. His ambitions were far greater than the other party imagined. In his eyes, Xinjia Film Television was a springboard to a trillion-yuan scale, a core asset for future profits of hundreds of billions. He wouldn't relinquish such a crucial asset. He Yuqing's tone suddenly turned cold as she reminded Chen Fan that he wasn't ranked high among the shareholders. She implied that Xinjia Films might be declining and asked him if he was willing to go down with it. The air was thick with tension. Chen Fan responded with a cold laugh, indicating he didn't care about the current rankings. He countered by asking who could guarantee they wouldn't become the first or second largest shareholder in the future. This question was like a nail driven directly into the other party's confidence. He Yuqing decided to stop hiding her true intentions and made her final offer, 5.8 billion yuan in cash to acquire his 12% stake. She emphasized that this price was the limit. She even said with disdain that others had offered a maximum of 4 billion. 5 billion in liquid assets is a level that many people can never reach in their lifetime. She was certain Chen Fan would be struck by the numbers. Chen Fan replied calmly that a mere 50-odd billion was nothing to him. This almost made He Yuqing burst out laughing. She was about to make a sarcastic remark when she suddenly noticed the pure gold souvenir on the table. It was a memento from the first royal bank of an oil-producing country. The base was clearly engraved with the words, 10 billion deposits. At that moment, her expression froze completely. She stood up and approached, repeatedly checking to make sure the words were perfectly clear. The first royal bank of an oil-producing country celebrates a $10 billion deposit milestone. This is not a rumor, but concrete evidence. Chen Fan glanced at it indifferently. It was merely a gift from the bank. This deposit was just a part of his funds. His tone was calm, yet it was like a thunderclap. He Yuqing felt as if she'd been struck by lightning upon hearing the words, partial amount of funds. Billions in deposits were only a portion of the funds. She suddenly realized how ridiculous her earlier arrogance had been. Her haughtiness vanished instantly, and she began to re-evaluate the man before her. She had previously mistaken him for a local tycoon, but now she discovered he was a financial behemoth. The 5.8 billion was indeed nothing to him. She dropped her disdain, her tone noticeably lower. She still cautioned him that making enemies of Jinxiu Entertainment would come at a great cost, but this time her tone lacked its previous sharpness. Chen Fan said nothing more, only coldly uttering 2 words, "Don't bother seeing me out." His aura was clean and decisive. He Yuqing sighed softly, unsure whether she was lamenting her own miscalculation or sighing for Chen Fan's future financial battles. She left with her secretary, and the villa returned to silence. The moment the door closed, Chen Fan's expression returned to calm. What he truly cared about wasn't Jinxiu Entertainment, but rather the final, fatal blow to the Chen family. As evening approached, a new message arrived. It was a breakthrough that was crucial to the situation. Chen Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. He had received another important piece of good news. Chapter 215, Severing Ties, Day 44, becoming the 3rd largest shareholder of the 80 billion yuan group. Good news arrived in the evening from Du Jinyu in Jinling. He had secured the position of vice president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association for Chen Fan. All that remained was for Chen Fan to personally come to Jinling to sign and confirm. There was discontent within the Flying Feather Supercar Association. In their eyes, Chen Fan was still an outsider. However, due to Du Jinyu's background, no one dared to openly oppose him. Chen Fan didn't take it to heart. He was already the 5th largest shareholder of Ronca Group. With a few more system rewards, he could very well become the 1st or 2nd largest shareholder. At that time, his capital status and top-notch driving skills would be combined. Let alone vice president. Even if he were to become president, who would object? And who would dare to object? He exchanged a few words with Du Jinyu and learned that Chun Fan was about to go to Jinling. Du Jinyu was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He proposed preparing a grand welcoming ceremony. Chun Fan responded calmly. The focus remained on the Qin family. A new day dawned. Xia Ruoxue was about to travel to Jinling to take over the Haining group. This marked her formal entry into the core of the family. Chun Fan arranged a private jet and personally drove to pick her up. Her luggage was loaded into a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. On the way to the airport, Xia Ruoxue sat silently in the passenger seat. The tension of parting hung heavy in the air. Upon arrival at the airport, the crew began unloading the luggage. Xia's mother and Chun Fan exchanged brief farewells, their conversation tinged with superficial pleasantries. Chun Fan knew his future father-in-law wouldn't be easy to deal with. That was the bigger obstacle. Xia's mother keenly sensed his concerns. She offered to help with the communication. Then, she abruptly changed the subject, mentioning that Xia's patriarch was a voracious collector of antiques. This single sentence acted like a key, instantly unlocking a new breakthrough. Chun Fan owns a private museum and is the second largest shareholder of Qinxing Auction Company. Antique resources are an advantage for him. Since his father is difficult to deal with, it's better to directly target the core of the family and first take down the true controller of the Xia family. If I can get the old man's support, my future father-in-law's attitude will no longer be crucial. The landscape will be completely reshaped. Chun Fan smiled faintly. He thanked Xia's mother for the reminder. This move was extremely clever. After clearing the area, Xia Ruoxue hugged him tightly, her reluctance evident on her face. She urged him to come to Jinling as soon as possible, mentioning the Su family of Jinling as a potential rival. Chun Fan solemnly agreed. The next second, she took the initiative to kiss him. Inside the airplane window, Xia Mingming inadvertently witnessed this scene. Her expression instantly crumbled. Before takeoff, Xia Ruoxue made a firm resolution. She would establish herself in Jinling. Chun Fan watched the plane depart. The name Su family flashed through his mind. After the Qin family, came the Su family. At noon, the system notification sounded. The reward had arrived again. 6% of Ronca Group's shares. He has risen to become the third largest shareholder, just one step away from becoming the second largest. The third largest shareholder of a group with a market capitalization of 80 billion. This status alone is enough to intimidate. Chun Fan's lips curled into a smile. It was afternoon. He sat at his desk. The computer screen was lit. The screen displayed a high-level meeting of the Qi Construction Group. The direct and collateral branches of the Qi family were vying for control. The situation had reached a critical stage. Once the Qi family's fate was settled, Chun Fan will then make his move. The true end for the Qin family. He remained calm before the screen. Every message was precisely recorded. The countdown was on. The moment the Qi family succeeded. That will be the day he makes his move. The Qin family's demise will be nigh. Chapter 216. The Qi family's collateral branches suffer successive defeats, finally turning their attention to the Qin family. During the high-level meeting, the direct descendants of the Qi family relentlessly attacked the collateral branches. The collateral branches of the Qi family wanted to refute, but faced with the predicament of the Qi Construction Group, they had no way to defend themselves. Just as things seemed to be settled, and Qi Yaohua was about to take over the Qi Construction Group, Qin Faming's girlfriend's mother, Qi Yinying, the current head of the Qi family, arrived. Head of the family, you've arrived. Upon noticing the arrival of the patriarch, the members of the Qi family's collateral branches, who had been on the verge of despair, immediately became excited. They knew the patriarch's methods. With him present, they refused to believe that Qi Yaohua could possibly seize control of the Qi Construction Group. Those of the Qi family's direct lineage felt uneasy looking at Qi Yinying, who resembled an empress. At the scene, only Qi Yaohua remained confident. Mr. Chun is currently watching everything here through hidden cameras, and he will take immediate action should any problems arise. With Mr. Chun joining forces, how could they possibly fail to deal with Qi Yinying? Patriarch, I've heard that for your own selfish gain, you sent your trusted confidants to Zhonghai province to help your daughter's boyfriend deal with others, and you even used the family's resources and influence for this. Isn't your behavior contrary to the interests of our Qi family and an abuse of power for personal gain? Before Qi Yinying could speak, Qi Yaohua launched his attack. What? Such a thing happened. Abusing power for personal gain, is this something our Qi family head should be doing? The Qi family members present were abuzz with discussion. Qi Yinying's expression changed. I have my reasons for doing this. We can use my daughter's boyfriend's family as a springboard to expand into the Zhonghai province market. Moreover, the Qin fan I'm dealing with is just a little brat who hasn't even grown up yet.
He doesn't need much of the family head's resources at all. I've already manipulated him completely. Qi Yinying said smugly. Yesterday, Qi Yinying received a report from her subordinates saying that Chun Fan had already lost billions, and things were progressing very smoothly. Let's not discuss other things anymore. I've already talked to the boss of Hong Kong Company about the Cheese Construction Group. They will help us resolve the current crisis. Qi Yinying changed the subject, shifting everyone's attention to the Qi Construction Group. With the help of Hong Kong Company, a major enterprise in Jiangbei Province, stabilizing the Qi Construction Group's situation wouldn't be a problem. The Patriarch is truly amazing. The Patriarch's actions are truly remarkable. The Patriarch is mighty. The members of the collateral branches of the Qi family shouted, feeling proud. The faces of the direct descendants of the Qi family turned serious. Even Qi Yaohua was stunned. Damn it, he didn't expect Qi Yinying to get help from Hong Kong Company. This is troublesome. Having no other option, Qi Yaohua could only tap the table 3 times discreetly when no one was looking. This was the secret signal he and Chun Fan had agreed upon. Tapping 3 times meant he was asking Chun Fan for help. Hong Kong Company. Looking at the screen, Chun Fan muttered to himself. I seem to vaguely remember this company. Hong Kong Company seems to be one of the companies that Ronca Group has invested in. This makes things simple. Thinking it over, Chun Fan casually made 2 phone calls. At the Cheese Construction Group, Qi Yinying, seeing that the situation had stabilized after moving out of Hong Kong Company, wanted to take the opportunity to give the direct line of the Qi family a good dressing down. Qi Yinying didn't need to investigate to know that the troubles of the Cheese Construction Group were definitely related to the direct line of the Qi family. As a fellow member of the Qi family, Qi Yaohua, are you all just bored? Qi Yinying spoke with sneers. You people, she mocked, and Qi Yaohua and the others grew increasingly grim, while the Qi family's collateral branches were smug. Just as Qi Yinying was speaking arrogantly, her phone suddenly rang. Qi Yinying turned her head and saw that it was a call from the boss of Hong Kong Company. Boss Liu from Hong Kong Company is calling. He must be calling to discuss cooperation with me. I'll put it on speakerphone so you can all hear it. Qi Yinying looked at Qi Yaohua and the others with a bit of smugness, then put it on speakerphone and answered the phone. Regarding the cooperation with Boss Liu, Qi Yinying began, her tone slightly ingratiating. Before she could finish, a cold voice came from the other end. Patriarch Qi, the cooperation is off. Oh, and by the way, the 5 billion your Qi family owes me, pay it back within 24 hours, or I'll sue you. After saying that, Mr. Liu immediately hung up the phone. In an instant, Qi Yinying seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen in place. The Qi family's collateral relatives looked at each other in bewilderment. Something was wrong. Didn't the Patriarch say that he had dealt with Hong Kong Company? How come in the end, Hong Kong Company not only didn't help them, but instead added fuel to the fire? They need to pay back the 5 billion they owe within 24 hours. Things are getting even more complicated. The Qi family's collateral relatives are utterly devastated. Qi Yaohua and the others, however, have regained their smiles. Let's see how arrogant Qi Yinying and the Qi family's collateral relatives will be now. Qi Yaohua quietly gave a thumbs up to the hidden camera, expressing his admiration for Chun Fan. Others might not know why, but he did. In such a short time, he had Hong Kong Company change its mind. Mr. Chun was amazing. Hong Kong Company's attitude changed drastically, deeply affecting Qi Yinying. She was now at a loss. With a thud, Qi Yinying slumped into her chair, her previous arrogance and domineering demeanor completely gone. Her face was deathly pale. She realized a tremendous crisis was imminent. Qi Guangda, as the president of Qi's Construction Group, is incompetent and has caused the group enormous losses. I suggest that Qi Guangda be removed from his position as president of Qi's Construction Group, and that Qi Ziyu take over. Qi Yaohua said loudly. Qi Guangda is the second most important figure in the collateral branch of the Qi family, second only to Qi Yinying. Qi Ziyu was one of the core figures of the Qi family's direct line. Does anyone have any objections? Qi Yaohua asked, looking at everyone. I support it. It should have been done a long time ago. Agreed. The direct descendants of the Qi family spoke up one after another, while the collateral branches, though unwilling, had no choice but to comply. Patriarch, what do you think? Qi Yaohua looked at Qi Yinying again. Qi Yinying glanced at Qi Yaohua unwillingly, then got up and left with her men. A major crisis had struck. Qi Yinying needed to return and gather all available resources to deal with the trouble. Very well, from now on, Qi Ziyu will serve as the president of Qi's Construction Group. Qi Yaohua announced. Having seized control of Qi's Construction Group, the situation within the Qi family has reversed, with the direct line of the Qi family now in the upper hand. Next, they will act on the position of head of the Qi family. In Jiangzhou, Chun Fan stared at Qi Yinying's angry departure on the screen and sneered. Wasn't she going to manipulate him completely? What? She's slinking away now. With the Qi Construction Group matter settled, now it's time for the main event. he'll take action against the Chen family. Chapter 217, The Chen family's last struggle. The last 10 hours before bankruptcy. Chen Fan uttered 2 words directly: make your move. In an instant, Chen Fan's men began to act, launching a deadly attack on the Chen family's remaining assets. It's already past 4 p.m. In just over 10 hours, Chen Fan's men will have enough time to completely dispose of the Chen family's remaining assets, worth over 10 billion yuan. Tomorrow morning, the Chen family will be a thing of the past. Meanwhile, within the Chen family, Old Master Chen, Chen Faming, and other core members of the Chen family were discussing their next move with representatives from the Qi family's collateral branches. As long as your Chen family cooperates with me, I will use the power of our Qi family to bankrupt Yongtai Real Estate Group within 2 days. Once we've dealt with Yongtai Real Estate Group, we'll target Chen Fan's Fading Group and other businesses. Within 10 days, I can make Chen Fan kneel before you and beg for mercy. The Qi family's collateral branch spoke confidently, as things had been progressing exceptionally smoothly. This success made the collateral relative of the Qi family somewhat arrogant. Good. Old Master Chen said good 3 times in a row. He had been hoping for that little beast Chen Fan to kneel before him for more than a day or 2. Ever since that little beast severed ties with them, he had been waiting. But so much time had passed, and that little beast had not only not become more destitute, but had even grown to a point where the Chen family could no longer handle him. Thanks to the Qi family, and thanks to Faming's girlfriend, Miss Qi, Old Master Chen said with emotion, as if giving a victory speech. Once this is over, I will definitely arrange for Faming and Miss Qi to get married as soon as possible. Our Chen family will hold the most luxurious wedding in Jiangzhou. Invite the head of the Qi family. Old Master Chen began to fantasize about dealing with Chen Fan and their Chen family reaching the pinnacle of Jiangzhou. Chen Yuzhen and the others were also extremely excited. They were ready to humiliate that little bastard Chen Fan when he knelt before them. Just then, the Qi family representative beside him suddenly received an important message. When he read the message, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he stood there dumbfounded. How could this be? The Qi family representative asked, his voice trembling. Seeing this, Old Master Chen and the rest of the Chen family exchanged bewildered glances. What was wrong with the Qi family representative? Under the watchful eyes of the Chen family, the Qi family representative hurriedly stood up and began packing his things. Mr. Qi, Old Master Chen couldn't help but ask. Old Master Chen, Chen Fan's matter is over. We're leaving. The Qi family representative sighed, answering helplessly. Upon hearing this, the Chen family members were dumbfounded. What was going on? Hadn't things been progressing smoothly? They were all prepared to have Chen Fan kneeling before them. Mr. Qi, what exactly happened? Old Master Chen grabbed the Qi family representative who was about to leave. Our Qi family has been embroiled in internal strife. Our collateral branch has suffered a major defeat, and we are no longer able to interfere in the affairs of your Chen family. The Qi family representative replied helplessly. After saying this, he yanked his hand away from Old Master Chen and hurriedly left. An important figure from the Qi family's collateral branch had just ordered him to return. Having lost control of the Qi construction group, the Qi family's collateral branch was already in dire straits. What use is there for them to interfere in the Chen family's affairs? What they need to do now is consolidate their strength and prepare to counter the attack from the Qi family's direct line. What? Watching the departing Qi family representative, Old Master Chen and the others turned ashen-faced. The Qi family was in turmoil. Was this collateral branch of the Qi family doomed? The Qi family's collateral branches are finished. What are they going to do? Faming, quickly go and ask your girlfriend what happened. See if we can still get them to help us. Let them name their terms. Old Master Chen ordered reluctantly. Chen Faming quickly left. A dozen minutes later, Chen Faming returned with a livid face. Grandpa, the Qi family's collateral branch is finished, Chen Faming said helplessly, explaining the situation. Hearing this, the Chen family members felt even more desperate. They had been hoping the Qi family's collateral branch would help them completely destroy Chen Fan. Now that the Qi family's collateral branches are gone, what about them? Patriarch, something's happened to the Chen family catering group. Patriarch, the raw material supplier for the family factory, suddenly terminated their cooperation. Patriarch, the company is under attack from mysterious capital and urgently needs help. Before Old Master Chen could recover from his resentment, a barrage of urgent messages arrived. Hearing this, the Chen family was thrown into chaos. Their life or death moment had arrived. Old Master Chen gritted his teeth and had no choice but to use the last few billion yuan that the Chen family had hidden away to try and regain control of the situation. Faming, go to Chen's catering group to handle this. Yuzhen, you and the others go to the factory. Old Master Chen made the arrangements. From evening until the early hours of the morning, the Chen family worked tirelessly until the situation began to improve. Just as Old Master Chun breathed a sigh of relief, a whole host of new troubles arose. Old Master Chun and the entire Chun family stayed up all night dealing with various situations. But even with their best efforts, they still couldn't save the Chun family's last few businesses. Starting late at night, those last few businesses began to slowly go bankrupt. Old Master Chun still refused to give up and was making a final, desperate struggle, while everyone in the Chun family was as busy as ants on a hot pan, panicking and at a loss. Chun Fan was sleeping soundly in the villa. The next day, Chun Fan woke up naturally and leisurely got out of bed. Before he could even wash up, Chun Wenjing brought him several pieces of good news. Chapter 218 The Chun family officially went bankrupt, and the time for Chun Fan to liquidate the Chun family has arrived. First of all, the Chun's catering group and several other medium-sized businesses of the Chun family have been completely wiped out. In just one night, the Chun family lost over 10 billion yuan in assets. Currently, the Chun family only has a few billion yuan left. Moreover, the Chun family's last two small and medium-sized enterprises are now on the verge of bankruptcy. Chun Fan replied calmly, as this was all within his expectations. Any other news? Chun Fan asked. Also, the old man is getting restless and anxious. He was just hesitating about whether to mortgage the Chun family's real estate, including the Chun family villa, to get some funds to stabilize the Chun family's last two companies. Chun Wenjing replied. That's interesting. Chun Fan immediately became interested. Here's what you'll do, Chun Fan instructed. It was time for Chun Wenjing to play her role. Understood, I know what to do. Chun Wenjing nodded, hung up the phone, and quickly got to work. Meanwhile, Chun Fan finished washing up and began eating a hearty breakfast. He was going to eat his fill this time, because the real show was about to begin. The Chun family's bankruptcy countdown is on in 3 hours. Time is ticking away, and the Chun family's two remaining medium-sized enterprises are in even more precarious situations, on the verge of collapse. In the end, Old Master Chun made up his mind to take a gamble and sell the Chun family's real estate to acquire assets to stabilize the Chun family's last two businesses. Yuzhen, see if there are any wealthy people willing to buy our Chun family villa, manor, and other real estate. We can sell them at a 25% discount. All the real estate in our family must be worth at least 2.6 or 2.7 billion, but I only need 2 billion now. Since the rest of the Chun family was not present, Old Master Chun had no choice but to send his daughter, Chun Yuzhen. As soon as possible, I need the money. You only have 1 hour, Old Master Chun ordered. Father, I'll get it right away. Chun Yuzhen nodded, and then hurriedly left the villa. Although she readily agreed, Chun Yuzhen was in a difficult position. The other party wanted to come up with 2 billion yuan in working capital within an hour, which was too much to ask. Just as Chun Yuzhen was about to get into her car and leave to visit the wealthy people she knew, Chun Wenjing suddenly returned. Auntie, where are you going? Chun Wenjing asked very obediently. Sigh, the old man has decided to take a desperate gamble. Chun Yuzhen told Chun Wenjing. Where can you find a tycoon like that? Chun Yuzhen muttered helplessly, then opened the car door and prepared to leave. Annie, it just so happens that I know a wealthy man from the neighboring city who is currently investing in real estate. Maybe he can help you with this, Chun Wenjing said considerately. Really? Chun Yuzhen asked with some skepticism. Auntie, of course it's true. That wealthy man from Linqing is very rich and asked me to help him find suitable real estate investments in Jiangzhou. He also promised that if I help him complete this task, he will give me a Patek Philippe worth millions. Chun Wenjing nodded affirmatively. When the time comes, I'll talk to that tycoon. We definitely can't let Annie help for nothing. We'll get her an even more expensive Patek Philippe or some top-tier jewelry. How about that? Chun Wenjing whispered in Chun Yuzhen's ear. Really? Chun Yuzhen was overjoyed. The Chun family was already on the verge of collapse, so if she could take advantage of this opportunity to make a small fortune, it wouldn't be bad. Of course, Andy. How about this? I'll give you my Vacheron Constantine first. It was also a gift from that tycoon, and it's worth over 800,000. As she spoke, Chun Wenjing took off her Vacheron Constantine watch and put it on Chun Yuzhen's wrist. Chun Yuzhen looked at the watch on her wrist with great joy. The old man wants to sell all these properties within an hour. Can that tycoon you mentioned make it? Chun Yuzhen asked. No problem, he's in Jiangzhou. I'll just make a call and have him come here. Chun Wenjing replied. That's good, that's good. Chun Yuzhen nodded. Watching Chun Yuzhen admiring the Vacheron Constantine watch, Chun Wenjing's face flashed a strange smile, and then she dialed a number that she had prepared beforehand. I'll go report to the old man right now. With that, Chun Yuzhen wanted to return to the Chun family. Aunt, not now. Grandpa gave you a task, and you completed it in just a few minutes. It'll easily arouse his suspicion. That tycoon will arrive in about half an hour. Let's wait for him outside for a bit. Chun Wenjing reminded him, not wanting old Master Chun to discover anything amiss. That's true. Chun Yuzhen, who had accepted the kickback, realized that going back immediately was indeed inappropriate. 20 minutes later, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up in front of the Chun family's house, and an elderly man exuding an air of authority stepped out of the car. "Aunt, this is the very wealthy man I told you about, Mr. Wu," Chun Yuzhen introduced. "Hello, Mr. Wu." Chun Yuzhen greeted him politely. "As long as these properties satisfy me, you'll be well rewarded," Mr. Wu promised. Chun Yuzhen's smile widened, and she then invited Mr. Wu inside. Soon, Old Master Chun met Old Master Wu. After a brief chat, Old Master Chun introduced the Chun family's numerous real estate properties to Old Master Wu. 2 billion deal. Old Master Wu readily agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Thank you so much, Mr. Wu." Old Master Chun was very satisfied. With 2 billion yuan about to be in hand, the last 2 businesses of the Chun family were saved. Afterwards, Old Master Chun and Mr. Wu reached an agreement on the documents. From this moment on, all of the Chun family's real estate belongs to Old Master Wu. "I don't live in Jiangzhou, so I can lend you this place for a few days to help you move," Old Master Wu said generously. "That's even better." Old Master Chun replied happily, as he didn't have the energy to move right now. The real estate transaction was completed, and Old Master Wu left with his people, while Old Master Chun immediately invested the 2 billion into those 2 companies, hoping to turn things around. After leaving the Chun family's residence, the Rolls-Royce Phantom sedan, which was originally heading towards Lincheng, suddenly changed direction and headed straight for the Yujing Villa district in Jiangzhou. An hour later, the miracle that Old Master Chun had hoped for did not occur. His investment of 2 billion yuan failed to turn those 2 companies around. The Chun family's last 2 businesses declared bankruptcy. At this point, all of the Chun family's businesses were wiped out, and the Chun family officially went bankrupt. Meanwhile, outside Villa number 8 of Yujing Villa, a huge convoy of Rolls-Royces was parked. At the front of the convoy, more than 20 bodyguards in suits and wearing black sunglasses stood with their hands behind their backs on both sides, exuding an extraordinary aura. A few minutes later, Chun Fan slowly emerged from the villa, carrying a briefcase. "Boss! Boss! Boss!" The bodyguards all bowed and greeted Chun Fan. Chun Fan strode into the car and gave a crisp, decisive order. "Set off." In an instant, the Rolls-Royce convoy headed towards the Chun family villa in a grand procession. The time has come to settle scores with the Chun family. Chapter 219. Arriving at the Chun family as the victor, shocking everyone in the Chun family. The bodyguards Chun Fan brought were all members of the Special Forces team of the Jiuxiao Security Group. The Chun family is about to be dealt with, and Chun Fan brought them along just in case, to prevent the Chun family from becoming desperate or refusing to leave his villa no matter what. Looking out the window, Chun Fan felt a mix of emotions, including excitement. In just over a month, he successfully brought the Chun family to ruin. The Chun family was supposed to sacrifice their most mediocre selves to gain the support of the Su family of Jinling. But what's happening now? The Chun family's moment of despair has arrived. Meanwhile, at the Chun family villa, all the core members of the Chun family, including Old Master Chun, Chun Yuzhen, and Chun Qingbin, were gathered. Sitting at the very front, Old Master Chun's face was deathly pale. He could hardly accept the fact that the Chun family, which he had built up over a lifetime, had gone bankrupt. Father, what should we do now? Grandpa, you should make a decision." The Chun family members chattered incessantly, questioning Old Master Chun. They were all flustered, their former arrogance and haughtiness completely gone, a far cry from when Chun Fan had severed ties with them. "What should we do? Without the Chun family, they are nothing. What can we do? What can we do?" After a long silence, Old Master Chun gave a helpless reply. "You pack your things. We're leaving Jiangzhou to go to Jinling to seek refuge with the Su family." Old Master Chun gave the order. The Chun family members nodded. "Yes, and there's also the Su family of Jinling." Thinking of this, they immediately got up to leave and pack their things. Click! Before they could even step out of the villa, the door was opened from the outside. Immediately afterwards, a team of bodyguards in black rushed in and stood on either side. The Chun family members were somewhat confused. What was going on? The next moment, to the astonishment of the Chun family members, Chun Fan slowly walked in. The Chun family members' eyes widened instantly. "Chun Fan, what brings you here? You are not welcome in the Chun family. Get out. Roll." The members of the Chun family all spoke up. "Didn't you say you would never come to our Chun family again? Why are you coming back now? All shameless." Old Master Chun looked at Chun Fan with a mocking smile. "Your Chun family? Why can't I see where the Chun family is?" Chun Fan sat leisurely on the sofa and asked in return. "Chun Fan, you're just fooling yourself. This is our Chun family villa. Where do you think our Chun family is?" Chun Faming's father, Chun Qingbin, questioned Chun Fan. As the next head of the Chun family, Chun Qingbin is the second person in the Chun family, besides the old Master Chun, to resent Chun Fan. Of course, Chun Faming is the third. Your Chun family's villa. No. I need to correct you. This is my villa, everything here is mine, and has absolutely nothing to do with your Chun family. Chun Fan spoke coldly. Chun Fan, you're daydreaming. We've lived here for so long. When did it become yours? Chun Faming sneered. Apart from Chun Yuzhen, the core members of the Chun family were unaware that old Master Chun had sold off the family's real estate. Faced with Chun Faming's questioning, Chun Fan did not answer, but instead threw several documents out of his bag. Not only this villa, but all of the Chun family's real estate belongs to me. Chun Fan added. What? Old Master Chun couldn't sit still any longer. He rushed over, picked up the documents, and took a look. When he saw the contents of the document clearly and signed it, his face turned even paler. So that guy surnamed Wu was your shill. Old Master Chun said through gritted teeth. The Chun family's real estate is worth a total of 2.6 to 2.7 billion. 2 hours ago, he sold it to that guy surnamed Wu for 2 billion, and he was quite pleased with himself. Looking back now, it seems he gave Chun Fan 6 or 700 million for nothing. They don't mind the losses, but letting Chun Fan make money for free is more upsetting to him than killing old Master Chun. What's more, this villa, which embodies his life's work, has now become Chun Fan's property, which makes old Master Chun even more miserable. He'd rather blow this place up than give it to Chun Fan. Chun Yuzhen, what have you done? Old Master Chun angrily scolded his daughter. You piece of trash, you bastard, you garbage. All the real estate that our Chun family has worked so hard to accumulate over the years has become Chun Fan's property. Chun Yuzhen wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was about to defend herself when old Master Chun interrupted her. Now that this villa is yours, we can leave. You can't stop us, can you? Grandpa Chun looked at Chun Fan. If that's all, I won't stop you from leaving. But the problem is, you owe me 4.79823 billion. If you want to leave, shouldn't you return the money? Chun Fan's nuclear question. What? We owe you over 4 billion. How did we owe you money? The Chun family members all looked unconvinced. Don't believe me? Chun Fan then casually took out a few more documents. Old Master Chun and the rest of the Chun family immediately surrounded him. What? You're the one who attacked us and bankrupted our family. How could this be? After reading the contents of these documents, the Chun family members were stunned. At first, they also thought that Chun Fan was the one who did it, but then they thought about it again and realized that Chun Fan's losses were definitely more than 5 billion due to the help of the Chi family's collateral branches. Having lost so much money at once, they didn't believe Chun Fan still had the strength to target their remaining businesses, causing them to lose over 10 billion in just one day. But now, seeing the written agreement in black and white, the Chun family members had no choice but to believe it. Why is this happening? Why is it Chun Fan? What makes Chun Fan think he can bankrupt us? The Chun family was devastated. A little over a month ago, Chun Fan was, in their eyes, an extremely ordinary person who was destined to achieve nothing in the future and who could be sacrificed at any time for the benefit of the family. When Chun Fan took the initiative to sever ties with the Chun family, they mocked him, firmly believing that it wouldn't be long before Chun Fan was reduced to a wretched state, kneeling before them and begging to return to the Chun family. In the blink of an eye, just over a month later, Chun Fan had bankrupted the entire Chun family, a powerful clan in Jiangzhou, and the business that the old man had built up over a lifetime. Now, they're the ones who have fallen on hard times, while Chun Fan has become someone they need to look up to. The contrast was so stark that the Chun family couldn't accept it for a while. You lost over 5 billion, so how could you still bankrupt us? Chun Yuzhen couldn't help but speak up. She really couldn't understand it. Not only him, but everyone in the Chun family, including old Master Chun, never expected this. Under the watchful eyes of the Chun family, Chun Fan uttered something astonishing the next second. Chapter 220 Old Master Chun is shocked. Chun Wenjing severs ties with the Chun family. Is a loss of 5 billion a lot? It's just a day's income for me. Chun Fan spoke calmly. The system's daily rewards are currently around 5 billion. Moreover, this 5 billion is a loss for the entire Yongtai Real Estate Group. He is only the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and Yongtai Real Estate Group does not belong to him 100%. So, all things considered, Chun Fan didn't lose much at all. Beside them, listening to Chun Fan's words, the members of the Chun family looked at each other in bewilderment. 5 billion is just one day's income for him. Oh my god. Even for the Chun family, 5 billion is a huge sum of money. When did Chun Fan grow to such a level? Before, they certainly wouldn't have believed it, but now, even with losses exceeding 5 billion, Chun Fan could easily cripple the remaining assets of the Chun family in a single day. Chun Fan proved his strength with reality. In an instant, The Chun family members were filled with extreme emotion. Many members of the Chun family even began to regret their decision. If they hadn't pushed Chun Fan out and let him take over, if Chun Fan had stayed with them, they would probably be the most powerful family in Zhangzhou by now. After all that talk, when are you going to pay back the more than 4 billion yuan your Chun family owes me? Chun Fan inquired. It's just over 4 billion. We'll pay it back. Old Master Chen snorted coldly, displaying great domineering power. Actually, he had one last secret asset he was holding on to, which he intended to use for his retirement. But now, he'd rather sell it to pay back Chun Fan than put up with Chun Fan's arrogance and watch that little bastard Chun Fan run rampant here. Wenjing, go and make arrangements to sell my overseas property. It only costs 5 billion. Old Master Chen gave the order. Old Master Chen's last resort, and also his last secret business, was located overseas. During this time, because he was busy dealing with Chun Fan, he handed over this secret overseas property to Chun Wenjing, who majored in English during university, to manage. Although his secret overseas property isn't a large company, its total value is around 6 billion. He's selling it for 5 billion, and I believe many people would be willing to buy it. What? Does the old man have other businesses? That's great. As expected of a father, he has a long-term vision. This little Chun Fan is far inferior to his father. The Chun family members, who were almost in despair, were instantly relieved upon hearing old Master Chen's words. Oh, Grandpa, I don't understand what you mean. What overseas industries? Chun Wenjing stepped forward, looking surprised. Wenjing, what are you doing? It's that overseas business I entrusted to you to manage. Old Master Chen spoke impatiently. My granddaughter is indeed not as reliable as my grandson. I should have entrusted this business to Faming to manage. Finally, Mr. Chen couldn't resist adding a comment. Oh, Mr. Chun, you're talking about that overseas property? But you clearly gave it to me. So when did it become something I have to manage? Chun Wenjing, who had been quite calm, turned cold upon hearing old Master Chen's final words of criticism. This was the last thing she wanted to hear. What? When did I give you that property? Don't joke around. Grandpa Chen reprimanded Chun Wenjing with dissatisfaction. Chun Wenjing snorted coldly and took out a photocopy of an English document. Mr. Chen, take a look for yourself. This is the document you signed last time, agreeing to give me 100% of this overseas property. Chun Wenjing handed a photocopy of the document to Grandpa Chun. Beside them, the Chun family members looked completely bewildered. What was going on? At the scene, only Chun Fan looked like he was watching a show. The real show was about to begin, and it was time for Chun Wenjing to perform. Mr. Chun took the document, his brows furrowed. He couldn't understand English. No, isn't this one of the documents you made me sign last time? Aren't those documents just ordinary documents? Grandpa Chen suddenly realized. Not long ago, Chun Wenjing suddenly brought him several English documents and asked him to sign them, saying they were routine documents from an overseas company and needed his signature. Since it was an overseas company and the documents were in English, Mr. Chen didn't think much of it at the time. He simply used his phone to translate the first 1 or 2 documents to make sure there were no problems. For the later documents, Mr. Chen found it too troublesome to translate them using his phone and sign them directly. So it turns out that among those 5 or 6 documents, Chun Wenjing had prepared a special transfer document. Grandpa, let me see. Chun Faming leaned closer and took a closer look. Grandpa, this is indeed a transfer document. Chun Faming gave a helpless reply. Chun Wenjing, all the executives of that company are my people. Even if you seize ownership of the company, you can't control it. One phone call from me, and I can shut it down immediately. Old Master Chen spoke confidently. This is not a good thing. The management of this company was completely overhauled just a couple of days ago. I dismissed all the former senior executives, and now the senior executives of the company are all my people. Chun Wenjing had already thought of this. A couple of days ago, didn't she secretly meet with Chun Fan to carry out a bottom-up plan for the Chen family? At that time, she asked Chun Fan to help her resolve the troubles caused by the company's senior management. Now, that company has absolutely nothing to do with old Master Chen anymore. The Chen family's last lifeline and last business have also lost all connection to them. Grandpa Chun was instantly furious. He snatched the document away and tore it to shreds. Grandpa Chun, if you want to tear it up, I can make a few more copies for you. They're all just copies anyway. Chun Wenjing shrugged indifferently. What did you call me? Grandpa Chen angrily rebuked Chun Wenjing. How dare you talk to your grandfather like that? Don't you have any manners? How dare you? You have no manners at all. The Chen family members also angrily rebuked Chun Wenjing. Chun Wenjing sneered and loudly announced. From this moment forward, I sever all ties with the Chen family and with every member of the Chen family. I am no longer a member of the Chen family. Chun Wenjing's words stunned the Chen family once again. At this moment, They couldn't help but recall the scene more than a month ago when Chun Fan severed ties with them. How come now even Chun Wenjing wants to sever ties with them? The glimmer of hope that had just appeared was now extinguished, and the Chun family was in utter despair. Just as the Chun family was in deep distress, Chun Wenjing did something that shocked everyone in the family, especially old Master Chun. Chapter 221. The Chun family members, filled with extreme regret, knelt down and begged Chun Fan for forgiveness. The Chun family had completely become history. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chun Wenjing slowly walked to Chun Fan's side and loudly announced, "The Chun family, or rather, my overseas property, will be given to Chun Fan unconditionally from now on." Upon hearing this, everyone in the Chun family was stunned. They almost doubted whether they had heard correctly. That property is worth around 6 billion, and Chun Wenjing just gave it to Chun Fan for nothing. What does she mean by that? After speaking, Chun Wenjing naturally stood behind Chun Fan and looked at the Chun family members. 6 billion is indeed a lot, but seeing Chun Fan's rise, Chun Wenjing understands that if she can get close to Chun Fan, 6 billion is nothing at all. This 6 billion demonstrates her stance. Chun Wenjing, you actually betrayed us and sided with this little beast. You're disgusting. Grandpa Chun angrily rebuked his unfilial granddaughter. Wait, let me correct you. Chun Wenjing was on my side from the beginning. She's just officially coming back now. Chun Fan smiled and looked at old Master Chun. What did you say? Was Chun Wenjing one of your people from the beginning? Holy crap, how could this happen? At this moment, the Chun family members collapsed. It turned out that there were Chun Fan's people among them all along. No wonder they couldn't defeat Chun Fan and kept losing. That despicable Chun Wenjing, that despicable Chun Fan. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. As for old Master Chun, he was furious. He had trusted Chun Wenjing so much before, but he never expected that she had already sided with Chun Fan. Looking at Chun Wenjing and Chun Yuzhen standing behind Chun Fan, the direct descendants of the Chun family were angry, but more than that, they were envious. After all, Chun Wenjing made the right choice and is now the winner, while they are the losers, burdened with a huge debt of over 4 billion yuan. Losers have no right to mock winners. So it's time to pay back the money now. Chun Fan looked coldly at the Chun family members. The Chun family members looked at each other in bewilderment. Even if they were killed, they still wouldn't be able to come up with over 40 billion. But if they don't pay up, Chun Fan won't let the Chun family off the hook. What are they going to do? The Chun family members were at a loss, like ants on a hot pan. Chun Yuzhen reacted the fastest. She went straight to Chun Fan and knelt down before him with a thud. Xiao Fan, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have sacrificed your happiness for the rest of your life and made you take over their assets just to please the Su family of Jinling. We were wrong. Please, come back. Don't sever ties with us again. Come back to the Chun family. Chun Yuzhen knelt on the ground in utter humility, begging Chun Fan to return to the Chun family. At this moment, Chun Yuzhen, weeping bitterly, presents a stark contrast to her arrogant and domineering attitude when she broke off relations with Chun Fan, telling him to be responsible and not to mind that Su Junyao was pregnant. At this moment, Chun Yuzhen truly regretted it. If she had known that Chun Fan was so powerful and had risen so rapidly in just over a month, she would have treated him the same way. She would have tried everything to please him. Asking Chun Fan for forgiveness was the only solution Chun Yuzhen could think of. If Chun Fan could return to their Chun family, all the debts would naturally disappear, and they might even be able to improve their status and position again because of Chun Fan. Glug. Thud. Seeing Chun Yuzhen's actions, Chun Haoyu, Chun Itsue, and other direct descendants of the Chun family also knelt down in front of Chun Fan. They regretted it too. I'm sorry, Xiao Fan. We were blind to your greatness back then. We looked down on you. Please come back. We were blind to sever ties with you. Xiao Fan, you have the magnanimity to forgive and forget. Come back to the Chun family. Cousin, I was wrong. Please forgive me and come back. Chun Haoyu, Chun Itsue, and other direct descendants of the Chun family also knelt down and begged Chun Fan to return to the Chun family, some even crying. The scene was incredibly exciting. Looking at these former relatives who were arrogant and sarcastic when he first severed ties with them, now whose attitudes had completely changed, crying and begging for his forgiveness, and to return to the Chun family, Chun Fan couldn't help but sneer. Haha, this kind of belated family affection is worthless. Indeed, in today's society, strength speaks for itself. Beside him, old Master Chun was trembling with anger. At this moment, even he had to admit that his grandson Chun Fan, whom he had once looked down on the most and thought was destined to achieve nothing, live a mediocre life, had grown into a towering tree. Who could have imagined this would happen? The proud and strong-willed old man Chun looked at Chun Fan and became angrier the more he thought about it. Finally, old Master Chun's vision went black and he fainted. Father, Grandpa, what's wrong? Chun Faming and his son quickly stepped forward to help the old man Chen sit down. Old Master Chen slowly opened his eyes. His face was deathly pale, as if he had just crawled out of his grave. He was no longer the arrogant and domineering head of the Chen family. Facing these kneeling members of the Chen family, Chun Fan spoke coldly. Stop dreaming. I've severed all ties with the Chen family. I will never have anything to do with them again in this lifetime. After being rejected by Chun Fan, the Chen family members were completely heartbroken. What should we do? Grandpa Chen sat there with a look of despair on his face. With no overseas property to be found, Grandpa Chun was utterly hopeless. Why? Our Chen family is completely finished. From now on, there will be no more Chen family in Jiangzhou. Old Master Chen sighed deeply, overcome with grief. The Chen family, a powerful clan in Jiangzhou that he had painstakingly built, has now become history. Who says the Chen family is finished? With me here, the Chen family will never be finished. However, before Old Master Chen could finish speaking, a domineering voice suddenly came from outside. Chapter 222, Su Juanyao's Arrival, a threat from the Su family of Jinling. As the words fell, a group of people slowly walked in from outside. The one leading this group is none other than Su Juanyao, the eldest daughter of the Su family of Jinling. The sentence, as long as I am here, the Chen family will never be finished, just now came from Su Juanyao's mouth. Upon seeing Su Juanyao, the previously despairing Old Master Chen and the rest of the Chen family were overjoyed. Even Chen Yuzhen, Chen Itsue, and other members of the Chen family who were kneeling before Chun Fan stood up. Miss Su has arrived. They're saved. At this moment, Su Juanyao, wearing sunglasses, exuded the domineering aura of a wealthy heiress from South Korea, preparing to lead her people to break into the Chun family home. However, before Su Juanyao could finish her act and even step into the villa, she was decisively stopped outside by Chun Fan's bodyguards. Su Juanyao was instantly embarrassed. Get out of my way. Su Juanyao angrily ordered Chun Fan's bodyguard. Chun Fan's bodyguards from Jiuxiao Security Group stood there indifferently, like statues, completely ignoring the other party. Alan! Su Juanyao shouted angrily and ordered the Su family bodyguards behind her to take action. Accompanying Su Juanyao this time were more than a dozen bodyguards from the Su family of Jinling, responsible for protecting Su Juanyao's safety. And this Alin is one of them. He's quite skilled. Yes, miss. A burly man with broad shoulders and a thick waist nodded, then strode over. The moment he got close to the bodyguards from the Nine Heavens Security Group, he swung his huge fist and punched them. The bodyguard from Jiuxiao Security Group also threw a punch. The bodyguards of the Su family in Jinling are all highly skilled, handpicked by the best. Chun Fan's bodyguards from the Jiuxiao Security Group are no pushovers either. The two started fighting. You think you can fight our Su family's bodyguards? You're really courting death. Su Juanyao spoke with utter arrogance, having complete confidence in the Su family's bodyguards. Before she could finish speaking, Alin was punched to the ground by a bodyguard from the Jiuxiao Security Group. Instantly, Su Juanyao's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. How so? Alin is one of the Su family's elite bodyguards. How could he be knocked to the ground so quickly? Are Chun Fan's men really that skilled? Su Juanyao's face turned ugly. Seeing their companions dealt with by Chun Fan's men, the remaining dozen or so bodyguards from the Su family were eager to make a move, but Su Juanyao stopped them. Let her in. Chun Fan also gave the order. He wanted to see what Su Juanyao and the Su family of Jinling were up to. Looking at Chun Fan, Su Juanyao sneered. Instead of coming in directly, she looked at the extended Bentley parked in the distance and said loudly, "Sixth uncle." A bodyguard from the Su family respectfully opened the rear door of the Bentley, and then a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding an imposing presence, slowly stepped out of the car. This middle-aged man was none other than Su Yuanwu, the sixth son of the head of the Su family in Jinling, and known as Sixth Master Su. Su Yuanwu and Su Juanyao entered the Su family together. Sixth Master Su, what brings you here? Greetings, Master Su. Hello, Sixth Master Su. Old Master Chun and the direct descendants of the Chun family all greeted Su Yuanwu in a fawning manner. Su Yuanwu coldly surveyed the Chun family's group of good-for-nothings, ultimately suppressing his inner rage. Su Yuanwu gave one of his men a look, and the man quickly found a chair and respectfully invited Su Yuanwu to sit down. Sixth Master Su, Miss Su, please save our Chun family. Old Master Chen hurriedly pleaded with Su Yuanwu and Su Juanyao. Actually, after encountering the crisis last night, Old Master Chen contacted the Su family in Jinling, but the Su family only told him to wait and did not offer any direct help. Old Master Chen thought that the Su family would not care about them. Unexpectedly, two important members of the Su family came in person. I've had so many conflicts with this little beast, but it was all for the sake of the Su family. Old Master Chen pledged his loyalty to the Su family. Chen Yuzhen and the others quickly echoed. Sixth Master Su, Miss Su, we've been terribly bullied by that bastard Chen Fan. You guys have to stand up for us. Upon seeing the Su family from Jinling arrive, Chen Yuzhen and Chen Yitsue, who had just been kneeling before Chen Fan begging for his forgiveness, immediately changed their tune. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Su Junyao looked down at Chen Fan with an air of superiority. However, to be fair, Su Junyao was quite shocked that Chen Fan was able to rise to power and bring down the Chen family. That's all there is to it. With the Su family of Jinling here, the Chen family will never be finished. Su Junyao once again stood up for the Chen family without hesitation. Oh, you're so protective of the Chen family, huh? Fine, then you can pay off the more than 4 billion that the Chen family owes me. Chen Fan retorted. It's just over 4 billion. What's the big deal? For the Su family, 4 billion is just a small amount of money. Su Junyao had an air of wealth and power. After saying that, she was about to give Chen Fan the money, but just as she took out her card, she suddenly remembered something. Because she became pregnant out of wedlock, her grandfather angrily froze most of her bank cards, leaving her only tens of millions of yuan in pocket money each month. She herself couldn't possibly come up with over 4 billion. Su Junyao was caught off guard and could only turn to Uncle Lu for help. Su Yuanwu thought for a moment and then took out a bank card. There are 5 billion in this card. Su Yuanwu instructed his men to hand it over to Chen Fan. Thank you, Miss Su. Thank you, Sixth Master Su. Miss Su, Sixth Master Su, is mighty. Upon seeing this, the Chen family members were overjoyed. The fact that the Su family paid off their debts shows that the Su family will help them. With the help of the prestigious Su family, one of the top wealthy families in Jinling, they were no longer afraid of Chen Fan. In an instant, the Chen family members regained their former arrogance, looking at Chen Fan with unbridled swagger. Chen Fan didn't take it, but Chen Wenjing took it and verified it. It was indeed 5 billion. The debt has been settled. You can take the Chen family with you and get out. Chen Fan gave him the order to leave. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to Master Su like that? How dare you speak to Miss Su? Hey kid, watch your step. Chen Yuzhen and the others acted like lackeys, trying to curry favor with Su Junyao. Su Yuanwu and the other two stood up and warned Chen Fan. Faced with this fickle person, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Since the Su family wanted to protect them, so be it. With the addition of these opportunistic and useless members of the Chen family, the Su family will become a burden. Chen Fan, don't think that just because you suddenly became rich and have some wealth, and are now one of the top people in Jiangzhou, you can be arrogant and ignorant. Let me tell you, all this money of yours is nothing compared to the Su family. Dealing with you would be a piece of cake for the Su family of Jinling. Seeing Chen Fan's composed demeanor, Su Junyao was quite displeased and directly stepped forward to threaten him. On her way to Jiangzhou, Su Junyao learned about Chen Fan's current situation. She knew that Chen Fan had risen to prominence, but he only dared to be arrogant in Jiangzhou and in Zhonghai province. Once they get to Jinling, Chen Fan's money is nothing. He'll just be considered an ordinary wealthy man. Su Yuanwu even threatened Chen Fan with a stern voice. Boy, going against the Su family of Jinling will not end well. If I were you, I'd kneel down right now and beg you to let me go. Otherwise, once we take action, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Chapter 223. The Su family's fate will be even worse than the Chen family's. Who will be the final victor? I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I think it's your Su family from Jinling who will regret it for the rest of your life. Chen Fan responded coldly. It should be your Su family of Jinling who kneels down and begs for mercy. Su Yuanwu and Su Junyao were furious. In a month and a half, the Su family of Jinling will suffer a worse fate than the Chen family. Chen Fan spoke again with an air of dominance. The system initially gave him a long-term task with a 100-day deadline to bring down the Su family of Jinling and receive a reward of hundreds of billions. 44 days have passed so far, leaving 56 days, nearly 2 months. Chen Fan won't need that long. He only needs a month and a half to take care of the Su family in Jinling. In fact, Chen Fan's goal was to eliminate the Su family within a month. A month and a half was just a conservative estimate. Upon hearing that Chen Fan planned to bring down the Su family of Jinling within a month and a half, Su Junyao and Su Yuanwu both laughed. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're the first person in history to dare talk to the Su family of Jinling like that. Chen Fan, you are too arrogant. You think you can crush the Su family of Jinling in a month and a half? Our Su family's strength far exceeds your imagination. Don't even mention a month and a half. Even if you had a year and a half, or even 10 and a half, you still wouldn't be a match for the Su family of Jinling. Su Junyao and Su Yuanwu sneered. Chen Fan, are you crazy? You should go to a mental hospital as soon as you have time. See if there's something wrong with your head. To dare to challenge the prestigious Su family of Jinling is simply laughable. Chen Feiming, Chen Yuzhen, and others also took advantage of Chen Fan's power to mock him. Don't think that just because you have some assets now, you're a big shot in Jiangzhou and Zhonghai province. But in front of the Su family of Jinling, you're still no match for them. You're just a frog in a well. As one of the top wealthy families in Jinling, the hidden strength of our Su family is beyond your imagination. Su Yuanwu spoke arrogantly, and he had the right to be arrogant. Don't assume that just because the Su family has assets of over 100 billion yuan on the surface, their actual strength is also over 100 billion yuan. The various assets that the Su family has hidden, as well as the various gray industries and overseas industries that cannot be brought to the light, once exposed, will terrify Chen Fan. So what? Within a month and a half, your Su family will surely perish. Chen Fan remained calm. Even a small family like the Chun family has a hidden business worth 6 billion overseas, so the Su family, as a top-tier wealthy family in Jinling, must also have similar hidden businesses. The reason Chen Fan mentioned a month and a half was to include the Su family's hidden businesses and gray area industries. Otherwise, given the Su family's apparent strength, Chen Fan could have taken care of the Su family of Jinling in just half a month. Presumptuous. Seeing that Chen Fan remained calm, Su Yuanwu could no longer sit still. Take him down. Su Yuanwu spoke domineeringly, determined to teach this guy who dared to disregard the Su family of Jinling a lesson. In an instant, the dozen or so bodyguards that Su Junyao brought, along with the dozen or so personal bodyguards that Su Yuanwu had outside, totaling nearly 30 people, all attacked at once. Without Chen Fan's orders, the Special Forces teams of Jiuxiao Security Group simultaneously took action, and the two sides engaged in fierce combat. Chen Fan's use of bodyguards proved effective this time. Although the Su family had a large number of bodyguards, they were not the most elite. In the end, all of them were taken care of by the bodyguards of the Jiuxiao Security Group. The bodyguards from Jiuxiao Security Group immediately surrounded Su Junyao, Su Yuanwu, and the Chen family members. Surrounded by Chen Fan's well-trained bodyguards, Su Yuanwu, who had been incredibly arrogant, turned pale instantly. What are you all going to do? Su Yuanwu spoke tremulously. Su Junyao looked at Chen Fan's bodyguard with great fear, and her previous arrogant and domineering attitude was completely gone. I was terrified. Let me tell you, don't do anything reckless, or you'll be in big trouble. Su Yuanwu asked nervously. Go back and tell the head of your Su family in Jinling to come and kowtow to me and admit his mistakes, or else you can expect the Su family to be destroyed. Chen Fan stepped forward and spoke domineeringly. Okay, I understand. Su Yuanwu swallowed hard. He had no choice but to agree. After speaking, Su Yuanwu wanted to leave with his men, but just as he turned around, Chen Fan spoke again. Did I tell you to leave? What's wrong? Su Yuanwu turned his head with extreme nervousness. Your bodyguards just broke a lot of antiques and furniture in my villa. Shouldn't you compensate them? Chen Fan countered with a question. Then, how much should it cost? Su Yuanwu breathed a sigh of relief and asked with unparalleled arrogance. The furniture isn't worth much, only 2 or 3 million, but the antiques in my villa are all exquisite pieces, each one worth a fortune, some even museum quality. Chen Fan glanced around and gave a nuclear answer. You don't need to give too much, 2 billion in compensation will be enough. What? How much did you say? 2 billion. Su Yuanwu and Su Junyao were stunned. As for old Master Chen, looking at Chen Fan, he cursed Chen Fan in his heart for being too ruthless. As the former owner of this place, old Master Chen was quite certain that the antiques here were worth at most a few million, but Chen Fan insisted on asking for 100 times more. This was no ordinary rip-off. 2 billion is enough to acquire all of the Chun family's real estate. Looking at the broken antiques, Su Yuanwu's face turned ashen. To be honest, it's really hard to estimate the value of these antiques after they're broken. Whatever the owner says is what matters. Moreover, this is not Jinling, which is their territory, but Jiangzhou, which is Chun Fan's territory. On someone else's turf. Although Su Yuanwu was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to agree, even at a great cost to his life. 20 billion it is. In the end, Su Yuanwu gritted his teeth and wrote a check to Chen Fan, compensating him with 2 billion yuan. Get lost. Chen Fan waved his hand. Su Yuanwu hurriedly led his men away in a sorry state, with the Chen family following closely behind to Jinling. Chapter 224, 45 days after severing ties, becoming a billionaire. Before leaving, old Master Chen looked at Chen Fan, his eyes still filled with disgust. Just you wait, Chen Fan. Once they get to Jinling, with the help of the Su family, their Chen family will be rebuilt, and they will be even more powerful than before. Chen Fan, that little bastard, dared to go against the Su family head-on and even extorted such a sum of money from them. The Su family will definitely not let him off the hook. Chun Fan is doomed. And the Chun family will rely on the Su family as a powerful force to rebuild itself. As for Su Junyao, she also glared angrily at Chun Fan. Chun Fan, you won this round, but that doesn't mean you will be the final victor. You will not have a good end if you go against the Su family of Jinling. We'll wait and see. Su Junyao uttered a harsh remark and then turned and left. The Su family left, and the Chun family followed them away. The bodyguards from Chun Fan's Jiuxiao security group also left, leaving only Chun Fan and Chun Wenjing in the villa. You can keep this overseas property of the Chun family. Chun Fan returned the overseas property that Chun Wenjing had given him. He didn't care about such a small business. I will arrange a new job for you later. Chun Fan admired Chun Wenjing. She was very capable and hardworking, but she was unhappy in the Chun family because of old Master Chin's preference for sons over daughters. Chun Fan was short-handed, and now that Chun Wenjing had completely broken ties with the Chun family, she was working under him, giving him another capable assistant. Okay, I won't let you down. Chun Wenjing nodded. The Chun family is finished. Next, it's time to deal with the Su family of Jinling and win their enormous assets of 100 billion. Just as Chun Fan was pondering, the system's voice came through. Bite. On the 45th day of severing ties, you are awarded 7 shares of Ronca Group. The share acquisition agreement has been placed in your villa study. Please check it. Today, the system reward arrived, directly awarding me shares of Ronca Group worth 5 to 6 billion. In an instant, Chun Fan held 19% of the shares in Ronca Group. He was just a little over 3% away from becoming the second largest shareholder of Ronca Group, which had a market value of 80 billion. In a single day, his net worth easily increased by 5 or 6 billion, giving Chun Fan even more confidence in dealing with the Su family of Jinling. Oh, and there's also the 7 billion yuan I just easily got from the Su family in Jinling. Based on this calculation, Chun Fan's net worth increased by more than 10 billion in just one day. It's only been 40-odd days since Chun Fan obtained the system, and he's already worth over 100 billion, becoming a billionaire. If word got out that this rapid increase in net worth had spread, it would likely shock countless wealthy people across the country. Just as Chun Fan was about to log out of the system, another message came in. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Complete the Jiangzhou matter within 24 hours, arrive in Jinling, and begin preparations to deal with the Su family. Task reward. 5% of Ronca Group shares, becoming Ronca Group's second largest shareholder. Task reward. 150 experience points. The system issued a task, and the reward for the task was surprisingly shares of Ronca Group. Instantly, a faint smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. If Chun Fan completes the task and acquires 5% of Ronca Group shares, he will become the second largest shareholder of Ronca Group, a company worth 80 billion yuan. With this impressive identity, Chun Fan can smoothly ascend to the position of president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, thereby expanding his network of connections in Jinling and gaining a foothold in Jinling. This is a good task. Chun Fan muttered to himself. Wenjing, go back and pack your things, get things sorted out, and come to Jinling to see me in 3 days. Chun Fan spoke. Clear. Chun Wenjing nodded, and then left to prepare. Chun Fan also needed to complete his mission and handle matters in Jiangzhou before heading to Jinling. Chun Fan needs to seize the time to improve his strength and strive to destroy the Su family of Jinling in the shortest possible time. He is very busy and does not have time to study at Jiangzhou University. Chun Fan went directly to Jiangzhou University, completed the leave of absence procedures, and decided to deal with his studies later. Moreover, whether or not he goes to school is no longer important to Chun Fan. What he learns in real business battles and in practice far surpasses what he learned in the finance department of Jiangzhou University. Moreover, with the system around, Chun Fan's own abilities will not be neglected. After settling this matter, Chun Fan went to make arrangements for his businesses in Jiangzhou, especially by appointing responsible persons for these businesses. As for Zhu Lingyu, another genius under Chun Fan's command, Chun Fan temporarily left her in Jiangzhou to continue her training. Once I have established a certain business in Jinling, I will transfer her to Jinling to help me. In one afternoon, Chun Fan had almost finished dealing with the matters in Jiangzhou. That evening, Chun Fan and Xiao Mengmeng had dinner together. Xiao Ruoxue left, and now Xiao Mengmeng has heard that Chun Fan is also leaving, so she immediately objected. As the daughter of the Xiao family, why did she choose to attend an extremely ordinary university like Jiangzhou University instead of top-tier universities? It's all because her older sister is here. Now that her older sister has been transferred to Jinling, and even her brother-in-law is leaving, Xiao Mengmeng suddenly felt lonely. Brother-in-law, see you in Nanjing in a few days. Xiao Mengmeng said mysteriously. Oh, are you also taking a break from school? Chun Fan asked in surprise. No, it's just changing schools. Xia Mingming answered. Her father would definitely not agree to her dropping out of school directly, but he would absolutely support her going to a better university. For most people, changing universities would be an impossible task, but for the Xia family, and for her father, it was just a matter of making a phone call. Alright, see you in Jinling. Seeing that Xia Mingming was also going to Jinling, Chun Fan expressed his support. With the Xia family, such a behemoth, around, Xia Mingming can do whatever she wants. After returning home, Chun Fan contacted Qi Yaohua again to inquire about the situation of the Qi family in Jiangbei. After all, he had an agreement with Qi Yaohua that as long as he helped the direct descendants of the Qi family seize the position of head of the Qi family, he would give Chun Fan a reward of 7 billion. Currently, the direct descendants of the Qi family have gained the upper hand and are gradually encroaching on the territory of the collateral branches of the Qi family. Once the direct descendants of the Qi family have accumulated enough strength, they will launch a final attack on the collateral branches of the Qi family to reclaim the position of head of the Qi family. At that time, we will need Chun Fan's help. No problem. Contact me when the time comes. Chun Fan agreed. That evening, Chun Fan was preparing to go to bed early so he could head to Jinling the next morning. I suddenly remembered what Du Jinyu had said before. If I was going to Nanjing, I should let him know in advance. Thinking about this, Chun Fan sent a message to Du Jinyu, telling him that he was going to Jinling and that he was going to challenge Du Jinyu's position as president and become the new president of the Feiyu Supercar Association, asking Du Jinyu to make the arrangements. Upon seeing Chun Fan's message at the Jinling villa, Du Jinyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The boss is coming to Jinling, and he's going to challenge the guild leader. Holy crap, holy crap. A thrilling drama is about to unfold. Don't worry, boss, I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly for you. Du Jinyu patted his chest and guaranteed it. Seeing Du Jinyu's assurance, Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction. Everything was going smoothly. As for his upcoming trip to Jinling, Chun Fan did not tell Xia Ruoshui in advance. He wanted to give her a surprise. Time flies, and a new day begins. Chun Fan packs his luggage and boards a private plane bound for Jinling. Chapter 225. Jinling used to be your Su family's territory, but now that I'm here, it's no longer. More than an hour later, they arrived in Jinling and Chun Fan got off the private plane. Chun Fan took the suitcase from the crew and ordered them to stay in Jinling for the time being and be ready to follow his orders at any time. Chun Fan carried his suitcase and walked outside. Since Du Jinyu said he would pick Chun Fan up in person today, Chun Fan did not arrange for anyone else to pick him up. When Chun Fan arrived at the exit of Jinling Airport, 3 or 4 young men also walked over from another direction. Chun Fan, the leader, a thin man, immediately spoke in surprise upon seeing Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked over curiously, then frowned. He had never seen this guy before, so how did he know him? The thin man strode over with his companion, stared at Chun Fan, and said arrogantly, "You probably don't know who I am, do you?" After the thin man finished speaking, his companion immediately and tactfully introduced him. "This is our young master Su, a direct descendant of the Su family of Jinling, and the son of the 6th master of the Su family." The moment the Su family was mentioned, Su Yingguo's face immediately lit up with an incredibly proud smile. He felt extremely honored to be a member of the Su family. Oh, so you're Su Yuanwu's son. Chun Fan suddenly realized. He wondered who this guy was, but it turned out to be the son of Master Su, who went to Jiangzhou with Su Junyao yesterday. Boy, I really don't know what you're thinking. Countless people in Jinling, no, in the entire south, want to be the son-in-law of the Su family of Jinling. Our Su family has been kind enough to give you this chance to change your destiny and marry Sister Junyao, yet you've refused. Su Yingguo looked at Chun Fan with disdain. Looks like you really enjoy being a sucker. Well then, I wish you'll marry a pregnant wife someday and become a father unexpectedly. Chun Fan's kind blessing. You fucking. Su Yingguo couldn't hold back any longer. He was furious. Oh dear, don't you think this is a blessing, an opportunity to change your fate? You Su family really have double standards. Chun Fan launched another attack. Su Yingguo was so angry with Chun Fan that he could hardly breathe. What is the status of our Su family? We are a top-tier wealthy family in Jinling, a great family standing at the pinnacle of Jinling. And what are you? How dare you compare yourself to our Su family? Su Yingguo angrily rebuked Chun Fan. And also, you actually left Jiangzhou and came to our Jinling. Are you really that desperate? Are you really courting death? Su Yingguo looked down at Chun Fan with the air of a victor. If Chun Fan were in Zhonghai province, in Jiangzhou, which is quite far from Jinling, they might have some trouble dealing with him, since that's Chun Fan's territory. But Jinling is different. Jinling is their territory. If Chun Fan comes to Jinling on his own initiative, what else is it but courting death? Jinling used to be your Su family's territory, but now that I'm here, It won't be anymore. Chen Fan spoke domineeringly. After saying that, Chen Fan turned around gracefully and walked outside. Su Yingbo stood there, his lips trembling with anger at Chen Fan's arrogance. What do you mean by saying that Jinling used to be the Su family's territory, but after Chen Fan came, it no longer is? Does Chen Fan really want to snatch Jinling from the Su family? That's just wishful thinking. Su Yingbo was unwilling to be rebuffed by Chen Fan, so he quickly chased after him with several companions. Su Yingbo finally caught up with Chen Fan outside Jinling Airport. At this moment, outside Jinling Airport, there was a great deal of noise. Countless passengers entering and leaving the airport, as well as some passers-by, were watching intently ahead. Ahead of them was an extremely large fleet of supercars. Looking around, there are at least 20 supercars parked there, and none of them are worth less than 5 million. As for the supercar leading the pack, it was a Pagani worth tens of millions. The sight of this incredibly luxurious fleet of supercars sparked a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. This supercar team is amazing. With such a large entourage, who are these people here to pick up? With such a grand procession, the person being received must be extremely wealthy and powerful, definitely a very important figure. Countless onlookers were extremely curious and envious of the person being picked up by this supercar convoy. If they could be picked up by such a huge supercar convoy and have such a grand reception, they would have no regrets in their lives. At this moment, Chen Fan also stopped and stood outside Jinling Airport. After taking a few glances at the supercar convoy, he roughly guessed whose masterpiece it was. Oh dear, this country bumpkin from a small town is scared by such a big show. Su Yingbo walked over and said sarcastically, "This is nothing. I once organized a top-level team of over 100 supercars." Su Yingbo showed off in front of Chen Fan. "This convoy is here to pick me up," Su Yingbo loudly admitted. He had already contacted his underlings before coming to Nanjing to pick him up at the airport. Su Yingbo was 99% confident that the supercar convoy in front of him was arranged by his underlings. Upon hearing Su Yingbo's words, the passengers nearby all turned to look at him. "So you were here to pick him up? He looks to be only 21 or 22, yet he has such a grand entourage. That's impressive." Everyone was filled with emotion. Enjoying the admiring and respectful gazes of countless onlookers, Su Yingbo became even more smug. "Boy, now I'll show you the difference between you and the Su family of Jinling." Su Yingbo said something smugly to Chen Fan, and the next second, he led several companions and swaggered towards the supercar convoy in front. Su Yingbo walked directly to the Pagani, the world's top supercar leading the supercar convoy, and subconsciously reached out to pull the door open. Just as Su Yingbo was about to show off and enter the top-of-the-line supercar with style, an incredibly embarrassing scene unfolded. He couldn't open the car door. "What are you doing?" A young man got out of the driver's seat of the Pagani and angrily berated Su Yingbo. "Huh?" Su Yingbo was stunned when he saw that the person getting off the bus was not one of his underlings. "Weren't you here to pick me up?" Su Yingbo asked, puzzled. "Pick you up? What for? Who's going to pick you up?" The young man shook his head in disgust, but suddenly he noticed a handsome figure in the crowd, and his eyes lit up. Then, incredibly excited, he ran over immediately. Following the direction the young man ran, Su Yingbo was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 226. Crushing the direct lineage of the Su family in Jinling and becoming the second largest shareholder of the Jinling Group. Chen Fan. Su Yingbo couldn't help but shouted out. The young man ran in the direction where Chen Fan was standing. Su Yingbo was dumbfounded. What a joke. Was this huge convoy of supercars here to welcome Chen Fan? Is this still Su family's territory, Jinling? Why does it seem more like Chen Fan's territory? Just as Su Yingbo had guessed, the young man ran straight up to Chen Fan and greeted him respectfully. "Boss, you've arrived." This young man was none other than Du Jinyu, a former underling of Chen Fan. After saying that, Du Jinyu took the suitcase from Chen Fan in an extremely ingratiating manner and offered to pull it for Chen Fan. In an instant, the eyes of countless passengers on site were focused on Chen Fan. Su Yingbo, standing not far away, looked like a clown. Young Master Su, young Master Su. Su Yingbo's younger brother arrived late. "Where's the convoy you prepared?" Staring at his late subordinate, Su Yingbo questioned him impatiently. "Young Master Su, he's over there." Su Yingbo's underling pointed into the distance, where 5 or 6 supercars were parked. In an instant, Su Yingbo's face darkened. "This is the car fleet you organized?" Su Yingbo angrily rebuked his underling. The convoy that came to greet Chen Fan consisted of more than 20 supercars, making quite a grand entrance, while the convoy that came to greet him only had 5 or 6 cars, not even a quarter of Chen Fan's convoy. He was just boasting to Chen Fan that Jinling was his territory and that Chen Fan was courting death by coming to Jinling. As a result, he's now getting thoroughly thrashed by Chen Fan. Suingbo felt that Chen Fan had trampled on his dignity. The airport setup you've created is way too big. Chen Fan couldn't help but criticize Du Jinyu. Boss, since you've come to Jinling, of course we should have a grand welcome to reflect your status. Besides, this is just the beginning. If I had another day or two, I could increase the number of vehicles by 2 or 3 times again. Du Jinyu answered with a smile. Boss, I've prepared a welcome feast for you. Please come in. Du Jinyu made a gesture of invitation. Chen Fan walked forward. As Chen Fan walked up to the supercar convoy, Du Jinyu made a gesture, and instantly, the more than 20 supercar owners waiting there bowed and shouted. Hello, young Master Chen. Hello, young Master Chen. Hello, young Master Chen. The scale and momentum were enormous. That's impressive. This ranking is top-notch. I'm so envious. That's what they call life, while we just call it living. Countless passengers were deeply impressed. As for Su Yingbo, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Finally, amidst Su Yingbo's angry and envious gaze, Chen Fan boarded the world's top supercar and led the massive supercar convoy away in a grand procession. Chen Fan, you just wait. Su Yingbo spat and left with his men. On the way to downtown Jinling, the system's voice came through. Bite. Resolve the Jiangzhou matter within 24 hours, arrive in Jinling, and begin preparations to deal with the Su family. Mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring 5% of Ronca Group shares, becoming Ronca Group's second largest shareholder. Congratulations on receiving 150 experience points. Having completed his mission, Chen Fan acquired 5% of Ronca Group shares, bringing his total holdings to 24%. This made him the second largest shareholder of Ronca Group, a company with a market value of 80 billion yuan. The largest shareholder of Ronca Group only holds 33% of the shares, just 9 shares away from surpassing Chen Fan. With just a couple of system rewards or missions, Chen Fan will have those 90% of the shares. At that time, he will be the largest shareholder and the biggest controller of Ronca Group. Looking at the completed task, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. With his status as the second largest shareholder of Ronca Group, he was now qualified to compete for the position of president of the Feiyu Supercar Association. As for driving skills, Chen Fan had no worries at all. At this moment, the position of president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association is already in Chen Fan's hands. On the way, Chen Fan and Du Jinyu chatted about the Flying Feather Supercar Association. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan, Du Jinyu, and the others arrived at the restaurant they had booked in advance. The group arrived at a medium-sized banquet hall. Chen Xiaohao. After entering the banquet hall, Du Jinyu introduced his underlings and confidants to Chen Fan. Most of them were Du Jinyu's confidants in the Feiyu Supercar Association. After all, he was the vice president of the Feiyu Supercar Association before. The rest were Du Jinyu's underlings in Jinling. Just as Du Jinyu finished his introduction, the banquet hall door was opened, and 4 or 5 young men and women walked in. Old Du, what brings you here all of a sudden? Yeah, it was all so rushed. My 2 girlfriends and I had just finished playing games together and were about to rest together. As soon as they entered, the 4 or 5 young men and women spoke impatiently. These were all Du Jinyu's friends, and their backgrounds were in no way inferior to Du Jinyu's. Old son, you guys have come at the right time. Let me introduce you to my boss, young Master Chen. Du Jinyu said. Boss. Upon noticing this word, the 4 or 5 young men and women immediately perked up. They looked on in astonishment, wondering when the lawless Du Jinyu had suddenly become a boss. Could this young Master Chen be a wealthy young master from Beijing, or a tycoon's son from Shanghai? Filled with curiosity, the young men and women came over, and Du Jinyu introduced them to each other. Originally, Du Jinyu's friends thought that Chen Fan had a powerful background, which was why Du Jinyu had to bow down and acknowledge him as his boss. When they heard Du Jinyu introduce Chen Fan as coming from the small town of Jiangzhou, they immediately lost interest. They greeted Chen Fan perfunctorily. Although they didn't say it aloud, their expressions betrayed their disapproval. What was Du Jinyu's judgment in bringing in such a boss and calling them over? It was a complete waste of time. Everyone's here. Please take your seats. Du Jinyu spoke. Everyone found a place to sit down. Du Jinyu invited Chen Fan to the most honored seat, which made Du Jinyu's friends shake their heads. I really don't know what Du Jinyu was thinking. Chen Fan had just sat down when the system's voice came again. The system reward arrived today. Looking at today's system reward, Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This reward came at just the right time. Chapter 227 Severing Ties, Day 46. Reward Top 10 World Ranked Hotels. Bite. On the 46th day of Severing Ties, the reward is 100% ownership of the Ritz-Carlton Nanjing, ranked number 1 among the world's top 10 brands. The Ritz-Carlton, one of the world's most prestigious hotel brands, ranks among the top luxury hotel brands in the entire China, and indeed, even worldwide. It is the preferred hotel for countless wealthy people and even royalty around the world. In any Ritz-Carlton hotel in China, even the cheapest room costs several thousand yuan. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Nanjing is ranked number 1 and is the most expensive hotel among all the hotels in Nanjing, making it a favorite among the city's wealthy. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Nanjing cost over 1 billion yuan to build back then. Now, many years later, its total value has increased at least 2 or 3 times. Before Chen Fan arrived, he hadn't booked a hotel and didn't know where to stay. Now, the system had given him the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, which was ranked number 1 in Nanjing. In this way, you won't have to hesitate about where to live. Today is my first day in Nanjing, and I didn't expect to have such a fruitful day. It's really great. The restaurant started serving the food, and everyone ate and chatted. He had only been eating for a short while when Du Jinyu suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh dear, I forgot to book a hotel for the boss. Du Jinyu spoke with a guilty expression. Ever since he received the news that his boss was coming to Nanjing, he has been busy arranging the supercar team. He was so busy that he forgot about the hotel for a moment. I'm sorry, boss, it's my fault. Du Jinyu apologized to Chen Fan repeatedly. Hey, what's the big deal? Why not just book a room at any famous 5-star hotel? That is. Seeing Du Jinyu's fear and trepidation, his 4 or 5 friends spoke up one after another, not thinking anything of it. They didn't pay much attention to Chen Fan, who came from a small town. That won't do. How can we just pick any 5-star hotel? How can such a hotel be worthy of the boss's status? Du Jinyu refused outright. When booking a hotel for the boss, it has to be the best one, the Ritz-Carlton Nanjing, and the most luxurious presidential suite in the Ritz-Carlton. As he spoke, Du Jinyu took out his phone. What? You've booked the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. If you try to book now, Lao Du, you probably won't be able to get a reservation. Let's book a regular suite instead. The presidential suite is sold out. Du Jinyu's friends all shook their heads. The most luxurious presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton, Nanjing costs as much as 100,000 yuan per night. Even at such high prices, many wealthy people still flock to it, and the first thing they do when they arrive in Nanjing is to book the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. If you book now, you'll probably have to wait more than a month for a room to become available. Yeah, this is troublesome. Du Jinyu patted his head, looking embarrassed. If his friend hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten that it was impossible to book the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel at the last minute. For a moment, Du Jinyu was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. No need to rush. I've already arranged accommodation. Chen Fan looked at Du Jinyu. Oh, which hotel does the boss want to stay at? Du Jinyu asked in surprise. It's the Ritz-Carlton Nanjing that you just mentioned. Chen Fan said casually. Boss, you booked the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in advance. Chen Fan shook his head, indicating that he did not. I'm staying in the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. No reservation is needed. When Chen Fan said this, Du Jinyu's friends were stunned. No need to make a reservation? Are you kidding me? Is the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton, Nanjing so easy to stay in? Without a reservation, let alone someone from a small town, even a rich young master from Shanghai, no matter how wealthy, cannot get a room there. Dude, there's a limit to how much you can brag. Staying at the Ritz-Carlton, and the top-of-the-line presidential suite at that, without needing a reservation? Do you even have that kind of authority? The thin man among the 4 or 5 young men couldn't help but speak up. He just felt that Chen Fan was exaggerating. Do they have this right? I just acquired the entire Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Nanjing. Do you think I have that right? Chen Fan smiled and asked in return. In an instant, the entire banquet hall fell into absolute silence, and everyone stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Those 4 or 5 young men and women who looked down on Chen Fan because he came from a small town were especially dumbfounded. You just acquired the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The thin man's voice trembled as he asked and answered, and he thought he had misheard. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. The thin man was terrified. This guy comes from a small town. How come he immediately acquired the Ritz-Carlton Nanjing Hotel, worth billions? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. This is no ordinary large-scale investment. In an instant, these young men and women no longer dared to underestimate Chen Fan. When they looked at Chen Fan again, their eyes were filled with fear and admiration. They finally understood why Du Jinyu, the once lawless young master of Jinling, would acknowledge Chen Fan as his elder brother. On his very first day in Jinling, no, to be more precise, just a few hours later he had acquired the most prestigious and powerful Ritz-Carlton hotel in Jinling. It was terrifying. Boss is awesome. Du Jinyu exclaimed in surprise, admiring Chen Fan even more. Young Master Chen, I'd like to offer you a toast. Young Master Chen, I was blind and slighted you just now. I will punish myself with 3 cups. The young men and women apologized to Chen Fan and offered him drinks. Chen Fan declined. He needed to go to the Flying Feather Supercar Association that afternoon to challenge their president, and he still needed to drive. Finally, Chen Fan substituted tea for wine. After lunch, Du Jinyu suggested sending someone to take Chen Fan to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel to rest, as he was tired from the journey, but Chen Fan declined. Let's go straight to the Feiyu Supercar Association. Chen Fan gave the order. Chen Fan arrived in Jinling by private jet, which was very comfortable and not tiring at all. Moreover, he still needs to completely crush the Su family, a top-tier wealthy family in Jinling, within a month and a half. Time is of the essence, so Chen Fan naturally has to hurry. I'll take you to the Flying Feather Supercar Association, boss. Du Jinyu agreed. A dozen minutes later, the group set off together. Several of Du Jinyu's friends, as well as his confidants in the Flying Feather Supercar Association, also went along. They knew that a big event was about to happen, and they naturally didn't want to miss it. Chapter 228. Can Chen Fan take the position of president of the Feiyu Supercar Association? An hour later, in the president's office of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, a young man in his late 20s was chatting with several friends. This young man is none other than Zheng Xingjie, the current president of the Feiyu Supercar Association and one of Jinling's top racing drivers. The Zheng family behind Zheng Xingjie is considered a second-tier wealthy family in Jinling, with considerable strength compared to Du Jinyu's family. Knock knock knock. Just as Zheng Xingjie was bragging to his friends about his improved driving skills, a series of urgent knocks suddenly came from the door. Come in. Zheng Xingjie spoke impatiently. President, someone wants to challenge you. As soon as he entered, Zheng Xingjie's confidant delivered a bombshell message. After hearing this, Zheng Xingjie and his friends were all stunned. Challenge me. Zheng Xingjie immediately tensed up. Among all the racers in Jinling, he was probably only ranked in the top 10. If the president of another supercar association ranked among the top came to challenge him, then he would be in danger. Which supercar association is it from? Zheng Xingjie asked nervously. It's not from another company. It's our own Feiyu Supercar Association. The trusted confidant replied. What did I do back then? Zheng Xingjie immediately relaxed. He wouldn't dare say it would be anywhere else, but within the Flying Feather Supercar Association, his driving skills were absolutely the best, without a doubt. Wait, who's challenging me? After thinking for a moment, Zheng Xingjie asked curiously. It's a guy named Chen Fan, the one who voluntarily stepped down from Vice President Du Jinyu. The confidant spoke again. An unknown nobody dares to challenge me. Zheng Xingjie sneered, then stood up domineeringly and said to his friends. In a moment, I'll show you how I utterly crushed this guy named Chen Fan. After saying that, Zheng Xingjie led his men to the lobby of the Feiyu Supercar Association. Although the Flying Feather Supercar Association is not very large, it has several factions. Du Jinyu and Zheng Xingjie belong to different factions and have a very bad relationship. Oh, Du Jinyu, you can't beat me on your own, so you brought in a helper? If you're going to look for someone, you should at least find a real expert. Why did you bring along some nobody? Zheng Xingjie immediately began to ridicule Du Jinyu. How dare you speak like that? My boss is no nobody. He's strong enough to easily defeat you. Du Jinyu immediately retorted. Boss. Upon noticing this word, Zheng Xingjie frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare to accept it or not? Chen Fan stepped forward and confronted Zheng Xingjie head-on. Zheng Xingjie carefully scanned Chen Fan and finally confirmed that he had never seen Chen Fan before. Chen Fan was definitely not a top racing driver in China. Instantly, Zheng Xingjie relaxed his guard. This guy was so calm. He had just been startled. Go ahead and answer it. What's there to be afraid of? Zheng Xingjie nodded. But do you know the rules? Challenging the president is no easy task. Challengers must bring out a powerful supercar as a prize, as is the rule of the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Otherwise, anyone could challenge the president, and the president wouldn't have anything else to do all day. 2 years ago, Zheng Xingjie did the same thing. If you defeat the current president, you will become the new president, and that top-of-the-line supercar will still be yours. But if you lose, that top-of-the-line supercar will belong to the club president. Use that Pagani as a bet. Chen Fan pointed to the Pagani parked not far away and replied. Du Jinyu had already lost to him in this car. Zheng Xingjie raised an eyebrow as he looked at the Pagani. Isn't this car Du Jinyu's prized possession? Now he actually dares to use it as a prize for Chen Fan. Haha. Great. This Pagani will be his in no time. It's a deal. Fearing that Chen Fan might change his mind, Zheng Xingjie readily agreed. Afterwards, both parties signed a written agreement as proof. At the same time, news also spread that Chen Fan was going to challenge the president, Zheng Xingjie. Many members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association rushed over to watch, and eventually more than 2/3 of the members came. The headquarters of the Flying Feather Supercar Association is located near a professional racetrack in Jinling, and everyone came here. Alright, we can draw lots now. A staff member stepped forward. For this competition, 2 Lamborghinis will be used as race cars. To ensure fairness, which car will be used by which car will be determined by drawing lots. According to the rules, Zheng Xingjie, as the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, drew the first car. In the end, Zheng Xingjie drew car number 1, while Chun Fan drew car number 2. Bad luck. Looking at car number 1, Zheng Xingjie couldn't help but curse. Although both cars are Lamborghinis, car number 1 is slightly inferior to car number 2 overall. Beside him, Chun Fan remained calm. The God of Luck card had indeed worked. Both parties donned their professional protective gear and proceeded to their respective vehicles. Go boss. Young Master Chun will win. Du Jinyu and the others shouted encouragement for Chun Fan. Haha, certain victory? That's hilarious. Don't you even know what level our guild leader is at? You dare to compare yourself to him? This precious Pagani of yours will soon belong to our guild leader. When this guy surnamed Chun loses and hands over the Pagani to our president, won't he cry from heartache? Zheng Xingjie's underlings and confidants sneered. Their guild leader is a powerful figure ranked among the top 10 in the entire Jinling. This nobody named Chun Fan dares to challenge their guild leader? How laughable. We'll see how that goes. Du Jinyu snorted coldly. Besides the 2 camps of Du Jinyu and Zheng Xingjie, there were many more members of the Feiyu Supercar Association who were neutral at the scene. At this moment, most of them were not optimistic about Chun Fan. In the 2 years that Zheng Xingjie had been the president, 3 or 4 people had challenged him, but without exception, they all failed. Zheng Xingjie is really strong. Apart from those few famous masters in Jinling, no one can beat him. Is Chun Fan any good? Chapter 229 Xia Ruoshui's trouble becoming the president of Jinling's 6 major supercar associations. Of the dozens of neutral members of the Feiyu Supercar Association, only a handful supported Chun Fan, and these few were only because they disliked Zheng Xingjie and did not fully believe in Chun Fan's driving skills. On the track, with the referee's whistle, Chun Fan and Zheng Xingjie's supercars sped off. In the beginning, Chun Fan's Lamborghini quickly left Zheng Xingjie's Lamborghini far behind. Seeing this, Zheng Xingjie's confidants, who had just been boasting about how amazing and skilled Zheng Xingjie was at driving, were all dumbfounded. Damn it. Is this guy a really good driver? Damn it. Zheng Xingjie looked at Chun Fan in front of him and couldn't help but curse. Zheng Xingjie was unwilling to give up and tried his best to catch up with Chun Fan again, but he just couldn't catch up. The distance between Chun Fan and Zheng Xingjie grew further and further, and the many members of the Feiyu Supercar Association on the stage stared wide-eyed in astonishment. They were all shocked by Chun Fan's powerful strength. On the track, Zheng Xingjie, who was chasing behind, noticed that Chun Fan did not brake when going around the bend, and he was even more shocked. Let's give it our all. In the end, Zheng Xingjie gritted his teeth and decided not to brake either. He's already quite far from Chun Fan. If he brakes at the bend, he really won't be able to catch up with Chun Fan. Following Chun Fan's example, Zheng Xingjie kept the accelerator floored after reaching the bend, without slowing down. At first, Zheng Xingjie was able to easily control the vehicle, but at the last moment, he lost control. His Lamborghini quickly rushed off the track, onto the grass, and then crashed into the wall not far away. In other words, Zheng Xingjie's experience allowed him to regain control at the last moment. Only the car was damaged, while Zheng Xingjie himself was unharmed. Zheng Xingjie sat in the car, his face ashen. With Zheng Xingjie veering off the track and his car wrecked, the outcome of the race is self-evident. Chun Fan won easily. Seeing the unusual situation on the track, the many members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association who were watching were all dumbfounded. The crowd descended from the stands and entered the arena. At the same time, 7 or 8 staff members at the racetrack rushed to Zheng Xingjie. They helped him out of the car and breathed a sigh of relief when they found that he was safe and sound. Seeing that Zheng Xingjie was alright, his men didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. It's good that the boss is alright, but the problem is that the boss lost, and lost so badly. Even if the leader is left far behind by Chun Fan in the end, it's still much better than running off the track. Zheng Xingjie's men all lowered their heads and remained silent. How embarrassing. Young Master Chun is awesome. Young Master Chun's driving skills are amazing. Congratulations to young Master Chun on becoming the president of our Flying Feather Supercar Association. Du Jinyu and his men cheered with delight. The neutral members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association present were now extremely impressed with Chun Fan, whose performance had been evident to all. Only Zheng Xingjie's lips twitched a few times, inwardly resentful. Chun Fan walked towards Zheng Xingjie. You won this round. Zheng Xingjie spoke up. Although he was unwilling, with so many people watching, he couldn't very well back out, and he also valued his reputation. But don't get too cocky, you're just lucky. You wait, I'll come back to challenge you again. Zheng Xingjie said something harsh to Chen Fan, then turned and left with his men. With Zheng Xingjie's surrender, according to the rules, he automatically relinquished his position as president and was demoted to vice president, while Chen Fan officially became the new president of the Feiyu Supercar Association. Congratulations, young Master Chen. Greetings to the new president. President Chen, can we take a picture together? Numerous members of the neutral Feiyu Supercar Association surrounded him, some asking for photos, others wanting to add Chen Fan's contact information. Over the next half hour, Chen Fan added dozens of people on WeChat. These people all had powerful backgrounds in Jinling and were not simple individuals. In particular, Gu Yuanhong, another vice president of the Feiyu Supercar Association, idolizes Chen Fan. Gu Yuanhong's background is even more impressive than Du Jianyu's, and similar to Zheng Xingjie's. He is the heir of the Jinling Gu group, but Gu Yuanhong and Zheng Xingjie have a much worse relationship. They are practically mortal enemies. When Zheng Xingjie was the president, Gu Yuanhong was always suppressed. Now that he heard that Zheng Xingjie had been defeated by Chen Fan, he rushed over and tried to curry favor with Chen Fan. Thanks to young Master Chen, he stood up for me. I wholeheartedly support young Master Chen becoming the president of our Flying Feather Supercar Association. With young Master Chen's leadership, our Flying Feather Supercar Association might just become the #1 in Jinling. At this moment, Gu Yuanhong transformed into a little fanboy, showering Chen Fan with praise. Gu Yuanhong's fervent admiration for Chen Fan even surpassed that of Du Jianyu. Young Master Chen has just arrived in Jinling and is unfamiliar with the place. If anything happens, please contact me anytime. Young Master Chen's business is my business. I will go through fire and water for you. Gu Yuanhong made a promise to Chen Fan. In just one afternoon, Chen Fan significantly expanded his network of contacts in Jinling. Chen Fan easily achieved his goal. With connections and assets in Jinling, he had firmly established himself in Jinling. Chen Fan stayed at the Flying Feather Supercar Association until around 5 p.m. before leaving. He was going to meet Xia Ruoshui at Haining Group to give her a surprise. Meanwhile, at Haining Group, Xia Ruoshui was dealing with a huge mess. Previously, the president of Haining Group was a hands-off manager who didn't care about anything and just loafed around all day, which led to internal and external troubles for the originally very strong Haining Group. Xia Ruoshui has been quite busy since she arrived. Knock knock knock. Just as Xia Ruoshui was processing the documents, an impatient knock came at the door. The next second, before Xia Ruoshui could agree, the people outside ignored the assistant's attempts to stop them and forcibly brought people in. Today, I demand an explanation from Haining Group. You've owed us for so long, it's time to pay us back. The middle-aged man at the head of the group spoke loudly. Who is this? Xia Ruoshui was somewhat surprised. President Xia, this is Qin Yongliang, the boss of Nanfeng Company, Mr. Qin. Previously, he cooperated with our company, and we owed Nanfeng Company 3 billion yuan. The assistant came over and whispered a reminder. Nanfeng Company, they are from Nanfeng Company? Xia Ruoshui was somewhat surprised. What she was researching just now was about Nanfeng Company. The cooperation between Haining Group and Nanfeng Company had major problems. Haining Group was completely putting in effort but getting nothing in return. All the profits were earned by Nanfeng Company, and Haining Group might have even lost some money. Xia Ruoshui suspected that Nanfeng Company colluded with the senior management of their Haining Group to swindle a large sum of money from the Haining Group while it was in chaos. Before she could even contact Nanfeng Company, they actually came to ask for money. When Qin Yongliang, the boss of Nanfeng Company, discovered that the new boss of Haining Group was a woman named Xia Ruoshui, he became even more audacious. Give me my money back. Mr. Qin, there are problems with our cooperation with your Nanfeng Company. Xia Ruoshui wanted to reason with Qin Yongliang. But Qin Yongliang interrupted him abruptly. I don't care about anything else, it's all in black and white there. If you don't pay me back, I'll sue you. Today, you must bring out 3 billion. Hearing Qin Yongliang say that, Xia Ruoshui's pretty face turned cold. Despite its large size, Haining Group has only about 3 billion yuan in working capital after the recent period of turmoil. If the money were given to Qin Yongliang, then their Haining Group wouldn't need to continue operating. They could just wait to go bankrupt. Xia Ruoshui became anxious and at a loss for what to do. If Haining Group doesn't pay back the money today, nobody is leaving this place. Qin Yongliang's threats became even more brazen. That 3 billion must be in the account today. However, before Qin Yongliang could finish speaking, a domineering voice rang out. What a boastful tone. It's just 3 billion. That's a small amount. I'll cover it. Chapter 230. Xia Ruoshui's excitement upon seeing Chen Fan and the unexpected situation downstairs at Haining Group. Good heavens, 3 billion is nothing. They're exaggerating to the skies. After being rebuked like that, Qin Yongliang sneered and asked in return. 3 billion is no small sum. I'd like to see who dares to talk so big. Qin Yongliang turned his head, and to his surprise, Chun Fan slowly walked over. Xia Ruoxue covered her mouth, overwhelmed with excitement at the sudden appearance of Chun Fan. Chun Fan ignored Qin Yongliang and went to Xia Ruoxue first, giving her a large bouquet of roses. Upon receiving the flowers from Chun Fan, Xia Ruoxue, who had been anxious, immediately smiled, and in that instant, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Xia Ruoxue wanted to say something to Chun Fan, but Chun Fan stopped her. We'll talk later. I need to deal with this eyesore first. After saying that, Chun Fan looked at Qin Yongliang. An eyesore? Being addressed that way by Chun Fan made Qin Yongliang even more unhappy. Kid, didn't you say that 3 billion is a small amount of money? Are you going to pay that 3 billion for Haining Group? If you're so capable, then take it out. No money? Believe me, I'll send you all to jail. Qin Yongliang shouted. Chun Fan casually tossed out a bank card and said indifferently, there are 5 billion here. Qin Yongliang was stunned when he saw Chun Fan's bank card. 50 billion? This guy actually has 50 billion in liquid funds. Wow, that's impressive. 50 billion yuan was enough to scare Qin Yongliang. If he knew that Chun Fan had 200 billion yuan in liquid funds, he would probably be paralyzed with fear. After saying that, Qin Yongliang reached out to take the money, but Chun Fan stopped him. It seems that your Nanfeng company has investments from our Ronca Group. Before you take the money, return all of our Ronca Group's investments to us. Chun Fan spoke with an air of dominance. Oh. Qin Yongliang was embarrassed after Chun Fan said that. Their most important investor in Nanfeng Company is Ronca Group. If Ronca Group withdraws its investment, it will be a devastating blow to Nanfeng Company. Who are you? You think Ronca Group can just withdraw its investment like that? Qin Yongliang is stubborn. I am the second largest shareholder of Ronca Group. Do you think I can make this decision? Chun Fan's answer was nuclear. What? You're the second largest shareholder of Ronca Group? In an instant, Qin Yongliang was stunned. This guy is actually the second most important person in Ronca Group. This is terrible. Oh, big shot. It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. We're all family, yet we don't recognize each other. Qin Yongliang immediately chickened out. I was too arrogant just now. I was blind to your greatness. Please calm down. We don't need to worry about the money now. We can talk about it later. In an instant, Qin Yongliang's attitude changed completely, and he said in a fawning tone, yes, why don't you want it anymore? Aren't you still going to send us in? Chun Fan countered with a question. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't withdraw your investment. Everything can be discussed. Everything can be discussed. Qin Yongliang was almost in tears, waving his hands repeatedly. Apologizing to me is useless. The person you should apologize to is my girlfriend. Chun Fan spoke coldly. I understand. I understand. Qin Yongliang nodded. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Things can be discussed. Things can be discussed. Qin Yongliang approached Xia Ruoxue and bowed deeply to her in apology. Mr. Qin, we will definitely repay the money our company owes. It is only right and proper to pay back debts. However, this matter involves many issues, and I would like to have a good talk with you when I have time. Xia Ruoxue spoke. It's only right to repay the money, but we need to give her a little time to raise it. More importantly, Xia Ruoxue wanted to investigate the matter thoroughly and see if her suspicions were true that someone in the company was colluding with Qin Yongliang. If it's true, the most important thing is to expose the culprits behind this company's wrongdoing. With her assistant and several other members of the company's management team present, Xia Ruoxue couldn't ask them directly, as it could easily lead to leaks. No problem, I'll do whatever you say. Qin Yongliang nodded repeatedly. Mr. Qin, you can go now. I'll contact you when I have time and have the money ready. Xia Ruoxue spoke. No rush, no rush. Qin Yongliang smiled apologetically. After saying that, Qin Yongliang quickly led his men away, afraid of provoking Chun Fan again. You all should go out too. Xia Ruoxue gave the order. The other people from Haining Group left the office, and soon only Chun Fan and Xia Ruoxue remained. With no outsiders present, Xia Ruoxue happily threw herself into Chun Fan's arms. Leaning against Chun Fan's firm chest, Xia Ruoxue said gently, It's so good to have you here. Holding Xia Ruoxue in his arms, Chun Fan was about to take out the small gift he had prepared for her. Just then, a commotion came from downstairs, breaking the atmosphere. Many employees of Haining Group looked out of their windows at the building below. Chun Fan and Xia Ruoxue also went over, but when they saw what was happening downstairs, a cold look immediately appeared on Chun Fan's face. Chapter 231 Someone is trying to steal Chun Fan's girlfriend. Xia Ruoxue fiercely protects her husband. At this moment, the ground below the Haining Group building was covered with a carpet of vibrant roses. A young man of about 25 or 26 stood there, with someone behind him holding up a huge banner that read, "Xiao Ruoshui, be my girlfriend." Any boy who saw this scene would probably find it unbearable. Chen Fan snorted coldly. This guy downstairs was trying to steal his boyfriend. Beside her, Xiao Ruoshui's face was even colder than Chen Fan's. She turned around and called her assistant in. "Have the security guards remove them." "Yes, Mr. Xia." The assistant immediately went to do it. "Ruoshui, you're quite charming, haven't you? You've only been in Jinling for a few days." Chen Fan couldn't help but speak up. "You're still laughing." Xiao Ruoshui gave Chen Fan a charmingly disdainful look and said helplessly, "This guy's name is He Shiheo. He came to our company the day before yesterday with his father, the boss of the He Group." At this point, Xiao Ruoshui was also helpless. She had only met He Shiheo once, but this guy had already become attached to her. Yesterday, he even brought flowers to invite her to dinner. Xiao Ruoshui sent people to stop him. Xiao Ruoshui clearly told He Shiheo that she had a boyfriend and had the security guards kick him out. Unexpectedly, he went even further today, staging such a grand confession ceremony. "It's time to get off work, Ruoshui. Let's go eat. And while we're at it, let's go downstairs and meet this guy." Chen Fan looked at Xiao Ruoshui. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. With Chen Fan around, she felt at ease. A few minutes later, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui arrived at the Haining Group building. "Ruoshui, you're out." Upon seeing Xiao Ruoshui, He Shiheo spoke with deep affection. "He Shiheo, we are not familiar with each other. Please call me by my full name, Xiao Ruoshui, or President Xia." Xiao Ruoshui coldly corrected He Shiheo's way of addressing her. However, He Shiheo ignored Xiao Ruoshui's corrections. Who is this guy? He was just about to confess his feelings when he suddenly noticed Chen Fan next to Xiao Ruoshui. I am Ruoshui's boyfriend, Chen Fan." As Chen Fan spoke, he naturally embraced Xiao Ruoshui's slender, boneless waist. Noticing this detail, He Shiheo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets with jealousy. "No, you are Xiao Ruoshui's ex-boyfriend." He Shiheo directly labeled Chen Fan. "You are not good enough for Ruoshui. I advise you to break up with Ruoshui now. Don't you even know your own circumstances? Why are you still with Ruoshui?" He Shiheo spoke with a cold smile. "He Shiheo, shut up." Chen Fan was about to retort when Xiao Ruoshui spoke first. Xiao Ruoshui fiercely protects her husband. "Don't you see how disgusting and repulsive you are? How dare you talk about my boyfriend like that? Ruoshui, how could you say that to me? I'm fine. He Shiheo has an extremely thick skin. By the way, Ruoshui, look what surprise I prepared for you." Clap, clap, clap. After saying that, He Shiheo clapped his hands, and then a beautiful woman got out of the luxury car next to him. Why does she look so familiar? Isn't this Yao Sueki? That singer who just became a sensation this year. Upon seeing this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, passers-by immediately stopped and gathered around, chattering excitedly. This beautiful woman is actually a big star. However, despite Yao Sueki's great beauty, she appeared quite ordinary next to Xiao Ruoshui. "Ruoshui, I heard you listening to Yao Sueki songs before. Today, I specially spent 1 million to invite her here." He Shiheo spoke. He Shiheo believed that inviting Xiao Ruoshui's favorite singer would greatly increase his chances of successfully confessing his feelings. After saying that, he gave Yao Sueki a look. Yao Sueki immediately understood, and as previously agreed, she sang the love song that made her famous. This is He Shiheo's trump card. "Ruoshui, I love you. Break up with this Chen Fan and be with me. I've been deeply in love with you since the first time I saw you." He Shiheo knelt on the ground and, using Yao Sueki's song, confessed his feelings to Xiao Ruoshui. Roll. Faced with He Shiheo's shameless and persistent pestering, Xiao Ruoshui couldn't hold back any longer and directly rebuked him. He Shiheo wanted to continue, but Chen Fan stepped forward. "Stop." Chen Fan gave Yao Sueki a domineering order. Yao Sueki was stunned. "If I remember correctly, you should be a contracted artist under Xinjia Film and Television Group, right?" Chen Fan spoke. Xinjia Film Television Group not only has a film division but also an entertainment division, and has signed many artists, including actors and singers. "Why are you listening to him? I paid you to come here, so you keep singing." He Shiheo gave orders to Yao Sueki. This time, Yao Sueki ignored He Shiheo's orders and looked at Chen Fan, whose name seemed vaguely familiar. "You have 3 seconds to leave right now, or you'll be blacklisted." Chen Fan gave the order. Yao Sueki immediately became nervous. She tried hard to recall, and suddenly remembered a message she had seen before. "What's your name again?" Yao Sueki asked tremblingly. "Chen Fan." Chen Fan answered calmly. "Your general manager, Chen?" Yao Sueki immediately panicked. She had recently seen a news report about changes in the company's senior management, saying that a mysterious tycoon named Chen Fan had bought a significant number of shares in their company, becoming the group's third largest shareholder. She never expected to run into President Chen here today. Mr. Chen, I'm leaving right now. Yao Sueki immediately packed her things and prepared to leave. I'm sorry, miss, I'm just doing this job for money. I didn't mean anything by it. Before leaving, Yao Sueki made a point of apologizing to Xiao Ruoshui. Seeing this, He Shiheo objected. He stood in front of Yao Sueki and questioned her. I paid you to come here, and it cost me $1 million. You've only just started singing, and you want to leave? You have to stay, finish singing a song, and wait for me to finish confessing my feelings. Yao Sueki's straightforward answer. I will have someone pay you the penalty for breach of contract. Staying is absolutely out of the question. Why? He Shiheo didn't understand. He Shiheo reached out and grabbed Yao Sueki, who was about to leave. In a fit of anger, Yao Sueki slapped He Shiheo hard across the face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. He Shiheo was dumbfounded. This girl actually dared to hit her employer? Had she gone mad? Why? My boss fired me. Can I stay? Yao Sueki angrily rebuked He Shiheo. She really lost control of herself just now. It was all because of this guy that she offended the company's boss, and now her future is ruined. Now this guy actually dares to make her stay? What's the point of her staying? She'll just be waiting to be completely blacklisted. That damn bastard. The angrier she got, the more Yao Sueki slapped He Shiheo again. Before He Shiheo could react, Yao Sueki got into the van and drove away quickly with her entourage. Crazy woman. Watching Yao Sueki run away, He Shiheo angrily rebuked her. This crazy woman had actually slapped him twice, and in front of Xiao Ruoshui and Chen Fan no less. He had lost all face. He had hired her to help him confess his feelings, and she actually dared to hit him in the end. No, what did that crazy woman just say? Suddenly, recalling Yao Sueki's words, He Shiheo froze. Chapter 232 He Shiheo, stunned by Chen Fan's identity. The gift Chen Fan prepared for Xiao Ruoshui. What did Yao Sueki just say? Her boss ordered her to leave. How could she not leave? The more He Shiheo thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Where is Yao Sueki's boss? It seems that only Chen Fan ordered Yao Sueki to leave. Chen Fan is Yao Sueki's boss. Upon realizing this, He Shiheo was shocked. At first, he thought Chen Fan was just a pretty boy. After all, he knew or had met most of the powerful young men in Jinling, but none of them were as famous as this guy in front of him. Therefore, He Shiheo dared to be so presumptuous towards Chen Fan, thinking that he was living off Xiao Ruoshui. He never expected that Chen Fan had this identity. While He Shiheo and Yao Sueki were struggling, Chen Fan had already driven the Pagani over. Chen Fan didn't have a car after arriving in Nanjing, so he temporarily used this Pagani as his mode of transportation. After driving over, Chen Fan ran over all the roses He Shiheo had prepared with his car, smashing them to pieces in front of He Shiheo. He Shiheo was immediately heartbroken. Chen Fan got out of the car and looked coldly at He Shiheo. If I were you, I would get out of here right now. Chen Fan also loathed this guy and didn't want him to taint his and Ruoshui's eyes. Humph. Kid, what are you so arrogant about? So what if you're Yao Sueki's boss? My status is far more powerful than yours. He Shiheo's arrogant reply. Their He group is far more powerful than Yao Sueki's Xinjia Film and Television Group. So why would he be afraid of this kid? I'm giving you one last chance. Break up with Ruoshui right now, or I'll make sure you can't stay in Jinling. He Shiheo directly threatened Chen Fan. In Jinling bang. Before He Shiheo could finish speaking, he was kicked to the ground and fell face first into the dirt. Which bastard kicked me? Instantly, He Shiheo flew into a rage. He, the eldest son of the prestigious He group, had been kicked in front of so many people. Where was he supposed to put his face? He Shiheo got up and turned around abruptly. But when he saw the face of the person who had kicked him down, He Shiheo was stunned. His arrogance was immediately extinguished. Young Master Gu, what brings you here? He Shiheo asked with extreme nervousness. As he spoke, He Shiheo took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and respectfully took out one, handing it to the young Master Gu in front of him. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to talk to my boss like that? Bah! Young Master Gu spat. This young Master Gu is none other than Gu Yuanhong, the vice president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, who recently became a devoted fan of Chen Fan and idolized him to the extreme. Oh, young Master Gu, are you the boss? He Shiheo was dumbfounded. To be the boss of the dignified young Master Gu, one must be the eldest son of a top-tier wealthy family in Jinling. Young Master Gu, are you sure this guy is your boss? Pointing at Chen Fan, He Shiheo asked in disbelief. Bang! Seeing this, Gu Yuanhong kicked him again. Who do you think you are, daring to point at my boss like that? Real. This Chen Fan is really young Master Gu's boss. OMG. How could this be? How could this kid be the boss of the dignified young Master Gu Yuanhong? How dare you disrespect our boss? Brothers, beat him to a pulp. Gu Yuanhong gave the order. The next moment, several of his henchmen rushed up, surrounded Hishiheo, and began to beat him mercilessly. Oh, stop hitting him, stop hitting him. Don't hit me in the face. Soon, Hishiheo's screams rang out. At this moment, Hishiheo was filled with deep regret. If he had known that Xia Ruoshue's boyfriend was so powerful and capable, and was also Gu Yuanhong's boss, even if he had a few extra lives, he wouldn't have dared to steal Chun Fan's girlfriend and confess his feelings to Xia Ruoshue. In the blink of an eye, Hishiheo was beaten black and blue, looking extremely disheveled. Boss, hand this guy over to me. I'll make sure you know the price for daring to threaten you. Gu Yuanhong came over and assured him. Gu Yuanhong had come to invite Chun Fan to have dinner together, but he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived, he would see Hishiheo, this little punk, daring to disrespect young Master Chun. Chun Fan nodded. This would save his hands from getting dirty. Chun Fan patted Gu Yuanhong on the shoulder, indicating that he had done a good job. Young Master Chun, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. With a thud, Hishiheo knelt down in front of Chun Fan and kept begging for mercy. I swear, I will never bother you again. No, I mean President Xia. I swear. Hishiheo guarantees this. Chun Fan sneered at his assurance. Make arrangements so that this guy never appears in front of me and Ruoshue again, and that he gets kicked out of Jinling forever. Chun Fan gave orders to Gu Yuanhong. Chun Fan didn't want to run into this disgusting guy again in Jinling. I understand, young Master Chun. Leave it to me, and I'll get him out of Jinling tonight. Gu Yuanhong nodded. Hishiheo does have some connections, but those connections mean nothing to Gu Yuanhong. Upon hearing this, Hishiheo's vision went black, and his face turned deathly pale. After handing Hishiheo over to Gu Yuanhong, Chun Fan took Xia Ruoshue into the car. When Gu Yuanhong saw that Chun Fan was going on a date with Xia Ruoshue, he wisely refrained from inviting him and decided to wait until next time. The two arrived at a top-tier restaurant in Jinling, where Chun Fan took out the gift he had prepared for Xia Ruoshue. Chapter 233 Severing Relationships, Day 47, becoming the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. That was a diamond necklace that Chun Fan had carefully chosen for Xia Ruoshue. It wasn't expensive, only a little over $1 million. So beautiful. Xia Ruoshue was overjoyed to see the gift Chun Fan gave her. Her eyes were shining. This was the first gift Chun Fan had ever given her, and it held immense significance. Ruoshue, let me help you put it on, try it on. Chun Fan spoke. Good. Xia Ruoshue smiled and agreed, her heart beating faster than ever. Chun Fan stood up, came behind Xia Ruoshue, and carefully put the exquisite diamond necklace on her. The exquisite necklace, paired with Xia Ruoshue's snow-white, jade-like skin, was simply perfect. Thanks. Xia Ruoshue especially liked. During the meal, Xia Ruoshue kept thinking about what she should give Chun Fan. Chun Fan gave himself his first gift, so she definitely wanted to give Chun Fan one in return. Since it was the first time Xia Ruoshue had given a gift to a boy, she had no experience and didn't know what to give. Xia Ruoshue pondered what boys liked. It seemed like most of them liked cars or watches. She didn't know much about cars, and she had seen many of Chun Fan's cars before, so that option was temporarily ruled out. As for luxury watches, Xia Ruoshue has some knowledge of them because her father has always been a collector of them. Before she got together with Chun Fan, Xia Ruoshue had noticed that Chun Fan wore a Patek Philippe watch that was a limited edition worldwide. I can't find a more precious watch than the Patek Philippe that Chun Fan is wearing. What gift should I give Chun Fan? For a moment, Xia Ruoshue was at a loss. The car and the watch were out of the question, so what else could it be? Xia Ruoshue kept thinking during the meal. After dinner, Chun Fan wanted to take Xia Ruoshue home, but Xia Ruoshue refused. Xia Ruoshue said she had some things to take care of, and asked Chun Fan to go back first. Seeing this, Chun Fan drove away to the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Jinling. In the afternoon, Chun Fan had already notified the staff of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel to prepare a room for him and to clean it thoroughly. After watching Chun Fan leave, Xia Ruoshue hailed a taxi and headed to a special place. Xia Ruoshue already had an idea of what gift to give Chun Fan, but she didn't want Chun Fan to find out until the gift was ready. Half an hour later, Chun Fan arrived at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Nanjing and, led by staff, entered the presidential suite. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of Nanjing is breathtaking. Chun Fan was very satisfied with this place. Having lived in villas for so long, experiencing this kind of luxury apartment-like residence was quite nice. I've been living here for a while now. While Chun Fan was admiring the night view, in a villa of the Su family in Jinling, Su Yingbo, the direct descendant of the Chun family, whom Chun Fan had met at the airport that morning and Su Juanyao's cousin, was discussing something with several companions. Damn Chun Fan. Su Yingbo couldn't bear the anger he felt this morning. Young Master Su, should we talk to your father? sixth Master Su, and ask him for help? A man nearby offered his suggestion. What are you saying? You think I can't even handle a mere Chen Fan? He is not worthy of me asking my father for help. Su Yingbo sneered. In Jinling, he can handle Chen Fan on his own. Who is our young Master Su? He is a direct descendant of the Su family. Dealing with Chen Fan is a piece of cake for him. It would be easier for young Master Su to deal with Chen Fan than to crush an ant. Exactly. Who does that Chen Fan think he is? The other companions deliberately belittled Chen Fan in order to curry favor with Su Yingbo. Just then, one of Su Yingbo's friends suddenly received a message. Young Master Su, we found out about Chen Fan. This afternoon, Chen Fan challenged Zheng Xingjia, the president of the Feiyu Supercar Association, one of the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling, and won. He is now the new president of the Feiyu Supercar Association. A friend reported this to Su Yingbo. The people nearby were stunned when they heard the news. To be honest, they were shocked by Chen Fan. This guy only arrived in Jinling today. How come he's already the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association? This Chen Fan is quite impressive. Feiyu Supercar Association. That's perfect. I don't know how to deal with Chen Fan, so I'll start with this Feiyu Supercar Association. I'll make Chen Fan regret offending me, Su Yingbo said through gritted teeth. He already had a detailed plan in his mind, and he was determined to make Chen Fan pay. You guys are like this. Su Yingbo made the arrangements. That very night, Su Yingbo's henchmen sprang into action, and a conspiracy against Chen Fan was slowly unfolding. Time passed slowly, and at noon the next day, the system's voice came through. Fight. On the 47th day after severing ties, I was awarded 13 shares of Xinjia Film and Television Group, becoming its second largest shareholder. The system reward has been credited to my account today. With the 12% stake in Xinjia Film and Television Group that Chen Fan had previously acquired, he now holds exactly 25% of the company's shares, making him its second largest shareholder. It's a bit of a pity. I was just a little short of shares, and I could have become the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. After all, the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group only holds 30% of the shares. If Chen Fan wants to build a large-scale operation and earn hundreds of billions, or even trillions, of profits, the first thing he needs to do is to completely take control of Xinjia Film and Television Group. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan went downstairs to have lunch. There's a restaurant in the Ritz-Carlton, Nanjing, but Chen Fan hasn't tried it yet. After lunch, Chen Fan was about to go back when he suddenly received a call from an unknown number, which appeared to be from Jinling. Out of curiosity, Chen Fan answered the phone. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Fan? A voice came from a man in his 40s or 50s. It's me. Chen Fan nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Lu Hantong, the chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group. I just learned that you have become the second largest shareholder of our company. I wonder if you have time to come to the company so we can meet and get to know each other. Lu Hantong is not only the chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group, but also its largest shareholder. As soon as Lu Hantong finished speaking, a mechanical voice rang out. Fight. Task issued. Agree to Lu Hantong's request and visit Xinjia Film and Television Group. Task reward. 8 shares of Xinjia Film Television Group. Task reward. 139 experience points. Upon seeing the system task, a smile immediately appeared on Chen Fan's face. The system is so user-friendly. He was just feeling a little regretful that he was only a little over 5% away from becoming the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Unexpectedly, the system has now sent a new task and directly rewarded me with 8 shares. If he completes this task, Chen Fan will hold 33% of the shares in Xinjia Film and Television Group, instantly surpassing Lu Hantong to become the new largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Okay, see you in an hour. Chen Fan agreed. The headquarters of Xinjia Film and Television Group is in Nanjing, so it would be worthwhile to visit it. Okay, I welcome Mr. Chen with open arms. Lu Hantong welcomed him. After the two parties reached an agreement, Lu Hantong hung up the phone. The moment he hung up the phone, Lu Hantong's face, which had been all smiles, instantly turned gloomy. Their first meeting an hour later is sure to be spectacular, something Chen Fan will never forget. Chapter 234 Giving Chen Fan a hard time, showing off a Patek Philippe watch in front of him. At the agreed time, Chen Fan drove to the building of Xinjia Film and Television Group. After Chen Fan got out of the car, he thought someone would greet him, but he didn't see anyone. Without giving it much thought, Chen Fan walked into Xinjia Film and Television Group, asked the receptionist about the chairman's office, and then took the elevator. Not long after, Chen Fan arrived at the chairman's office of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he was suddenly stopped. Sir, please wait a moment. Do you have an appointment? A young, beautiful woman in a uniform asked, She appeared to be Lu Hantong's secretary. Reserve. I think so. I'm Chen Fan. Chairman Lu invited me here at noon today. Chen Fan spoke. Oh, you are Director Chen? The beautiful secretary was taken aback for a moment, then greeted Chen Fan respectfully. Just as Chen Fan was about to open the door and go in, Lu Hantong's beautiful secretary stopped him again. Excuse me, Director Chen, you'll have to wait a moment. Our general manager Lu is currently discussing matters with a very important person. How long will it take? Chen Fan inquired. It will probably take 1 or 2 hours. The beautiful secretary answered. Chen Fan frowned. This has taken way too long. What arrangements did Lu Hantong make? Click. Just as Chen Fan was about to say something, the office door was suddenly opened from the inside, and a bald man walked out. Who gave you permission to stop Director Chen? As soon as he came out, the bald man started scolding the beautiful secretary. This bald man is none other than Lu Hantong, the chairman and largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Excuse me, Mr. Lu, I saw you were on the phone with Mr. Feng Gaoyan, so? The beautiful secretary said, quite embarrassed. Feng Gaoyan is a well-known and very powerful tycoon in Nanjing. So what? Boss Feng and I are like brothers. Director Chen is here, I'll talk to Boss Feng. How could Boss Feng not understand? Lu Hantong appeared to be reprimanding his beautiful secretary, but his words were actually full of deeper meaning. Chen Fan, who was standing nearby, also realized it. This guy is trying to intimidate me, huh? Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Did they really think he was a complete novice in the business world? Chen Fan just watched Lu Hantong's performance with a cold expression. I'll fine you a month's salary. Lu Hantong reprimanded the perfect female CEO and then invited Chen Fan in. Chen Fan walked into Lu Hantong's office without saying a word. Watching Chen Fan's retreating figure, Lu Hantong gave his beautiful secretary a look, praising her for her good acting. Just as Chen Fan had thought, Lu Hantong wanted to give Chen Fan a warning, to intimidate him, and to let him know about his connections in Jinling. In such a short period of time, Chen Fan acquired so many shares of the company, becoming its second largest shareholder. Lu Hantong felt a deep sense of crisis, which is why he deliberately invited Chen Fan. The whole meeting with Chen Fan thing was just an excuse from Lu Hantong. His real purpose was to warn Chen Fan that Xinjia Film and Television Group belonged to him, and to tell Chen Fan to behave himself and not to try to take over as the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Chen Fan will never get this position. He and his beautiful secretary were just putting on a show. I wonder how it went. Lu Hantong told his beautiful secretary to leave first, and then he followed her into the office. I think Mr. Chen is only about 20 years old. It's amazing that he was able to acquire 25% of the company's shares in such a short period of time. Lu Hantong spoke. Facing Lu Hantong's feigned sincerity, Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Only 25? Sorry, I'll surpass him soon and reach 33. Noticing that Chen Fan's attitude towards him was very cold, and he didn't seem to be afraid of him much, Lu Hantong was somewhat dissatisfied. Did his show of force fail to work? Knowing that he and Feng Gaoyan were brothers, why is Chen Fan still so calm? After chatting for a while, Lu Hantong suddenly noticed that Chen Fan was also wearing a Patek Philippe, and he thought of another way to show off his wealth. Mr. Chen, I recently acquired a luxury watch. Could you give me your opinion? As he spoke, Lu Hantong returned to his desk and took out a gift box from a drawer. Lu Hantong walked over, opened the gift box, and a brand new Patek Philippe came into Chen Fan's view. Mr. Chen, what do you think of my Patek Philippe? I'm showing off, Lu Hantong said boastfully. His Patek Philippe is one of only 25 pieces made worldwide, and its domestic price is as high as 7 million. He also used countless connections to obtain this Patek Philippe. More importantly, even if you have the money now, you might not be able to buy this Patek Philippe. Just when Lu Hantong thought Chen Fan would be amazed that he owned such a precious Patek Philippe, Chen Fan's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. After glancing at Lu Hantong's Patek Philippe, Chen Fan spoke with remarkable calmness. It's alright. Not bad, right? This Patek Philippe is quite rare, isn't it? Upon hearing Chen Fan's evaluation of his Patek Philippe, a limited edition of only 25 pieces worldwide, Lu Hantong could no longer sit still. Mr. Chen, please take a good look. This watch of mine is a Patek Philippe, one of only 25 made worldwide. It features. Lu Hantong explained to Chen Fan how amazing his watch was. After speaking, Lu Hantong looked at Chen Fan with a smug expression, waiting for Chen Fan to shower him with praise and flattery. Chapter 235, a special address. The chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group was shocked by Chen Fan. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. However, almost 2 minutes had passed, and Lu Hantong, who was expecting Chen Fan to praise him, still hadn't heard Chen Fan say a word. Mr. Chen, did you hear my introduction just now? Lu Hantong spoke up, somewhat doubting that Chen Fan had listened to what he had just said. I heard you. You said your Patek Philippe is part of a series, with only 25 pieces made worldwide. What's wrong? Chen Fan asked. Having received a definite answer, Lu Hantong became even more doubtful of life. What was Chen Fan up to? Knowing how amazing his watch is, why is he still unmoved and so calm? Mr. Chen, at this moment, do you still think my watch is just average? Lu Hantong asked the question seriously. Yes, it is indeed very ordinary, very average. Chen Fan nodded and spoke the truth. Seeing this, Lu Hantong became somewhat exasperated. Was Chen Fan genuinely looking down on his Patek Philippe, or was he inwardly shocked, but feigning composure? Lu Hantong thought Chen Fan was the latter. Let Chen Fan just keep pretending. Let's see how I expose him. Mr. Chen is also wearing a Patek Philippe. May I ask which model he is? Lu Hantong asked with a hidden meaning. Mine is a Patek Philippe Master Strings. Chen Fan took a sip of tea and answered casually. Upon noticing the name, Lu Hantong suddenly stood up, looking utterly bewildered. What? Mr. Chen, please say it again, I didn't hear you clearly. Lu Hantong looked at Chen Fan nervously. Mine is the Patek Philippe Master Strings. Chen Fan reluctantly answered again. Is the Patek Philippe Master Strings the one that Patek Philippe released as a limited edition of only 7 pieces worldwide to celebrate its 175th anniversary? Lu Hantong was dumbfounded. Yes, it seems Mr. Lu is quite knowledgeable. Chen Fan nodded. In an instant, Lu Hantong lost his composure. He knew this watch so well because an old friend of his had participated in the auction of another piece of the same watch at a major international auction 3 months earlier. At the time, his old friend had offered a sky-high price of 20 million, but failed. In the end, the Patek Philippe Master Chronograph watch was bought for a terrifying price of 40 million. This watch is almost equivalent to 6 of his watches. At that moment, he understood that Chen Fan's statement that his watch was ordinary was not just a facade, but genuine. Holy crap! Chen Fan is wearing such an awesome watch. Compared to this Patek Philippe Master Chronograph watch, of which only 7 pieces were ever made, my own Patek Philippe looks very ordinary. Lu Hantong felt somewhat ashamed of himself. It took him quite a while to recover. He admitted that Chen Fan's strength was probably greater than he had imagined. But so what? He is determined to firmly hold onto his position as chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group and its largest shareholder. No one can take it away from him. Even if Chen Fan wears a top-tier watch that is one of only 7 in the world, it won't work. Lu Hantong dropped all pretense and went straight to the point. Mr. Chen, you've acquired a quarter of the company's shares in such a short time. That's quite a lot. Shouldn't you stop now? Stop. Chen Fan shook his head. His idea of creating a top-tier, entirely new fantasy world requires a film and television company as a foundation. He has just acquired a quarter of the shares of Xinjia Film and Television Group, and he's only just begun. At the very least, acquiring half of Xinjia Film and Television Group's shares would be more like it. Lu Hantong's face twitched when Chen Fan rejected him without hesitation. Mr. Chen, I've been the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group for a long time now, and what you're doing isn't appropriate. Moreover, Mr. Feng Gaoyuan also supports my decision to continue in this position. Lu Hantong used his friend, Feng Gaoyuan, a wealthy man from Jinling, to threaten Chen Fan. Is that so? Let him support it. What does it have to do with me? Chen Fan said he didn't care. What did it have to do with him? This Feng Gaoyuan wasn't a shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. He could support whoever he wanted. It was useless anyway. Seeing that Chen Fan was unmoved and even disregarded the dignified Feng Gaoyuan, Boss Feng, Lu Hantong was furious. It seems that talking about it won't work. I need to let Boss Feng Gaoyuan talk to this kid in person and let Chen Fan know what it means to be outdone by others and to not think that he's so great just because he's wearing one of the 7 limited edition Patek Philippe watches in the world. This is Jinling, a place teeming with powerful figures. There are many big shots here that Chen Fan can't afford to offend. Just as Lu Hantong was about to contact Feng Gaoyuan, Chen Fan's phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan answered the phone with surprise. A strange man's voice came through the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Du Jinyu's father, Du Weian. The man introduced himself as soon as he arrived. Oh, it's Boss Du. Chen Fan suddenly realized. Boss Du? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Hantong, who was standing next to him, was taken aback, and a figure with an imposing presence suddenly appeared in his mind. No way. Could the call Chen Fan received be from the wealthy man he was imagining? No. Lu Hantong shook his head, thinking he was overthinking things. How could Chen Fan possibly know that wealthy man, Du? Mr. Chen, I heard from my son that you have come to Nanjing. I wonder if you have time to visit my home this afternoon. Du Weian extended an invitation. I have time. Chen Fan agreed. He had promised Du Weian that if he came to Jinling, He would visit Du Weion's home when Du Weion put pressure on him. Now that Du Weion had said it again, Chun Fan naturally couldn't refuse. Mr. Chun, my home is at number 12, Linxiang Mountain Villa. I've been home all day today. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Du Weion read out the address. Number 12, Linxiang Mountain Villa. Okay, I've got it. I'll visit Boss Du after I finish what I'm doing. Chun Fan repeated himself, responding politely. Villa number 12, Linxiang Mountain Villa? Upon hearing this address, Lu Hantong, who was standing next to him, was utterly astonished. Chapter 236 Meeting with a wealthy man from Jinling, who wants to introduce Chun Fan to an important figure. If he remembered correctly, the wealthy Du Weion also lived in Linxiang Mountain Villa, one of the top 10 villa districts in Jinling. The person Chun Fan was chatting with was indeed that wealthy Mr. Du, and he even took the initiative to invite Chun Fan to his home as a guest. Lu Hantong could hardly believe it. He had just been trying to intimidate Chun Fan by using Feng Gaoyan's name. But who would have thought that Chun Fan actually knew Du Weion? Now, his idea of using Feng Gaoyan to scare Chun Fan had fallen apart. In Nanjing, Du Weion held a slightly higher position than Feng Gaoyan. In an instant, Lu Hantong was helpless. After Chun Fan finished talking with Du Weion, he looked at Lu Hantong. Chairman Lu, is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving now. Chun Fan spoke coldly, clearly having a very poor impression of Lu Hantong. At first, Lu Hantong invited him, and he thought it was out of sincerity. Now it seems that this guy just came to intimidate him and secure his position as the largest shareholder and chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Something's wrong. Lu Hantong gritted his teeth and made a harsh statement. Mr. Chun, I'm determined to take your position as the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. No matter what means you use, you can't take it away from me. The position of the largest shareholder and chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group is Lu Hantong's exclusive domain, and he will absolutely not allow anyone else to touch it. No matter how strong Chun Fan's power and connections are, he will not admit defeat. Moreover, having worked at Xinjia Film and Television Group for so many years, Lu Hantong was quite confident that he could defeat Chun Fan. If you really want to compete with me for this position, you will definitely be the one who loses in the end. However, before Lu Hantong could finish speaking, the system's voice rang out. Fight. Accept Lu Hantong's request and visit Xinjia Film and Television Group. Mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring 8% of the shares in Xinjia Film Television Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in the hotel study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 139 experience points. Having completed his mission, Chun Fan successfully acquired 8% of the shares in Xinjia Film and Television Group. With these 8 shares, Chun Fan now holds 33% of Xinjia Film and Television Group shares, surpassing Lu Hantong, who only owns 30%, and becoming the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Chun Fan, I'm warning you, competing with me for the position of the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group will not do you any good. You can't beat me. Looking at Lu Hantong, who was still rambling on, Chun Fan smiled slightly and slowly said, Chairman Lu, I regret to inform you that I have won. Just now, I acquired 8% of the shares of Xinjia Film and Television Group, surpassing you to become the new largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Chun Fan leaned back on the sofa, looking at Lu Hantong, who had been so arrogant just moments before, with amusement. What did you say? You've acquired another 8% of the group's shares? I don't believe it. How could you acquire so many shares of the company so quickly? Lu Hantong shook his head violently. You must be lying to me. You're lying to me. Lu Hantong went somewhat mad. Chun Fan ignored the guy and got up. Chairman Lu, cherish these last few days as chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group. When I have time, I will convene a board meeting, and the chairman's position will be mine. After saying something domineering to Lu Hantong, Chun Fan left with a flourish. No, it's not true. It can't be true. Chun Fan only acquired 13% of the company's shares. How could he have acquired 8% of the company's shares on the same day? Lu Hantong muttered to himself, lost in thought. Ding dong. A few minutes later, Lu Hantong suddenly received a message from one of the company's directors. Mr. Lu, I have sold my shares in the group and have no further connection with Xinjia Film and Television Group. Shares. Lu Hantong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chun Fan wasn't just bluffing. He really did acquire another 80% of the group's shares. He really surpassed me and became the group's largest shareholder. Why did you sell your company's shares? Why? And even if you're going to sell them, why can't you sell them to me? Lu Hantong was so angry that he was trembling all over. He typed a series of words and sent a message to the former company director to question him. But after he sent the message, a red notification appeared on his phone. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their contact. The former director of that company clearly guessed that Lu Hantong would reprimand him, so after sending the message, he immediately deleted Lu Hantong's WeChat account. Upon seeing this, Lu Hantong was completely enraged. Bang! Click! Soon, the sound of things being smashed came from Lu Hantong's office. Meanwhile, Chun Fan returned to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and took 2 bottles of Romani Conti red wine worth hundreds of thousands of yuan from the hotel restaurant. After all, I'm visiting someone's home, and they helped me last time, so it wouldn't be right to come empty-handed. Of course, it doesn't need to be an expensive gift. These 2 bottles of red wine are just right and not too pricey. An hour and a half later, Chun Fan arrived at Du Weian's villa. Ding dong. Chun Fan rang the doorbell. Soon, a man with a strong air of authority came over and opened the door for Chun Fan. You must be Mr. Chun. My name is Du Weian. Welcome to my humble abode. Du Weian personally welcomed Chun Fan in with extremely polite manners, a stark contrast to his previous behavior towards Lu Hantong. Mr. Chin's presence here is already an honor for our family. Why did you bring a gift? You're too kind. Du Weian felt a little embarrassed when he saw the gifts Chun Fan brought. Thank you very much, Mr. Du, for last time. Chun Fan spoke politely. Mr. Chun, I also have some good stuff here. When you leave, please take some with you. Du Weian returned the gift. After sitting in the villa for a while, Du Weian received a message. After reading it, Du Weian said to Chun Fan, Mr. Chun, let's go play a round of golf later. There's a game going on there. A very important person is coming to this meeting. I will introduce him to Mr. Chun. Before Chun Fan could speak, Du Weian mysteriously pulled Chun Fan into the car, and they headed straight for the Jinling International Golf Course. Chapter 237 An exceptionally special important figure in Jinling. Flattery or a test? When Chun Fan and Du Weian arrived at the Jinling International Golf Club, several wealthy people from Jinling were already waiting there. They shared the same idea as Du Weian. They had heard that the important figure was coming here and came specifically to make an appearance. When they saw Chun Fan and Du Weian arrive, they simply nodded slightly. These people subconsciously assumed that Chun Fan was Du Weian's junior, so they didn't take Chun Fan seriously. Du Weian was too lazy to explain to them. The most important thing now was to wait for that important person to arrive. After waiting for quite a while, the important figure still hadn't arrived, and everyone was getting a little anxious. Chun Fan was dragged here by Du Weian. He had no idea who that important person was, so he wondered what the point of waiting was and decided to leave. But just as Chun Fan had this idea, the system's voice came through. Bite. Mission issued. Wait a little longer, befriend that important figure, expand your network of connections in Jinling, and prepare to bring down the Su family of Jinling. Task reward. 6 shares of Ronca Group. Task reward. 147 experience points. Upon seeing the system's task, Chun Fan instantly lost all desire to leave. This time, the system rewarded me with 6 shares of Ronca Group. Ronca Group has a market value of about 80 billion, so 6 shares are worth a full 4.8 billion. Don't tell me to wait a while. It's okay to wait even longer. More importantly, Chun Fan already owns 24% of Ronca Group's shares. If he adds 6 more, he will have a total of 30% of Ronca Group's shares. He only needs 3 more shares to become the largest shareholder of Ronca Group. Moreover, befriending that important figure would expand his network of contacts, preparing him for dealing with the Su family of Jinling in the future. For Chun Fan, it was a win-win situation. Chun Fan had even less reason to leave. Mr. Du, who is this important person you're talking about? Chun Fan asked Du Weian, who was standing next to him, with great curiosity. The fact that Du Weian and so many other wealthy people from Nanjing could wait here without a single complaint shows that this important figure is no ordinary person. Mr. Chun, that important figure is a powerful figure in the underground world of Jinling, with an extremely special background. More importantly, that big shot is about the same age as President Chun, so you might even become good friends. Du Weian explained that, after all, the youngest of them was almost 40 years old, and some of the older ones were even close to 70. They were definitely not as good as Chun Fan, since the younger generation would certainly have more topics to discuss. As for the specific name of that important figure, Du Weian still did not say. Is he also a young person? Chun Fan was even more puzzled. Who exactly was this guy? After a while, seeing that the important person still hadn't arrived, someone suggested that they could play golf for a while waiting for the important person to arrive. Agree. That's a good idea. They were getting bored while waiting, and it would be good to have something to do, so they all agreed. The group went outside and started playing golf, but after playing for a long time, no one managed to score. Mr. Chun, why don't you give it a try? Noticing Chun Fan looking at his phone, Du Weian made a suggestion. Chun Fan thought for a moment and nodded. You can give it a try. He'd been staring at his phone for a while, and his eyes were starting to hurt, so he decided to stretch them out. Thinking it over, Chun Fan casually picked up a golf club and walked forward. Chun Fan aimed at the hole in the distance and swung his golf club decisively. In an instant, the golf ball in front of Chun Fan formed a parabola in midair before finally falling and slowly entering the hole. Hole in one. Seeing this, the wealthy people who had been trying to score for a long time without success were all stunned, and the scene fell into absolute silence. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a series of crisp claps rang out. Chun Fan turned his head in surprise and saw a beautiful woman in a black dress with bright red lips clapping in the distance. This alluring woman exudes an immense aura. Standing there, she resembles a queen. Chun Fan was unfazed by the woman's appearance, but the faces of the wealthy men from Jinling standing next to him changed drastically. Under Chun Fan's puzzled gaze, these usually powerful and aloof tycoons walked over with utmost humility, vying to greet the charming woman. "Welcome, Boss Bai." "Hello, Boss Bai." Hearing what these people were saying, Chun Fan was dumbfounded. Is the powerful figure Du Weian mentioned, the big shot in Jinling, the same alluring woman with fiery red lips standing before him? Is this some kind of joke? "Boss Chun, let me introduce you. This is Bai Luoshun, Boss Bai, a heroine of Jinling." Du Weian introduced it to Chun Fan. "Boss Bai, this Mr. Chun is Bai." After introducing Chun Fan to the woman, Du Weian then introduced Chun Fan to her. But before Du Weian could finish speaking, Bai Luoshun suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Chun is a very good golfer." So? Chun Fan spoke modestly. He had previously acquired top-tier golf skills, and his intermediate Lucky Star card was still active, making it difficult for Chun Fan not to score in one shot. "Mr. Chun, you're too kind." After saying that, Bai Luoshun gave Chun Fan a meaningful look, then turned around and poured herself a cup of tea. Just when everyone thought Bai Luoshun was going to drink it herself, she took the teacup and walked towards Chun Fan. "Mr. Chun, you've had a long day. Please have a cup of tea." As she spoke, Bai Luoshun handed the teacup to Chun Fan. In an instant, everyone present held their breath, their mouths agape. What's going on? Despite her alluring appearance, Bai Luoshun is extremely aloof and arrogant. But why is she now proactively pouring tea for Chun Fan and even handing it to him? Something's not right. It seems that Boss Bai thinks highly of this Chun Fan. Apart from being young, Chun Fan doesn't seem to have any special abilities. Not only them, but even Du Weian was dumbfounded. Something's not right. Could it be that Mr. Chun and Boss Bai knew each other before? Otherwise, given Boss Bai's aloof personality, why would he take the initiative to pour tea for Mr. Chun? He previously thought that since Mr. Chun and Boss Bai were both young people, they should be able to chat for a while, and Mr. Chun could become familiar to Boss Bai and leave a good impression. But now, why is Boss Bai personally pouring tea for Mr. Chun? Even Chun Fan was taken aback. Although he didn't know what the other party's purpose was, the other party had been so polite in pouring him tea, so how could he refuse? Thinking it over, Chun Fan reached out to take the teacup. But the moment he touched the teacup, Chun Fan immediately understood. Bai Luoshun's offer to pour him tea wasn't a gesture of flattery at all. It was clearly a test. Chapter 238 Chun Fan's identity as the Patek Philippe owner is revealed, the importance that a prominent figure in Jinling attaches to Chun Fan. Just now, Chun Fan didn't take the teacup from Bai Luoshun's hand at the first moment. Bai Luoshun was gripping the teacup very tightly. It's important to know that Chun Fan obtained top-tier fighting skills and had his strength amplified from the system. Moreover, it was a boy. Heaven had an advantage in terms of strength, but it didn't manage to take it from Bai Luoshun immediately. In an instant, Chun Fan was certain that Bai Luoshun was a master. No wonder she, a mere woman, could become one of the big shots in Jinling. She's a true master. Knowing this, Chun Fan immediately understood why Bai Luoshun had poured him tea and even handed it to him. She wanted to take advantage of the moment she served the tea to test her skills. Having realized this, Chun Fan became serious. He hadn't paid attention before, and therefore hadn't been able to successfully snatch the tea. But once he got serious, things changed. Just as Chun Fan had guessed, Bai Luoshun lowered herself to pour tea for Chun Fan for the first time, and there was no other reason. She had just arrived and noticed Chun Fan's body movements while playing golf. She strongly suspected that Chun Fan was a trained athlete and a master. But since it was their first meeting, she didn't want to ask directly, so she thought of using a teacup to test the waters. Mr. Chun seems a bit weak. Is he lacking strength? Seeing that Chun Fan did not snatch the teacup from her hand the first time, Bai Luoshun spoke meaningfully. Is that so? Chun Fan replied calmly, then exerted force instantly. In an instant, Bai Luoshun sensed that something was wrong. Before Bai Luoshun could react, the teacup was already in Chun Fan's hand. Whether he is serious or not is a different matter. In the first round, Bai Luoshun lost. President Chun is indeed impressive, Bai Luoshun said with emotion. At this moment, she was 100% certain that Chun Fan was a trained martial artist and a master whose skills were no less than her own. Having confirmed this, Bai Luotian not only did not relax, but became even more nervous. Bai Luotian became vigilant, even ready to make a move at any moment. To rise to the position of a powerful figure in Jinling despite being a woman, Bai Luotian is no ordinary socialite or pretty face. A martial arts expert suddenly appeared in this situation, and he was a complete stranger whose identity was unknown. She couldn't help but suspect Chun Fan. After all, their status as underground bosses meant they had made too many enemies. Sometimes, when their enemies were desperate, they would hire someone to assassinate her. Unaware of the confrontation between Chun Fan and Bai Luotian, the onlookers thought Chun Fan was chatting and laughing with Bai Luotian. Who is this guy? Why do you think you can win Boss Bai's favor? Exactly, what's his identity? Some people were dissatisfied. Hearing their discussion, Du Weian sneered, looked at Bai Luotian, and said loudly, Mr. Bai, I didn't explain clearly just now. Let me explain again. Mr. Chun is the largest shareholder and president of the Patek Philippe Group. Upon hearing this, the scene fell into an eerie silence once again. Everyone stared in disbelief at Chun Fan, Patek Philippe's largest shareholder and president. Wow, so this seemingly ordinary guy actually has such an impressive background. Awesome. Hello, Mr. Chun. Good morning, President Chun. I am the chairman of Jinling Longxiang Group. President Chun. Those wealthy people from Jinling who had looked down on Chun Fan just moments before, all flocked over after learning of his identity, fawning over him and handing him their business cards. Only then did Bai Luotian completely relax. After all, the owner of Patek Philippe is unlikely to be an assassin or anything like that. However, despite feeling relaxed, Bai Luotian was also deeply impressed by Chun Fan. Not only is he the owner of Patek Philippe, but he's also incredibly skilled. This Mr. Chun is definitely a remarkable person. Instantly, Bai Luotian began to take Chun Fan seriously. Chun Fan received many business cards and also gave out quite a few of his own. However, my business card is a bit outdated now, so I need to update the information on it. President Chun, this is my business card. Would it be convenient for me to have your business card? Even Bai Luotian smiled and came over to exchange business cards, expressing goodwill towards Chun Fan. Even Bai Luotian valued Chun Fan highly. After all, Chun Fan was currently in Jinling. Chun Fan nodded and exchanged business cards with Bai Luotian. The system's voice came the instant the business card was exchanged. Bite. Wait a little longer, befriend that important figure, expand your network of connections in Jinling, and prepare to bring down the Su family of Jinling. Mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring 6 shares of Ronca Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your hotel study room. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 147 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chun Fan acquired 6% of Ronca Group shares, easily increasing his net worth by 4.8 billion. At this point, Chun Fan already owned 6% of the shares in Ronca Group. In addition, he also befriended Bai Luotian, a special bigwig in Jinling, as well as other wealthy people in Jinling, expanding his network of connections in Jinling. After exchanging business cards with Chun Fan, Bai Luotian politely chatted with him for a few more minutes before leaving to talk to other people, deliberately keeping her distance from Chun Fan. Since they had just met, Bai Luotian didn't know whether Chun Fan was a person or even whether he was a friend or foe. Boss Chun, it seems that Boss Bai values you a lot. Du Weian couldn't help but say. She is also quite remarkable. Chun Fan couldn't help but speak up. If he hadn't amplified his power again, he might not have been able to snatch the teacup from Bai Luotian's hand. Her skills are second only to Chun Fan's. Bai Luotian is a woman, and so young, yet she possesses such remarkable skills. Impressive. That is. Du Weian agreed, saying that in Nanjing, mentioning Bai Luotian's name was enough to frighten many people. While Chun Fan was at the golf course, a special guest visited Su Yingbua's villa in Jinling. This guest was none other than Su Yingbua's key accomplice in later dealings with Chun Fan. Chapter 239 Severing Relationships, Day 48. Reward 100% ownership of Koenigsegg Corporation. This guest was none other than Zheng Xingjie, the former president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, who had been defeated by Chun Fan. Su Yingbua wanted to deal with Chun Fan, so he planned to start with the Feiyu Supercar Association. Therefore, he colluded with Zheng Xingjie. With Zheng Xingjie's help, Su Yingbua, who was originally only 90% confident, immediately felt 100% confident that he could easily control Chun Fan. Hello, Mr. Su. Upon entering, Zheng Xingjie greeted Su Yingbua with utmost respect. Su Yingbua's background and strength completely overwhelmed Zheng Xingjie. If I help you and let you challenge Chun Fan again, could you take the Flying Feather Supercar Association from his hands? Su Yingbua asked, If we could directly take the position of president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association from Chen Fan, that would be the best. Chen Fan had just become the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, but before he could even settle into his position, he was gone. He must be furious. Just thinking about that scene made Su Yingbo feel incredibly satisfied. Cannot. Zheng Xingjie lowered his head. Although he really wanted to say yes, he couldn't because of Chen Fan's driving skills. If we want to defeat him, we can only invite the top racing driver in the country, who must be ranked at least in the top 20, no, in the top 10. Zheng Xingjie thought for a moment and then offered his suggestion. Are you suggesting we invite one of the top 10 racing drivers in the country? Drivers of this caliber are hard to find, and they cost a lot of money. Money isn't the problem. The problem is that Su Yingbo doesn't have the connections in that area. If they were to actually hire such a top-tier racer, it would take at least a few days to get everything settled. Su Yingbo couldn't wait that long. He didn't want Chen Fan to have an easy time even for a day. If it weren't for the late hour, he would have acted today and made Chen Fan sleepless all night. You piece of trash. Su Yingbo cursed. Since the best option is not feasible, we can only choose the middle option. Su Yingbo spoke up, outlining 3 strategies for dealing with Chen Fan. The best, the middle, and the worst. Now that the best strategy was not working, they could only use the middle strategy. I'll contact someone right away, and we'll coordinate with you tomorrow at noon. Su Yingbo gave the order. Go back and make arrangements immediately, and try to make the performance more convincing tomorrow. Zheng Xingjie nodded. With Su Yingbo's help, he knew this was the moment when he had the best chance to reclaim the position of president of the Feiyu Supercar Association. Afterwards, the two began to discuss the details of the conspiracy for tomorrow. On the other side, at the international golf course, Bai Luotian stayed for a short while before preparing to leave. She only came by today because she was passing through and was just giving these wealthy people from Nanjing face. It was only because there were so many of them that she didn't come. If it were just one person or a few people inviting her, she wouldn't have even come. However, before leaving, Bai Luotian looked at Chen Fan. To be fair, Bai Luotian initially only planned to stay here for 3 or 4 minutes before leaving, but she has now stayed for nearly 20 minutes, naturally because of Chen Fan. Chen Fan's identity as the owner of Patek Philippe and his formidable skills were enough to catch Bai Luotian's attention. Before leaving, Bai Luotian deliberately walked towards Chen Fan and asked with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chen likes to drink tea? I enjoy drinking tea. Chen Fan nodded. I've recently been learning the art of tea. I'd like to invite Mr. Chen over for tea the day after tomorrow afternoon. I hope Mr. Chen will do me the honor. Bai Luotian extended an invitation. Upon hearing Bai Luotian's words, everyone present was stunned once again. Wow, this is the first time they've ever seen the dignified boss take the initiative to invite someone over for tea. However, considering Chen Fan's status as the owner of Patek Philippe, they found it reasonable. What they didn't know was that Chen Fan, besides having a powerful background, was also a master himself. We'll see how it goes. Chen Fan gave a polite response, neither agreeing nor refusing directly. Bai Luotian did not continue speaking and turned to leave. Take care, Mr. Bai. Respectfully bidding farewell to Boss Bai. The wealthy people present still seized this last opportunity to curry favor with Bai Luotian. Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. When I was at my house earlier, didn't I mention that I had something good that I wanted you to take with you when you left? What I'm talking about are several top-quality teas. Du Weian spoke up, saying that the tea he had was top-grade tea, costing hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan per kilogram. In ancient times, this tea was a tribute item. When I get back, I'll give Mr. Chen some extra. You can take them with you when you go to Boss Bai's place for tea. We'll see. When Chen Fan asked whether he should visit Bai Luotian, he hadn't decided yet. Bai Luotian is a dangerous woman. With Bai Luotian gone, the gathering naturally ended, and everyone left. Chen Fan rode back in Du Weian's car, which was still parked in front of his villa. Upon returning home, Du Weian, eager to curry favor with Chen Fan, generously gave him a large quantity of his treasured premium Wui Mountain De Hong Pao tea, premium Golden Melon Tribute tea, and top-grade Taiping Hokue tea. The gifts Chen Fan brought were only worth a few $100,000, while the tea that Du Weian prepared for Chen Fan was conservatively estimated to be worth over $2 million. Time flies, a new day begins, and the system's rewards arrive on time. Bite. On the 48th day of severing ties, you are awarded 100% ownership of Koenigsegg Corporation, becoming its sole owner. Within 48 hours, the former owner of Koenigsegg Corporation will contact you to complete the handover. Please keep your phone accessible. Ownership of 100%. Looking at the system's rewards, Chen Fan could hardly believe his eyes. This time, the system actually gifted me Koenigsegg, one of the world's top-ranked supercar brands, and a 100 at that. Chen Fan instantly became excited. Thinking about it, Chun Fan went online to investigate Koenigsegg. After learning about Koenigsegg's situation, Chun Fan became serious. Koenigsegg's current market value is over 5 billion, far less than that of large conglomerates like BMW and Mercedes-Benz, which have market values of hundreds of billions. Chun Fan was somewhat surprised. Koenigsegg's brand is incredibly powerful, capable of outperforming countless other car companies, yet its market value is relatively modest. A Koenigsegg is worth at least 8 figures, so why is its market value only a few hundred million? However, after reading the information online, Chun Fan immediately understood. Koenigsegg, as a world-class supercar brand, has a very high price tag, but its sales are only average. The total sales volume of a single model worldwide is probably only a few hundred units, which is probably less than the sales volume of BMW and Mercedes-Benz in a single city in a day. More importantly, Koenigsegg spends over $1 billion developing a single car node, US dollars. As a result, Koenigsegg often ran into financial difficulties, and over time, the company's market value reached over 5 billion. Don't think that Koenigsegg is the only one in this situation. Other top supercar brands like Bugatti are in similar or even worse situations. For example, Bugatti's market value is only 4 billion. Chun Fan felt a little regretful, but despite the regret, he was still very excited. After all, he acquired ownership of the prestigious Koenigsegg 100, becoming its sole owner. This is the first world-class brand that Chun Fan owns. For example, Chun Fan currently only owns 65% of Patek Philippe's shares. If Chun Fan can find a way to resolve Koenigsegg's predicament, Koenigsegg's future prospects will be limitless, and its market value will skyrocket. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. Just as Chun Fan was still researching Koenigsegg, he suddenly received a call from the Feiyu Supercar Association. Chun Fan answered the call, and a hurried voice immediately came from the other end. President, something terrible has happened. Something's happened to the association. Chapter 240 The Crisis of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, Su Ingwa's plot in action. Chun Fan's gaze sharpened. Don't panic, tell me what happened first. That's right, President. Just now, Wei Xinrong suddenly brought over 100 of his men and surrounded our association's headquarters. How could they not panic when surrounded by so many thugs? Wait, who is Wei Xinrong? Chun Fan asked, puzzled. Oh, by the way, the president hasn't been in Jinling for very long, has he? The person opposite suddenly had an idea and immediately began to introduce it to Chun Fan. Wei Xinrong is a big shot in Jinling, but he's just average in terms of strength, even one of the weakest. The problem is that Wei Xinrong has a very fiery temper, is completely unreasonable, and doesn't consider the consequences of his actions. Did the association have any prior conflicts with him? Chun Fan was even more puzzled. What kind of huge conflict would lead someone to do this? No, Wei Xinrong came here this time to force us to hand over Miao Feifei. He said that Miao Feifei deceived his feelings and he wants to take revenge on Miao Feifei. The members of the Feiyu Supercar Association gave a helpless reply. Miao Feifei is one of the few female members in their association. Compared to the other members, Miao Feifei's family background is relatively ordinary, with only tens of millions in assets. However, Miao Feifei is very beautiful and sweet, and has many suitors. Wei Xinrong threatened that if we didn't hand over Miao Feifei, they would smash up the association. The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association immediately wanted to talk to Wei Xinrong, and were even willing to pool their money to get him to leave, but Wei Xinrong just wouldn't listen, and they couldn't do anything about it. Besides, these grown men couldn't possibly hand Miao Feifei over to Wei Xinrong and push her into a pit of fire. For a time, the situation reached a stalemate. President, things are getting out of hand. Why don't you take over? The Feiyu Supercar Association made the suggestion. Okay, I'll head over right now. Chun Fan agreed. As the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, he would definitely have to step in when something like this happened. People's hearts are the most important. 20 minutes later, Chun Fan drove to the front of the Feiyu Supercar Association and saw that there were layers upon layers of thugs surrounding the front gate of the Feiyu Supercar Association. On the other side, standing on the second floor of the association, Zheng Xingjia smiled mysteriously. He had been waiting for so long, and Chun Fan had finally arrived. Wei Xinrong, the troublemaker outside, was hired by Su Ingbo to deliberately cause trouble and embarrass Chun Fan. Because Su Ingbo was backing Wei Xinrong up, Wei Xinrong was so arrogant and didn't take these young masters from the Feiyu Supercar Association seriously. What Wei Xinrong wanted to do was to humiliate Chun Fan severely after Chun Fan arrived, forcing Chun Fan to have no other choice but to hand over Miao Feifei, so that Chun Fan would completely lose the support of the Feiyu Supercar Association and lose face. At a crucial moment, Zheng Xingjie reappeared, and with a few words, he made Wei Xinrong bow his head, save Miao Feifei, and won people's hearts. Su Yingbo was certain that Chun Fan, who had just arrived in Jinling, certainly did not have the means or the connections to deal with Wei Xinrong. At that time, Chun Fan will lose the support of the people and will be nothing more than a figurehead in the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Whether he is the president or not will be irrelevant. The Flying Feather Supercar Association will be under Zheng Xingjia's control. President. The president is here. The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association were overjoyed to see Chun Fan arrive. He was their last hope. Hearing these comments, Wei Xinrong turned his head and saw Chun Fan walking towards them. A triumphant smile flashed across Wei Xinrong's face. The protagonist had arrived, and the real show was about to begin. Are you the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association? I'm giving you 3 minutes to hand over Miao Feifei obediently, or you'll be in big trouble. Wei Xinrong threatened Chun Fan. Hell, what a boastful tone. Chun Fan spoke in a cold voice. After saying that, Chun Fan ignored him and walked straight toward the gate of the Feiyu Supercar Association, with Wei Xinrong's men making way for him. After Chun Fan went inside, he immediately found Miao Feifei and asked her about the situation. At this moment, Miao Feifei was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body trembled. Don't panic, what happened? Chun Fan inquired. Miao Feifei told Chun Fan what had happened yesterday. Last night, she was having dinner with her best friend at a restaurant in Nanjing when she ran into Wei Xinrong. Wei Xinrong suddenly came up and started harassing her. She didn't know Wei Xinrong, so Miao Feifei gave him a good scolding and then left. She thought the matter was over, but she didn't expect Wei Xinrong to come looking for her with his men today. She was even more frightened after learning Wei Xinrong's identity. Damn Wei Xinrong. How awful. Is this what you call a conflict of interest? Wei Xinrong is shameless. After hearing Miao Feifei's story, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch you. Chun Fan spoke even more domineeringly. Chun Fan understood that as the new president of the Feiyu Supercar Association, he had to stand up and stabilize the people's hearts at this time. Sure enough, after hearing what Chun Fan said, many members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association admired him greatly, and Chun Fan's influence in the Flying Feather Supercar Association rapidly increased. The president is a real man. Let's go and meet that Wei Xinrong. Chun Fan led his men out and confronted Wei Xinrong head-on. Zheng Xingjie stood upstairs, watching the show. What? 5 minutes have passed, and you still haven't brought the person out. Wei Xinrong's arrogant threats. If you don't hand over Miao Feifei, I'll not only smash up the Flying Feather Supercar Association, I'll beat you up too. Chapter 241 Temporary Mission Issued. Chun Fan is Boss Bai's friend? With Su Yingbo, the young master, backing him up, Wei Xinrong doesn't take anyone here seriously. Just as Wei Xinrong finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly came through. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Fulfill your responsibilities as president. Protect the female members of your association. Teach Wei Xinrong a lesson, and show him the consequences of being arrogant in front of you. Task reward. 10% of Xinjia Film Television Group shares. Task reward. 141 experience points. Looking at the system's task, Chun Fan instantly understood what to do. Once this task is completed, Chun Fan will have 43% of the shares in Xinjia Film and Television Group. He is just one step away from completely taking control of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Once Chun Fan gains control of Xinjia Film and Television Group, his plan to build a massive operation and achieve profits of hundreds of billions will have completed its first step. Goodness, you're way too arrogant. That's right, we have dozens of people here too. If a fight breaks out, you won't gain much of an advantage. Who's afraid of who? The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association behind Chun Fan were all excited, because Chun Fan's words had inspired them to fight. Hee, I'm really scared. Wei Xinrong gave a disdainful snort. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Xinrong clapped his hands. In an instant, nearly 100 thugs rushed out of the black convoy that had been parked on the side of the road. Now, Wei Xinrong's side has a full 200 people, and they are all professional thugs, enough to crush the Feiyu Supercar Association. What? You're still so arrogant. You want to fight us? Wei Xinrong asked arrogantly. Instantly, the members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association deflated. They could hold their own against 2 opponents, but now, on average, they're fighting 4 against 1. How could they possibly win? The Feiyu Supercar Association's morale has dropped to its lowest point, and the situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for the Feiyu Supercar Association. How could Chun Fan possibly win against young Master Su? Zheng Xingjie stood on the second floor with his arms crossed, looking as if he had everything under control. Chun Fan, make a decision. Once the fight starts, it will be too late for you to regret it. Wei Xinrong took a step forward, pressing Chun Fan. Chun Fan also took a step forward, getting closer to Wei Xinrong. This time, Chun Fan did not bring any bodyguards from the Nine Heavens security group from Nanjing, but he already had a solution. Although Wei Xinrong's side seemed to have a large number of people, they were just a rabble. Chun Fan didn't need to deal with them at all. He only needed to take down Wei Xinrong, and those people wouldn't dare to make any rash moves. With less than 5 meters between Chun Fan and Wei Xinrong, Chun Fan could easily take him down with a wave of his hand. With Wei Xinrong under control, all problems were easily solved. Seeing that Chun Fan did not speak, Wei Xinrong waved his hand. Hand over the person. Hand over the person. Hand over the person. Wei Xinrong's henchmen shouted loudly. Their momentum was magnificent, and their voices were deafening. The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association were even more frightened by this momentum, and they involuntarily took a few steps back. Chun Fan, my patience is limited. I'll count to 3, and if you don't hand over the person by then, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Wei Xinrong arrogantly threatened Chun Fan. 3. Wei Xinrong started counting down, thinking that Chun Fan would obediently hand over Miao Feifei before he even reached 1. When the time comes, Zheng Xingjie will come out, and he will cooperate with the performance for a bit, and the matter will be resolved. Then he can go back and ask young Master Su for a reward. Upstairs, Zheng Xingjie turned around and walked outside. He felt that Chun Fan would definitely not be able to withstand Wei Xinrong's threat, and that Chun Fan would soon be embarrassed. He couldn't help but stand aside and enjoy the scene. 2. Chun Fan was ready to take action and capture Wei Xinrong. Just as Wei Xinrong was about to shout, 1, a red Ferrari suddenly rushed towards the crowd. Everyone quickly dodged, and the Ferrari finally stopped a short distance away. Everyone looked curiously at the sports car. Under their watchful eyes, a glamorous woman in her 30s stepped out of the sports car. After seeing the face of this charming young woman clearly, Wei Xinrong's expression changed drastically. Little Wei, I didn't realize you were so arrogant. As soon as she got out of the car, the glamorous young woman gave a pointed, sarcastic remark. Little Wei. Hearing the way this charming young woman addressed Wei Xinrong, everyone present was shocked. They must have heard correctly. The dignified Wei Xinrong, the big boss, was being called Little Wei. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are, little wench, daring to call us old folks that? One of Wei Xinrong's trusted confidants was furious and directly rebuked the charming young woman. Before he could even utter the word boss, Wei Xinrong kicked him away. Get lost. How dare you speak to our sister Rong like that? Wei Xinrong angrily rebuked his underling. Sister Rong calling me Little Wei is a compliment. Upon hearing Wei Xinrong's words, everyone present was even more surprised. Wei Xinrong had agreed to this form of address. Sister Rong, what brings you here? Wei Xinrong walked over, offered the charming young woman a cigarette, and lit it for her. The charming young woman didn't answer. Instead, she said, I haven't even asked you yet. What are you doing here? That kid's got no sense. I'll teach him a lesson. Wei Xinrong casually pointed at Chun Fan and gave an indifferent reply. Smack. Before Wei Xinrong could react, the charming young woman, Sister Rong, slapped him hard across the face. Covering his face, Wei Xinrong was stunned. Sister Rong, what are you doing? Wei Xinrong questioned. Even if your boss buys confidant, you can't just hit people like that. What am I doing? Do I need to ask you what I'm doing? The charming young woman, Sister Rong, angrily rebuked Wei Xinrong. Mr. Chun is a friend of our boss buy? How dare you teach him a lesson? Are you tired of living? Wei Xinrong was shocked. Sister Rong, what did you say? He's boss buy's friend. Wei Xinrong asked tremblingly. What? Would I lie to you? The charming young woman, Sister Rong, retorted. In an instant, Wei Xinrong felt the world spin. It was as if the sky had collapsed. This kid he didn't take seriously is actually a friend of the dignified boss buy. If I had known this beforehand, he wouldn't have dared to cause trouble even if I gave him 100 times the courage. It's over. Everyone was stunned as they watched the powerful Wei Xinrong being beaten. Before they could even recover, Wei Xinrong suddenly did something that left everyone speechless. Chapter 242 The Jinling tycoon who begged Chun Fan for mercy regained another 10% stake in Xinjia Film and Television Group. While everyone was still in shock, Wei Xinrong suddenly grabbed Chun Fan's leg. Young Master Chun, I was blind to your abilities and actually tried to harm you. I deserve to die. Young Master Chun, just ignore me. I can't say anything nice. Clinging to Chun Fan's leg, Wei Xinrong sobbed and cried, his appearance extremely humble, a far cry from the arrogant demeanor he had displayed as a powerful figure. Seeing Wei Xinrong's tearful account, both his underlings and the members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association were dumbfounded. Wei Xinrong's underlings, in particular, were furious. This was their boss. How could he be acting like a thug now? However, upon closer reflection on the conversation between the boss and that charming young woman, they suddenly noticed the title Boss Bai. Who else in Jinling could be called Boss Bai? A charming yet fearsome figure immediately comes to mind. It turns out that Chun Fan, the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, is actually a friend of the dignified Bai Luotian, the big boss. Thinking about this, their legs went weak. They knew how terrifying Boss Bai was. And Bai's friends are even more untouchable. At that moment, Zheng Xingjie had just come down from the second floor. Chen Fan, you are a disgrace to our Flying Feather Supercar Association. Zheng Xingjie hadn't even arrived yet when he started loudly mocking Chen Fan. When he pushed through the crowd and arrived at the front, seeing Wei Xinrong clinging to Chen Fan's leg and begging for mercy, Zheng Xingjie was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Something's not right. The outcome was different from what he had expected. Logically, it should be Chen Fan begging for mercy right now. So why is it Wei Xinrong instead? Get out of the way. Seeing Wei Xinrong crying with snot and tears streaming down his face, Chen Fan kicked him away in disgust. As a result, Wei Xinrong climbed over again and hugged Chen Fan's leg once more. Chen Fan kicked him away again. After several repetitions, Wei Xinrong was in a terrible state, his face covered in bruises from Chen Fan's kicks, looking utterly miserable. He, on the contrary, became the pig's head. Where did your arrogance and swagger go? Chen Fan asked coldly. By the way, young Master Chen, this was all Zheng Xingjie and Suing was plan. I was just a tool. I came to the Feiyu Supercar Association to cause trouble because I was following their orders. Wei Xinrong suddenly noticed Zheng Xingjie and realized that he had forgotten this important information in his haste. Upon seeing that Wei Xinrong had actually implicated him, Zheng Xingjie wore a disgusting expression, as if he had just eaten shit. Oh no, this is really bad. Yesterday afternoon Wei Xinrong recounted Zheng Xingjie and Su Yingguo's plan in detail. After hearing this, the members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association glared angrily at Zheng Xingjie. Zheng Xingjie stood there, feeling as if 10,000 insects were crawling all over him. Zheng Xingjie closed his eyes, completely giving up. He colluded with Su Yingguo in an attempt to sideline Chen Fan and ruin his reputation within the association. However, he never expected that he would end up shooting himself in the foot and becoming the one who suffered disgrace. Now he can't even be the vice president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Damn Zheng Xingjie, it turns out to be you bastard. Colluding with outsiders to bully our association's female members, how disgusting. Beat them. Some hot-tempered members of the Feiyu Supercar Association rushed over and punched and kicked Zheng Xingjie. In the end, Zheng Xingjie was sent to the hospital. Wei Xinrong continued to beg for mercy, and at this moment, he was filled with deep regret. Bite. Fulfilled my responsibilities as president, protected the female members of my association, and taught the arrogant Wei Xinrong a lesson, letting him know the consequences of being presumptuous in front of me. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 10% of the shares in Xinjia Film Television Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 141 experience points. The system announced. Mission accomplished. You have acquired 10% of Xinjia Film Television Group's shares. You should apologize to more than just me. Chen Fan spoke coldly. I understand. Wei Xinrong immediately stood up, went to Miao Feifei, and apologized to her again. The charming young woman, Sister Rong, also came over and introduced herself to Chen Fan. It turns out that Sister Rong is Bai Luotian's housekeeper and confidant. Actually, Chen Fan had already guessed her identity pretty much by now. At this moment, Chen Fan was also quite surprised. He did not expect that Bai Luotian's butler could scare Wei Xinrong, a big shot, so much, even though Wei Xinrong was the lowest-ranking person in Jinling. But this is enough to prove the power of Bai Luotian. If a steward has such status and influence outside, then Bai Luotian herself must have even more. I underestimated Bai Luotian. I wonder what Sister Rong wants to see me about. Chen Fan said, puzzled. Mr. Chun, it's like this. My young lady has had some urgent business and has already flown to Yueqing. She'll probably be back in 2 or 3 days, so she specifically sent me to tell you that our tea appointment might have to be postponed for a few days. I hope you'll understand. Sister Rong explained very politely. It's all right. We'll wait for Miss Bai to return. Chen Fan spoke indifferently. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chun. That way Xinrong is blind. I will teach him a lesson for you. Sister Rong said kindly. Hearing this, Wei Xinrong felt even more desperate. It was all over. After exchanging a few polite words with Chen Fan, Sister Rong left, followed closely by Wei Xinrong and his men. Only the members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association remained at the scene. The president is awesome. The president is awesome. President, you're my idol. The members of the Feiyu Supercar Association roared. At this moment, Chen Fan's popularity and status among the Feiyu Supercar Association had reached a terrifying level. Even if Chen Fan were no longer the president, they would still obey his orders. Chen Fan kicked Zheng Xingjie out of the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Meanwhile, in Su Yingguo's villa, Su Yingbo was still eagerly awaiting good news from Zheng Xingjie and Wei Xinrong. Chun Fan must be utterly humiliated now, a laughingstock to everyone. The thought of Chun Fan's miserable state filled Su Yingbo with a sense of satisfaction and exhilaration. Now Chun Fan knows what the consequences are for offending him and the Su family. The more Su Yingbo thought about it, the happier he became, and he even started humming a song. Before he could even enjoy his good mood for long, one of his underlings suddenly rushed in, looking flustered, as if he had something important to report to him. Chapter 243: A reward at Jinling's top-tier high-end bar. An unexpected joy that evening. Young Master Su, the operation failed. Zheng Xingjie was beaten and sent to the hospital. Chun Fan not only didn't lose face, but he also won over the hearts of the Feiyu Supercar Association. It will probably be impossible for us to take action against Chun Fan's Feiyu Supercar Association in the future. The subordinate reports. What did you say? Su Yingbo immediately froze. Su Yingbo immediately felt a huge irony. He had even been humming a song in anticipation just moments before. Now I'm telling myself that the operation failed, and even Zheng Xingjie was beaten and hospitalized? Damn Chun Fan. Enraged, Su Yingbo smashed his phone to pieces. His carefully laid plan has come to an end just like that. How despicable. Su Yingbo's face was contorted with rage. No, this matter cannot be left like this. Since he couldn't get through to the Feiyu Supercar Association, he decided to try a different approach. Meanwhile, at the Feiyu Supercar Association, Chun Fan arrived alone at the president's office. He heard everything Wei Xinrong said. It was Zheng Xingjie and Su Yingbo who were behind this. Zheng Xingjie has been sent to the hospital and will probably be bedridden in for several months. As for Zheng Xingjie's cronies in the association, Chun Fan just cut off the roots and kicked them out of the association. Although the number of members in the association has decreased, Chun Fan has completely taken over the Feiyu Supercar Association, both in terms of morale and other aspects. The only one left is Su Yingbo. Since it's impossible to bring down the Su family of Jinling for the time being, Chun Fan will start by targeting Su Yingbo. Unfortunately, he had only been in Nanjing for a few days, and his private detective agency was only useful in Zhonghai province. It was of little use in Nanjing. Without an intelligence network, what can we do? It's inconvenient to gather information. Wrong? After a few seconds of regret, Chun Fan suddenly realized that he also had the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Even if Zheng Xingjie's cronies are kicked out, there are still dozens of people in the Feiyu Supercar Association. These people certainly don't have the same impressive backgrounds as Su Yingbo or Zheng Xingjie, but their families are from Nanjing, and they are considered influential figures. Together, they form another special intelligence network. Thinking of this, Chun Fan couldn't help but smile. Just as Chun Fan was pondering who to ask about Su Yingbo, Gu Yuanhong, another vice president of the Feiyu Supercar Association, suddenly called him. President, I wasn't at the association today. I heard you easily thwarted that bastard Zheng Xingjie's scheme. President, you are truly wise, courageous, and decisive. From the outset, Gu Yuanhong, who was at odds with Zheng Xingjie, showered Chun Fan with praise, making Chun Fan feel somewhat embarrassed. President, it was absolutely the right choice of you to kick Zheng Xingjie, that scoundrel, out of the association. After praising him, Gu Yuanhong revealed his other purpose for making the call. I wonder if the president has time tonight to go out for a few drinks. Gu Yuanhong invited Chun Fan out for drinks. When he first met Chun Fan, he wanted to invite Chun Fan out for drinks, but Chun Fan was on a date with Xiao Ruoshui, so Gu Yuanhong left on his own. Bite. Mission issued. Accept Gu Yuanhong's invitation to have drinks together tonight. And while we're at it, find out more about Su Yingbo. Task reward. Ownership of Jinling's top-tier bar 100% of the bar's property. Task reward. 138 experience points. The system has given me another task. As one of the most upscale bars in Nanjing, the bar's prices are outrageously high, yet it still attracts a constant stream of customers every day. The bar's monthly revenue is quite staggering, making it practically a money-printing machine. If he accepts Gu Yuanhong's invitation, this top-notch bar in Jinling will belong to Chun Fan alone. Incidentally, Chun Fan could also find out information about Su Yingbo from Gu Yuanhong, and then take action against Su Yingbo. As the vice president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, Gu Yuanhong's background is quite impressive. Okay, see you tonight. Chun Fan agreed without hesitation. Thank you for coming, Chairman. See you tonight. I will make sure to arrange everything for the president tonight. Gu Yuanhong guarantees this. By the way, which bar should we go to? Finally, Chun Fan asked a question. Let's go to a bar. I'm more familiar with that place. Gu Yuanhong answered. Bar. Chun Fan was taken aback. If that was the case, then it was even better. He could take a look at what his first bar would look like. Time passed slowly, and in the evening, as agreed with Gu Yuanhong, Chun Fan went to the bar. President, you've arrived. Please come in. Gu Yuanhong, who had been waiting there, saw Chun Fan and quickly invited him inside. Everyone's here, and there are lots of pretty young ladies too. Drinking is more fun with more people, so Gu Yuanhong invited several of his friends, as well as some pretty young ladies or internet celebrities. Chun Fan followed Gu Yuanhong to his booth, and from a distance, Chun Fan could see that there were quite a few people chatting there. Our president, young Master Chun, has arrived. Everyone, please welcome him. Gu Yuanhong happily introduced Chun Fan to his friends and the young lady he had invited. Hello, Mr. Chun. Welcome, young Master Chun. The people in the two booths around him stood up and greeted Chun Fan. It turned out that they had been invited by Gu Yuanhong. Gu Yuanhong pulled Chun Fan to sit down and poured him a glass of spaghetti champagne. Old Gu, do you know Suingbua? Chun Fan got straight to the point right away. I know, Suingbua is the most spoiled brat in the Su family. Gu Yuanhong nodded. Oh, I remember now. It was that bastard Suingbua who was going against the chairman, right? Gu Yuanhong suddenly realized what was going on, and then told Chun Fan what he knew about Suingbua. Unfortunately, it's not very comprehensive. Alright, chairman, I'll contact them now and have someone investigate. I'll write up a report about Suingbua and submit it to you as soon as possible. Gu Yuanhong made the suggestion. That's for the best. Chun Fan nodded. The more information he had about Suingbua, the greater his chances of success in dealing with Suingbua. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. No matter what, you should never be arrogant. Good. Gu Yuanhong nodded. Enshi, I have something to do outside. Come over and have a few drinks with young Master Chun. Gu Yuanhong got up to go outside and make some contact, but it would be awkward to leave the chairman sitting there alone, so Gu Yuanhong specially called a female friend. Clear. The sexy woman named Angie immediately pulled a few friends from next door over to sit down. Gu Yuanhong went outside to make a phone call to arrange things. The group played a game and agreed that the loser would either drink 3 cups of wine or perform a talent. In the end, the loser was a very pretty, shy girl. Young Master Chun, Lan is a very talented singing streamer. Why don't you let her sing a song? Don't let her drink. Angie suggested that the shy girl named Lan couldn't hold her liquor. Anything is fine. Chun Fan nodded. The shy goddess breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chun Fan had agreed. Then, the shy girl played the accompaniment, a sad song. As soon as the shy girl opened her mouth, Chun Fan was stunned. However, what surprised Chun Fan was not the shy girl singing, but something else. Chapter 244, An unexpected encounter with a special talent who kicks Chun Fan out of his bar. To be fair, for Chun Fan, who has top-notch singing skills, this shy girl's singing was only considered above average. Chun Fan was surprised by the shy girl's voice. She hadn't said a word while playing the game, but now that she suddenly spoke, Chun Fan was surprised to find that this shy girl's voice was incredibly beautiful, ethereal, and like heavenly music. Her voice is a perfect match for singing ancient-style fantasy songs. Chun Fan was planning to create a fantasy world with the style of the Great Xia dynasty, and there would definitely be plenty of ancient-style fantasy songs to accompany it. A beautiful background music can greatly enhance a movie or game. If this shy woman in front of me were to receive more systematic singing training and improve her singing skills, combined with her ethereal voice, she would be virtually invincible. I never expected that just coming out for some fun and a few drinks would lead me to encounter such a special person. The shy girl's singing voice not only attracted Chun Fan and his group, but also drew in many other customers from the surrounding area. After the shy girl finished singing, a burst of enthusiastic applause rang out, and everyone praised her for singing well. Just as Chun Fan was about to have a chat with this shy girl and hire her to join his Xingjia film and television group, several young men walked over. Miss, you sing so well. Why don't you come to our table and sing a few songs? Right off the bat, these rich young men tried to poach the shy girl. No. The shy girl shook her head. She had been dragged here by her best friend, and being socially awkward, she naturally wouldn't agree. I won't let you sing for free. I'll give you 5,000 yuan for each song you sing. The handsome young man in the lead even threw money at people. The shy girl refused again and moved further inside. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for a song, isn't that a lot? Don't push your luck. The handsome young man spoke again. The shy girl kept shaking her head, but the other person still didn't want to give up, and the shy girl suddenly felt a headache coming on. Didn't you see they've already refused? I'll give you 50,000 yuan, get out of here. Chun Fan spoke coldly. He was just planning to poach this shy girl to his company when these clueless guys showed up at his door. Isn't this just delaying things? Good grief, this is the first time I've ever been hit by someone throwing money at me. The handsome young man sneered. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to our young master you like that? What's it to you if young master you invites people? How dare you be so insolent in front of young master you? The handsome young man's henchmen all stood up and reprimanded Chun Fan. Kid, this is your last warning. Don't be arrogant in front of me, or you'll regret it. The handsome young man pointed at Chen Fan and warned him. You want me to suffer the consequences? Chen Fan was amused by his words. In this territory that was about to become his own, he was going to make him suffer the consequences. Let me tell you, the person in charge of this hotel is our young Master Yu's good brother. With just one word from young Master Yu, you'll be kicked out. Seeing that Chen Fan was not intimidated by the handsome young man, his underlings said smugly. The handsome young man looked at Chen Fan with a playful expression. In this bar, his best friend was the manager and the boss, so he was number 2. Who would dare disobey him? What's wrong, kid? Scared? The handsome young man mocked Chen Fan. What? Is the manager of this hotel your brother? After learning about the handsome young man's powerful backer, Anshi and the others immediately became worried. The shy girl's face turned a little pale. Just at this crucial moment, the system's voice came through. Bite. Accepted Gu Yuanhong's invitation to have drinks tonight, and also to inquire about Suingbua. Mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of Bar 100, a top-tier bar in Nanjing. The ownership purchase agreement has been placed in your hotel study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 138 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan easily acquired ownership of Bar 100, becoming its sole owner. He's best buddies with the bar manager? That really scared me. You want to kick me out? Fine, let him come then. Chen Fan leaned back on the sofa and said calmly. After saying that, Chen Fan took a leisurely sip of his drink. You took the initiative. I have never heard such an outrageous request in my entire life. The handsome young man sneered. As he spoke, he gave his underling a look, and the underling immediately headed deeper into the bar to fetch the bar manager. Noticing the unusual situation, many of the bar's customers turned to look in this direction. Kid, don't come crying to me when you get kicked out of the bar in front of everyone. The handsome young man said confidently. It's just kicking someone out. It's too easy for him. By the way, not only you, but all your companions will be kicked out. The handsome young man added. Angie and the others panicked even more. Although they were regulars here and enjoyed some privileges, they were still no match for the bar manager. If the bar manager really comes, especially in front of so many customers, and they get kicked out, they'll be utterly humiliated and should never be allowed to show their face in Nanjing again. Young Master Chun, should we ask young Master Gu to come back and come up with a solution? Anshi looked at Chun Fan nervously. No need, it's nothing. Chun Fan waved his hand. Chun Fan's words made Anshi and the others even more nervous. A minute or two later, the bar manager came out from the back with a group of people. Chapter 245 Chun Fan's identity is exposed, leaving many young masters of Jinling stunned. Old you, what's wrong? As soon as he came out, the bar manager greeted the handsome young man familiarly. It's nothing serious, it's just that this kid was being insolent in front of me and asked me to kick him out. How could I refuse such an outrageous request? The handsome young man looked at Chen Fan and explained. By the way, not only him, but all these people need to be driven out as well. Then, the handsome young man pointed to the other people around Chen Fan and added. The bar manager first looked at Chen Fan, and seeing that Chen Fan was a completely unfamiliar customer, he immediately felt indifferent and thought, let him go if he wants to. As for the people around Chen Fan, he recognized one or two of them, but since his good friend had spoken up, the bar manager couldn't refuse. Managerly, you can't do this. We're regulars at the bar. It's wrong of you to kick us all out for the sake of one person. Angie and the others immediately spoke up, trying to stop the bar manager. That's not right. Do I need you to teach me? Guards, throw these people out of here. The bar manager called security personnel over. The onlookers shook their heads. Of all people to offend, these people had to offend young Master Yu, who was connected to the bar manager. Soon, security personnel rushed over, and it looked like they were about to take action when Chen Fan stepped forward. Is this how you manage a bar? Is this how you run a bar? Chen Fan questioned the other party sternly. What happened to me? The bar manager seemed a little guilty. What's wrong? You're kicking out a group of customers just because of one sentence from your friend? That's abuse of power. The bar is really unlucky to have someone like you in charge. Chen Fan retorted. The bar manager lost face immediately after being reprimanded by Chen Fan in person. It's a bar. You have no right to speak? Throw them out of here. The bar manager gave the order again, this time not to kick them out, but to throw them out directly. The bar manager sneered and even provoked Chen Fan. I'll abuse my power for personal gain and do whatever I want. What can you do about it? Let's see if you'll still be so arrogant after you're thrown out. Fine. As the bar owner, I hereby dismiss you from your position as bar manager. Pack your things and get out of here. Chen Fan gave the order. What's the point of keeping an employee like that? Hearing Chen Fan's words, both the security personnel who were about to throw Chen Fan and his group out, and the onlookers, were stunned. What did Chen Fan just say? As the bar owner, he dismissed managerly. Is he the mysterious owner behind the bar? Are you sure? The handsome young man's smile vanished instantly, replaced by panic. This guy is the owner of a respectable bar. Oh no, this is bad. On someone else's turf. He first came over to snatch people, and then shouted that he would throw them out. Isn't he just courting death? As for Anshi and the others next to Chen Fan, who had already prepared themselves to be embarrassed, they were overjoyed. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. It turns out that Chairman Shun is also the owner of the bar. No wonder he was so calm just now. Awesome. Snort. Kid, who are you trying to scare? Our bar owner. Do you think I don't know our boss? Our boss's name is Lu Qian. What's your name? The bar manager sneered, not believing Chen Fan's words at all. Etc. The handsome young man seemed to see a ray of sunshine in the darkness. Was there still a chance for things to turn around? When questioned by the bar manager, Chen Fan replied domineeringly. Half an hour ago, the bar owner was indeed named Lu Qian, but now, the bar owner is named Chen Fan, and I've already acquired it. If you acquire it, our bar will be the most upscale bar in Jinling. Even if it's not number 1, it's definitely number 2. Acquiring it will require a lot of money. Do you have it? A young man around 20 years old, you. The bar manager still didn't believe Chen Fan's words and loudly mocked him. Before he could finish speaking, his phone suddenly rang. The bar manager took out his phone and saw that it was a call from the owner, Lu Qian. Boss, what can I do for you? Upon answering the phone, the previously arrogant bar manager immediately changed his tune, greeting the man with extreme obsequiousness. Don't call me boss anymore. I just sold the bar. I'm just here to let you know. You can get ready to welcome the new boss. Lu Qian on the other end of the line only said one sentence before hanging up. After hearing what the boss the former boss had said, the person in charge's face turned deathly pale, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. You really are the new owner of our bar? The person in charge asked, their voice trembling. Should I show you the acquisition agreement? Chen Fan countered with a question. I'm so sorry, boss. I'm truly sorry. I was blind to your abilities. The person in charge was almost in tears at this moment, and he quickly apologized to Chen Fan. Beside him, the handsome young man and his companions were in utter despair. They've really messed up this time. It's too late to apologize now. You've been dismissed, and you and your colleagues have been blacklisted by the bar. Throw them out. Chen Fan gave orders to the security personnel. These security personnel had been standing by watching the show, but now, hearing the new boss's order, they dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately threw the former manager and the handsome young man out. Half a minute later, the handsome young man and his companions were thrown out of the bar, looking extremely disheveled. Nearby, some guests coming and going noticed this place. The handsome young man and his companions quickly covered their heads and fled. Today, they have utterly disgraced themselves. Young Master Chun is awesome. President Chun, I heard from Lao Gu that you haven't been in Jinling for long, but you've already bought a dignified bar. I admire you. Anshi and the others looked at Chen Fan with immense admiration and excitement. Chen Fan waved his hand. The little incident was over, and with no one bothering him anymore, Chen Fan was ready to get down to business. Chapter 246 Severing Relationships, Day 49. First step completed to earn hundreds of billions in profits. Someone, prepare a private room for us. I need to discuss some matters. Chen Fan gave orders to the staff members next to him. Yes, boss. The staff quickly made arrangements. A short while later, Chen Fan, and Shi, and the others arrived at a private room. Could you sing a song in the traditional Chinese style? Chen Fan looked at the shy girl. It was too noisy outside just now, and the shy girl's singing was somewhat affected. Chen Fan wanted to listen to her singing in a relatively quiet place with more professional equipment to see how well she sang. Especially what kind of feeling she gives when she sings ancient-style songs. If things were perfect, Chen Fan would immediately offer her a large sum of money to join his Xingjia film and television group, so that she could sing exclusively for him. Ancient-style songs. I don't listen to many traditional Chinese-style songs, so my singing might be just average. Please don't mind, Mr. Chun. Also, thank you for your help earlier. The shy girl spoke up, expressing her gratitude to Chen Fan for helping her out of an awkward situation. After saying that, the shy girl picked up the phone and started singing a traditional Chinese song. The shy girl's ethereal voice, combined with the ancient-style song, was just as Chen Fan had imagined, absolutely perfect. Would you be interested in joining my company? Faced with such a talented individual, Chen Fan immediately extended an olive branch. Hiring such talent to his film and television company is definitely a good thing. Who knows, he might even be able to cultivate a big star from it. At the beginning, I won't give you much, just a 10 million annual salary. Later, when your skills improve or your reputation grows, I can increase it. Chen Fan, who was rich and had hundreds of millions, opened his mouth. If the song becomes popular later, or if the girl with shyness becomes popular, A 10 million annual salary is not much. Not much. A 10 million annual salary. A 10 million annual salary? You call that not much? The other beautiful young ladies in the private room, whom Gu Yuanhong had invited, were all incredibly envious. A 10 million annual salary is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. By the way, if you agree, I will arrange for you to join Xinjia Film and Television Group. Professionals will be sent to train you and improve your singing skills. If you want, I can even train you to become a big star. Chun Fan added a sentence. Xinjia Film Television Group. Is it Xinjia Film and Television Group, which once produced many stars and was quite famous in China? My goodness, Chen Xiao also has connections with Xinjia Film and Television Group. That's amazing. The girls were deeply moved and admired Chun Fan even more. Young Master Chen, you are too generous. You offer a 10 million annual salary right off the bat. I accept on Lanlin's behalf. Angie was afraid that her best friend, who was socially awkward, wouldn't agree, so Angie spoke up for her. Just when everyone thought the shy girl would agree, her answer surprised everyone. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun, I can't agree to that. In an instant, the girls were stunned. A 10 million annual salary, a job at the prestigious Xinjia Film and Television Group, and even the opportunity to become stars in the future. If it were them, they would have rushed to agree to either of these two conditions. Why did they refuse when it came to the shy girl? Was her request too high? Young Master Chun, the two conditions you proposed are really good, and I am very tempted to agree to them. The shy girl, Lon Lon, replied helplessly. But there's nothing I can do. I've already signed a contract with the agency, and it's a 5-year contract. She was scammed by the contract. Afterwards, she explained it to Chun Fan in detail. Last year, she started looking for a job right after graduating from university, but after a long time, she couldn't find a suitable one. Since she was good at singing, she started a live stream to try her hand at being a singing streamer. After only a few days of broadcasting, a talent agency approached her, offering to sign her for 5 years with a monthly income of 10,000 yuan. At a time when her classmates could only find jobs paying 3,000 to 5,000, 10,000 a month was already a lot, so the shy girl immediately agreed. However, due to her lack of experience, the shy girl regretted signing the contract as soon as she entered the workforce. She ended up working for someone else. Now her live streaming is doing a little better, but most of the money she earns goes into the agency's pocket. She gets less than a tenth of it, and it's all going to make money for the agency. Chen Xiao's offer was really good, and she really wanted to go, but the agency's contract was there. After hearing this, everyone felt extremely sorry. It's a small matter. I'll send someone to inquire about it for you. Chun Fan speaking up was not a problem at all for him. Chun Fan is determined to recruit this shy girl, this special talent, into his company. Even if there's no way to solve it, doesn't he still have a top-notch law firm? He can just hand the matter over to them. Thank you, young Master Chun. The shy girl spoke up, feeling that Chen Xiao was just comforting her and didn't take it seriously. She had consulted various people about the contract issue, but none of them had a good solution. Chun Fan added the shy girl on WeChat, asked her about the name of her agency, and then sent someone to investigate. I'll contact you when I have news. Chun Fan spoke. Thank you, young Master Chun. The shy girl didn't have high hopes. A few minutes later, Gu Yuanhong returned and told Chun Fan that all the information about Suingbua would be delivered to Chun Fan tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Chun Fan spoke. I never expected that coming here for a few drinks would not only lead to obtaining detailed information about Suingbua, but also to unexpectedly meeting such a special talent as this shy girl. This trip was truly worthwhile and a great success. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. After staying for another half hour, Chun Fan finally left, satisfied. A new day has begun. The system's reward arrived ahead of schedule. Bite. On the 49th day of severing ties, a reward of 12% of the shares of Xinjia Film and Television Group has been given. The system rewarded Chun Fan with another 12% of the shares of Xinjia Film and Television Group, instantly bringing Chun Fan's total shares in Xinjia Film and Television Group to 55%. Now, Chun Fan has completely taken control of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Chun Fan's first step in his plan to build a massive empire and earn hundreds of billions, or even trillions, of dollars has been officially completed. Thinking it over, Chun Fan contacted someone and issued a notice that the board of directors of Xinjia Film and Television Group would be convened this afternoon. Last time, Chun Fan told Lu Hantong, the chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group, who wanted to intimidate him, that he should cherish these last few days as chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Now, the time has come for Chun Fan to reclaim his position as chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Chapter 247. Who is the final winner? Chun Fan got what he needed. Meanwhile, Lu Hantong, the current president of Xinjia Film and Television Group, received a message from Chun Fan that he would be holding a board meeting that afternoon. Ha 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 ha. Lu Hantong laughed wildly, overjoyed. It wasn't that he was crazy. It was just yesterday afternoon that Lu Hantong spent most of his savings to buy a total of 6 shares from 2 other minority shareholders. Including what Lu Hantong had before, he now holds a staggering 36% stake in Xinjia Film and Television Group. Last time, Chen Fan only held 33% of the company's shares. Now, he has surpassed Chen Fan and become the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Last time, wasn't Chen Fan arrogant? Didn't he say that he would not only become the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group, but also take away the chairman's position? What do we say now? He has already surpassed Chen Fan. This morning, he was still thinking about holding a board meeting tomorrow or the day after to take the opportunity to severely suppress Chen Fan, kick him out of the company, and make him unable to participate in any of the group's decisions in the future, turning Chen Fan into a joke. Now, before he could even take any action, Chen Fan actually convened a board meeting on his own initiative. In this way, he could use this board meeting to let Chen Fan know who really calls the shots at Xinjia Film and Television Group. Chen Fan, your good days are over. Lu Hantong muttered smugly. Time flies, and at 2 p.m., the senior executives and shareholders of Xinjia Film and Television Group gathered in the group's conference hall. Because he was really looking forward to this board meeting, Lu Hantong was the first to arrive. He watched as one company director or executive after another entered, humming a tune as they did so. Today is a good day. All my wishes will come true. Everyone was surprised to see Lu Hantong sitting at the front, looking exceptionally happy. What was wrong with President Lu? Mr. Lu, do you have some good news? Someone couldn't help but ask. Of course, there's going to be a good show soon, so stay tuned. Lu Hantong answered with a smile. Chen Fan arrived shortly after. It's time. Let's begin the board meeting. Chen Fan glanced at it and gave the order directly. Lu Hantong was about to retort, as several other shareholders had not yet arrived, but the thought of being able to teach Chen Fan a lesson immediately made him not want to wait any longer. Chen Fan, if you bow down and apologize to me now, I might consider letting you off the hook. Lu Hantong directly attacked Chen Fan. Let me go. Chen Fan spoke helplessly. Who gave you your confidence? You're the one who should be bowing and apologizing now. If you bow and apologize to me, I might let you off the hook. Chen Fan returned to Lu Hantong's words verbatim. Hee, you really won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Lu Hantong straightened his back and said smugly. A few days ago, you held 33% of the company's shares, which did surpass mine. But now, sorry, I'm crushing you. After saying that, Lu Hantong casually placed several contracts on the table. Just last night, I bought another 6% of the group's shares, surpassing you and becoming the group's largest shareholder again. Lu Hantong announced loudly. The executives of Xinjia Film and Television Group were stunned for a few seconds before speaking one after another. Congratulations, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is really impressive. Mr. Lu is very wealthy. I'm so envious. These opportunists showered Lu Hantong with flattery and obsequiousness, afraid that if they spoke too slowly, Lu Hantong would remember them and make things difficult for them in the future. How about it, Chen Fan? You were scared, weren't you? Lu Hantong crossed his arms and looked at Chen Fan with immense smugness. Now, do you think you're the one who should apologize? This is the source of Lu Hantong's confidence. What do you mean by that? It's just that you acquired a mere 6% of the shares. What's the big deal? Chen Fan said indifferently. A mere 6%, humph, but it's just that 6% that's enough to crush you. Since you show no remorse, fine, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Lu Hantong turned his head and announced in a rather domineering manner. From this moment forward, I, in my capacity as chairman and largest shareholder of Xinjia Film Television Group, hereby announce that Chen Fan is being expelled from the board of directors and will never again be allowed to participate in any matters concerning the company. But before Lu Hantong could finish speaking, Chen Fan couldn't help but correct him. Let me remind you, you are neither the largest shareholder of the company nor the chairman of the board soon. You have no right to make this order. Seeing Chen Fan say this, Lu Hantong was somewhat puzzled. Kid, do you have a problem with math? I own 36% of the group's shares, while you only own 33%. You didn't learn math well? Why don't you go back to elementary school? Lu Hantong was sarcastic and unsettling. 33% of the shares? Who told you that I only have 33% of the group's shares? As he spoke, Chen Fan calmly took out 2 new documents and said with a smile. Excuse me, but I currently own 55% of the shares in Xinjia Film Television Group. What did you say? How many? Lu Hantong was immediately petrified. Not only him, but the company's other shareholders and directors were also stunned. Wow, Chen Fan owns more than half of the company's shares. If that's true, then Xinjia Film and Television Group will be Chen Fan's alone. I don't believe it. Lu Hantong wouldn't turn back until he hit a brick wall. He nervously picked up Chun Fan's 2 documents, carefully read them over, and finally confirmed that they were genuine. Glug! Lu Hantong's legs went weak, and he lost his balance and fell down. No wonder those 2 important shareholders didn't come. It turns out they had already sold their shares to Chun Fan and had nothing to do with the company anymore. Lu Hantong's face turned pale instantly, and he trembled as he got up from the ground, looking extremely miserable. Mr. Chun is awesome. President Chun is young and promising. He is indeed an outstanding person. Congratulations to Mr. Chun on becoming the company's largest shareholder. His position will be unshakable from now on. Those fickle people in the conference room instantly abandoned Lu Hantong and stood up to congratulate Chun Fan. Mr. Lu, who do you think is the company's largest shareholder right now? Chun Fan looked at Lu Hantong. Lu Hantong stood there, his expression somber and silent. All right, I now propose that Lu Hantong be removed from his position as chairman of the group and that I take over. Who agrees and who disagrees? Chun Fan glanced around. I support it. I wholeheartedly support this. Everyone present, even those who had previously flattered Lu Hantong, expressed their support. Chun Fan successfully became the largest shareholder of Xinjia Film and Television Group. From now on, Mr. Lu no longer needs to come to the company or participate in the board meetings. He can go home and retire. Chun Fan ordered that Lu Hantong be kicked out of the game immediately. Why? Lu Hantong sighed deeply. He regretted it. If he had known it would end like this, he would never have gone against Chun Fan. Finally, Lu Hantong staggered out of the conference room, utterly dejected. Having resolved the matter with Lu Hantong, Chun Fan began to take over various duties as chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group. In the afternoon, Gu Yuanhong contacted Chun Fan and said he had gotten what Chun Fan needed. Chapter 248. Do you think you're the boss of Koenigsegg? Chun Fan's idea to recruit new talent. Chun Fan glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. I still have some work to do, which will take about half an hour to finish. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Chun Fan spoke up, since it was almost dinner time and the other person had helped him, so it was only right to treat him to a meal. Okay, thank you, Chairman. Gu Yuanhong agreed. Chun Fan arranged for someone from Xinjia Film and Television Group to reserve a table for him at the most expensive Michelin 3-star restaurant in Jinling, while he continued working. Time flies, and around 6:30 p.m., Gu Yuanhong was the first to arrive at the restaurant and wait. Gu Yuanhong had only been waiting for a short while when several expensive supercars pulled up beside him, and a few arrogant young men got out of the cars. Huh, isn't this Gu Yuanhong, the young master of the Flying Feather Supercar Association? What a coincidence. Several arrogant young men walked over and looked at Gu Yuanhong with mockery. These people are from the Shaohan Supercar Association, which ranks 3rd among the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling. They have always looked down on the Feiyu Supercar Association, which ranks lower. By the way, I heard you got a new president from a small town. This is truly a disgrace to Nanjing. Now, the Flying Feather Supercar Association, which was originally ranked 5th, will probably be ranked last. I think it will be more than that. It will probably fall out of the top 6 supercars in Nanjing. These people discussed that there were more than a dozen supercar associations of all sizes in Jinling, but the strongest and largest were the 6 major supercar associations. What are you talking about? At last place? With our president leading the way, let alone surpassing your Shaohan Supercar Association, it's not impossible for us to become the top of the 6 major supercar associations. Gu Yuanhong immediately retorted. He had witnessed the chairman's driving skills and had great faith that the chairman could lead them to the top. The people from the Shaohan Supercar Association sneered, not believing Gu Yuanhong's words at all. Just then, Chun Fan arrived in his car. Upon noticing Chun Fan, Gu Yuanhong immediately came over and offered to open the car door for him. You're the new president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association? I advise you to take your Flying Feather Supercar Association and join our Skyhan Supercar Association, otherwise your future will be very difficult. Several members of the Shaohan Supercar Association spoke up. Chun Fan couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. These people then went on to boast. By the way, you guys don't know yet, but our association president recently gave away a McLaren as a reward to our association's heroes. Even Gu Yuanhong was stunned when he heard this. A McLaren costs over 10 million. The president of the Shaohan Supercar Association certainly has a big budget. This news is expected to spread throughout Nanjing very soon, and at that time, there will definitely be a lot of people scrambling to sign up for the Shaohan Supercar Association. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan suddenly came up with a plan. Are you envious? Chun Fan looked at Gu Yuanhong. I'm not envious. Gu Yuanhong shook his head. Although he was somewhat surprised, a supercar worth over 10 million was only considered relatively good to him. You've done a great job lately. Which Koenigsegg model do you like? I'll give you one. Chun Fan spoke. Now that Zheng Xingjie and his cronies have been kicked out of the association, the Feiyu Supercar Association has fewer members, and its position is somewhat unstable. Just now, those people from the Shaohan Supercar Association reminded him that Chun Fan planned to reward Gu Yuanhong with a Koenigsegg. In this way, the news will definitely spread throughout Jinling and will definitely surpass the Shaohan Supercar Association. It will attract more people, and then their problem of insufficient members will be easily solved, right? Moreover, as the owner of Koenigsegg, giving away a car is nothing to him. One car can attract more people to join the Flying Feather Supercar Association, easily and quickly expanding Chun Fan's network of contacts and intelligence. That's a huge profit. President, are you telling the truth? Gu Yuanhong's eyes widened immediately, and he asked in surprise. Certainly. Chun Fan nodded. President, I don't dare to dream of a limited edition Koenigsegg. Just having a convertible Koenigsegg would be enough. Gu Yuanhong spoke. The convertible Koenigsegg is extremely rare, and its price in China is generally around 30 to 40 million yuan. No problem, I'll take care of it. Chun Fan agreed. Cut. Wow, that's quite a show-off. A convertible Koenigsegg, those are so rare, and you just brought it over like that. This isn't something you can just get with money. You agreed so readily, but I'm afraid it's just empty talk. It might take years to get it. People from the Shaohan Supercar Association mocked Chun Fan. Several years. 10 days at the latest. Chun Fan answered calmly. 10 days, huh? They can get it in 10 days. Besides the owner of Koenigsegg, I don't know who else could do that. The members of the Shaohan Supercar Association were shouting. Excuse me, you're right. I am the owner of Koenigsegg. Chun Fan spoke calmly. As soon as Chun Fan said this, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The members of the Shaohan Supercar Association, in particular, were completely dumbfounded. The owner of Koenigsegg. This Chun Fan is the owner of Koenigsegg. The members of the Shaohan Supercar Association were completely terrified by Chun Fan. As for Gu Yuanhong, he was extremely excited. As Chun Fan led Gu Yuanhong into the restaurant, the members of the Shaohan Supercar Association immediately felt a sense of inferiority. They were just bragging to him that the chairman had rewarded them with a McLaren worth tens of millions, but it turns out that he is the owner of Koenigsegg, and he just casually gave away a precious Koenigsegg. How embarrassing. The group was too ashamed to go in for a meal, so they slunk away. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Gu Yuanhong also handed over the detailed information about Su Yingbo to Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked through it and was very satisfied. He would study it carefully when he got back. After dinner, Chun Fan drove back to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. After a busy afternoon, Chun Fan took out his phone, intending to relax by playing on it for a while. As soon as Chun Fan opened Douyin, the scene he saw immediately gave him a complicated expression. Chapter 249. Rewards include becoming the president of an 80 billion yuan conglomerate and an unexpected encounter with his gold-digging ex-girlfriend. Previously, Chun Fan had wanted to recruit Lu Lanlan, the shy girl with a very ethereal voice. She was a live streamer, and Chun Fan had specifically followed her on Douyin. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened Douyin today, the big data system directly recommended Lu Lanlan to me. However, the first video that flashed on Chun Fan's screen was of Lu Lanlan. The problem was that Lu Lanlan was there, and the girl opposite her was none other than Song Manyu, Chun Fan's ex-girlfriend who broke up with him immediately after severing ties with the Chun family because she disliked him. Chun Fan never expected that Song Manyu would become a live streamer. Judging from the situation, it seems that Song Manyu was live streaming from her dormitory at Jiangzhou University, and the live stream was quite good. In this match, Lu Lanlan only scored a little over 1,000 points, while Song Manyu scored 100,000 points. 1 point represents 1 cent, so Song Manyu's 100,000 points would be 10,000 yuan. Is this all your family can offer? It's really pointless being with you. At this moment, Song Manyu was making sarcastic remarks to Lu Lanlan. Lu Lanlan, because of her low score, was being instructed by Song Manyu to do squats. Lu Lanlan did it perfectly, but judging from her appearance, she must have been very tired. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in Chun Fan's mind. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Provide timely assistance to Lu Lanlan, subdue Song Manyu, earn Lu Lanlan's gratitude, and lay the groundwork for recruiting Lu Lanlan later. Task reward. 5% of the shares in Ronca Group, a conglomerate with a market value of 80 billion, and become the new president of Ronca Group. Task reward. 140 experience points. Previously, Chun Fan already owned 30% of Ronca Group's shares, making him the second largest shareholder. He only needed 3 more shares to become the new largest shareholder of Ronca Group. Unexpectedly, the system's reward for this mission is 5% of Ronca Group's shares. As long as the mission is completed, Chun Fan will not only become the largest shareholder of Ronca Group, but also the new president of Ronca Group. That's great. Thinking it over, Chun Fan immediately spent 5 million on his Douyin account. The total value of 5 shares in Ronka Group is as high as 4 billion. Compared with this 5 million, it is not even a drop in the ocean, it is just a drop in the ocean. Spending 5 million to get 4 billion, that's an incredible deal. Let alone spending 5 million. Even if it were 10 billion, or even 30 billion, Chun Fan would still make a profit, not to mention the various benefits of becoming the new president of Ronka Group. Besides, doing this was a timely help, which would make Lu Lanlan grateful to him and more loyal to him if she joined his company in the future. It was a win-win situation. At this moment, there is only 1 minute left in the countdown. Song Manyu's score rose to over 140,000, while Lu Lanlan only scored over 2,000. You guys are so pathetic. If you don't have money, don't come out and fight. In this society, money is the most important thing. Without money, you are nothing. Song Manyu continued her mockery. For Song Manyu, money is more important than anything else. Family ties and love come after money. Her ex-boyfriend Chun Fan was so good to her. He was incredibly attentive to her. But when she found out that Chun Fan had severed ties with the Chun family and there was no future for them, she immediately and decisively broke up with him. In the end, Chun Fan somehow suddenly became the boss of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate with a net worth that could be several billion. After that, she had some regrets. Until she unintentionally became a live streamer and could earn tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of yuan a day, she suddenly felt relieved and had no regrets. She's only been live streaming for a couple of weeks, and she's already earning so much. She's practically a live streaming genius with a bright future. In the future, she could become a top streamer and earn hundreds of millions, or even billions, of yuan a year. If possible, she could even use live streaming as a springboard to become a big star in the future with an even more staggering income. There'll be more than enough to crush Chun Fan in the future. If she hadn't broken up with Chun Fan, and one day she really became a top anchor or a big star with a boyfriend, that would definitely be negative news. Now that she's broken up with Chun Fan and is single, this trouble will never happen again. Thinking about it this way, her breaking up with Chun Fan was not only not wrong, but absolutely the right thing to do. Chun Fan can stay in Jiangzhou, be a frog in a well, and be a small-time tycoon, while she has a bright future. It's not a dream for her to surpass Chun Fan's net worth in the future. For a moment, Song Manyu was somewhat distracted. But in the instant she lost focus, Lu Lanlan's score suddenly surged to 1,200,000, instantly overtaking her. Song Manyu was immediately stunned. What happened? On the other side, Lu Lanlan covered her mouth, extremely excited. Thank you to the generous. I really have no money for the 40 carnival tokens. Thank you so much. The carnival costs 3,000 yuan each, making it the most expensive gift currently available. 40 carnivals would cost 120,000 yuan, or 1.2 million points. Just then, time was up. Holy crap, this guy is awesome. The big shot just spent 120,000 in one go. Awesome. Is this what you call not having money? If giving away a gift worth 120,000 yuan casually is considered not having money, then what am I? I can't even earn 120,000 yuan a year. At this moment, in Lu Lanlan's live broadcast room, many viewers were marveling at Chun Fan's extravagance. Song Manyu stared at the score, completely stunned and motionless. Thank you so much. I'm really broke, thank you. Lu Lanlan was still expressing her gratitude, unaware that the number belonged to Chun Fan. As for Song Manyu, she still couldn't react, wondering how the other side suddenly had so many points. It wasn't until she secretly used another phone to enter Song Manyu's live stream that she instantly understood. They gave away 40 carnivals in one go, worth 120,000 yuan, and this was just one event. It's just 40 carnivals, what's the big deal? At my peak, I once received 60 or 70 carnivals in one go. Song Manyu pouted, feeling unconvinced. What Song Manyu said is true. At her peak, she gifted over 200,000 yuan worth of gifts in one go. You guys won by stealing the tower at the last minute. If you had given so many gifts earlier, our eldest brother would have given even more and we would definitely have won. Song Manyu said sourly. Exactly. What's the point of winning by stealing towers? Winning by resorting to trickery at the last minute is disgraceful and shameful. Let's have another round if you dare, and see who's better. The people in Song Manyu's live stream were also unconvinced. Hey streamer, wanna play another round? This time, our top streamer will absolutely crush that I really have no money viewer of yours. Song Manyu asked provocatively. Chapter 250, Chun Fan's methods of winning over his ex-girlfriend and dealing with Suingbua. Lu Lanlan hesitated for a moment. Although she sang well, she was very shy and embarrassed to ask for gifts. Unlike other female anchors who would act cute and charming to ask for gifts, so she never received many gifts. The generous viewer who just said, I really have no money, sent 40 carnival gifts in one go, which is the most gifts she has ever received since she started streaming, without exception. Now that the opposing team is going to play another round, Lu Lanlan has no confidence. Come. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan only typed one word. The system hasn't shown that the task is complete yet. It seems that the task can only be completed after Song Manyu is completely defeated. Let's play one more time. He only spent a mere 120,000, and he still has more than 4.8 million in his account. Compared to the system rewards worth 4 billion, grinding even more is a small matter. Okay, I'll listen to you, boss. Noticing Chen Fan's comment, Lu Lanlan spoke up. I agree. Lu Lanlan looked at Song Manyu. Song Manyu started another round. You'll regret this. In a minute, I'll show you, and that older brother of yours who says, I really have no money, what real strength is. If you don't have money, don't come out to play. Song Manyu provocatively said. As soon as she finished speaking, the big spender in Song Manyu's live stream sent her 80 carnival tokens. In an instant, Song Manyu's score skyrocketed to 100 points. OMG. Thank you so much for the 80 carnival tokens. You're awesome. Seeing the total of 2.4 million points and 80 carnivals, Song Manyu jumped up excitedly. That carnival costs a whopping 240,000, which is twice the amount of that. I really have no money guy from earlier. I have 2.4 million points now. Let's see how the other side can beat me. You? Song Manyu was about to sarcastically remark to Lu Lanlan. I really have no money. Suddenly, we discovered that Lu Lanlan's score has skyrocketed. In the end, Lu Lanlan's score skyrocketed to 15 million. Chen Fan gave away 500 carnivals in one go, which is 1.5 million. In an instant, Song Manyu's bar was overtaken by Lu Lanlan and was almost invisible. Upon seeing this terrifying score, Song Manyu and the big spender in her livestream were all stunned. Song Manyu counted the number blankly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 15 million points. Song Manyu gasped, speechless with astonishment. In Song Manyu's livestream, none of the viewers who were just shouting dared to send any comments. If they had just won by stealing a tower when they had over 1 million points and spent 120,000, they would have dared to boast, because they won by sheer luck. But now, in one game, he racked up over 10 million points. My god, what kind of super rich person is this? He's proven his strength. Brothers, can we raise the score a little higher? When Song Manyu spoke, her voice lacked confidence. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, no one sent any more gifts. If the other side had a slightly higher score, even 1 or 2 times higher, they could still put up a fight. But now, I don't even have a fraction of what others have earned. So what's the point of trying to make money? Am I just asking for trouble? Why? Song Manyu sighed deeply, utterly despairing. She was impressed. The big shot over there, who said, I really have no money, was actually very rich and powerful. She was no match for him. Compared to Song Manyu's despair, Lu Lanlan's live stream was indeed in an uproar. Holy crap, what kind of super rich person is this? Boss, do you need any underlings? You casually swipe 1.5 million, and you call that being broke? The no money tycoon is awesome. Countless viewers flooded into Lu Lanlan's live stream, fawning over and flattering Chen Fan. As for Lu Lanlan, she was so excited that she was almost incoherent and didn't know how to thank Chen Fan. Thank you. I really have no money, sir. Lu Lanlan stood up, bowed to thank Chen Fan, and her eyes were even red at this moment. In the end, we won easily. As the activity ended, the system's voice came through. Fight. Provide timely assistance to Lu Lanlan, subdue Song Manyu, and earn Lu Lanlan's gratitude, laying the groundwork for later recruiting Lu Lanlan. Mistakenly selected quest button. Congratulations on acquiring 5% of the shares in Ronka Group, a conglomerate with a market capitalization of 80 billion, and becoming the new president of Ronka Group. The share acquisition agreement has been placed in your hotel account. Please check. Congratulations on receiving 140 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan received shares in Ronka Group worth 4 billion yuan. At the same time, Chen Fan also became the largest shareholder and president of Ronka Group. Chen Fan only spent a little over 1 million yuan and easily won 4 billion yuan, making a fortune. I really have no money, brother. You're so amazing, so capable. In the live stream, Song Manyu was completely convinced this time. Instantly, Song Manyu's attitude changed 180 degrees, and she started to whine and beg. I really have no money. She didn't know that, I really have no money, was Chen Fan. Welcome, brother, I really have no money. Come visit my live stream sometime. I have lots of talents. Song Manyu tried every trick in the book to charm and ingratiate herself with Chen Fan, hoping to recruit him to her live stream. Chen Fan didn't want to watch Song Manyu at all, so he simply left the live stream, since he had already completed his mission. Now that he's become the new president of Ronka Group, dealing with Su Yingbo will be much easier. Thinking it over, Chun Fan picked up the detailed information about Su Yingbo that Gu Yuanhong had given him and began to study it. A few minutes later, while looking at a certain item in the data, Chun Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had an idea. Chapter 251, the 50th day after severing ties, becoming the vice president of a world-class luxury brand. According to the information Gu Yuanhong gave him, Su Yingbo was too spoiled, so the Su family did not entrust him with any important businesses. Currently, besides some real estate and luxury cars, Su Yingbo only owns 2 decent bars in Jinling, but they are far inferior to the bars Chun Fan just acquired. Now we have a way to make Su Yingbo vomit blood. Thinking it over, Chun Fan sent out several messages, preparing to take action against the 2 bars under Su Yingbo's name. As Chun Fan was making his plans, his phone suddenly vibrated. Chun Fan curiously opened it and saw that it was a private message from the Douyin backend. To his surprise, the private message was sent by Song Manyu. The poor guy looks so handsome today. I'll be live streaming tomorrow, and I'd be incredibly grateful if you could come. Good night. Song Manyu sent a private message to the I really have no money tycoon, trying to ingratiate herself with him and attract Chun Fan to her live stream. Upon seeing this, a sarcastic smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. When they were together, he was incredibly attentive to Song Manyu, but Song Manyu had never been so flattering or humble towards him. Looking back now, it's so ironic. Indeed, in this day and age, money is far too important. Being a simp is unacceptable. At this moment, Chun Fan wondered what Song Manyu's expression would be if she knew that the wealthy man who said, I really have no money, was him. It'll probably be very interesting. Around 11 p.m., Chun Fan planned to go to rest. Before Chun Fan could rest, he suddenly received a call from Koenigsegg's former boss. He needed to come to Daxiao to sign an agreement with Chun Fan, so he called Chun Fan in advance to ask for his address. Chun Fan chatted with the other party for a few minutes before taking a break. Time flies, and the system's reward arrived at noon the next day. Bite. 50 days after severing ties, you are rewarded with 5% of the shares of the world's top luxury brand, Tiffany Company, and appointed as the vice president of Tiffany Company. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Shares in the Tiffany Group? Looking at today's reward, Chun Fan's face showed an excited expression. I never expected the system to reward me with such a huge surprise after 50 days of severing ties. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the highest reward the system has ever given me. Tiffany Company, one of the world's most famous luxury goods groups, is primarily engaged in the jewelry industry and has been established for nearly 200 years. Previously, a list of the world's 50 most valuable apparel brands was released, with Tiffany ranking 14th. It's worth noting that this list includes numerous brands, such as Chanel and other renowned top luxury brands. If we're talking about brand rankings in the jewelry industry alone, Tiffany Company is definitely in the top 5, or even the top 3, in the world. And more importantly, the Tiffany Group currently has a market capitalization of over 120 billion. This is why Chun Fan said that this was the highest reward he had ever received in the system's history. That long-term task hasn't been completed yet, so it doesn't count. The Tiffany Group shares are worth over 6 billion. Tiffany's background is also quite impressive. It is the world's #1 luxury goods company and one of the brands under the Louis Vuitton Group, which has a market value of over $1 trillion and was once the world's richest man. Unexpectedly, today, the system not only rewarded him with shares of the Tiffany Group worth over 6 billion, but also directly made him a vice president of the Tiffany Group. This is such a huge surprise. Chun Fan's net worth has skyrocketed once again. After lunch, Chun Fan had some free time and decided to visit Ruoshue's company, since they hadn't seen each other for a few days and Ruoshue seemed very busy. On the other side, Xiao Ruoshue was talking with Qin Yongliang, the boss of Nanfeng Company from the last time. Last time, the arrogant Qin Yongliang was taught a lesson by Chun Fan, but now, facing Xiao Ruoshue, Qin Yongliang is extremely docile. President Qin, I just had the finance department transfer the debt owed to your Nanfeng Company to you. The debt issue between our two companies is now resolved. Xiao Ruoshue spoke. Last time, Haining Group was in financial difficulty and couldn't come up with so much money all at once. It took Xiao Ruoshue a while to finally raise the money. President Xia, you're too kind. There's no rush. Qin Yongliang answered with a smile, but his expression betrayed him. In that case, I'll be going now. After saying that, Qin Yongliang turned to leave. Mr. Qin, wait a moment, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Xiao Ruoshue called out to the other party directly. Qin Yongliang stopped abruptly. He knew that there must be something wrong with Xiao Ruoshue inviting him here and paying back all the money in one go. Moreover, he knew what Xiao Ruoshue wanted to ask, but he just didn't want to tell her. He wanted to escape, but in the end, he couldn't escape. Mr. Chin, all I want is a name. Who exactly is the high-ranking official in our company who is colluding with your Nanfeng company? Xiao Ruoshui asked seriously. Why would a prestigious company like Haining Group owe money to a small company like Nanfeng Company? Xiao Ruoshui guessed that it was because the group's senior management colluded with the other party to embezzle the company's money. I don't quite understand what President Xia is saying. Qin Yongliang was still pretending to be stupid, unwilling to reveal the name of that person. If Boss Qin still doesn't want to talk about it, I'll have to ask my boyfriend for help. Xiao Ruoshui shrugged and could only use her boyfriend Qin Fan to scare the other party. No, please don't. I'll tell you, okay? Qin Yongliang quickly stopped him, but eventually named the same person as well. He is none other than Zhang Feilai, the general manager of your Haining Group. After saying that, Qin Yongliang hurriedly left. Zhang Feilai is one of the founding members of Haining Group and is currently considered the second most important figure in the group after Xiao Ruoshui. To put it simply, the Haining Group has always been divided into the headquarters faction and the local faction. The headquarters faction is naturally composed of people sent by the Xiao family, while the leader of the local faction is this Zhang Feilai. Really? A hint of coldness appeared on Xiao Ruoshui's pretty face. She had suspected Zhang Feilai before, and even suspected that the reason why Haining Group had become so destitute was because of Zhang Feilai. If Xiao Ruoshui wants to help Chun Fan deal with the Su family, a top-tier wealthy family in Jinling, she must first solve the problems of the Haining Group and take control of it. Now that we know it was really Zhang Feilai who was behind this, he can't be allowed to live. Thinking it over, Xiao Ruoshui decisively called the director of the Human Resources Department. What? Remove General Manager Zhang from all his positions. Upon receiving Xiao Ruoshui's order, the HR director was taken aback. After confirming it, he realized that if they really did that, the company would probably be in big trouble. Sure. Xiao Ruoshui spoke firmly. All right. Since the boss had given the order, the HR director had no choice but to comply. A dozen minutes later, the door to Xiao Ruoshui's office was suddenly kicked open. Chapter 252 The Method to Win Over Old Master Xiao, New Mission Rewards. Xiao Ruoshui, I demand an explanation from you. An old man in his 60s, looking furious, walked in and loudly questioned Xiao Ruoshui. This old man is none other than Zhang Feilai, the general manager and veteran of Haining Group. Xiao Ruoshui, you're a newcomer to the company with connections, and you actually want to fire me, a hard-working veteran who has dedicated myself to the company for so many years? Are you even human? From the outset, Zhang Feilai took the moral high ground and launched into a tirade against Xiao Ruoshui. Hearing the noise, many employees of Haining Group came over to see what was going on. Where were you when I was bleeding and sweating for the company? I've dedicated myself to the company, endured all this time, and now my hair is all gray, and you want to fire me? You're so cruel. Aren't you afraid of alienating the rest of the company by discarding them like this? Zhang Feilai spoke loudly. You all see this. This is what happens when you work for Haining Group. I worked hard for the company for decades, and they fired me just before I was about to retire. Zhang Feilai turned to look at the crowd of onlookers, wanting to escalate the situation. If what General Manager Zhang said is true, it's really disheartening. This is like discarding a donkey after it has served its purpose. How pathetic. What's the point of us staying at a company like this? We might just end up like General Manager Zhang. Upon hearing Zhang Feilai's words, the many onlookers began to discuss among themselves. General Manager Zhang, don't go too far. You know what you've done. I haven't hired a lawyer to sue you because I'm considering that you're a veteran of the company and have put in a lot of effort for it. Xiao Ruoshui stood up and confronted Zhang Feilai. What did I do? Zhang Feilai wouldn't give up until he saw the Yellow River. Look closely, this is Haining Group. You'd better resign now. Zhang Feilai looked at the employees who were watching and urged them to resign. The onlookers' discussions grew louder, and as the situation became increasingly serious, Xiao Ruoshui released a recording. It was during her conversation with Qin Yongliang that Xiao Ruoshui used facts to refute Zhang Feilai. After listening to the recording, Zhang Feilai's face turned extremely ugly, and his mouth twitched. He dared to be so arrogant because he thought Xiao Ruoshui had only been with the company for a short time and couldn't possibly have any dirt on him. However, oh, I see. Colluding with outsiders, that's definitely something to be done, and they should be fired. I think President Xia did the right thing. The employees who had been misled all understood and immediately supported Xiao Ruoshui. General Manager Zhang, what else do you have to say? Xiao Ruoshui countered with a question. It's just a stupid recording. Who knows if it's real or fake? Zhang Feilai, unwilling to accept defeat, threatened Xiao Ruoshui. Xiao Ruoshui, I have several important clients in my company. If you dare to fire me, I will immediately start a new company, poach all these important clients, and completely destroy your Haining Group. This is Zhang Feilai's last trump card. Standing there, Xiao Ruoshui was furious, but she couldn't refute him for the time being. The Haining Group, now in dire straits, has only a few major clients left, which are extremely important. If Zhang Feilai really poaches these major clients, it will be a huge blow to the Haining Group. Just as Xiao Ruoshui was troubled, a domineering voice rang out. You're trying to poach Haining Group's major clients? You should first consider how long you'll be in jail. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chun Fan strode forward, stood beside Xiao Ruoshui, and confronted Zhang Feilai head-on. I have a top-notch law firm under my control. I'll have them all go there and send you to retire. Chun Fan added. You? Zhang Feilai was furious. We'll see. In a fit of anger, Zhang Feilai turned and left. All right, everyone, you can all leave now. Xiao Ruoshui's female assistant chased away the onlookers and closed the office door. Even if we sue him, it will take time and go through procedures. But if he really wants to target those major clients and poach them from the company, it could happen at any time, and Haining Group could suffer huge losses. Xiao Ruoshui said with difficulty. No, I need to strike first and secure those key clients. Xiao Ruoshui made a decision in a flash. The system's voice suddenly sounded, announcing a mission. Bite. Temporary task issued. Help Xiao Ruoshui secure the continued cooperation with those key clients and ensure they continue working with Haining Group. Task reward. 20% of Qianxing Auction Company's shares, becoming the chairman of Qianxing Auction Company. Task reward. 144 experience points. Shares in Qianxing Auction Company. Chun Fan muttered to himself. Xiao Ruoshui's mother had previously reminded her that the Xia family patriarch had a particular fondness for antiques. Previously, he was the second largest shareholder of Qianxing Auction Company, owning 20% of the company's shares. Now, the system has rewarded him with another 20% of the shares. With this additional reward, Chun Fan can become the chairman of Qianxing Auction Company and take it over. Even if Ruoshui's father is difficult to deal with in the future, gaining Grandpa Xiao's approval will be much easier. At that time, Old Master Xiao approved of him. After all, he was the head of the Xiao family, so Xiao Ruoshui's father's opinion was not so important. Moreover, as her boyfriend, how could he just stand by and do nothing about Ruoshui's situation? I'll help you. Chun Fan spoke. Thanks. It's so good to have you here. Hearing Chun Fan say this, Xiao Ruoshui felt a warmth in her heart. She felt that she had not misjudged him and that being with Chun Fan was truly wonderful. The most important of those major clients is the owner of Jinling Yihui Company. Let's go and take care of him first. Xiao Ruoshui decided to start with the most important things. After saying that, they found a driver, and Xiao Ruoshui and Chun Fan headed straight for Jinling Yihui Company. Chapter 253, Launching Leap Forward Law Firm. Is the mission going to fail? On the way, Chun Fan first contacted his law firm, Yuesheng Law Firm, and asked them to start preparing to sue Zhang Feilai. Xiao Ruoshui has just told Chun Fan what exactly happened. Xiao Ruoshui had already given face to this veteran Zhang Feilai, only dismissing him out of consideration for his past contributions to the company. But how could Chun Fan let this shameless guy, who even turned around and threatened Xiao Ruoshui, get away with it? 20 minutes later, Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui arrived at Jinling Yihui Company. The two went straight to the office of Yan Minran, chairman of Jinling Yihui Company, on the 6th floor, but Yan Minran's secretary stopped them in front of the office. Xiao Ruoshui explained her purpose for coming. Okay, please wait a moment, President Xiao, while I go in and inform them. After saying that, the female secretary went into the office. As he opened the door, Chun Fan glanced inside and saw that there seemed to be a guest in the office, but it appeared to be a woman, not Zhang Feilai. A minute or two later, Yan Minran, chairman of Jinling Yihui Company, came out of his office. This must be President Xiao, the new president of Haining Group. I heard some time ago that President Xiao took over Haining Group, but I haven't had a chance to pay him a visit yet. Yan Minran was very polite at first. I wonder what brings President Xiao here to see me all of a sudden. After exchanging a few polite words, Yan Minran asked directly. It's like this, Chairman Yan. Our two companies have always had a very pleasant cooperation. However, a small matter has recently occurred within our company, and I hope it will not affect our cooperation. Our Haining Group is willing to cooperate with your company in the long term. Xiao Ruoshui spoke. It's normal for problems to arise internally. Every company experiences them. Our company has an excellent partnership with Haining Group, so we are definitely not affected. Yan Minran was about to make a promise, but before he could finish speaking, a sudden voice came from behind. Jinling Yihui Company can no longer continue its cooperation with Haining Group. Everyone turned their heads and saw Zhang Feilai striding over. Old Zhang, what brings you here too? Upon seeing Zhang Feilai, Yan Minran became even more puzzled. Why have the top two figures of Haining Group come to my company in such a short time? Old Yen, I am a veteran of Haining Group, an old man who has worked hard for Haining Group all my life, and I have been fired by that despicable Xia Ruoshui. Zhang Feilai immediately began complaining to Yen Minran. This kind of exclusionary behavior is disgusting. If you treat us insiders like this, you can imagine how you treat your partners. If you continue to cooperate with us, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Old Yen, don't cooperate with Haining Group again. Zhang Feilai instigated Yen Minran. What? Old Zhang, you got fired. Yen Minran was extremely surprised to learn that Zhang Feilai had been dismissed. Zhang Feilai was the most senior veteran and the second most important figure in Haining Group, and he was suddenly fired. No wonder President Xia Ruoshui personally came to visit him, saying she wanted to continue the cooperation. Yen Minran instantly understood the purpose of Xia Ruoshui and Zhang Feilai. Chairman Yen, why was Zhang Feilai dismissed? Xia Ruoshui wanted to explain, but Zhang Feilai interrupted her again. What excuse are you making? It's just about eliminating dissidents. Lao Yen, we're old friends. You can't ignore the advice of an old friend, can you? In that case, you immediately cancel your cooperation with Haining Group, and I will immediately set up a new company. When we cooperate, I will lower the price for you. In an attempt to win over Yen Minran, Zhang Feilai made empty promises. You're even starting a new company? You should just prepare to take on lawsuits and retire. Chen Fan couldn't help but speak up. Oh, what do you mean? Zhang Feilai asked nervously. I have handed your case over to Yuesheng Law Firm. You can just wait to be arrested on charges of embezzlement and other crimes. Chen Fan answered. You? You can keep talking nonsense here. Besides, you have a lawyer, and I don't. I also know a lot of top-notch lawyers in Jinling. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Feilai said indignantly. I'll sue you for slander then. Beside him, Yen Minran had already roughly guessed what was going on. He was quite familiar with Zhang Feilai's character. Old Yen, as long as you stop cooperating with Haining Group and cooperate with my new company in the future, I can reduce the price by 1/10. In order to make Haining Group pay the price, Zhang Feilai disregarded everything else and directly assured Yen Minran. If you lower the price by 1/10, the profit margin will be reduced to almost zero. After paying employee salaries, you won't make any money at all. Although Xia Ruoshui was furious, she couldn't lower the price. For Haining Group at this point, lowering the price would be tantamount to courting death. A 10th price reduction? Yen Minran's eyes lit up. He was very tempted. Yes, Lao Yen, we are old friends, I can assure you. Zhang Feilai nodded. That's great. Yen Minran smiled. He had already made his decision. Zhang Feilai and Xia Ruoshui were fighting like the snipe and the clam, while he, the fisherman, would reap the benefits. Chairman Yen, please think it over. Zhang Feilai's company hasn't been established yet, let alone whether it can be established. Even if it is, it will take a long time, and it's not certain that it will be able to develop. Xia Ruoshui persuaded Yen Minran. No need for you to consider it, Mr. Xia. I've thought it through very well. Yen Minran has been blinded by greed. Seeing that Yen Minran had made his decision, Zhang Feilai looked at Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan with great pride, as if to say, see, this is what happens when someone fires me. Yen Minran is just the first one. There are several other major clients who will find ways to get them to cancel their cooperation with Haining Group. Xia Ruoshui, you will pay a heavy price for firing me. In an instant, the situation became extremely unfavorable for Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan. Just as Yen Minran was about to issue an order to leave Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui, the office door was suddenly opened, and a charming woman in her 40s walked out. Chairman Yen, what happened? The still charming noblewoman spoke before she even appeared. She was a guest invited by Yen Minran, and they were just discussing business inside. Halfway through the conversation, Yen Minran was suddenly called out. There had been another argument outside, and the still elegant lady curiously came out. Manager Ron, it's nothing. Upon seeing the still charming noblewoman emerge, Yen Minran immediately responded respectfully. Just as the lady was about to speak to Yen Minran, she inadvertently caught sight of Chen Fan standing to the side. Her eyes widened in utter shock. Chapter 254 Your net worth skyrockets again. Please address me by my job title when working. General Manager Chen. The still charming noblewoman greeted Chen Fan with delight. After saying that, she immediately came over and shook hands with Chen Fan in a very flattering manner. Seeing this, the people around were stunned. What was going on? Yen Minran, in particular, was horrified. Something's not right. Why is Manager Ren being so ingratiating towards Xia Ruoshui's companion? Not to mention them, even Chen Fan was a little confused. He had never even met the other party before, let alone known them. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Mr. Chen, I am Ren Huiying, a senior executive of Ronka Group. The lady introduced herself, revealing that she was one of the senior executives of Ronka Group. I only heard this morning that President Chun has acquired a portion of the group's shares and is now the company's president and largest shareholder. The wealthy woman looked at Chun Fan ingratiatingly. I was planning to visit Mr. Chun tomorrow, but I didn't expect to run into him here first. I hope Mr. Chun will take good care of me in my future work. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Hearing Chun Fan and Ren Huiying's conversation, Yin Minran instantly lost his composure. Xiao Ruoshui's companion is actually the president and largest shareholder of Ronka Group. Little did he know that the person he initially overlooked was the real big shot. Beside him, Zhang Feilai stood awkwardly, speechless. Oh, it's Manager Ren. Hello. Upon learning the lady's identity, Chen Fan suddenly understood why she had been so obsequious and fawning towards him. It's just that Ronka Group has a new owner, and they're taking the opportunity to show their face in front of me. That's normal. Hello, Mr. Chun. Yin Minran also came over, hoping to become a familiar face to Chen Fan. I'm not doing well. Someone is even going to cancel their cooperation with my girlfriend's company. How can I be doing well? Faced with Yin Minran's fawning, Chun Fan coldly replied. Yin Minran stood there awkwardly. It turns out that this Mr. Chun is Xiao Ruoshui's boyfriend. Now there's really a problem. Yin Minran quickly realized what was happening and knew what to do. Who wants to cancel their cooperation with President Xiao's company? How come I didn't know? Yin Minran's attitude towards Xiao Ruoshui and Chun Fan underwent a complete 180-degree change, directly altering his stance. I don't know about other companies, but Jinling Yihui Company will continue to cooperate with Haining Group. It just so happens that President Xia is here. Let's sign a new 3-year cooperation agreement. Whoever breaches the contract will have to pay 10 times the amount in compensation. Finally, to show his sincerity, Yin Minran even offered to sign a 3-year contract. Zhang Feilai, standing nearby, was speechless. Old Yin, didn't we agree on this? Zhang Feilai wanted to make a correction, but Yin Minran resolutely refused. What do you mean, Lao Yin? General Manager Zhang? Please address me by my title when we're working. We're not that familiar with each other. Being rejected by his old friend like this, Zhang Feilai was somewhat exasperated. You, Yin Minran, are heartless. You wait and see, I won't give up. Zhang Feilai looked at Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui with resentment. Zhang Feilai especially hated Chun Fan. If it weren't for this guy, Yin Minran would have been willing to cooperate with him. It's all because of that despicable Chun Fan. Zhang Feilai left angrily to work on his other clients. President Chun, President Xia, do you think I did the right thing? Yin Minran asked with a smile. President Yin is indeed clever. Chun Fan smiled. Afterwards, Yin Minran and Xiao Ruoshui signed a new 3-year contract. Despite the huge penalty for breach of contract, neither party agreed to cancel the cooperation. With Yin Minran settled, there are still 2 important companies to go. Just as Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui were about to leave, Yin Minran volunteered, saying that he had a good relationship with the boss of one of the remaining 2 companies. Yin Minran spoke on Xiao Ruoshui's behalf, and the company's boss was willing to renegotiate the contract with Xiao Ruoshui. With the second company secured, Chun Fan and Xiao Ruoshui finally left Yin Minran's place. At this moment, only one customer remained, Basin Ltd. Compared to the previous 2 companies, this last one isn't that important, but since we've already come up with all the offers, let's give it a shot. Xiao Ruoshui spoke to the driver, who was about to head to Basin Company, Ltd. Wait a minute, Basin Limited. Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh. No need to go to Basin Limited anymore. I'll take care of that company. Chun Fan spoke confidently. After saying that, Chun Fan made a phone call, said a few words, and then hung up. With the matter settled, Basin Limited will definitely continue to cooperate with Haining Group. I guarantee that. Chun Fan looked at Xiao Ruoshui. Oh. Xiao Ruoshui was taken aback. She naturally believed Chun Fan, but she was curious about how he had managed to do it so well. Ruoshui, you don't know, but the son of the owner of Basin Company, Limited is in my Flying Feather Supercar Association, and he idolizes me a lot. Chun Fan answered calmly. Most members of the Feiyu Supercar Association have backgrounds, just not that impressive. Basin Limited is only a medium-sized company, and the heir of Basin Limited holds an important position in his own club. He readily agreed to his idol's request. Very good. Xiao Ruoshui was incredibly excited and happily kissed Chun Fan on the cheek. In this way, all the threats posed by Zhang Feilai were eliminated. With Chun Fan around, Xiao Ruoshui felt very safe. As the problem was resolved, the system's voice came through. Bite. Help Xiao Ruoshui secure those key clients' continued cooperation with Haining Group. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 20% of the shares in Qianxing Auction Company and becoming the chairman of Qianxing Auction Company. Congratulations on receiving 144 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chun Fan easily acquired 20% of the shares of Qinxing Auction Company. In the future, Chun Fan will have many rare antiques, making it much easier to win over old Master Xia when he visits the Xia family. At the same time, Chun Fan's net worth will also increase significantly. On her way back, Xia Ruoxue thought to herself that she needed to hurry, as the gift she had prepared would arrive soon. I'll definitely give Chun Fan a surprise then. In the afternoon, Chun Fan and Xia Ruoxue were just about to have dinner together and go on a date. As soon as Xia Ruoxue stepped out of the company building, she received an incredibly surprising phone call. So Xia Ruoxue took Chun Fan and headed straight for Jinling Airport. Chapter 255. Chun Fan's future father-in-law is coming to meet. He encounters Su Junyao's sister. At first, Chun Fan was a little surprised. What had happened? When he saw that the last call on Xia Ruoxue's phone was from Xia Mingming, he suddenly realized what had happened. It's highly likely that Xia Mingming has come to Jinling. Back in Jiangzhou, Xia Mingming had mentioned that she would contact her father and ask him to find a way to arrange for her to move to Jinling. This matter might be as difficult as climbing to the sky for others, but for the Xia family, it's just a matter of making a call. Sure enough, when they arrived at the airport, Xia Mingming was dragging her suitcase out of the airport. Upon seeing Chun Fan and Xia Ruoxue, Xia Mingming gave each of them a big bear hug. Sister, brother-in-law, it's been so long. My dad arranged for me to be admitted to the art department of Jinling University. Xia Mingming explained. That's perfect. From now on, you'll stay by my side to keep you from running wild. Xia Ruoxue spoke. Xia Ruoxue needs to help her parents keep an eye on her mischievous younger sister. Let's go. Chun Fan drove the two Xia sisters to Xia Ruoxue's villa in Jinling City. This villa also belongs to the Xia family and is affiliated with the Haining Group. By the way, sister, I need to register at Jinling University tomorrow. It's a bit troublesome. Could you come with me? On the way back, Xia Mingming pleaded. Tomorrow? Xia Ruoxue fell into deep thought. She has just managed to stabilize these few important clients, and she still has a lot of things to deal with. She really doesn't have time tomorrow. Mingming, I'm sorry, I really don't have time tomorrow. Xia Ruoxue spoke apologetically. Seeing that her sister didn't agree, Xia Mingming had no choice but to look at Chun Fan and plead. Does my brother-in-law have time? Before Chun Fan could speak, the system's voice came again. Bite. Task issued. Promise Xia Mingming you will accompany her to Jinling University for registration tomorrow. Task duration, within 24 hours. Mission reward, 10% of Patek Philippe's shares. Task reward, 135 experience points. Currently, Chun Fan only owns 65% of Patek Philippe's shares. If he can complete this task, he will be able to acquire 3/4 of Patek Philippe in one fell swoop. With just 25 more pieces left, Patek Philippe will be completely owned by the Chun family. Since Ruoxue doesn't have time, I'll go with you to register. Chun Fan agreed. Brother-in-law, you're so kind. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Mingming gave Chun Fan another big hug. After the three of them had dinner, Chun Fan took them home and then returned to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Time flies. The next morning, Chun Fan arrived at Xia Ruoxue's villa, picked up Xia Mingming, and headed straight for the art department of Jinling University. Just as Chun Fan parked the car and was about to accompany Xia Mingming to complete the formalities, several girls around 18 or 19 years old passed by on another road. The tall girl who was leading the group was stunned when she saw Chun Fan. It's you? Looking at Chun Fan, the tall girl's face was full of disdain. Who are you? Xia Mingming couldn't help but ask. I am Su Yihan from the Su family of Jinling. The tall girl stepped forward, looking at Chun Fan with disdain. What a shameless guy. My cousin was about to marry you, and you actually refused. I really don't know what you were thinking. Su Yihan and Su Junyao have a very good relationship. Like Su Junyao, she is extremely proud because she is a direct descendant of the Su family. She feels that she is superior to others, that she is an aristocrat or a princess. She knew about Su Junyao's situation and had even seen Chun Fan's photos. When she first heard that Su Junyao was going to marry Chun Fan, she felt that Chun Fan was getting a good deal. Even if Sister Junyao is just pregnant, or even if she has 10 or 8 children, or even if she becomes an old woman, it would be her great fortune and the result of her ancestors' good deeds to marry someone from a small place. However, it turned out that Chun Fan refused to marry Junyao and even threatened to ruin the Su family of Jinling. As a result, Su Yihan hated Chun Fan. Shameless bastards. I think it's your Su family that's shameless. Faced with Su Yihan's provocation, Xia Mingming didn't tolerate it and directly confronted her. Pregnant before marriage, your Su family has really strict family rules. Xia Mingming was sarcastic. Xia Mingming knew the general outline of her brother-in-law's affairs with the Chun and Su families. Even when she asked her father to help her transfer to a school in Nanjing, Xia Mingming tentatively asked him if he could help her brother-in-law. If dad takes action, what are the Su family of Jinling compared to that? But the father said that he knew about the matter and that Xia Mingming should not interfere. After he finishes what he's doing, he'll find time to come to Jinling and have a chat with Qin Fan. Xia Mingming directly exposed Su Yihan's sore spot, leaving her furious. You? What do you mean, you? You're not going to follow your cousin's example and get pregnant out of wedlock, are you? Xia Mingming continued her tirade. Instantly, Su Yihan trembled with anger, feeling like she was about to explode. Let's go, brother-in-law. Don't pay any attention to such a slut. After saying that, Xia Mingming left with Qin Fan, leaving Su Yihan standing there, furious. On the way to complete the formalities, Xia Mingming specifically said, Brother-in-law, I was so busy yesterday that I forgot something very important. Xia Mingming moved closer to Qin Fan and lowered her voice. Oh, what is it? Qin Fan was somewhat curious. You have to promise me first that once I tell you, you must keep it a secret and pretend you know nothing about it. Xia Mingming added. When her father called last time, he specifically told Xia Mingming not to tell Qin Fan or Xia Ruoshui that he was coming to talk to Qin Fan, so that Qin Fan could be prepared. Xia Mingming readily agreed, displaying the dutiful demeanor of a father's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. I agree. Qin Fan nodded. Xia Mingming then told him that her father would find time to come to Jinling to see Qin Fan later. Your father is coming? Upon learning this news, Qin Fan became serious. Qin Fan heard from Ruoshui and her mother that his future father-in-law was not easy to deal with. Now that he's actually making time to come to Jinling to see me, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Brother-in-law, you owe me a huge favor for telling you something so important. If I need your help with anything later, or if I want to come to your house for a meal, you can't refuse, okay? Xia Mingming spoke. She had always longed for her brother-in-law's cooking skills. Of course I won't refuse. Tell me what you want to eat in the future, and don't forget to let me know if you have any news. Qin Fan spoke up, trying to win over his sister-in-law with delicious food. Judging from the looks of it, his future father-in-law dotes on Xia Mingming, and Xia Mingming is so filial. If Qin Fan bribes her, he will definitely be able to get any news as soon as possible. It's a deal. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, Xia Mingming burst into laughter, directly betraying her father. The two sides easily reached an agreement. After completing a series of procedures, Xia Mingming was assigned a class and a dormitory. However, Xia Mingming usually did not stay in the dormitory, but only stayed there for a while during the lunch break. After taking care of all that, Qin Fan helped Xia Mingming carry her luggage to the front of girls' dormitory building number 2. Just as the two arrived in front of dormitory building number 2, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 256, Severing Relationships, Day 51. Reward a 6 billion yuan rebate card. Su Yihan, who had been there earlier, led a group of girls and blocked the entrance to dormitory building number 2. As a direct descendant of the Su family, and also serving as the vice president of the student union of the Department of Art at Jinling University, Su Yihan has some connections within the Department of Art. Getting in won't be that easy. Having been rendered speechless by Xia Mingming's retort, Su Yihan is now going to teach Xia Mingming a lesson and let her know who's in charge here. This time, Su Yihan brought more than 20 girls, who crowded in front of Qin Fan and Xia Mingming, preventing them from entering. Forcing our way in is definitely not an option. Seeing Qin Fan and Xia Mingming stuck outside with no way to get through, Su Yihan's smile was exceptionally bright. Are you still so arrogant? You still. Before Su Yihan could finish speaking, an even more domineering voice rang out. Su Yihan, what are you doing? From another direction, a very capable-looking girl with short hair walked over with several other girls. Su Yihan's expression stiffened upon seeing the short-haired girl. President Yu? What are you doing here? Su Yihan asked somewhat guiltily, because the girl opposite her was the president of the art department's student council, who was definitely superior to her. As the vice president of the student council, is this how you set an example? The capable woman questioned. As she spoke, the capable-looking girl led her entourage over to Qin Fan and Xia Mingming. Among the capable-looking girl, Qin Fan spotted a familiar face, Miao Feifei, a member of the Feiyu Supercar Association whom he had helped before. President, this is Sister Yu Ning. Sister Yu has always admired our Feiyu Supercar Association. Miao Feifei stepped forward and quietly introduced herself to Qin Fan. Just now in the dormitory building, Miao Feifei overheard Su Yihan's plan to cause trouble, and it was even aimed at the student council president. How could that be allowed? So she quickly went to ask her best friend, who was the student council president, for help. Hello. Qin Fan greeted him politely. Hello, Chairman Chun. Yu Ning greeted him with a smile. If you need anything at Jinling University in the future, just let me know. If you have any problems, I'll help you solve them. Yu Ning looked at Xia Mingming and said loudly. Upon hearing Yuning's words, the girls on Su Yihan's side exchanged bewildered glances. This person was actually Chairman Yu. In an instant, they left. In the art department, who would dare to confront the student council president face to face? Su Yihan was immediately left all alone, feeling extremely lonely. Su Yihan's face turned pale with anger. She really didn't expect that this despicable Chen Fan knew someone at Jinling University who was even more powerful than her. Now, Su Yihan was at a loss. Su Yihan was annoyed but helpless, so she could only make a sarcastic remark. Snort. We'll see. After saying that, she quickly turned and left. Thank you, Sister Yu. Xia Mingming greeted them with a smile. Brother-in-law is amazing. He even has connections at Jinling University. Let's see if Su Yihan will still be so arrogant in the future. Xia Mingming looked at Chun Fan with admiration. Chun Fan smiled. This was the benefit of being the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association and having a powerful network of connections. He had people everywhere. Many things can be resolved without Chun Fan even lifting a finger. It's a pity that the Feiyu Supercar Association ranks last among the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling. If the Feiyu Supercar Association could become the top supercar association in Jinling, that network of connections will be even more terrifying, and the quality of those connections will be even higher. No, I need to help the Flying Feather Supercar Association improve its ranking when I have time. His requirements aren't high, so let's make him number 1. This will also help me build connections. Chun Fan couldn't easily enter the girls' dormitory, so Yuning and Miao Feifei helped Xia Mingming carry her luggage in. Xia Mingming and Chun Fan said goodbye. Later, Su Yihan will get her lesson. The system's voice came the moment Xia Mingming left. Bite. I promised Xia Mingming I would accompany her to Jinling University to register tomorrow. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 10% of Patek Philippe's shares. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 135 experience points. The mission is complete, and Chun Fan has acquired 10% of Patek Philippe's shares. He now owns 75% of Patek Philippe's shares. With just 25 units remaining, Patek Philippe will be completely owned by the Chen family. After settling everything, Chun Fan left Jinling University. At noon, the system's reward arrived. Bite. On the 51st day after severing ties, you will be rewarded with a 1000x spending rebate card, rebate capped at 6 billion. Huh. This reward is quite interesting. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. Although he had received a 1000-fold return from the system before, the upper limit was relatively low. But this time, the upper limit was as high as 6 billion. In other words, you only need to spend 6 million to get a return of 6 billion. What's the difference between this and getting 6 billion for free? The life of a systematic millionaire is just so ordinary, with their net worth conservatively increasing by dozens of small goals every day. While Chun Fan was having lunch, he suddenly received a message from his subordinates. Boss, we have investigated the situation of Lu Lanlan's agency. It's a medium-sized company, nothing particularly impressive. The contract that Lu Lanlan signed with them contains the following details. The subordinate reported to Chun Fan. After hearing this, Chun Fan paid even less attention to the small company. Now, Lu Lanlan, this special talent, will also be joining Chun Fan's camp. After dinner, Chun Fan called Lu Lanlan to ask for her opinion on whether she would like to join his company. If Lu Lanlan agreed, Chun Fan would help her solve the problem of her agency. Lu Lanlan was somewhat bewildered after learning that Chun Fan could help her resolve the issues with her agency. President Chun, getting things done with my agency will probably be very troublesome and will cost a lot of money. Lu Lanlan was still hesitating. However, when she heard Chun Fan's next unintentional remark, Lu Lanlan immediately changed her mind. Chapter 257. Capture the special talent Lu Lanlan and use the 1000x rebate card. I can casually spend over $1 million on a single game. So how much would it cost to terminate a worthless contract? Chun Fan gave an indifferent reply. What? Lu Lanlan was taken aback. President Chun, the one who called me after showering me with so many carnival gifts. I'm really broke. Is that you? Lu Lanlan was quite shocked and excited at the same time. Whether it was the I really have no money tycoon or Chairman Chun, Lu Lanlan was very grateful. Now that she knew they were the same person, she was even more grateful to Chun Fan. Unexpectedly, the two benefactors she encountered turned out to be the same person. President Chun, I would like to join your company. Lu Lanlan made a decision immediately. If I hesitated again after President Chun helped me so much, she would be inhuman. Congratulations on making the right choice. Chun Fan nodded. Meet with the senior executives of your agency, and I'll talk to them about the breach of contract penalty. Chun Fan spoke. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lu Lanlan followed Chun Fan's instructions and contacted the company's senior management. More than an hour later, Chun Fan and Lu Lanlan met at a coffee shop. Thank you so much, Chairman Chen, for last time. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Lu Lanlan spoke sincerely. No, Chairman Chen is addressing me incorrectly. He should be addressed as boss. After saying that, Lu Lanlan suddenly changed her mind. Chen Fan nodded. Not long after, a leader from Eileen's agency, where Lu Lanlan works, arrived. Lu Lanlan, what did you mean by that on the phone? Are you going to cancel your cooperation with our company? Let me tell you, if you want to cancel the cooperation, you'll have to compensate us with 50 million. Right from the start, the manager of the agency tried to intimidate Lu Lanlan. In fact, one of their company's important sources of revenue is the breach of contract fees and compensation paid by these live streamers and internet celebrities. They can make a fortune every year from these huge penalties and compensations. As for the 50 million yuan breach of contract fee he just mentioned, that was indeed the maximum he could ask for. 50 million? You're really asking for the moon. Lu Lanlan's monthly salary is only 10,000 yuan. How dare you ask for 50 million yuan in compensation? Chen Fan sneered. Who are you? I'm talking to my company's employees. What business is it of yours? The brokerage firm's manager asked impatiently. I'm Lu Lanlan's new boss. If you want to talk about compensation, who else can you talk to if not me? Chen Fan countered with a question. Oh. After Chen Fan finished speaking, the leaders of the brokerage company smiled. At this moment, in his eyes, Chen Fan was a lamb to the slaughter. Chen Fan was clearly a rich man. How could he not take advantage of such a wealthy person? The penalty for breach of contract is 50 million, not a penny less. As long as you pay, I will immediately terminate my contract with Lu Lanlan. The manager of the agency sat down opposite Chen Fan and said firmly, 50 million? No, only 500,000. Chen Fan immediately cut the price by 100-fold. To be fair, Lu Lanlan did have to pay a penalty for switching platforms, but for a small streamer like her, 1 or 2 million yuan is already the maximum. 50 million? That's wishful thinking. Although 50 million was nothing to Chen Fan, he wasn't a sucker to be taken advantage of. Why would he pay more than 40 million when he could get 1 or 2 million? Why let someone else benefit from over 40 million? There are so many good things to do with it. What? 500,000? Is this how you haggle? The agency's management retorted, but did not get up to leave. Chen Fan noticed this detail and realized that his approach to bargaining was correct. If it really is worth 50 million, and I cut it down 100-fold, leaving only a fraction, the other party will definitely feel that I am humiliating them, and will just turn away. The fact that the company's leader is still sitting here means that his expectations are far lower than 50 million. Then how about 600,000? Chen Fan added a little more. No, that's too little, 20 million. The brokerage firm's management also lowered their prices. If you don't give me the money, then there's no point in talking. Even if Lu Lanlan loses money in the future, we'll be stuck with it and won't sell it to you. The agency's leader stubbornly insisted. 20 million. Our company wouldn't even spend that much to poach an ordinary celebrity. If you have no intention of continuing the discussion, then I will have to call in a professional. As he spoke, Chen Fan clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Two guests at a table not far away got up and quickly walked over. Hello, boss. The two men greeted Chen Fan. They were from the legal department of Chen Fan Xinjia Film and Television Group and frequently handled such matters. They immediately launched into a series of rebuttals from a professional perspective, leaving the agency's leader feeling incredibly guilty. Who are you people? Why are you so professional? The head of the brokerage firm couldn't help but ask. We are representatives from the legal department of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Employee response. What? Xinjia Film and Television Group, that top 10 film and television company in the country. Upon learning the identities of the two individuals, the management of the agency appeared somewhat panicked. Going against such a powerful company is suicidal for them, isn't it? No. Since you're from Xinjia Film and Television Group, and you just called him boss, then. After guessing Chen Fan's identity, the manager of the agency suddenly stood up, his mouth agape. Are you really the owner of Xinjia Film and Television Group? The brokerage firm's leader asked with extreme nervousness. How could this be fake? Chen Fan countered with a question. The head of the brokerage firm gasped. I'm so sorry, sir. It must be my eyes that are playing tricks on me. How could I possibly make such an outrageous demand in front of someone as important as you? The agency's management immediately apologized to Chen Fan. These are big shots of their caliber. Neither I nor their company can afford to offend them. I don't want the 50 million anymore. How about we just go with the market price of 1 million? I'm just an employee, not the company's boss. If I were the boss, I wouldn't want a single penny. The brokerage firm's management explained. Chen Fan nodded. 1 million was the market price. Moreover, he managed to acquire Lu Lanlan, a talented individual, for only 1 million. He's made a huge profit. The future benefits Lu Lanlan brings will likely be hundreds, or even thousands of times greater. Representatives from Shengjia Film and Television Group presented 2 pre-prepared contracts, which were then signed by both parties. After saying that, Chun Fan prepared to write a check to the other party. But as soon as he took out his checkbook, Chun Fan suddenly remembered that he had just received a 1,000-fold rebate card, so why not use it? 1 million can yield a return of 1 billion. Thinking it over, Chun Fan immediately clicked into the system. Chapter 258. The situation of the Qi family in Jiangbei as they mobilized their subordinates and talents to Jinling. Soon, Chun Fan found the 1,000-fold rebate card and clicked on it. Bite. Activate the 1000x rebate card. Yes. Chun Fan chose yes without hesitation. 1000x rebate card successfully activated, rebate amount, 6 billion. After completing all this, Chun Fan opened his phone and transferred the money directly to the other company's account. Activate the 1000x rebate card. Spend 1 million. Get a rebate of 1 billion. The system immediately sent a message, and in no time, the 1 billion yuan had been deposited into Chun Fan's bank account. By the way, I wonder how the Qi family in Jiangbei is doing these days. Looking at the 1 billion yuan that had arrived in his account, Chun Fan suddenly thought of the Qi family in Jiangbei. These past few days, Chun Fan has been busy with his own affairs and hasn't paid attention to the Qi family in Jiangbei for the time being. He had an agreement with the Qi family in Jiangbei that as long as he helped the direct line of the Qi family in Jiangbei regain the position of the head of the family, the other party would give him billions of working capital as a reward. This is working capital, not assets, making it even more valuable. He planned to contact the direct descendants of the Qi family in Jiangbei when he had some time. Mr. Chun, I have received the money. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Once the money was in the account, the manager of the brokerage firm stood up, greeted Chun Fan respectfully, and then took his leave. Goodbye, Mr. Chun. Seeing the manager of her agency, who had been troubling her for so long, leave, Lu Lanlan breathed a sigh of relief. The trouble was finally over. Thank you, boss. Lu Lanlan stood up and bowed to Chun Fan. Now that the problems at your former company have been resolved, shouldn't we sign the contract? As he spoke, Chun Fan gave a look to the legal representative of Shengjia Film and Television Group, standing next to him. The other party then took out 2 more contracts and placed them on the table. As we agreed before, we will give you an annual salary of 10 million yuan, and you will join Shengjia Film and Television Group as a contracted artist. Chun Fan spoke. This annual salary of 10 million is just the starting point. If you develop better later, your songs become popular, or you become a big star, your salary will definitely increase. You don't need to worry about that. A 10 million annual salary, gulp. Lu Lanlan was somewhat flattered. Previously, she didn't even have an annual salary. She only earned 10,000 yuan a month. As a result, she switched jobs to Chairman Chun, who immediately offered her an annual salary of 10 million. Chairman Chun valued her so much and thought so highly of her that Lu Lanlan felt embarrassed. It's settled then. From now on, you just need to honestly follow the company's instructions, follow my arrangements, work hard, and live up to this multi-million annual salary. Chun Fan spoke. The value that Lu Lanlan can create in the future will be far more than 10 million. This annual salary of 10 million will probably change in a short time. Thank you for your trust, boss. I will definitely work hard and never let you down. In an instant, Lu Lanlan felt extremely grateful and adoring towards Chun Fan. Her boss thought so highly of her and valued her so much. She absolutely couldn't let him down. Lu Lanlan and Chun Fan signed a 5-year contract. With the contract signed, Lu Lanlan officially became a member of Chun Fan Shengjia Film and Television Group. With yet another exceptional talent joining his side, Chun Fan smiled faintly. The more talented people he had, the better his development would be, and the brighter his future would be. Like assets, talent is something you can never have too much of. Boss, what do I need to do next? Lu Lanlan was eager to start working. What are you going to do? Go study. Chun Fan answered. Study. Chun Fan's words left Lu Lanlan somewhat bewildered. She had thought that all sorts of difficult tasks awaited her from the start, but instead, the boss said she needed to learn. Yes, your voice is very good, but your singing skills are only above average, not up to the level of a professional singer. So you need to learn and improve your skills first. At the very least, you need to reach the level of a professional singer before you can do any work in the future. Chun Fan explained to Lu Lanlan. When you have the singing skills of a professional singer, coupled with your ethereal voice, that will be truly perfect. At that time, I will arrange work for you to sing. I understand, boss. I will do my best to improve myself. Lu Lanlan nodded. Okay, you can go to the company with them. I've already made the arrangements there. Chun Fan gave the order. Yes, boss. Soon, Lu Lanlan left with the people from Shengjia Film and Television Group. Chun Fan took a sip of coffee to moisten his throat and then made a phone call. However, The person Chen Fan contacted first was not the chief family in Jiangbei, but Zhu Lingyu, a genius girl who graduated from Beijing University and was left in Jiangzhou by Chen Fan. Zhu Lingyu was the first talent Chen Fan recruited, and strictly speaking, she was even more important than Lu Lanlan. Pack your things and come to Jinling as soon as possible. Chen Fan gave the order. Previously, Zhu Lingyu had gained experience in a small company, so Chen Fan planned to first make her his confidant and arrange for her to join Ronca Group to see how capable she was. If she can successfully establish herself in Ronca Group, Chen Fan will arrange for her to join Patek Philippe or Tiffany Company. Understood, boss. I'll head to Jinling as soon as possible. Zhu Lingyu agreed. After arranging for Zhu Lingyu to come to Jinling, Chen Fan then contacted the chief family in Jiangbei. Mr. Chen, things are currently at peace on both sides, but both are accumulating strength to launch a final attack and see who can completely control the chief family. It seems that the chief family's collateral branch is also looking for a powerful helper, and they've already made some progress. I estimate that the final conflict will occur in the next few days, and at that time we will still have to rely on you, Mr. Chen. The chief family from Jiangbei reported to Chen Fan. Everything is negotiable. Contact me when the time comes, and I'll take care of it. Chen Fan spoke up, and considering the billions of dollars in working capital, Chen Fan would naturally take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan got up and left. This time, Chen Fan didn't return to the hotel. Instead, he went to a very important place. Chapter 259, not far from the level 3 system, rewarding you with special abilities. A dozen minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Several of the previous matters were easily resolved thanks to the Flying Feather Supercar Association's extensive network of contacts. A network of contacts is powerful. It's truly incredibly useful. What Chen Fan needs to do now is to develop the Flying Feather Supercar Association into the top of the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling, and make it the #1 in Jinling. By then, his network of connections and intelligence in Jinling will reach a terrifying level, giving him a significant advantage when he finally takes action against the Su family. As for how to strengthen the Feiyu Supercar Association, the first thing Chen Fan needs to do is to recruit new members and expand the association scale. President, you've arrived. Hello, President. Welcome, President. Upon seeing Chen Fan, members of the association took the initiative to come over and greet him. Chen Fan now wields unparalleled influence within the Flying Feather Supercar Association. President, Gu Yuanhong also came over. Yes, I've already contacted Koenigsegg about the car you wanted, and it will be delivered soon. Chen Fan added. This is a publicity tactic he uses to recruit new talent. Thank you, Chairman. Gu Yuanhong was overjoyed. President, are you really the owner of Koenigsegg? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the surrounding association members gathered around, and one of them couldn't help but ask a question. In the past few days, they had heard that Chen Fan was the owner of Koenigsegg, but they were not sure and did not dare to believe it. Not only them, but the entire supercar community in Nanjing has now heard the news, and the Feiyu Supercar Association has become the most talked about topic. Koenigsegg is one of the world's top supercar brands. Although its total value may seem average, its reputation is extremely prestigious, especially in the supercar world. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. The president is awesome. Let's see who dares to underestimate our Flying Feather Supercar Association from now on. Our president is the owner of Koenigsegg. Just saying that makes everyone else green with envy. The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association were all talking about it, feeling incredibly proud to have such an awesome president. I've decided to expand the association. If anyone asks you about it, just tell them that by joining our association, they'll have the chance to get a free Koenigsegg, just like Gu Yuanhong. Chen Fan said loudly. In an instant, the scene erupted in cheers. Once this news gets out, people will definitely flock to sign up for their Flying Feather Supercar Association. Chen Fan called over several important senior members of the association and had a brief chat with them, telling them to be prepared that anyone who came to join their association would have to undergo a strict screening. Although Chen Fan was eager to expand the scale of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, it didn't mean he would accept just anyone. Yes, Chairman. The group nodded, understanding their task. Also, send an invitation to Yu Ning, the student council president of the art department at Jinling University, to join the association. Let Miao Feifei handle this. Finally, Chen Fan added one more sentence. According to Miao Feifei, Yu Ning really wanted to join their association, but his family's financial situation was average, and he couldn't afford a supercar. He only had an entry-level Porsche 718. However, considering that she had taken the initiative to help Xiao Mengmeng this morning, Chen Fan made an exception this time. Moreover, if Yu Ning joins the association, Xiao Mengmeng will have someone to take care of her at Jinling University. Yes, Chairman, I'll take care of it now. Gu Yuanhong immediately got up and went to handle it. It was already 5 or 6 in the afternoon when we came out of the Feiyu Supercar Association. Chun Fan was just about to find a place to have dinner when he suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. This was none other than the phone call from Bai Luotian, the powerful figure in Jinling whom Chun Fan had previously met. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. I had intended to invite you to my estate for tea, but I had to leave Nanjing suddenly due to other matters and just returned today. I wonder if Mr. Chun has the time to come to my manor for dinner." Bai Luotian invited me. Ever since she met Chun Fan, Bai Luotian had wanted to take the opportunity of drinking tea to try and understand him. Unexpectedly, something came up and she was delayed. She just returned to Jinling this afternoon, so there wasn't enough time for tea. She could only invite Chun Fan to dinner instead. Moreover, compared to drinking tea, it is obviously easier to test the waters when eating. Bai Luotian specially brought out several bottles of her treasured wines from her private wine cellar. As the saying goes, truth comes out after drinking. Bai Luotian believed she had a high alcohol tolerance and that getting Chun Fan drunk would be no problem. Just as Bai Luotian finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly came through. "Bite. Temporary task issued. Accept Bai Luotian's invitation and attend the banquet. Mission reward. Top-tier alcohol tolerance. Possessing the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Task reward. 137 experience points. Top-tier alcohol tolerance. Able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." This reward is really interesting. In the business world, you'll definitely have to attend social events and drink a lot in the future. Having a top-notch alcohol tolerance and the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk would be incredibly useful. Last time, Bai Luotian's butler took the initiative to help resolve Su Yingbua's conspiracy against the Feiyu Supercar Association. Now that the system has another mission, Chun Fan has even less reason to refuse. "Okay, I accept Boss Bai's invitation." Chun Fan answered. "I just don't know where to have dinner. I'll send Mr. Chun my location in a bit, and I'll be waiting for him." Bai Luotian responded with a smile. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Bai Luotian sent over the location of her manor. Chun Fan didn't rush to check the location. Instead, he opened the system first. "It's been 51 days since I acquired the system. It seems the system upgraded to level 2 on the 27th day, and more than 20 days have passed since then." Chun Fan had completed at least 20 or more tasks during this period, if not 30. He hadn't checked how many points he had accumulated. The upgrade shouldn't be too far away. Thinking it over, Chun Fan opened the system and clicked on the system details. System level, level 2, 4017. 4,000 points. Chun Fan was pleasantly surprised. The system rewards points for each task, usually around 130 or 140. Before opening the system, Chun Fan guessed that he might only have a little over 3,000 points, but he actually had 4,000 points, which was more than he expected. He has now collected 2/3 of the points needed for the system upgrade. Only 1/3 left to upgrade the system to level 3. Then the daily system rewards will be even greater. The level 3 system is just around the corner. Instantly, Chun Fan was full of energy. Thinking about it, he opened the location sent by Bai Luotian, drove straight to Bai Luotian's manor. Chapter 260, Truth Revealed After Drinking, Bai Luotian's True Purpose, and a Powerful Alliance. When Chun Fan arrived, Sister Rome, Bai Luotian's young housekeeper, was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Chun, welcome. Our boss has been waiting inside for quite some time. Please come in." The young woman led the way, inviting Chun Fan inside. 2 minutes later, Chun Fan met Bai Luotian. Today, Bai Luotian was wearing a sexy red dress, which further accentuated her charming temperament. "Welcome, Mr. Chun." Bai Luotian greeted Chun Fan with a smile. "Boss Bai." Chun Fan nodded. This is a thorny, poisonous rose, and Chun Fan naturally wouldn't underestimate it. After both parties were seated, Bai Luotian gave a single glance, and the servants brought out the prepared delicacies. "I wonder how much alcohol Mr. Chun can drink?" Bai Luotian suddenly asked. "I can drink a little." Chun Fan spoke the truth. Currently, he hasn't completed his mission yet, so he can only drink a little. His alcohol tolerance is probably only slightly better than the average person, but that's about it. But once the mission is completed, he can drink a little bit of it, or even a billion of it. What a coincidence. I recently acquired a few bottles of fine wine. Mr. Chun, would you like to try some together? As Bai Luotian spoke, she stood up and took 2 bottles of top-quality red wine worth hundreds of thousands of yuan from the side. Bai Luotian personally poured the wine for Chun Fan. "First of all, welcome Mr. Chun to Nanjing." Bai Luotian raised her wine cup. "Thanks." Chun Fan also picked up his wine glass. The system's voice came the moment Chun Fan picked up the wine glass. "Bite. Accept Bai Luotian's invitation and attend the banquet. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining top-tier alcohol tolerance, possessing the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Congratulations on receiving 137 experience points. A massive surge of muscle memory flooded into Chun Fan's body. A few seconds later, Chun Fan gained top-tier alcohol tolerance, the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Now, Chun Fan could drink alcohol as easily as he drank water. Bai Luotian drank it all in one gulp first, then raised her glass to Chun Fan. Chun Fan followed closely behind, and also drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Chun has a huge capacity for alcohol. Bai Luotian smiled. She felt that Chun Fan had gradually fallen into her trap. When Chun Fan got drunk, wouldn't he obediently tell her whatever she wanted to ask? Hey. Chun Fan smiled too. He had a pretty good idea of what Bai Luotian was going to do. What a pity. I've acquired top-tier drinking capacity, and I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. It'll probably be difficult for Bai Luotian to outdrink me. It's hard to say who will speak the truth when they're drunk. After eating a few bites of food, Chun Fan offered to pour himself a drink. Thanks for the help from Boss Bai's people last time. After saying that, Chun Fan drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Chun, you're too kind. Bai Luotian followed closely behind, and also drank it all in one gulp. She initially planned to slowly and gradually drink Chun Fan under the table, but she never expected that Chun Fan would willingly walk into the trap. This isn't your fault. Before long, the bottle of red wine was finished. At this moment, Chun Fan's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't drunk anything. On the contrary, Bai Luotian's face was a little red, but she wasn't drunk yet. Her alcohol tolerance was still quite impressive. Then, the second bottle. Bai Luotian was completely drunk after drinking the fourth bottle. Her face was flushed, and she felt a little lightheaded. Beside him, Chun Fan continued to leisurely eat his food. Mr. Chun, you have quite the capacity for alcohol. I originally intended to get you drunk so I could ask you some secrets and test you, but I ended up getting drunk myself first. Bai Luotian spoke in a daze, which made her look rather cute at that moment. After hearing what Bai Luotian said, Chun Fan almost burst out laughing. Bai Luotian was indeed drunk. Before he even asked, she had already told him her plan. Drinking too much alcohol is definitely not a good thing. Now, it's time for Bai Luotian to speak her true feelings after drinking. Boss Bai's alcohol tolerance is pretty good too. I wonder what Boss Bai was up to the other day. Chun Fan first tentatively asked a question that wasn't very important. I went to Suzhou. A friend of mine ran into some trouble, and I went to help resolve it. Bai Luotian answered. Sucheng, isn't Boss Bai a big shot in Jinling? How come he also has influence in Sucheng? Chun Fan spoke again. Upon hearing this, Bai Luotian smiled. Not to mention Suzhou, I have influence throughout the entire Jiangsu province. I'm even preparing to march into Shanghai. Bai Luotian said with immense pride. As a woman, she has the right to be proud that she has managed to expand her influence throughout Jiangsu province and even set her sights on Shanghai. Knowing this, even Chun Fan was somewhat surprised, realizing that he had underestimated Bai Luotian before. Having influence throughout the entire Jiangsu province, that's truly impressive. At this moment, Chun Fan had a general understanding of Bai Luotian's strength. Across from her, Bai Luotian was still pouring herself a drink. Chun Fan sighed. The ancients were right. They really do speak the truth when they're drunk. Why does Boss Bai value me so much? What's the reason, or what's his purpose? Chun Fan asked the crucial question. He couldn't figure out whether Bai Luotian was friend or foe. Since she valued him so much, Chun Fan needed to find out her purpose first. Mr. Chun noticed it. Bai Luotian smiled slightly, and then laid out her thoughts to Chun Fan in their entirety, without any hint of ambiguity. In that case, I will tell Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun also knows that my sphere of influence is quite large, and I have too many people under my command. The various expenses and so on every day amount to a lot of money. Moreover, maintaining such a large territory and even expanding into Shanghai will require a lot of money. So, I wanted to find an ally with substantial funds to help each other. I've heard that Mr. Chun is the owner of Patek Philippe, and I have a good impression of him, so I wanted to test him out to see if he'd be a suitable ally. Upon hearing Bai Luotian's words, Chun Fan's eyes lit up. As luck would have it, Chun Fan is now quite wealthy and powerful. When he first arrived in Nanjing, he was unfamiliar with the place and the people, and what he lacked was friends, connections, and so on. And Bai Luotian, as a big shot in Jinling, no, even the entire Jiangsu province, cooperating with him perfectly complements the weaknesses of both sides. It's simply a powerful alliance. However, Chun Fan is still unclear about who Bai Luotian is, and cannot finalize whether to cooperate for the time being. What if she's a treacherous, heartless person? Then, Chun Fan asked Bai Luotian an extremely crucial question. Chapter 261, a matter of great importance, an extremely embarrassing situation for Bai Luotian. However, before Chun Fan could finish explaining his question, Bai Luotian suddenly started talking to herself. Bai Luotian talked about some embarrassing things that happened to her when she was a child, and even a few little secrets. Chun Fan did not interrupt the other party. From these small things, Chun Fan could indirectly determine what kind of person Bai Luotian really was. Listening to Bai Luotian's embarrassing stories, Chun Fan always felt that she was a bit naive. However, Chun Fan is now certain of one thing. Bai Luotian is not the kind of person who is treacherous and ruthless. However, Chun Fan still needs to investigate whether he can cooperate with her, as it is a matter of great importance. After Bai Luotian finished speaking, Chun Fan immediately asked the crucial question. Boss Bai is so young, yet he possesses such a vast territory and power. His background must be extraordinary, right? Last time, Chun Fan heard from others that Bai Luotian had a complicated background, so he took this opportunity to find out more. Mr. Chun is indeed clever. I do have some connections, I am. Bai Luotian answered immediately, without hesitation. But just as Bai Luotian was getting to the most crucial moment, her young housekeeper, Rong Jie, suddenly walked in, interrupting her. Seeing Bai Luotian, who was already drunk and confused, and Chun Fan, who seemed completely sober, Sister Rong immediately became alert. If the boss gets drunk and reveals some secrets or does something outrageous, then things will be bad. Sister Rong quickly stepped forward, first helping Bai Luotian straighten her clothes, then looking at Chun Fan apologetically. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chun. Our boss had too much to drink and behaved somewhat inappropriately. Please forgive him. It's all right. Chun Fan waved his hand. Bai Luotian didn't lose her composure. In fact, he managed to extract a few pieces of information from her. By the way, Mr. Chun, our boss is drunk. If she says anything, it's definitely nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Sister Rong added again. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not drunk. Everything I said is true. But what troubled Sister Rong was that as soon as she finished speaking, Bai Luotian immediately retorted with a sincere look on her face. Mr. Chun, look at this. Sister Rong was even more helpless. Chun Fan smiled faintly, although the question of Bai Luotian's identity and background was ultimately interrupted by the appearance of Sister Rong. But Chun Fan gained a lot this time. First, he learned about Bai Luotian's character and why she valued him so much. He also gained a superb drinking capacity, able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Judging from tonight's events, the ability to drink a lot without getting drunk is truly important. In addition, you may gain a powerful ally. Mr. Chun, you've been drinking and can't drive. I'll send someone to drive your car and take you home. Sister Rong spoke. She was genuinely afraid that if Chun Fan stayed any longer, the boss might say something or do something outrageous. Good. Chun Fan nodded. His goal was pretty much achieved, and it was time to leave. Mr. Chun, don't go? I'm not drunk. Let's drink some more. Seeing Chun Fan get up, Bai Luotian, who still wanted to drink, immediately stopped him. It's getting late, Mr. Bai. Let's do it another time. Next time we'll drink until we drop. Chun Fan said goodbye. Chun Fan hadn't yet gotten any information out of Bai Luotian, so he was naturally willing to drink with her again next time. Sister Rong arranged for her men to drive Chun Fan back. Chun Fan left. Bai Luotian was pulled by Sister Rong to the bedroom to rest. The next morning, Chun Fan received a call from Bai Luotian. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry, I drank a bit too much last night. The first thing that came out was Bai Luotian's weak voice. She had just woken up, but when Sister Rong reminded her of what happened last night, Bai Luotian was extremely embarrassed. She really shot herself in the foot. She originally wanted to get Chun Fan drunk and make him speak the truth while drunk, but she never expected that she would end up speaking the truth while drunk. Oops. Mr. Chin didn't say anything offensive or do anything outrageous last night, did he? Bai Luotian asked weakly. She couldn't remember what she said or did after getting drunk last night. Nothing. Chun Fan answered. Call. That's good. That's good. Bai Luotian breathed a sigh of relief. Before Bai Luotian could fully relax, Chun Fan's next words immediately made her blush. Last night, Boss Bai was just talking to himself about some trivial things, which was quite interesting. Chun Fan spoke politely. I took the initiative to talk about some things from my childhood. Bai Luotian's face instantly turned red, and she clenched her toes, extremely embarrassed. Bai Luotian felt extremely wronged. The powerful image she had painstakingly cultivated had been ruined just like that. Did I say anything else? Bai Luotian asked even more nervously. She was terrified that she might accidentally reveal why she valued Chun Fan so much, why she invited him, and some of her secrets. No, not at all. Chun Fan spoke up, but how could he reveal the information he had painstakingly extracted? That's good. Bai Luotian breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Bai, we made a promise yesterday to get drunk again sometime. Don't forget, Boss Bai. Chun Fan joked. It's a date, to get drunk again? Bai Luotian wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, it was neither good for her to agree nor good to refuse. Next time for sure, Mr. Chun, I said, still apologizing. I have other things to do, so we'll have to stop talking now. After apologizing, Bai Luotian hurriedly hung up the phone. It was too embarrassing. Just then, the housekeeper, Sister Rong, came in carrying a bowl of hangover soup. Boss, would you like a bowl of hangover soup? Sister Rong placed the hangover soup on the table. Sister Rong, what exactly happened after I got drunk last night? Bai Luotian was extremely puzzled. Her memories were somewhat confused. Boss, I don't know either. I was busy with other things when you were drinking with Mr. Chun. When I got there, you were already drunk. Sister Rong spoke. However, I must say, Mr. Chun is a really nice person. Last night you drank too much, and you were truly charming and alluring. Even I, a woman, couldn't help myself. Mr. Chun did not take advantage of your vulnerability to lay a hand on you, or do anything bad. He is truly a gentleman. Mr. Chun is very suitable to be your ally. Sister Rong spoke, indicating that she had a very good impression of Chun Fan. Hearing what Sister Rong said, Bai Luotian's impression of Chun Fan instantly improved, and he even seemed more impressive. In that case, Mr. Chun is indeed a very good person. I'll think about it carefully. Bai Luotian nodded and muttered to herself. Meanwhile, after finishing his breakfast, Chun Fan hurriedly drove away from the hotel. He had an important matter to attend to today. Chapter 262, the 52nd day after severing ties, becoming the second largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group. Chun Fan has become the new president of Ronca Group, but since he acquired shares in Ronca Group, he has never visited the company. Today, Chun Fan is going to Ronca Group, where there are several important documents that require his signature as president. More than half an hour later, Chun Fan arrived at Ronca Group. At this moment, all the senior executives and leaders of Ronca Group were standing respectfully in 2 rows on the left and right, waiting for Chun Fan's arrival. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Welcome, Mr. Chun. As soon as Chun Fan got out of the car, the senior executives of Ronca Group bowed to greet him. Chun Fan nodded and strode through the crowd into the company building. Chun Fan arrived at the conference room, briefly introduced himself to the senior executives of Ronca Group, and chatted for a while. Afterwards, Chun Fan went to the president's office to sign those documents. Mr. Chun, here is an invitation. A senior company executive knocked on the door and handed Chun Fan an invitation that looked extremely important. Invitation to the Jinling Financial Summit. Looking at the name on the invitation, Chun Fan became somewhat interested. What is the Jinling Financial Summit? Chun Fan looked at this high-ranking official. Boss, this is a gathering organized by the Jinling Financial Circle. All the invited guests are big shots and tycoons in the financial industry in Jinling. It's an absolutely high society gathering. The higher-ups introduced him to Chun Fan. Every year, the company's president and several vice presidents are invited. Ronca Group is considered quite powerful in Nanjing, so its top executives would naturally be invited. I see. Chun Fan nodded, opened the invitation, and saw that the Fengyun Financial Summit was scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight. You can go and take a look. Anyway, he didn't have any plans for tonight, so attending this financial summit wouldn't be a problem. It would also help him expand his network. After accepting the invitation, Chun Fan began to handle various tasks at Ronca Group. At noon, as Chun Fan put down the last document, the things that had been piling up for several days were finally dealt with. At this moment, the system's reward will also arrive. Bite. On the 52nd day of severing ties, you are awarded 5 shares of Tiffany County, becoming its second largest shareholder. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. This time, the system rewarded Tiffany Group shares again. With this, Chun Fan now holds 10% of Tiffany's shares, officially becoming the second largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group. However, don't assume that just because you own 10% of Tiffany Company, you've become its second largest shareholder. Becoming the largest shareholder would be easy, right? Actually, that's not the case. Even if the system rewards him every day for the next few days, Chun Fan will not become the largest shareholder of Tiffany Group for the time being. Because the largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group is Louis Vuitton, the world's largest luxury goods company, which holds an absolute majority stake in the Tiffany Group. Only when Chun Fan's shareholding exceeds 50% can he overtake his opponent. However, being able to acquire shares in the Tiffany Group from the prestigious Louis Vuitton Group is already incredibly impressive. With work finished and billions of yuan easily deposited into his account, Chun Fan left Ronca Group in a good mood to have dinner. In the afternoon, Chun Fan went to the Feiyu Supercar Association. Yesterday, Chun Fan had someone spread the word that their Flying Feather Supercar Association was recruiting new members, and also leaked information about himself being the owner of Koenigsegg. Chun Fan wanted to go and see how the Flying Feather Supercar Association was doing, and whether any outstanding individuals had signed up. Sure enough, as soon as Chun Fan arrived in his car today, he saw from afar that the area outside the association was filled with all kinds of supercars, 2 or 3 times more than before, and most of them were Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and even a few sports cars worth over 10 million yuan. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Judging from the looks of it, there will definitely be a lot of people signing up for their Flying Feathers Supercar Association. Chen Fan parked his car and entered the lobby of the Flying Feathers Supercar Association headquarters. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by countless rich young men and beautiful young women who came to register. They asked Chen Fan all sorts of questions out of curiosity. Chen Fan also showed his love for the people's side, answering their questions. Just as Chen Fan was having a heated discussion, a convoy of supercars came rushing in aggressively, looking like they had no good intentions. Finally, about 20 people got off the supercar convoy, and their leader was a fierce-looking young man. This supercar team belongs to one of the 6 major supercar associations in Nanjing. The Supercar Association ranks 4th among the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling, higher than the Feiyu Supercar Association. The fierce young man in front of them was none other than Peng Chaozong, the vice president of the Supercar Association. Let's go. I want to see if the Flying Feather Supercar Association has gotten too big for its britches or has grown too bold to dare to oppose our Supercar Association after changing its president. After glancing at the group of Supercar Association members behind him, Peng Chaozong spoke with a gloomy expression. After saying that, he waved his hand and led his men in a grand procession toward the hall of the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association also noticed this scene and quickly reported it to Chen Fan. The 4th-ranked Supercar Association. Chen Fan muttered something under his breath. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Although he doesn't know why this Supercar Association member came, since they seem to have ill intentions, he'll give them a run for their money. Do they think they're easy to bully? Afterwards, Chen Fan led the members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association outside. Chapter 263 Exposing Chen Fan's Fraud. He's not Koenigsegg's boss at all. The two sides met in front of the Feiyu Supercar Association. You, the president of your Flying Feather Supercar Association, tell him to get out here. Right from the start, Peng Chaozong, the vice president of the Supercar Association, started shouting. Presumptuous. What do you call our chairman? You think you can just say whatever you want about our president? Members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association launched a counterattack. Of course, some people also introduced Chen Fan. Upon learning Chen Fan's identity, Peng Chaozong's gaze immediately turned to him, scanning Chen Fan from head to toe. That's it. You're probably not even 20 years old yet. A kid who hasn't even grown his first hair is actually the new president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Your Flying Feather Supercar Association really has no one left, that you had to find such a kid. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Peng Chaozong clutched his stomach, laughing unrestrainedly. The vice president is right. I thought he was some kind of superhuman with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out he's just a kid who hasn't even grown a beard yet. How dare someone like you go against our prestigious Supercar Association? The other members of the Supercar Association chattered in agreement, completely disregarding Chen Fan, a kid who wasn't even 20 years old. I don't want to waste my breath on you. I'll just ask you one question. Who gave you the audacity to go against our Supercar Association? Peng Chaozong stepped forward and questioned Chen Fan. Going against your Supercar Association? Huh, how utterly naive you are. Chen Fan was amused by their words. I've never heard of you before, and you're even going against me? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? Chen Fan retorted. His goal is to become the top supercar association among the 6 major supercar associations in Nanjing, so why would he care about a supercar association ranked 4th? Goodness, you've got some nerve. Our supercar association just released an announcement 2 days ago, recruiting new members from across Nanjing. And yesterday, you also released an announcement. Isn't this going against our supercar association and trying to steal our members? Peng Chaozong answered. After listening, Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. He wondered what was wrong, but it turned out to be about recruiting new members. Your supercar association shouldn't flatter yourself. We're accepting new members because we don't have enough people, not because of your supercar association. Your supercar association isn't even worthy of my attention. Chen Fan waved his hand domineeringly, telling them to get lost and not delay his assessment of the new members. Holy crap, you're way too arrogant. What do you mean our supercar association isn't worthy of your targeting? Take a good look. At least half of the newcomers who signed up with you had already registered with our supercar association the day before yesterday. Peng Chaozong pointed to the newcomers who had signed up behind Chen Fan and said loudly, And you guys, are you out of your minds? You believe everything this kid says? Immediately afterwards, Peng Chaozong began to ridicule the people who had come to apply to join the Flying Feather Supercar Association. He said he was the owner of Koenigsegg, and I said I was the richest man in the world. Anyone can brag. Today, I'm going to expose this Chen Fan in front of all of you. Peng Chaozong shouted loudly. He's not Koenigsegg's owner at all. He didn't come here to fight. Fighting is useless. If he wants to reabsorb the newcomers, he needs to ruin the reputation of the Flying Feather Supercar Association and Chen Fan. What did you say? Is it true that Chairman Chen isn't the owner of Koenigsegg? Have we been scammed? I applied to join the Flying Feather Supercar Association because Chairman Chen is the owner of Koenigsegg. After Pang Chaozong finished speaking, the newlyweds immediately started discussing among themselves. The Flying Feather Supercar Association is ranked last among the 6 major supercar associations. Why would they abandon the higher-ranked supercar associations and instead scramble to join the Flying Feather Supercar Association? Isn't it because they heard that the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association is the owner of Koenigsegg? For supercar enthusiasts like them, the identity of Koenigsegg's owner is even more attractive than being the richest person in a certain place or a billionaire. The Koenigsegg owner was a high-ranking, untouchable figure, and naturally, everyone vied for the opportunity to become a member of the Koenigsegg Owners Association. Now, Pang Chaozong says that Chen Fan is not the owner of Koenigsegg, which immediately makes them suspicious and uneasy. Calling out counterfeits? Are you afraid you're the one making them? You're the one spreading rumors. You say our president isn't the owner of Koenigsegg? Show me the evidence. Seeing that the situation was not good, the members of the Feiyu Supercar Association all criticized Pang Chaozong. What's the use without evidence? Evidence? Of course I have evidence. What a coincidence. I know the owner of Koenigsegg, and I even have his contact information. As he spoke, Pang Chaozong took out his phone. Last year, I had the pleasure of meeting the owner of Koenigsegg at a major supercar event abroad. Look, this is my evidence. With that, Pang Chaozong waved his hand. The members of the Supercar Association behind him distributed the photos they had prepared to everyone. When everyone took the photo, they saw that it was a picture of 2 people, one of whom was Pang Chaozong, and the other was a foreign man in his 40s or 50s. The foreigner in the photo is none other than Mr. Christian, the owner of Koenigsegg. Pang Chaozong introduced it with immense pride. Looking at the photos in their hands, everyone fell into deep thought. Chen Fan also glanced at the photo. The Mr. Christian you mentioned is indeed the owner of Koenigsegg, but he is the former owner. I am the new owner of Koenigsegg, and he has sold the company to me. Chen Fan answered calmly. You've got quite the nerve to sell Koenigsegg to you. Christian is doing very well abroad and knows so many important people. Even if he were to sell, why would he sell to you? Pang Chaozong shouted wildly. Before Pang Chaozong could finish speaking, a car stopped not far away, and 3 men got out. Chen Fan was the first to see them and waved to them. One reason Chen Fan came to the Flying Feather Supercar Association today was to check on the association situation. More importantly, he was waiting for an important guest. And now, this important guest has arrived. Chapter 264 The Jinling Financial Summit begins, a lecture to Chen Fan. Following the direction Chen Fan waved, Pang Chaozong also turned around and looked over. But when he saw the face of one of the 3 people clearly, he immediately froze as if struck by lightning. Isn't that Mr. Christian, the owner of Koenigsegg? What's he doing in Nanjing? Pang Chaozong was dumbfounded. Why would a big shot like Christian, who is so busy with work, suddenly come to Jinling, and even to the small Flying Feather Supercar Association? This doesn't make sense. Pang Chaozong couldn't understand it. Not only Pang Chaozong, but others at the scene also noticed the 3 foreign men and recognized one of them, Mr. Christian, the former owner of Koenigsegg, since they still had Pang Chaozong's photo with him. Christian strode toward Chen Fan, who took a few steps forward, and the 2 shook hands. Christian had previously contacted Chen Fan, intending to come to Nanjing to sign a contract with Chen Fan, and thus inquired about Chen Fan's address. At that time, Chen Fan told him the address of the Flying Feather Supercar Association. This morning, when Chen Fan was at Ronca Group, he received a message from Christian, who told him that he would be arriving in Jinling around 3 p.m. So Chen Fan came to the association to wait for him. Chen Fan arranged for Christian, Koenigsegg's former boss, to come here, so that he could leverage Christian's status to expand his own influence, and that of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, aiming to become the top supercar association among the 6 major associations in Jinling. With the Koenigsegg name at their disposal, it would be difficult for the Flying Feather Supercar Association not to improve rapidly. Mr. Chen, shall we go and sign the contract? Christian began speaking in English. Chen Fan nodded, and then walked into the Flying Feather Supercar Association with Christian. The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, as well as the new members, followed closely behind. Outside, only Pang Chaozong and his Supercar Association members remained. Pang Chaozong still couldn't figure out what Christian had come for. Finally, Pang Chaozong, shameless as ever, led his men into the Flying Feather Supercar Association. In a conference room, he found Chen Fan and Christian. At this moment, at the very front of the conference room, there are 2 banners, one reading Koenigsegg Company Transfer Ceremony, and the other in English translation. Chun Fan and Christian were sitting in front, flipping through the documents, preparing to sign them. Upon seeing this, Peng Chaozong and the members of their supercar association were all utterly astonished. They stared at the two banners in disbelief, speechless with shock. If I said earlier that Chun Fan wasn't Koenigsegg's owner, now that the two of them have signed the papers, he definitely is. It turns out that Chun Fan wasn't faking it or doing fake publicity. He really is the new owner of Koenigsegg. Instantly, Peng Chaozong's toes clenched, extremely embarrassed. Now he's become that clown. In the future, he will probably become a laughingstock in the entire Nanjing supercar circle and will never be able to hold his head up again. Looking ahead, Chun Fan and Christian had finished signing and were shaking hands, making Peng Chaozong feel even more ashamed. Chun Fan's identity has been confirmed. With this identity, the Flying Feather Supercar Association has truly stood up, and their Supercar Association will definitely no longer be a match for the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Their ranking is going to drop again. Peng Chaozong had a disgusting expression on his face, as if he had eaten shit, and the members of his association instantly felt inferior. Unable to bear staying any longer, Peng Chaozong led his association members away, their expression somber. Smack, smack, smack. After both parties signed the agreement, they took a group photo, and a chorus of applause erupted from the audience. At this moment, everyone, whether they were longtime members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association or new members who came to apply for membership, was incredibly excited. They witnessed the birth of Koenigsegg's new owner, and from now on, they would be Koenigsegg's people. How glorious and how worthy of pride that was. These newcomers who applied to join the Flying Feather Supercar Association became even more eager to join and even more enamored with Chun Fan. Today's events will spread throughout Nanjing, and even the entire supercar community across the country, and then even more newcomers will flock to it. It probably won't be long before the Feiyu Supercar Association surpasses others in terms of numbers, becoming the Supercar Association with the most members among the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling. Of course, having more people isn't enough to take first place. You also need strength. But with Chun Fan in the team, how could the Flying Feather Supercar Association be weak? After the contract was signed, Chun Fan chatted with Christian for a few minutes before Christian left. The president is awesome. The president is awesome. Countless frenzied shouts rang out. At this moment, in their eyes, Chun Fan was already a god. Taking this opportunity, Chun Fan gave a speech to reassure people and increase his influence. In the future, there will likely be a surge of people applying to join the Flying Feather Supercar Association. We must strictly follow the regulations and avoid any oversights. Chun Fan gave special instructions to Gu Yuanhong and the others. After finishing all that, Chun Fan left satisfied, having exceeded his goal. Time flies, and around 6 or 7 in the evening, Chun Fan drove to the venue of the Jinling Fengyan Financial Summit. Boss. Upon seeing Chun Fan's arrival, the other 2 vice presidents of Ronka Group, who had been invited, came over and offered to open the car door for him. They had attended last year's financial summit, and this was Chun Fan's first time, so they acted as his guides. Surrounded by them, Chun Fan walked forward. At the entrance, they took out the invitation and the 3 of them entered the magnificent venue without any trouble. Those who can enter here are all wealthy and powerful, and at this moment, these important figures are all dressed in sharp suits or luxurious evening gowns, exchanging pleasantries. People who recognized the 2 vice presidents came over to greet them when they saw them arrive. They then introduced Chun Fan to each other. Mr. Chun is a young man of great talent. President Chun is a man of great talent and has a promising future. After learning Chun Fan's identity, these people took the initiative to curry favor with him. Just as Chun Fan was entertaining guests, a bald man in his 40s, surrounded by several companions, also walked in. I heard that Ronka Group has a new boss, and he's a young man. Come, let me meet him. From the very beginning, this bald man acted like an elder, condescendingly lecturing Chun Fan. Chapter 265 Ronka Group is doomed in Chun Fan's hands. Chun Fan's identity is revealed, shocking everyone. Upon seeing this, Chun Fan frowned. Who is this guy? Mr. Chun, this is Sun Weian, the chairman of Anhui Financial Group, which is a competitor of our Ronka Group. He has always had a bad relationship with the company's former president. Beside him, the vice president of Ronka Group whispered a report to Chun Fan. In an instant, Chun Fan understood. Sun Weian stepped forward and gave Chun Fan a series of comments. Mr. Chun, you're too young. With Ronka Group in your hands, I'm afraid. As soon as Sun Weian finished speaking, several guests chimed in, eager to curry favor with him. Exactly. I wonder what the senior executives at Ronka Group are thinking. Chairman Sun is being too polite. What do you mean by I'm afraid in the future? Ronka Group is definitely doomed. This Mr. Chun looks to be only around 20 years old. He probably hasn't experienced any major ups and downs. Can someone like him manage Ronca Group well? No sooner had they finished speaking than several guests who were on good terms with Ronca Group immediately retorted, and the two groups started arguing. Suddenly, Chun Fan heard the system's voice. Fight. Mission issued. Let Sun Weian know that one cannot judge a person's strength by their age, and that he should not look down on others. Give him a good slap in the face. Task reward. 6 shares of Ronca Group. Task reward. 138 experience points. Looking at the system, Chun Fan studied the mission. Seemingly noticing something amiss, a middle-aged man with an imposing presence strode over. Upon seeing the middle-aged man approach, the two groups of people who had been arguing immediately stopped, and Sun Weian also immediately dropped his arrogant demeanor. This middle-aged man is none other than Zhang Benzai, the organizer of today's financial summit, a big shot and a tycoon in Nanjing. We're all here to exchange ideas, let's talk things out, instead of being so confrontational. Zhang Benz acted as a peacemaker. Mr. Zhang has said too much. Sun Weian immediately agreed, his voice full of flattery. The others also expressed their agreement and dared not argue. Who is this? Zhang Benz looked around and finally focused his attention on Chun Fan. He had organized several financial summits, and he knew most of the attendees, but Chun Fan, a complete stranger and so young, seemed somewhat out of place. Mr. Zhang, this is Mr. Chun Fan, the new boss of our Ronca Group. The vice president of Ronca Group quickly introduced him to Zhang Benz. Oh, Zhang Benz became interested. Ronca Group is a pretty impressive company, and I never expected that its current president would be a young man. Hello, I am Zhang Benz, chairman of Zhang's Capital Management Group. Zhang Benz politely extended his hand. Hello, this is Chun Fan, chairman of Ronca Group. The two shook hands, which was considered a formal introduction. Seeing that Chun Fan and Zhang Benz were having a good chat, Sun Weian became restless. Mr. Zhang, what were you talking about with him? Think about it. How many companies that have been handed over to young people in the past have managed to maintain their previous status, let alone develop? Sun Weian was sarcastic and unsettling. That's not necessarily true. Maybe Mr. Chun is the exception? Zhang Benz refuted this. The reason he did this was because he saw that Chun Fan was young. He felt that Chun Fan, who was so young, had become the boss of Ronca Group, so his background must be extraordinary. That's why he was biased towards Chun Fan. Judging from Mr. Chen's accent, he probably isn't a local of Nanjing. I wonder where Mr. Chen is from, Shanghai or Beijing. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Benz asked questions, wanting to probe Chun Fan's background. I am from Jiangzhou. Chun Fan answered calmly. A Jiangzhou native. Chun Fan's answer was completely unexpected by Zhang Benz. Jiangzhou is just an ordinary second or third tier city. There's no way it could have any powerful families or forces there. President Zhang, I heard that President Chun used to be from a small family in Jiangzhou. Sun Weian immediately spoke up. He had heard a little about Chun Fan. After all, he was the new boss of their arch-rival company. A member of a small family from Jiangzhou? Now, Zhang Ben's expression turned somewhat serious. If that's the case, then Chun Fan isn't worth him actively befriending. A member of a small family in a second or third tier city isn't qualified to be his friend. Noticing the change in Zhang Ben's expression, Sun Weian's lips curled up. He certainly wouldn't watch the boss of his arch-rival company cultivate a good relationship with a big shot like Zhang Ben's. In hindsight, he managed to stop all of this with just a few words. How can this young Chun Fan possibly compete with me? Just as Sun Weian was feeling smug, a sudden voice rang out. Who says Mr. Chun lacks ability? Mr. Chun is the owner of Patek Philippe. On the other side, a wealthy man from Nanjing stepped out. The owner of Patek Philippe. Upon hearing this identity, everyone's eyes instantly turned to Chun Fan. Even Zhang Benzai was no exception. Sun Weian stared wide-eyed, his expression one of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Someone from a small town. How could he be the owner of Patek Philippe? Sun Weian questioned the wealthy man from Nanjing. I'm sure. If you don't believe me, you can check. The wealthy man from Nanjing nodded. He was one of the wealthy men who met Chun Fan and Bai Luotian for the first time last time. When he learned that Chun Fan was the owner of Patek Philippe, he shared the same attitude as Sun Weian, and they didn't quite believe it either. So when they got back, they immediately launched an investigation. It's easy to find out who owns Patek Philippe. For a moment, Sun Weian was speechless. He stood there, completely stunned. Why is Chun Fan the owner of Patek Philippe? Many people took the initiative to come up to Chun Fan and greet him, trying to become his friend. Zhang Benz also looked at Chun Fan with new respect. This identity gave him the right to think highly of him. Sun Weian was still somewhat skeptical, so he went online to check. He was surprised to find that the market value of Patek Philippe was only around 50 billion, which was less than his company's. In an instant, Sun Weian became arrogant again. You all probably don't know this, But Patek Philippe's market value is only 50 billion, which is even less than many of the guests here. Even if Chun Fan is the owner of Patek Philippe, what is there to brag about? Sun Weian said sourly. Hearing Sun Weian say this, everyone was extremely surprised. It turned out that Patek Philippe's market value was only 50 billion. That's far too little. They thought Patek Philippe's market value was over 100 billion. Many of the people present belong to companies with a market value higher than Patek Philippe's. The owner of Patek Philippe is just so-so. Instantly, many people at the scene lost interest in Chun Fan. Chun Fan was no longer the focus of attention at the scene. Realizing he had successfully swayed the situation, Sun Weian couldn't resist provoking Chun Fan even more. Chun Fan, being the owner of Patek Philippe isn't enough to impress us. If you're so capable, why don't you become the owner of a brand worth hundreds of billions? Before Sun Weian could finish speaking, Chun Fan's phone suddenly rang. Chun Fan glanced at it and saw it was an international call. Out of curiosity, Chun Fan answered the call. The call was made personally by the president of the Tiffany Group. Just as Sun Weian was about to show off in front of Chun Fan's words made Sun Weian's expression change drastically. Chapter 266. Becoming the head of Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region, earning billions for free. You want me to take over as the head of Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region? Chun Fan asked the Tiffany Group president on the other end of the phone with surprise. Head of Tiffany Company, Asia-Pacific? Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Sun Weian's eyes widened instantly. Not only him, but some of the surrounding guests also looked over in shock once again. If the Patek Philippe boss isn't a big deal, considering Patek Philippe's market value is only around 50 billion, then. But Tiffany Company is different. The Tiffany Company Group has a market capitalization of over 100 billion, and more importantly, it's a subsidiary of the trillion-dollar LVMH Group. Its background is incredible. The head of Tiffany Company's Asia-Pacific region is a highly prestigious position and represents one of the company's top executives. Is Chun Fan about to become the head of Tiffany Company's Asia-Pacific region? Sun Weian was immediately embarrassed. He had just made a sarcastic remark, and now Chun Fan was really about to become a senior executive of a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. Even Zhang Benz was moved at this moment. Yes, Director Chun. On the other end of the phone, the president of the Tiffany Group answered in English. The current head of Tiffany Company's Asia-Pacific region has left due to some issues. This position was very important, and there were many people within the group eyeing it, with numerous factions vying for it. It would probably take some time to elect a new candidate, and he doesn't know who to choose, since choosing anyone would offend the other faction. Then he thought of Chun Fan, who was the group's second largest shareholder and vice president. With Chun Fan taking over as the head of Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region, no one dared to object. Moreover, Chun Fan is an outsider and doesn't belong to any faction. By doing this, he won't offend the factions within the group, which is a compromise. After listening, Chun Fan fell into deep thought. Director Chun, you are also the second largest shareholder of the group. The company's interests are closely related to yours. Now that this position is vacant, we urgently need someone to fill it. Otherwise, the company's interests will be greatly affected. The president of the Tiffany Group continued to plead. If you are not willing to take on the role for an extended period, you can take on the role temporarily until the company selects a new person, at which point you can hand over the position of head of the company to the new person. Sure. Chun Fan thought about it for a moment. After all, it was related to his own interests, and he didn't want Tiffany's profits to be affected, thus impacting his own value. Besides, he already has many positions, so one more wouldn't make a difference, and it might even be a good thing. Thank you so much, Director Chun, for your help. Thank you. The president of Tiffany Group repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Chun Fan, and said that if Chun Fan encountered any problems at Tiffany in the future, he could contact him at any time, and he would definitely help him solve them. Chun Fan hung up the phone while thinking about it. Mr. Chun, if I heard correctly, you also have connections with the Tiffany Group. Zhang Benz couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Chun is already quite impressive as the owner of Patek Philippe, but if he also has connections to the Tiffany Group, that's absolutely terrifying. Yes, I am the second largest shareholder and vice president of the Tiffany Group. By the way, I am now also the head of the Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region. Chun Fan was thinking when he casually gave a reply. The second largest shareholder and vice president of the Tiffany Group. This position is even more impressive than the head of the Asia-Pacific region. He can practically be considered the second most important person in the Tiffany Group. Mr. Chun is a promising young man. Zhang Benz sighed. In an instant, Zhang Benz began to value Chun Fan extremely highly. Young Master Chun is truly a talented individual. Mr. Chun is so capable, I really admire him. Mr. Chun, you. People who initially didn't care about Chun Fan's status as the owner of Patek Philippe also flocked to him, trying to curry favor and flatter him. After all, Tiffany Company has a market value of over $100 billion and is backed by the trillion-dollar LVMH group. The second most important person in the Tiffany group. How could they not try to curry favor with him? As for Sun Weian, he seemed to have been electrocuted, frozen in place. Tiffany Group's second largest shareholder and vice president. Sun Weian muttered to himself, lost in thought. This identity alone is enough to completely outclass him. Thinking of Chun Fan's sarcastic remarks earlier, Sun Weian felt his face flush red, as if he had been hit. He really embarrassed himself this time. Unable to stay any longer, Sun Weian slunk away before the summit even ended. As Sun Weian slipped away, the system's voice sounded again. Bite. Let Sun Weian know that one cannot judge a person's strength by their age, and that he shouldn't look down on others. Give him a good slap in the face. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 6 shares of Ronca Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your hotel's account. Please check. Congratulations on receiving 138 experience points. Mission accomplished. Billions of dollars worth of shares in Ronca Group have been successfully acquired. I never expected to make billions just by attending a financial summit. That's really great. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. Afterwards, Chun Fan was invited by Zhang Benz to sit in the front row as a distinguished guest. The financial summit continued, and everyone discussed their latest views on the economy and finance. At Zhang Ben's invitation, Chun Fan also said a few words. After the conversation, everyone had dinner together, and Chun Fan was given the most prestigious seat by Zhang Benzai. Overnight, Chun Fan's contacts and WeChat friends increased dramatically, and his network of connections expanded rapidly. A new day has begun, and at noon, the system rewards arrive right on time. And today's reward is a bit special. Chapter 267 Severing Relationships, Day 53. Reward, Predict the Future card. Bite. Day 53 of Severing Ties. Reward Profit and Loss Analysis card. Profit and Loss Analysis card? What's this? Chun Fan was extremely surprised. This was the first time the system had ever produced such a special card. With curiosity, Chun Fan clicked on the note, Profit and Loss Analysis card, which can predict whether a business of yours will be profitable or unprofitable, and how much profit or loss it will likely generate. Holy crap! After Chun Fan learned about the specific function of this Profit and Loss Analysis card, he couldn't help but marvel. How is this different from predicting the future? Whether you make a profit or a loss in business is unpredictable. But now, with this Profit and Loss Analysis card, you can analyze the future of a business, and even predict how much you will profit or how much you will lose. In this way, Chun Fan can avoid any major losses. This isn't much different from predicting the future. The only difference is that this Profit and Loss Analysis card can only be used for business and not for other things. But it's still pretty impressive. Thinking it over, Chun Fan immediately went into the system's inventory and found the Profit and Loss Analysis card. This is a valuable item, and Chun Fan must use it only at crucial moments. At the very least, it would require an investment of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, before it can be put to use. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful to use up an investment of billions or tens of billions of yuan. Chun Fan was quite pleased with the system's reward today. In the afternoon, Chun Fan took some time to visit the Feiyu Supercar Association. There was a constant stream of people applying to join the association. It is estimated that even the top 3 supercar associations in Nanjing have a combined number of applicants that is less than the number of applicants for the Feiyu Supercar Association alone. At this rate, even with the extremely strict requirements for joining their association, the Flying Feather Supercar Association will definitely have no shortage of new members. Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction. While Chun Fan was inspecting the Feiyu Supercar Association, Chi Yaohua, the head of the direct line of the Chi family in Jiangbei, called Chun Fan. Mr. Chun, we found out that a branch of the Chi family, through some unknown means, has contacted Han Zitao, a wealthy man in Jinling, for help, and is preparing to launch a final attack with us. Chi Yaohua explained to Chun Fan. Last time, when Chun Fan contacted the other party, Chi Yaohua said that the Chi family's collateral branch seemed to be looking for help, but it was not yet certain. Unexpectedly, the help that the Chi family's collateral branch found was also in Jinling. Han Zitao, Chun Fan muttered to himself. I understand, I'll take care of Han Zitao. Chun Fan spoke. Why did Chi Yaohua call me? It goes without saying, he definitely wanted me to help the direct line of the Chi family deal with this important collateral branch. Considering the agreement between the two parties, Chun Fan would not refuse the billions in reward. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan asked several members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association about Han Zitao's situation. Unexpectedly, the association's vice president, Gu Yuanhong, happened to know him. President, Han Zitao and my father have a good relationship. I always call him Uncle Han. Is there something you need, President? Gu Yuanhong asked. What a coincidence. I have something I'd like to discuss with him in person. Chen Fan spoke. No problem, leave it to me. Gu Yuanhong patted his chest and said. After saying that, Gu Yuanhong immediately called Han Zitao. Hello, Uncle Han. Gu Yuanhong greeted him very politely as soon as he arrived. Oh, it's Xiao Gu. What made you think of your Uncle Han? Han Zitao inquired. Uncle Han, are you home? I have something I'd like to talk to you about. I'm at home, come over. Han Zitao readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yuanhong smiled and looked at Chen Fan. President, it's all settled. Uncle Han has a bad temper. If Gu Yuanhong directly said that the chairman was looking for him, Uncle Han probably wouldn't agree. So Gu Yuanhong lied and said that he had something to do. President, I'll take you there. Afterwards, Gu Yuanhong drove Chen Fan straight to Han Zitao's villa. Meanwhile, in Han Zitao's villa, Qi Yukong, a representative of a collateral branch of the Qi family in Jiangbei, was negotiating with Han Zitao. You're very sincere, leave this matter to me. I will help you deal with Chen Fan. He's just a rich man from Zhonghai province. He's nothing in front of me. Han Zitao made a solemn promise to the other party. In order to persuade Han Zitao to help, the collateral branch of the Qi family offered generous terms, which greatly tempted Han Zitao. That's right. Who are you, Boss Han? You're a big shot in Jinling. If you stomp your foot, Jinling will tremble. What is Chen Fan? In front of you, he's just an ant, just dust. Qi Yukong echoed, his voice filled with excitement. With Han Zitao's help, their collateral branch has now stood up and regained its advantage. What good would it do for the Qi family's direct descendants to seek Chen Fan's help? He's just a wealthy man from Zhonghai province. How could he possibly be more powerful than Boss Han, a wealthy man from Nanjing? With Boss Han involved, dealing with Chen Fan would probably be easier than crushing an ant. Soon, Chen Fan will regret helping the direct line of the Qi family for the rest of his life. It seems Boss Han has something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Qi Yukong got up, preparing to leave. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. The nanny went to open the door, and Chen Fan and Gu Yuanhong walked in. Qi Yukong was stunned when he saw Chen Fan. Chen Fan! Qi Yukong exclaimed in surprise. Oh, is he Chen Fan? Han Zitao was taken aback when he heard Qi Yukong's words. He was just about to find some time to teach Chen Fan a lesson, but unexpectedly, the other party came to his door on his own initiative. And is this Chen Fan that Qi Jia mentioned really that young? He thought it was another middle-aged man like himself, but it turned out to be a young man. Uncle Han, do you know the chairman? Gu Yuanhong was somewhat surprised. Let me introduce you, Chairman Chen. Gu Yuanhong was about to speak when Han Zitao stopped him. No need for introductions, I know him, my enemy. Han Zitao said with amusement. Seeing that Chen Fan was so young, he paid even less attention to Chen Fan. Oh. Gu Yuanhong was extremely surprised. What was going on? Chen Fan, on the other hand, understood instantly and looked at Qi Yukong. You're from a collateral branch of the Qi family, aren't you? Qi Yukong smiled and readily admitted. Yes, I am Qi Yukong from a collateral branch of the Qi family. Chen Fan, don't think you can control our collateral branch of the Qi family just because you have some power. You're dreaming. Chen Fan, you probably don't know this yet, but Boss Han Zitao has already agreed to help our Qi family's direct descendants. Afterwards, Qi Yukong boasted to Chen Fan with great smugness. You might not be so sure about helping your collateral relatives, right? Chen Fan calmly countered with a question. On the way here, Chen Fan had already learned some information about Han Zitao from Gu Yuanhong, especially about Han Zitao's somewhat bullying the weak and fearing the strong personality. This made Han Zitao even easier to deal with. Uncertain? Just as Qi Yukong was wondering what was going on, Chen Fan once again surprised everyone with his words. Chapter 268. The Jinling Tycoon, startled by a photo with Chen Fan, easily obtains a reward of 7 billion. Boss Han agreed to that before he knew me or who I was, but after he knows me, he probably won't. Chen Fan spoke. It's easy to change the attitude of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. After Chen Fan finished speaking, the scene fell into absolute silence, but this silence was quickly broken by Qi Yukong's loud laughter. Chen Fan, you're hilarious. You tell jokes like they're the truth, and you even say that after meeting you, Boss Han will change his mind? Do you think you're some kind of god? Qi Yukong felt that Chen Fan was exaggerating. Beside him, Han Zitao also snorted coldly. He'd change his attitude. How could he not know that? Xiao Gu, didn't you say you wanted to see me about something? Why did you bring a stranger with you? Han Zitao questioned Gu Yuanhong. Although the two addressed each other as uncle and nephew, their relationship was just that. Uncle Han, our Chairman Chen is a shareholder of Ronka Group. Like you, he is also engaged in the financial industry in Jinling. He's not exactly an outsider, is he? Gu Yuanhong wanted to get closer to him. Shareholders of Ronka Group? Han Zitao became somewhat interested. Actually, it's not impossible for me to stay out of the Qi family's affairs. The Qi family's direct descendants are willing to give me a reward of around 5 billion. If this Chairman Chun is willing to offer more, I can stay out of it, and even help you. Han Zitao made it clear directly. He is a businessman who prioritizes profit above all else. If Chun Fan could offer him more, he would be willing to not include the collateral branch of the Qi family. Qi Yukong immediately panicked. I have no intention of giving more. Chun Fan shook his head. The Qi family's direct descendants only gave him a reward of 7 billion. If Han Zitao were to share another 50 billion, he would only receive a little over a billion, which was far too little and not enough for him to keep up with all the work. Qi Yukong breathed a sigh of relief when Chun Fan refused. In that case, please leave. Han Zitao gave him the order to leave. Wait a minute. I heard that Boss Han is also in the financial industry. Why didn't I see you at the Fengyan Financial Summit last night? Chun Fan countered with a question. Han Zitao was somewhat helpless. He had also been invited last night, but unfortunately, something came up and he couldn't go. You mean you attended the Fengyan Financial Summit? Han Zitao didn't think much of it. After all, it was normal for a shareholder of Ronka Group to be invited to the Fengyan Financial Summit. Wrong. But as soon as he finished speaking, Han Zitao suddenly thought of something. He looked at Chun Fan carefully for a moment, then quickly took out his phone and went to his WeChat moments. This morning, he inadvertently saw several photos posted by Mr. Zhang Benz on his WeChat moments. The photos show some scenes from last night's financial summit. Since he didn't attend, Han Zitao only glanced at them and didn't look at them closely. But now, reminded by Chun Fan, he suddenly remembered that Chun Fan seemed to be in one of the photos that President Zhang posted. But I'm not entirely sure. Han Zitao scrolled down and quickly found the photos. He zoomed in and, sure enough, found one of them with Chun Fan in it. Upon closer inspection, Han Zitao discovered a chilling detail. This photo is a group photo of the most prominent figures who participated in the Fengyan Financial Summit last night. In previous years, Zhang Benz would always stand in the center and the most prestigious position in such group photos. But now, Han Zitao suddenly realized that the most prestigious position was occupied by Chun Fan, while Zhang Benz was standing next to Chun Fan. Don't underestimate this group photo. It contains a lot of information, especially the positioning, which is quite significant. The person standing in the very center and most prestigious position must be the person of the highest status present, without exception. Now, Chun Fan is in the center of the group photo, even more important than Zhang Benz. What does that mean? That means that, as the organizer, Zhang Bunja considered himself to be inferior to Chun Fan in status. Han Zitao's mouth dropped open in shock. You should know that even if he had gone yesterday, he wouldn't have been qualified to be in this photo, while Chun Fan was able to stand in the most prestigious position in the group photo. How could he possibly offend someone whom even CEO Zhang Benz himself is inferior to? Mr. Chun has said too much. I didn't know you before, and I made a mistake in choosing you. In an instant, Han Zitao's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree change. Qi Yukong, I refuse to cooperate with any branch of the Qi family. You may leave. Han Zitao is a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. He wouldn't risk offending a powerful figure with a status even higher than Zhang Benja for a few billion. Wouldn't that be courting death? Oh. Beside him, Qi Yukong looked puzzled. What's going on? Just now, Han Zitao, the big boss, was firmly supporting me, but after turning his head and glancing at his phone, his attitude changed drastically. Boss Han, if it really doesn't work out, we can discuss it. We're willing to add more money. Qi Yukong said unwillingly. This isn't about money. Han Zitao refused outright. If he wants to continue to make a living in Jinling, he absolutely cannot afford to offend a big shot like Chun Fan. So do you believe me now? Chun Fan looked at Qi Yukong. The Qi family's collateral branch was destined to fail by enlisting the help of someone like Han Zitao, who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Han Zitao gave the servant a look, and the servant immediately kicked Qi Yukong out. Mr. Chun, please have a seat. Han Zitao then flattered Chun Fan by inviting him to sit down and began to fawn over him. Chun Fan sat down. He had said it before, dealing with this kind of bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong is easy. Without Han Zitao's help, the collateral branch of the Qi family is no match for the direct line. Now, my 7 billion reward is secure. Standing in front of the villa, Qi Yukong, who had been kicked out, sighed deeply. Han Zitao was the most influential person the Qi family could contact through their connections. But we all saw Han Zitao's behavior just now. Even Han Zitao wouldn't dare offend Chun Fan. Now, their collateral branch of the Qi family is completely finished. Filled with despair, Qi Yukong left Jinling. After staying at Han Zitao's house for a short while, Chun Fan left. On his way back to the association, Chun Fan learned some important good news. Chapter 269. The final blow to the Su family's direct descendants. Su Yinghua's counterattack. Chun Fan's subordinates told him that of the 2 bars owned by Su Yingbua, one had already closed down, and the remaining one was on its last legs and on the verge of bankruptcy. These 2 bars are Su Yingbua's most important businesses. Without them, Su Yingbua would probably be heartbroken and extremely saddened. After listening to his subordinate's report, Chun Fan nodded. This was indeed good news. Since Su Yingbua's remaining bar is already on its last legs, I'll give it a hand and push it into health. Chun Fan smiled mysteriously. After saying that, Chun Fan contacted the new manager of his bar directly. Immediately announced that for the next few days, all drinks at our bar will be 90% off. Also, contact our regular customers and give them a 10,000 yuan voucher for every regular they bring in from the bar next door, with no limit. Chun Fan gave the order. The bar was the name of Su Yingbua's last bar. If possible, tonight, Chun Fan will make sure Su Yingbua's last bar is completely shut down. Moreover, high-end bars like Chun Fan's have profit margins of several times the cost of drinks, so even if they offer a 90% discount, they won't actually lose much money. Moreover, this amount of money is just a drop in the ocean compared to Chun Fan's current net worth, and is not worth mentioning at all. Yes, boss. Although the new manager of the bar was a little surprised and didn't know why the boss was doing this, he just had to obey the boss's orders. Before long, the news that the bar was offering a 90% discount for the past few days spread throughout the entire bar scene in Nanjing. Many customers were very excited when they heard about it, including many customers of Su Yingbua's bar. Furthermore, the manager of Chun Fan's bar also contacted their regular customers, telling them that they would be rewarded with 10,000 free vouchers for each regular customer they recruited. So these customers immediately used their connections to reach out to the bar's regulars. After arranging these measures, Chun Fan instructed his men to poach staff directly from Su Yingbua's bar, including bartenders, managers, and even servers, everyone they could get their hands on. Chun Fan wanted to make Su Yingbua all alone. That evening, the bar, which was usually packed with customers, became incredibly deserted, with only a handful of patrons in the large space. The bar was already on the verge of bankruptcy, and now that all the customers have disappeared, the bar's general manager can't sit still anymore. Just as he was thinking of a solution, his subordinates came to report that more than half of their bar staff, including bartenders, had suddenly resigned and hadn't come to work at all that night. This was truly the last straw that broke the camel's back. The bar's general manager couldn't hold back any longer and reported directly to Su Yingbua. How so? Su Yingbua also looked surprised. If the bar also closes down, it would be a huge blow to him. What exactly is going on? Su Yingbua inquired. The bar manager then reported all the things Chun Fan's bar had done to Su Yingbua. The bar has always kept to itself, so why is it suddenly attacking us? Su Yingbua couldn't quite understand it. This bar is probably the most top-tier bar in Nanjing, and its business is far more booming than theirs. Now that this bar is attacking its own bar, it's like a complete annihilation. Boss, I don't know either. What's the new owner of the bar, Chun Fan, thinking? He'd rather lose money than let us get away with this. The bar manager muttered helplessly. But it was this remark from the bar manager that made Su Yingbua realize the key point, and he quickly asked, "What did you just say? What's the bar owner's name?" "His name is Chun Fan. What's wrong, young Master Su?" The bar's general manager answered. "Chun Fan. So the bar owner is that bastard Chun Fan." Su Yingbua gritted his teeth and finally understood the reason for everything. From this perspective, the closure of my previous bar was also related to Chun Fan. Before he could even make a second move against Chun Fan had already attacked him first. Very good. A ruthless glint appeared on Su Yingbua's face. Since he couldn't win in a direct confrontation, he had to resort to other methods. Su Yingbua had a plan in mind and immediately put it into action. "Chun Fan, just you wait." More than an hour later, 7 or 8 vans stopped in front of the bar, and a group of thugs in black carrying sticks rushed out. At the front door of these vans carrying people was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was Su Yingbua's car. Su Yingbua stepped out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom with his trusted men, looked at the dozens of professional thugs, and nodded in satisfaction. Su Yingbua knew he couldn't win by directly competing with Chun Fan's bar, so he decided to take a hard line. Charge in. At Su Yingbua's command, dozens of professional thugs immediately rushed towards Chun Fan's bar. The security guards in front of the bar tried to stop them, but they were too few in number and couldn't hold them off at all. Soon, Su Yingbua's thugs rushed into the bar. Chaos immediately erupted inside the bar, with many customers looking at the thugs with fear. Surrounded by his trusted confidants, Su Yingbua swaggered in. "Don't panic, everyone. I'm here to settle accounts with Chun Fan, the owner of the bar. This won't affect you." After Su Yingbua entered, he addressed all the guests. Many of the customers here have been to his bar, and Su Yingbua is counting on these people to patronize his bar and give him money in the future, so Su Yingbua certainly won't offend them. Today he's here to settle scores with Chun Fan. Seeing Su Yinghua say this, the guests breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? This looks like Su Yinghua, young Master Su. What's going on between young Master Su and the bar owner? I don't know either, but although the bar is one of the top bars in Jinling, in terms of status and background, its owner is definitely not as powerful as young Master Su. If you offend young Master Su, the bar owner can just wait to be in trouble. Most people at the scene felt that Chun Fan was going to suffer a great loss today. Where's Chun Fan? Get out here right now. Su Yinghua stood at the very front, shouting arrogantly. Before Su Yinghua could even utter 2 words of boasting, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Chapter 270 Chun Fan steps on the underground boss of Jinling, shocking the entire audience. Suddenly, a group of well-trained, middle-aged men in their 20s and 30s rushed out from among the guests and surrounded Su Yinghua's men in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Su Yinghua's side went from having the advantage to being at a disadvantage. Su Yinghua was dumbfounded by what he saw, not understanding what was going on. Just as he was puzzled, footsteps came from deep within the bar. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, Chun Fan slowly walked out. You're the first person to willingly come looking for death. Chun Fan looked at Su Yinghua coldly. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance and had transferred elite bodyguards from Zhouxiao Security Group to Jinling some time ago. Tonight, in order not to alert the enemy, Chun Fan secretly arranged for these people to disguise themselves as guests and blend into the crowd. Sure enough, Chun Fan's trick worked. Su Yinghua and his group became sitting ducks. Alright, Chun, you've got some skills. Looking at Chun Fan, Su Yinghua felt a pang of emotion. Chun Fan had been prepared for this, which was something Chun Fan hadn't expected. But you don't think you can subdue me and make me bow down with just this few people, do you? Su Yinghua sneered. You're wrong. You're terribly wrong. I'll show you in a minute that offending me and the Su family was the worst decision you've ever made. Fortunately, he had a backup plan and used his connections before taking action. Otherwise, he might have really lost to Chun Fan tonight. As Su Yinghua finished speaking, another group of people arrived outside the bar. The leader of this group was a robust man in his late 30s with arms covered in tattoos. Many guests were startled when they saw what the man looked like. Isn't this Tiger Lord? Holy crap, young Master Su actually managed to get Tiger to come. Now, even on his own turf, Chun Fan is in danger. The crowd looked at the burly man who walked in with fear and apprehension. Those who recognized him took a few steps back in unison, extremely nervous. Tiger Lord, you've arrived. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Su Yinghua greeted him with a smile. The middle-aged man was named Dai Feihu, known as Tiger Lord, and was one of the underground bosses in Nanjing. Su Yinghua was afraid of something unexpected happening, so before the operation, he specially invited Dai Feihu, who was on good terms with him, to come over. With Dai Feihu, a powerful figure in Nanjing's underworld, backing him up, so what if he's on Chun Fan's turf? Can Chun Fan stir up any trouble? Hey kid, your men are got some skills. Upon entering, Dai Feihu exclaimed in admiration upon seeing Chun Fan's elite bodyguards from the Nine Heavens Security Group. He recognized the extraordinary nature of Chun Fan's bodyguards. Alright, although young Master Su invited me here, I won't bully the weak. You kneel down and apologize to young Master Su, and give him some compensation. Then this matter will be over. From the moment he arrived, Dai Feihu looked at Chun Fan with a commanding attitude. You've got it backwards, haven't you? Chun Fan retorted. Hee, did I say it backwards? You're the first person to dare talk to me like that. A cold glint appeared on Dai Feihu's face. Chun Fan, you don't know who Tiger is, do you? Tiger is the underground boss of Jinling. He can shut your bar down in Jinling with just a flick of his little finger. If you want to keep your bar, kneel down and apologize to me. Su Yinghua, taking advantage of Chun Fan's power, swaggered forward, ready to accept Chun Fan's obeisance. Do you think you can mess with young Master Su? Now you know what the consequences are for offending him. Chun Fan, what's wrong? Didn't you hear what our young Master Su said? Kneel down and apologize right now, or we'll smash up your bar. Su Yinghua's henchmen echoed him, displaying the despicable behavior of bullies relying on their master's power. Seeing that Chun Fan still didn't speak, Dai Feihu's patience was completely exhausted. None of you move. It's been too long since we've had any action. In Jinling, someone actually dares to be so insolent in front of me. Dai Feihu rubbed his hands together, ready to personally take action and give Chun Fan a beating first. Dai Feihu's exceptional fighting skills were a crucial reason why he became a powerful underground figure in Nanjing. Before anyone could react, Dai Feihu swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and punched Chun Fan hard in the chest. Dai Feihu's punch was probably more powerful than that of professional boxers. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as Dai Feihu's fist was about to hit Chun Fan shifted his feet and easily dodged Dai Feihu's punch. While dodging all of this, Chun Fan delivered an elbow strike to Dai Feihu's chin. With Chun Fan's top-tier skill and the amplified power, this attack knocked Dai Feihu to the ground. Thump! A muffled thud was heard, and Dai Feihu screamed on the ground, looking extremely pained. Before Dai Feihu could recover, Chun Fan had already stepped forward and stomped on Dai Feihu's chest. Seeing this, everyone present was dumbfounded and utterly horrified. What just happened? Dai Feihu wanted to teach Chun Fan a lesson himself, but in the end, he was knocked down by Chun Fan with a single blow and even trampled underfoot. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That's incredibly awesome. To trample a powerful underground figure in Nanjing underfoot if word got out, it would probably shake Nanjing and terrify countless people. While everyone was in shock, Su Yingbua and his confidants stared wide-eyed, their bodies frozen in place like stone statues. How could this happen? Logically, shouldn't Chun Fan be the one getting beaten up by Boss Dai Feihu and lying on the ground begging for mercy? How come it's turned into Boss Dai Feihu being trampled under Chun Fan's feet, looking incredibly miserable? This is not what they imagined. Chapter 271. Su Yingbua officially takes action against the Su family of Jinling, regrets. Cough cough. With Chun Fan stepping on his chest, Dai Feihu coughed several times while lying on the ground. A sharp pain shot through Dai Feihu's chest. He estimated that Chun Fan's kick might have broken several of his ribs. Dai Feihu's men wanted to rescue their boss, but they were stopped by bodyguards from Chun Fan's Jiuxiao security group. Chun Fan, you're incredibly bold. Su Yingbua was the first to stand up and loudly rebuke. Let Tiger Lord go. That's right, let go of Tiger Lord. How dare you be so disrespectful to Tiger Lord? Are you tired of living? Su Yingbua's confidants also stepped forward to urge Chun Fan to release Dai Feihu. Boss, please think it over. Dai Feihu is not someone to be trifled with. Even the manager of Chun Fan's bar couldn't help but step forward and whisper something to Chun Fan. If you really offend Dai Feihu, the bar can forget about staying open. Open. Chun Fan sneered, still stepping on Dai Feihu. Dai Feihu tried to resist, so he grabbed Chun Fan's ankle and tried to forcefully turn Chun Fan's foot to the side. However, as soon as he took action, he was surprised to find that even with all his strength, he still could not move Chun Fan's foot off his chest. Dai Feihu panicked. What was going on? His strength was already quite good, but it turned out to be far inferior to Chun Fan's. Noticing Dai Feihu's subtle actions, Chun Fan exerted force again. Cough cough cough. Dai Feihu coughed again, this time more severely. What? You want to lecture me? Chun Fan looked at Dai Feihu. No, sir, you've misunderstood. I meant to shine your shoes. Seeing Chun Fan's sharp gaze, Dai Feihu was so frightened that he quickly came up with a lame excuse. After saying that, he reached out and wiped Chun Fan's shoes. At this moment, when Dai Feihu looked at Chun Fan, the contempt and disdain he had shown earlier were gone from his eyes, replaced by deep fear and dread. Who is this guy? His skills are amazing. Seeing that even Tiger Dai had bowed his head, the bar patrons were full of admiration. President Chun is amazing. Seeing Dai Feihu's fear, Su Yingbua's heart sank even further. Oh no. Su Yingbua's face turned pale, and he inwardly cried out that something was wrong. While everyone's attention was focused on Chun Fan and Dai Feihu, Su Yingbua quietly took a few steps back, intending to leave discreetly. As a result, Su Yingbua had only taken a few steps back when he was stopped by bodyguards from Chun Fan's Jiuxiao security group. Where are you going? Chun Fan turned his head and looked at Su Yingbua. Where I go is none of your business. Su Yingbua is stubborn. Indeed, if you were somewhere else, I certainly wouldn't be able to interfere, but now that you're bringing people here to cause trouble, then I'm going to have to take action. Chun Fan spoke domineeringly. Do you want to remember? Chun Fan looked at Dai Feihu on the ground. I want to. Dai Feihu said, want 3 times in a row. He was a big underground boss in Jinling. Even though he was being trampled underfoot by Chun Fan in front of so many people, he still had his pride. These guys came to my bar and caused trouble. My staff also need to maintain order at the scene. What do you suggest we do? Chun Fan looked at Dai Feihu. Chun Fan wanted to see them fight like dogs. I understand, third brother. These people dared to make a move on Boss Chen's turf. Give them a good beating, beat them to death. Dai Feihu immediately understood Chun Fan's meaning and directly ordered his subordinates. No, Tiger. Su Yingbua quickly stopped him. Having received their boss's order, Dai Feihu's men ignored Su Yingbua and his group's attempts to stop them and charged towards them. In an instant, Dai Feihu's men and Su Yingbua's group were locked in a fierce battle. Su Yingbua and his group had slightly more people, but the fighting power of Dai Feihu's men was far superior to the thugs Su Yingbua had casually hired. Before long, not only Su Yingbua's arrogant henchmen, but even Su Yingbua himself was knocked to the ground, beaten and screaming in pain, with several teeth knocked out. Chen Fan just watched the show from the sidelines, teaching Su Yingbo a lesson without even having to lift a finger. How easy was that? Su Yingbo couldn't hold on any longer, and he hurriedly begged Chen Fan for mercy. Chen Fan, no, young Master Chun, Boss Chun, I admit defeat, please, let me go. Su Yingbo pitifully begged Chen Fan for mercy. At this moment, he truly regretted it. Of all people to offend, he had to offend Chen Fan. Chen Fan completely ignored him. Boss Chun, look at me. He's still being trampled under Chen Fan's feet, Dai Feihu said. At this point, Chen Fan withdrew his foot, and Dai Feihu also got up from the ground in a very disheveled state. Thank you, Boss Chun. After getting up, Dai Feihu bowed and expressed his gratitude to Chen Fan. At that moment, he hated Su Yingbo intensely. Why did he have to call him for no reason? Dai Feihu was defeated and subdued by Chen Fan. Boss Chun, if your bar encounters any trouble in the future, or if there's a fight, just contact me. I'm willing to help anytime. Dai Feihu added. Just as Dai Feihu was speaking, Su Yingbo had already been knocked unconscious. Dai Feihu's men then stopped. Get lost. Chen Fan waved his hand. Oh, and take them with you too, so they don't get in the way. Incidentally, Chen Fan pointed to Su Yingbo and the others. Yes. Dai Feihu nodded. Soon, Su Yingbo and his men were taken away by Dai Feihu's men and sent to the hospital. It is estimated that Su Yingbo will be spending the next 3 or 4 months in a hospital bed. Young Master Chun is awesome. Boss Chun is awesome. Young Master Chun is awesome. As Dai Feihu and his group fled, cheers erupted from the crowd, and countless guests expressed their utmost admiration for Chen Fan. To trample a powerful underground boss underfoot is absolutely awesome. Everyone, please continue. Chen Fan had people clean up the fight scene so the guests could continue playing. Su Yingbo's problem is finally over, but Su Yingbo was just an appetizer. Now, Chen Fan is going to officially take action against the Su family. Chapter 272, Severing Relationships, Day 54. Reward a 10 billion intermediate bankruptcy card. Chen Fan is about to take over the Su family's businesses. However, the Su family of Jinling has too many businesses, including many hidden ones. Chen Fan needs to carefully study which of the Su family's businesses to target. The first industry is very important. With the bar issue resolved, Chen Fan realized that Su Yingbo's bar would likely close down today or tomorrow without his support. Afterward, Chen Fan drove back to the hotel. The next day at noon, Chen Fan drove to Jinling Airport. Not long after, 2 extremely beautiful women emerged from the airport. They were Zhu Lingyu and Chen Wenjing. Zhu Lingyu was specially transferred from Jiangzhou by Chen Fan. As for Chen Wenjing, Chen Fan wanted to bring her along when he came to Jinling to help him, but something came up in Jiangzhou, so he didn't bring Chen Wenjing with him. This time, after the issues in Jiangzhou were resolved, Chen Wenjing also came to Jinling with Zhu Lingyu. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the two greeted him. We ate and chatted. Chen Fan picked up the two and headed straight for a high-end restaurant in Jinling. Chen Fan had already made arrangements for Zhu Lingyu and Chen Wenjing. When Chen Fan led the two to the restaurant, just as they reached the front, 3 or 4 people happened to be walking towards them from the opposite side. Zhu Lingyu. One of the young women in her mid-20s recognized Zhu Lingyu. Yao Dandan. Zhu Lingyu looked in the direction of the sound and was also extremely surprised. Yao Dandan, Zhu Lingyu's classmate at Beijing University, was also very outstanding. If it weren't for the genius girl Zhu Lingyu, Yao Dandan would have been the top student in their finance department that year. The two stepped forward and exchanged a brief reminiscing. I have just joined Su's Capital Group. This is my boss, Mr. Jiang, the general manager of Jinling Su's Capital Group. Yao Dandan gave a brief introduction. The Su Family Capital Group of Jinling. Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. This was one of the important businesses of the Su family in Jinling, and its strength was even greater than that of his Ronka Group. And you, Lingyu? Me? I'm about to join Ronka Group. This is my boss, President Chen. Zhu Lingyu replied that on the way, Chen Fan had already spoken with her and planned to have her join Ronka Group. Mr. Chen from Ronka Group? Upon noticing these 2 words, Jiang Xiangming, the general manager of Su's Capital Group and Yao Dandan's boss, immediately focused his gaze on Chen Fan. You wouldn't happen to be Chen Fan, the one who's been going against the Su family, would you? Jiang Xiangming spoke coldly. Jiang Xiangming was a son-in-law of the Su family in Jinling. He married the 3rd daughter of the Su family patriarch. Because Jiang Xiangming is very capable, although he is a son-in-law, he is highly trusted and manages the Jinling Su family capital group. You must be from the Su family. I am Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. You dare to oppose the Su family and even dare to come to Jinling. Your good days are over. Jiang Xiangming spoke, his voice filled with hostility. Beside her, Yao Dandan instantly guessed the relationship between the boss and Chen Fan, and her attitude changed accordingly. Zhu Lingyu, how could you go to work for Ronka Group? I feel ashamed to know someone like you. Zhu Lingyu was furious with Yao Dandan. Jiang Xiangming was very satisfied with Yao Dandan's performance. You did a good job, unlike your classmate who lacked foresight and joined a company that was about to go bankrupt. Jiang Xiangming spoke. Once you join the company, you'll be responsible for dealing with this classmate of yours. Chen Fan, it won't be long before your Ronka Group becomes history. Jiang Xiangming plans to target Chen Fan and bring down Chen Fan's Ronka Group in order to win over old Master Su and improve his own status within the Su family. You're wrong. What's about to become history is your Jinling Su's capital group. Chen Fan retorted without holding back. He was just wondering which of the Su family's businesses to target first, and now that the general manager of this Jinling Su's capital group had jumped out, he decided to start with Jinling Su's capital group. This company is significant enough. How arrogant. We'll see. Let's see which company goes bankrupt first. Jiang Xiangming made some harsh remarks to Chen Fan. Let's go. Let's find another restaurant to eat at. It's an insult to our status to eat at a restaurant with someone like that. After saying that, Jiang Xiangming turned and left. Zhu Lingyu, I will prove that I am better than you, and that you chose the wrong boss. Before leaving, Yao Dandan deliberately provoked Zhu Lingyu. Anyone stronger than me is destined to be a loser, and that applies even at work. Zhu Lingyu spoke up, saying that in college, Yao Dandan had lost to Zhu Lingyu in many ways. After Zhu Lingyu exposed her weaknesses, Yao Dandan became somewhat exasperated. You little bitch, just wait until you and your good-for-nothing boss go bankrupt. Yao Dandan could only vent her frustration verbally. After finishing her speech, she left with Jiang Xiangming. Just then, the system's voice came from Chen Fan's mind. Bite. 54th day of severing ties. Reward. 1 intermediate bankruptcy card. The system reward appeared today. Previously, when he was in the level 1 system, Chen Fan received a basic bankruptcy card from the system. Now that the system has been upgraded to level 2, the system reward has changed to an intermediate bankruptcy card. I just don't know how powerful this intermediate bankruptcy card is. Filled with curiosity, Chen Fan clicked on it. Once an intermediate bankruptcy card is used, it can cause the opposing company to lose 710 billion yuan. The exact amount of loss depends on the situation on site. A loss of 7 to 10 billion, that's acceptable. The amount of loss has reached, or even exceeded, Chen Fan's expectations. In the worst-case scenario, the loss would be 7 billion. If they were lucky, the other party could even lose 10 billion at once. That's already a lot. With this, the Jinling Su's capital group has taken another step closer to its grave. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously and led Zhu Lingyu and Chen Wenjing into the restaurant for a meal. The three chatted over their meal. Chen Fan arranged for the two to join Ronka Group as department managers, to gain experience first, since they were both young and lacked experience. With a market capitalization of 80 billion, we need to be cautious. Moreover, Chen Fan doesn't hold too many shares in Ronka Group, and many senior executives in the company are watching him, so he can't put them in too high a position for the time being. When they achieve good results in the future, their positions can be promoted. After dinner, Chen Fan gave them an address, which was the accommodation he had arranged for them. It was in a high-end residential area near Ronka Group, which would be convenient for them to go to the company. Thanks. Thank you, boss. Both of them assured Chen Fan that they would not let him down. After dinner, Chen Fan parted ways with the two men. Just as Chen Fan was about to go home, he received an incredibly unexpected phone call. Chapter 273 Latest news on the missing parents, intercepting the Su family capital group. Upon seeing whose phone number it was, Chen Fan's heart began to race. The person who called Chen Fan was none other than a few skilled trackers that Chen Fan had previously transferred from the Jiuxiao security group. Chen Fan's parents have been missing for a year. During this time, he has been trying to find out about them, but to no avail. But after obtaining the system and taking over the Jiuxiao security group, he brought in several retired special forces soldiers who were skilled in tracking and worked for the Jiuxiao security group. They turned Jiangzhou upside down and finally found a clue. They found a video of Chen Fan's parents driving away from Jiangzhou. The road led to cities like Nanjing and Shanghai. So Chen Fan immediately sent them to explore along this route, sparing no expense. Now, a dozen or 20 days have passed, and one of the retired special forces soldiers has finally contacted him. He doesn't know if it's good news or bad news. How could Chen Fan not be uneasy? Thinking it over, Chen Fan answered the phone, and the voice of a special forces soldier immediately came from the other end. Boss, is there any news about your parents? Are you sure? Chen Fan was overjoyed. Okay, boss. The retired special forces soldier nodded and continued reporting to Chen Fan. We followed that highway and investigated several cities in a row until a few days ago when we arrived in Nanjing and finally found out the accurate information. Jinling. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Could it be that his parents were in Jinling? If that's the case, wouldn't that be wonderful? I'll be able to see my parents soon. Have you found out the exact whereabouts of my parents? Chen Fan asked curiously. Boss, no, that's not the case. We just found out that your parents bought water at a convenience store in Nanjing, and that's been confirmed. The retired Special Forces soldier said with some regret. But whether your parents are actually in Jinling is still uncertain. After all, Jinling is not Zhonghai province, making the investigation more than 10 times more difficult. In Zhonghai province, Jiuxiao Security Group, the #1 security group in the province, has a wide network of connections. Combined with Chen Fan's network of connections, it is relatively easy to investigate these retired Special Forces soldiers. But now that they've left Zhonghai province and arrived in the unfamiliar city of Jinling, they have absolutely no connections, making the investigation extremely difficult. They had just found out the news and, following Chen Fan's orders, informed him immediately. I see. Chen Fan was also somewhat disappointed. Boss, this is good news. It means that our investigation is on the right track. As long as we continue our investigation, we will definitely find your parents. As a professional, this retired Special Forces soldier felt that finding the person was not far off. Well, that's good news, I guess. I'm also in Nanjing right now. If you have any problems or encounter any difficulties, please feel free to contact me. Chen Fan gave instructions. Understood, boss. After exchanging a few words, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Unfortunately, Jiuxiao Security Group is only prominent in Zhonghai province. Outside of Zhonghai province, it is relatively ordinary. After all, the country is so big, with so many provinces and cities. Jiuxiao Security Group is probably only ranked in the teens nationwide. After dinner, Chen Fan drove to the Flying Feather Supercar Association. As soon as Chen Fan arrived, he overheard several newly joined members chatting. In particular, one of the members mentioned that their family business seemed to be going to cooperate with or invest in Jinling Su's Capital Group. Chen Fan immediately became interested. Chen Fan's next goal is to bring down the Jinling Su's Capital Group. Now that he had heard about the Jinling Su's Capital Group, Chen Fan naturally wanted to ask about it. Huh. President, you've arrived. Hello, President. These people also saw Chen Fan and immediately greeted him with great admiration. They were all new members of the association and greatly admired Chen Fan. Hello. Chen Fan nodded in response. You just mentioned that your company is going to cooperate with some Jinling Su's Capital Group. What's the situation? Can you tell me about it? Chen Fan looked at the shorter young man from earlier. Oh, no problem, Chairman. The short young man looked extremely nervous and hurriedly told Chen Fan what he knew. This short young man is named Luo Qijia. He is the heir of Jinling Changhong Catering Company. Recently, Changhong Catering Company wanted to expand, but lacked funds, so they wanted to find a capital group to invest in them. Changhong Catering Group has been doing very well in recent years and has great potential. Investing in them is likely to be a sure thing. Upon learning this news, Su's Capital Group immediately approached Luo Chuantai, the chairman of Jinling Changhong Catering Group and Luo Qijia's father, to offer their investment. Luo Chuantai was very interested in Su's Capital Group's offer to invest in him. He arranged to have dinner with Su's Capital Group executives that evening to discuss the investment details. After listening, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Just as Chen Fan was pondering, the system's voice came through. Byte. Task issued. Intercept Su's Capital Group's business. Teach Su's Capital Group a lesson, and get Ronka Group to invest in Changhong Catering Group. Task reward, 23 amplification points. Task reward, 135 experience points. Increase points. Looking at the system's rewards, Chen Fan was quite pleased. Since he defeated that big shot from Jinling last night and trampled him underfoot, Chen Fan truly realized the power of the amplification points. If he hadn't amplified his strength before, he really wouldn't have been able to deal with that guy. Now, the system's new tasks reward more than 20 amplification points, whereas previously the system only rewarded a dozen or so. How could Chen Fan not like this task? Your Changhong Catering Company is very good and worth investing in. Besides being the owner of Koenigsegg, I am also the president of Jinling Ronka Group. Chen Fan looked at Luo Qijia. Our Ronka Group also wants to invest in your Changhong Catering Company. Luo Qijia instantly understood Chen Fan's thoughts. The chairman is also the owner of Ronka Group. That's great. Chairman, I'll go and talk to my father. Luo Qijia patted his chest and said. After saying that, he went to the side and made a phone call to his father. A few minutes later, after the call ended, Luo Qijia walked over with a somewhat complicated expression. His expression didn't seem to indicate that he had agreed, nor did it seem like he had been rejected. Chairman, my father said that he had already made a verbal agreement with Su's Capital Group, and it would be difficult to break the agreement. He'd like to invite you to dinner with people from Su's Capital Group tonight. We'll discuss it then. Luo Qijie explained to Chen Fan. Chen Fan guessed Luo Chuantai's idea. He just wanted to compare 3 options to see which one was better. Can? Chen Fan nodded. The system task was right there, and it also allowed him to intercept the investment from Sue's Capital Group, making them suffer a loss. Why not? President, I'll go with you tonight too. I'll put in a good word for you. Luo Qijie also spoke up, standing firmly on Chen Fan's side without hesitation. Chen Fan nodded. With the help of Luo Qijie, the crown prince, his chances of intercepting Sue's Capital Group and completing his mission were much greater. Time flies, and that evening, Chen Fan drove straight to the restaurant Luo Chuantai had mentioned. Chapter 274, Is Ronka Group unworthy to compete with Sue's Capital Group? Chen Fan's confidence. At this moment, Ma Ryu, the representative of Sue's Capital Group, had already arrived at a window seat in the restaurant. Mr. Luo, I brought the contract with me. Let's discuss it. If there are no problems, let's sign it now to avoid dragging it out any longer. As she spoke, Ma Ryu took out 2 documents and handed one of them to Luo Chuantai. To his surprise, Luo Chuantai did not answer. Manager Ma, this afternoon, another company contacted me. Luo Chuantai said meaningfully. In fact, the conditions offered by Sue's Capital Group were rather ordinary. If it weren't for Sue's Capital Group's big reputation and strong strength, he might not have cooperated with Sue's Capital Group. Other companies? Ma Ryu frowned. Who is it? Which company dares to oppose our Sue's Capital Group? Ma Ryu asked arrogantly. Our company. Before Ma Ryu could finish speaking, a domineering voice rang out. The next moment, to Ma Ryu's astonishment, Chen Fan stepped out. Who are you? Ma Ryu did not know Chen Fan. I am Chen Fan, the boss of Ronka Group. Ronka Group. Ma Ryu's face immediately darkened. What kind of company is your Ronka Group? How dare you compete with our Sue's Capital Group? Ma Ryu was so angry she laughed. Ronka Group is in Nanjing, and it's not even worthy to carry the shoes of our Sue's Capital Group. Mr. Luo, are you sure you want to cooperate with them? Don't regret it later. Ma Ryu questioned Luo Chuantai. Manager Ma, don't worry, I haven't made a decision yet. Luo Chuantai replied. Actually, in terms of impression, he had a better impression of Ronka Group than of Sue's Capital Group. Moreover, the boss of Ronka Group came in person, while Sue's Capital Group only sent a senior executive. Chen Fan sat down, and soon after, Luo Qijie arrived and sat down next to Chen Fan. Father, the chairman is the owner of Koenigsegg Corporation. His strength is undeniable. I think cooperating with the chairman is definitely the right choice. Luo Qijie spoke up for Chen Fan. Mr. Chen is still the owner of Koenigsegg. He's young and promising. Luo Chuantai looked at Chen Fan again, his gaze now more respectful. Although he wasn't particularly interested in sports cars, he had heard of Koenigsegg. TCH, what do you think it is? It's just the owner of Koenigsegg. A company worth billions, and you still have the nerve to mention it. Ma Ryu sneered. Mr. Luo, let's stop wasting time. Here's the deal. I can increase the investment to 3 billion, and I only need a 40% annual dividend. Is that acceptable? Ma Ryu directly increased the stakes. Previously, they could only invest 2.7 billion, and they also demanded a 40% dividend. Now that there's an extra 300 million, the dividends haven't increased. I can put up 3.1 billion, and I only need a 40% dividend. Chen Fan said calmly. I won't add more, just 100 million, enough to keep Ma Ryu ahead. Ma Ryu was somewhat annoyed. Then we'll contribute 3.3 billion, with the dividends remaining unchanged at 40%. Ma Ryu gritted her teeth. 3.4 billion, 40% dividend. Chen Fan's words were concise and to the point. In the end, Ma Ryu raised the price to 3.9 billion, while Chen Fan directly raised it to 4 billion. Chen Fan, you've gone too far. Ma Ryu angrily rebuked Chen Fan. 3 billion is the limit he can offer. If you don't have money, don't bark here. Chen Fan responded coldly. Mr. Luo, you can decide for yourself. Our Sue's Capital Group will still contribute 3.9 billion and only take 40% of the dividends each year. Although it is less than Ronka Group, the strength of our Sue's Capital Group is far superior to that of Ronka Group. You should think carefully about which company you choose. There was no way to increase the money, so Ma Ryu directly used the company's strength to speak for itself. Now, Luo Chuantai hesitated. Indeed, Sue's Capital Group was much stronger than Ronka Group. Luo Chuantai's mind began to tip in favor of Sue's Capital Group. Upon seeing this, a triumphant smile appeared on Ma Ryu's face. See? In the face of absolute strength, your Ronka Group still has to take a back seat. Ma Ryu gloated in front of Chen Fan. You think you're worthy to compete with our Sue's Capital Group? Just as Ma Ryu was speaking, a commotion broke out in the restaurant. A serious-looking middle-aged man walked in, surrounded by a large group of people. When they saw what the middle-aged man looked like, Many of the customers in the restaurant immediately widened their eyes. Isn't this Zhang Ben's, a big shot in Nanjing? He actually came to this restaurant. After entering the restaurant, Zhang Ben's was about to go to a private room with his friends when he suddenly noticed a young figure not far away. So Zhang Ben's eye immediately changed direction and walked this way. Just as everyone at the scene was wondering what Zhang Ben's was going to do, he stopped in front of Chen Fan. Mr. Chun, we meet again. Zhang Ben's took the initiative to reach out to Chen Fan. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. What's going on? The high and mighty CEO Zhang Ben's actually took the initiative to befriend a young man. Are they hallucinating? The most shocked people at the scene were Luo Chuantai and Ma Ruyu. Ma Ruyu, in particular, froze on the spot. Wait a minute. How could Chen Fan let someone as powerful as Zhang Ben's behave like this? You know, even their group's general manager, Mr. Jiang, couldn't do that. What makes Chen Fan so special? After shaking hands with Chen Fan, Zhang Ben's told Chen Fan something. Chapter 275 Private Horse Racing Competition? Sue's Capital Group declares war on Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, there's a private horse race coming up later. Would you be interested in going together? Zhang Ben's invited Chen Fan. Horse racing? Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Yes, we'll add a 100 million yuan prize to the horse races then. It'll be very interesting. Zhang Ben's gave Chen Fan a brief explanation. In an instant, Chen Fan understood. This kind of horse racing was not very popular in their area, but it was extremely popular in the upper class of Hong Kong Island. In fact, it was more like horse betting than horse racing. Mr. Zhang, I'm not sure if I'll have time. Let's talk about it when I get there. Chen Fan neither agreed nor refused. He would see how things went. Okay, I'll contact Mr. Chun. Zhang Ben's nodded. After exchanging a few polite words with Chen Fan, Zhang Ben's left. After watching Zhang Ben's walk away, Luo Chuantai finally couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chun, are you friends with Mr. Zhang? Chen Fan nodded slightly. He had a fairly good impression of Zhang Ben's. Mr. Chun has a wide network of connections. Luo Chuantai was deeply moved. I've made my decision. Our Changhong Catering Company is willing to accept Mr. Chin's Ronca Group's investment of 4 billion yuan, with a 40% share each year. Luo Chuantai made the final decision. Originally, Chen Fan's offer was better than that of Sue's Capital Group. He just felt that Sue's Capital Group was stronger and more powerful than Ronca Group, which is why he preferred Sue's Capital Group. But now that we know Chen Fan and the dignified Zhang Ben's are friends, things are different. Those who can become friends with President Zhang are probably of similar status and position to him, or even more powerful. In this way, Chen Fan's side has a greater advantage than Sue's Capital Group. Bang! Seeing that Luo Chuantai had changed his mind, Ma Ruyu slammed her hand on the table in a fit of anger. Fine, Luo Chuantai is giving you face, but you don't appreciate it. Just wait and see what happens. Ma Ruyu suddenly stood up, startling Luo Chuantai. Luo Chuantai seemed indifferent. Anyway, he had boss Chun, who was friends with President Zhang Ben's, so what was there to be afraid of regarding Sue's Capital Group? And you, a mere Ronca Group, dare to steal our investment targets? You just wait for the furious retaliation from the Sue's Capital Group. Ma Ruyu was trying to scare Chen Fan. You're wrong. It's your Sue's Capital Group that's waiting for my revenge. Chen Fan calmly corrected him. I'm waiting for your revenge. You really think you're something special. We'll see. Ma Ruyu turned and left. As Ma Ruyu left, the system's voice came through. Bite. By intercepting business from Sue's Capital Group and teaching them a lesson, Ronca Group invests in Changhong Catering Group. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 23 amplification points. Congratulations on receiving 135 experience points. The mission is complete, and Chen Fan has successfully obtained 23 enhancement points. He will make good use of them from now on. Mr. Chun, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Luo Chuantai reached out his hand to Chen Fan. It's a pleasure to work with you. I will send someone to coordinate later, and then we will sign the contract. Chen Fan made arrangements for what followed. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan left. Back at the hotel, Chen Fan immediately logged into the system and found the 23 amplification points. Looking at the options in the system that could be increased, such as strength, speed, and spirit, Chen Fan was caught in a dilemma. After the previous increases, Chen Fan's values in these categories are already much higher than those of ordinary people, but none of them are particularly outstanding. In the end, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and decided to use all 23 amplification points on strength. After all, they were going to deal with the Su family of Jinling. Who knew what unexpected things might happen? With the power amplification, Chen Fan's strength increased, so he could better protect himself if he encountered any danger. Next time, Chen Fan plans to increase both speed and mental strength. Thinking it over, Chen Fan immediately increased his power. Strength, 85 points. His strength level instantly jumped to 85, several times that of an average person. Just as Chen Fan was studying the growth rate, Jiang Xiangming suddenly convened a high-level meeting at Su's Capital Group. Most of the senior executives of Su's Capital Group were summoned. What is President Jiang trying to do, calling a high-level meeting so late at night? I don't know, but it's definitely important. I have a bad feeling. Just as everyone was chattering and discussing, Jiang Xiangming walked in with a serious expression. I'm announcing only one thing today. From this very moment on, our Jinling Su's Capital Group is officially declaring war on Ronka Group, a war to the death, until we completely destroy Ronka Group. Jiang Xiangming said excitedly. Of course, it's also possible that we'll be brought down by Ronka Group, but that possibility is less than 1%, no, less than 1 in 1,000. The power of Su's Capital Group gave Jiang Xiangming this confidence. After Jiang Xiangming finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all expressed their opinions. What do you think it is? It's just the mere Ronka Group. Ronka Group does have some strength in Jinling, but compared to us, it's nothing. Since you've said so, Mr. Jiang, we will definitely support you with all our might. I think if we go all out, we can probably bring down Ronka Group in just 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months. Who do you think you are? Our CEO Jiang is so wise and capable. With him leading us, we can take down Ronka Group in a month. A month is too long. I think 20 days, or even half a month, will be enough. What was supposed to be a high-level meeting of Su's Capital Group turned into a eulogy session for Jiang Xiangming. Everyone praised Jiang Xiangming to the skies, making him feel conceited and even less respectful of Chen Fan. Who does Chen Fan think he is, daring to challenge me? Chen Fan is bound to lose, and he will lose miserably. However, Jiang Xiangming hadn't been floating on air for long when more senior executives from Su's Capital Group arrived. Chapter 276: The 55 Days After Severing Ties. Reward the world's top racehorse. Manager Ma Ruiyu has arrived. Manager Ma, how's the investment in Changhong Catering Company going? Has it been finalized? Seeing the late Ma Ruiyu, Jiang Xiangming asked confidently. Investing in Changhong Catering Company was something he specifically instructed him to do and was very concerned about. It was almost a surefire way to make money. If the investment was successful, his company would receive at least 10 figures every year for the next few years. Moreover, Jiang Xiangming was very confident that once they made their move, no other company would dare to compete with them. Changhong Catering Company can be easily acquired. Knowing that Ma Ruiyu had gone to discuss investment with Luo Chuantai of Changhong Catering Company tonight, Jiang Xiangming did not pursue the matter of Ma Ruiyu being late. When asked the general manager's question, Ma Ruiyu stammered and didn't give a clear answer. What happened? Tell me quickly. Jiang Xiangming's patience was completely worn out. The next moment, Jiang Xiangming heard an answer that made his heart almost stop beating. The general manager messed things up. We were outmaneuvered by Ronka Group. Changhong Catering Company has decided to cooperate with Ronka Group. Ma Ruiyu answered fearfully. What did you say, Ronka Group? Jiang Xiangming froze. He was just boasting to a group of senior executives about how they would deal with Ronka Group and how long it would take, when in the blink of an eye, Ronka Group snatched the investment he valued so much. The others at the scene looked at each other in bewilderment. They hadn't even made a move yet, and they'd already been slapped hard in the face. How embarrassing. How do you know it was Ronka Group that did it? Jiang Xiangming countered with a question. It was Chen Fan, the boss of Ronka Group, who went there in person. I saw it with my own eyes. He answered in Maasai. Chen Fan. It was Chen Fan who personally intercepted it. Jiang Xiangming was so angry he could hardly breathe. Chen Fan was practically riding on his head. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. It took Jiang Xiangming a long time to calm down before he immediately began to arrange a counterattack against Ronka Group. Time flies by, a new day arrives, and the system's rewards arrive on time. Fight. On the 55th day of severing ties, the reward is a world-class racehorse, the most precious of all, a thoroughbred. Please keep your phone accessible. The thoroughbred will be delivered to you within 3 hours. Oh. The system's reward today left Chen Fan somewhat bewildered. The system actually rewarded me with a horse? However, since it is the world's top and most precious racehorse, this thoroughbred is definitely not simple. Thinking about it, Chen Fan searched online and was shocked by what he found. Thoroughbreds are currently the rarest and most prestigious racehorses in the world, bar none. Even the extremely rare Equaltique horses are ranked behind them. As the world's top racehorses, thoroughbreds can complete a 1,000-meter race in just 53 seconds, less than a minute. Even in a 2,400-kilometer race, a thoroughbred can finish in just 143 seconds, which is a little over 2 minutes. You can imagine how terrifying its strength is. It's practically comparable to the red hare. Originally, Chen Fan wasn't very interested in the private horse racing competition that Zhang Benz had mentioned, but now that Chen Fan had obtained the top quality thoroughbreds, everything was different. If you send your thoroughbred to compete, wouldn't that be like handing money to Chen Fan? I hope this horse race starts soon. After expressing his feelings, Chen Fan went to eat. Around 2 p.m. that day, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from Zhang Ben's. Mr. Chen, the horse race was originally scheduled for tomorrow, but several participants have other commitments and will not be in Jinling tomorrow, so the race has been moved to 4 p.m. today. I wonder if Mr. Chen has the time? Zhang Ben's inquired. I have time, but Mr. Zhang, there's something I need to confirm first. If I participate in a horse race, can I use my own horse? Chen Fan made a point of asking to avoid wasting his time. Of course, no problem. Everyone uses their own horses. Zhang Ben's nodded. That's good. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. Today's system reward arrived around noon. The system notification said that the thoroughbred horse rewarded today would be delivered within 3 hours, and the horse race was not scheduled to take place until 4 p.m., so the timing was perfect. After inquiring about the location of Zhang Ben's racecourse, Chen Fan set off. More than half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. As soon as Chen Fan arrived, he unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. She was none other than Bai Luotian, the powerful figure from Jinling whom Chen Fan had previously met. Boss Bai, it's been a few days. Chen Fan greeted him. It's Boss Chen. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Bai Luotian couldn't help but recall the time she got drunk in front of him, and she felt extremely embarrassed. If you have some free time these next few days, let's get together for drinks again, Boss Bai. Chen Fan invited him. He hadn't yet managed to extract all the information from Bai Luotian, so of course he wanted to continue drinking. Bai Luotian was even more embarrassed, and her face turned slightly red. Please, no more drinking next time. When Zhang Benz came over and saw Chen Fan and Bai Luotian chatting, he was clearly taken aback. Mr. Chen, you're quite something. You've already started chatting with Boss Bai as soon as you arrived. Zhang Benz said with a smile. Boss Bai, this Mr. Chen is. Zhang Benz wanted to introduce Chen Fan, but Bai Luotian stopped him. No need, Mr. Zhang. I already know Mr. Chen. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Benz was somewhat surprised. Since Boss Chen and Boss Bai know each other, that's great. You two chat first. I'll go say hello somewhere else. After Zhang Benz finished speaking, he left. Before long, all the dozen or so guests had arrived. This horse race was a private event. Although not many people were invited, none of those present were ordinary people. They were all extremely wealthy and powerful, figures who were unattainable for ordinary people in Nanjing. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Fan, who just arrived. He's Mr. Chen and my friend. Zhang Ben stepped forward and explained. Old Zhang, why did you bring along a greenhorn? Does he have the ability to participate in horse racing? A few people at the scene had opinions about Chen Fan. In particular, one of the men, Tao Tianhai, who was in his 30s, harbored great hostility towards Chen Fan. Before Chen Fan arrived, Tao Tianhai approached Bai Luotian to greet her, but Bai Luotian only gave him a perfunctory reply. Tao Tianhai tried to persist, but Bai Luotian simply left him and went somewhere else. Tao Tianhai was very unhappy, especially after Chen Fan arrived and saw him chatting with Bai Luotian for a long time. Tao Tianhai was even more envious and gritted his teeth. Now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally target Chen Fan. Thinking this, Tao Tianhai continued to attack Chen Fan. Chapter 277 Chen Fan's top-tier purebred horse makes its appearance, shocking everyone. How come all sorts of people can be invited these days? Mr. Zhang, does this guy own racehorses? Tao Tianhai inquired. I think so. Zhang Benz was not quite sure. I'm here, of course there's horse racing. Chen Fan nodded. Hee, if there are horse races, they're probably the most ordinary kind. Tao Tianhai said dismissively. It's worth noting that his racehorses are renowned in the horse racing world and are beloved by many jockeys. These Arabian horses are worth tens of millions. Among all racehorses, Arabian horses rank among the top 3 in terms of rarity. Mr. Tao is right. He doesn't look like the kind of person who owns top-notch racehorses. People like that shouldn't participate in our private horse races. After Tao Tianhai finished speaking, he gave a look to a few close friends, who immediately stood up to speak in his defense. However, before these people could finish speaking, a servant entered and reported to Zhang Benz. Mr. Zhang, there's a truck transporting horses in front of the gate. They're bringing in the racehorses. Oh. Zhang Benz was somewhat puzzled. Behind the racetrack, there's a horse farm that houses their racehorses. It's convenient, isn't it? I hadn't heard of anyone planning to bring racehorses here before. Mr. Zhang, this is my racehorse. Just as Zhang Benz was wondering what was going on, Chen Fan stepped forward. Instantly, Chen Fan attracted the attention of everyone present, especially after being targeted by Tao Tianhai and others. They were even more curious about what kind of horse racing Chen Fan was involved in. Oh, so Mr. Chen's racehorse has arrived. Tell them to let it pass and transport it directly here. Zhang Benz immediately gave the order. A few minutes later, the racehorses arrived. Curious, everyone crowded around. It's definitely just a regular quarter horse. Tao Tianhai whispered among himself. Quarter horses are a common breed of racehorse. That's right. After all, not everyone can own a top racehorse like Mr. Tao's Arabian horse. Before Mr. Tao's horse race, all the other horses were quite ordinary. Tao Tianhai's friends immediately spoke up for him. At this moment, the carriage carrying the racehorse opened, and instantly, an exceptionally handsome black steed came into view. The horse's coat was as smooth as silk, and its physique was incredibly agile. Wow, what a handsome racehorse. This dark horse is really good. Other onlookers whispered among themselves, amazed by Chun Fan's skillful horse racing. Even Tao Tianhai's friends were a little jealous when they saw Chun Fan's horse racing. He was just too cool. This must be the most handsome and magnificent racehorse they've ever seen, bar none. Shaw, so what if he's a bit handsome? Tao Tianhai also spoke up with a sour tone. Although these people participate in horse racing, they are not professionals and cannot identify the breed of racehorse. Mr. Chun, what breed is your racehorse? It's really beautiful. Zhang Bins couldn't help but look at Chun Fan. This is a thoroughbred. Chun Fan answered calmly. Thoroughbred. Is this the legendary king of horse racing, the thoroughbred? Everyone's eyes widened instantly, and they held their breath as they watched Chun Fan's racehorse. Wow, this Mr. Chun is amazing. He actually owns a thoroughbred horse. As for Tao Tianhai, he seemed to have been struck by lightning and stood there frozen in place. Compared to thoroughbreds, his Arabian racehorses were somewhat inferior. Beside him, his friends looked at each other in bewilderment. They had just finished boasting about how amazing and incredible Tao Tian's Arabian horse was. Turning around, Chun Fan directly brought over a thoroughbred horse. Really? Go and invite a horse trainer. Tao Tianhai gave an order to a servant standing nearby. He didn't quite believe that Chun Fan's horse was a fine thoroughbred, but he didn't know how to tell the difference, so he had to ask a professional to come over. Soon, a professional racehorse handler arrived. Before they even reached Tao Tianhai and the others, they saw Chun Fan's racehorse in the distance and immediately screamed. A thoroughbred, and a top-quality thoroughbred at that. My God, am I dreaming? I can't believe I'm going to have the chance to see such a top-quality thoroughbred in my lifetime. The professional racehorseman covered his mouth, his body trembling with excitement. Now, Tao Tianhai was even more embarrassed. Mr. Tao, your judgment is terrible. It looks like Mr. Tao's Arabian horse will be ranked second. Boss Chun is really something else. There were also a few people who didn't get along with Tao Tianhai and made sarcastic remarks about him. Tao Tianhai was so embarrassed that he almost dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. So what if you have a big reputation? Let's have a competition and see who's the best. Tao Tianhai was still unconvinced and clamored to go to the competition field. No, that's not fair. Bai Luotian stepped forward and spoke up for Chun Fan. Mr. Chin's racehorses have just arrived, and the long journey will definitely affect their performance. On the other hand, Tao Tianhai's Arabian horses have been fed here and are in top condition. How can you compete with them? Bai Luotian's words also make some sense. How about we compete again tomorrow? Bai Luotian suggested. No, I will not be in Nanjing tomorrow. As soon as Bai Luotian finished speaking, several neutral guests said they couldn't accept it. The horse race was originally scheduled for tomorrow, but they had something to do tomorrow, so they moved it to today. Now that Bai Luotian has suggested moving it to tomorrow, how could they possibly agree? How about we postpone the match by an hour? Tao Tianhai made a suggestion. How about it? Tao Tianhai looked at Chun Fan. Suddenly, the system's voice came through. Bite. Temporary task issued. Promise Tao Tianhai. The competition will be in 1 hour. Mission reward. Top-tier horse racing skills. Task reward. 131 experience points. Looking at the system's reward, a mysterious smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. This challenge came at just the right time. Chun Fan nodded. He had great confidence in his racehorse. This racehorse is absolutely a top-tier thoroughbred, the ultimate thoroughbred. The one the system rewarded me with is no ordinary horse. Moreover, as long as you take on the challenge yourself, you can acquire top-tier horse racing skills. This top-tier thoroughbred, coupled with the system-rewarded top-level horse racing skills, would be more than capable of dealing with a nobody like Tao Tianhai. Even when competing in major international tournaments, Chun Fan has a very high probability of winning. Alright, now we should discuss the prize money for the competition. Tao Tianhai then got down to business. Everyone else instantly perked up. This was the real highlight. Chapter 278, a hefty prize, gifted to one of Jinling's top 3 restaurants. In fact, few of the dozen or so guests present were genuinely interested in horse racing. What they were interested in was the betting behind it. That's the key point. I'm offering my 5 villas in the Morning Sun Villa district as a prize. I'll offer 3 residential buildings. I won't beat around the bush. I'll just pull out 300 million in cash. Everyone showed off the gifts they had prepared to demonstrate their sincerity. Even among these people, the smallest prize they offered was 2 or 300 million, while some offered as much as 6 or 700 million. These people organize such a private horse race every now and then, and they enjoy it immensely. It is conservatively estimated that they spend about 1 billion yuan, or even several billion yuan, every year. This shows how terrifying their wealth is. I'm offering Nuyi Western Restaurant, one of the top 3 restaurants in Nanjing, as the prize. Tao Tianhai suddenly made a statement that shocked everyone present. Everyone stared at Tao Tianhai in disbelief. Nuyi Western Restaurant was a well-known establishment in Jinling, with an average spending of several thousand yuan per person, and its value was conservatively estimated to be at least 2 or 3 billion yuan. Has Tao Tianhai gone mad? Why is he offering such a heavyweight prize right off the bat? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. I bet my Arabian horse can win first place. Chen Fan, do you dare to bet with me? Tao Tianhai was quite confident in his Arabian horse, and said provocatively, his Arabian horse is one of the best Arabian horses, with many impressive racing records. While Chen Fan's thoroughbred is more precious, it doesn't mean it's an excellent racehorse. Not all thoroughbreds are the same. Just like among students, there are also underachievers, top students, and average students, right? Not every thoroughbred is a top student. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Fan gave a domineering reply. As Chen Fan accepted the challenge, the system's voice rang out. Fight! I promise Tao Tianhai, the competition will start in 1 hour. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining top-tier horse racing skill. Congratulations on receiving 131 experience points. In an instant, a vast amount of memories flooded into Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan has acquired top-tier horse racing skills. Then what prize can you offer that compares to my Nuyi Western Restaurant? Tao Tianhai inquired. A large part of the reason he brought out his Nuyi Western Restaurant was to try and force more money out of Chen Fan. I'll take the Ritz-Carlton, Nanjing. Chen Fan answered calmly. With top-notch thoroughbreds and top-notch horse racing skills, Chen Fan has already secured the victory. If that's the case, why not increase the prize money? The Ritz-Carlton, Nanjing. Upon hearing Chen Fan's offer, everyone present widened their eyes. Wow, there are so many more prizes to be won. The Ritz-Carlton, Nanjing is worth 4 to 5 billion yuan, making it the most luxurious hotel in Nanjing, bar none, even more impressive than Tao Tianhai's Nuyi Western Restaurant. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary Mr. Chen is actually the owner of the Ritz-Carlton Nanjing Hotel? Impressive. Good, very good, excellent. Tao Tianhai's mouth was practically splitting open with a grin. Chen Fan had fallen for it. This prize was too good to be true. It was practically free for him. It's settled then. Tao Tianhai was afraid that Chen Fan would change his mind. No way, Tao Tianhai, have you no shame? Mr. Chen's Ritz-Carlton Hotel is worth 4 or 5 billion, while your Nuyi Western Restaurant is only worth 2 or 3 billion, almost double. This prize is unfair. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak and asked Tao Tianhai to add a prize, Bai Luotian spoke up for him. Does everyone agree? Bai Luotian looked at the other guests. That makes sense, it's definitely unfair. Boss Tao, Boss Chen's prize is worth much more than yours. You need to come up with at least another 2 billion, or a prize with a total value of around 2 billion. I think so too. Several guests spoke very fairly. Tao Tianhai's face was rather unpleasant. Damn it. He had wanted to take advantage of the situation, but Bai Luotian had ruined it. In that case, I'll take out 5 more residential buildings located in Jiangnan Mansion. That should be enough, right? Jiangnan Mansion is a well-known upscale residential community in Nanjing. The 5 residential buildings in Jiangnan Mansion are worth around 2 billion yuan. Everyone nodded. That was more like it. I'll put up 300 million and bet on Boss Chen to win. Bai Luotian spoke up, supporting Chen Fan. Bai Luotian has many subordinates and a vast territory, but unfortunately, she lacks financial resources. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to find an ally. The fact that she could come up with 300 million yuan at once is enough to prove that Bai Luotian values Chen Fan. Where are you guys? Bai Luotian looked at Tao Tianhai's friends. I held Lao Tao down. I'm betting on Lao Tao's Arabian horse. Several friends gritted their teeth and each took out hundreds of millions of yuan in bets to bet on Tao Tianhai. Others also placed bets. The prize has been decided. Mr. Chen, you probably don't have a horse jockey, do you? Would you like me to find one for you? Zhang Ben said kindly. No need. I'll do it myself. Chen Fan spoke. Coming in person? Is Chen Fan going to personally take to the field as a jockey? This caused another commotion at the scene. Oomph. That will only make you lose even more miserably. Tao Tianhai stood by and made sarcastic remarks. It was almost time, and everyone arrived at the racetrack, where their respective horses and jockeys were already there. Mr. Chen, don't disappoint me. I've staked 300 million on you. That's all the liquid funds I have on hand right now. Just as Chen Fan was about to go on stage, Bai Luotian looked at him. Just you wait and see. Chen Fan smiled faintly, turned, and entered the racetrack, where he changed into professional equipment. Because he was the last one to arrive, Chen Fan was assigned to number 13. With everything ready, numerous horse riders arrived at the starting line on their respective racehorses. When the time came, amidst the great anticipation of the crowd, the referee gave the order, and all the racehorses charged forward like lightning. In just a few seconds, Chen Fan and Tao Tianhai's number 5 riders surged to the front, temporarily neck and neck. Chen Fan's thoroughbred is nothing special. My rider is known for his ability to unleash his true power only at the very end. From the stands, Tao Tianhai said sarcastically, Old Tao is guaranteed to win. This Chen Fan isn't very capable. Boss Bai, are you planning to throw away your 300 million? Tao Tianhai's friends echoed his sentiments. Bai Luotian tensed up, muttering to herself, Chen Fan, don't let me down. In the arena, Chen Fan had just acquired horse racing skills. He had only been familiarizing himself with them before, but now that he was familiar with them, it was time to get serious. The next moment, Chen Fan suddenly accelerated. Chapter 279 Earning 10 billion in a day. A troublesome, unexpected situation. As Chen Fan became serious, the situation on the stage changed dramatically in an instant. Chen Fan easily overtook Tao Tianhai's Arabian horse and took the lead. The gap between the two is widening. On the stage, watching Chen Fan run in first place, Bai Luotian's anxiety vanished instantly. As expected, Mr. Chen did not disappoint him. What's going on? How did Chen Fan manage to overtake them? The surprise must be that Lao Tao's horse rider hadn't exerted his strength yet. Tao Tianhai's friends consoled themselves. Well, the race is only 1/3 complete now. My jockeys usually go all out when it's 2/3 of the way through. A difference of a few meters is easy to overcome. Tao Tianhai remained confident. But in the short time he was speaking, the distance between them had already reached an astonishing 20 meters. Quick, run. Overtake, Chen Fan. Tao Tianhai roared. He could no longer sit still. Tao Tianhai's jockey also tried his best to catch up with Chen Fan, but unfortunately, his skills were far inferior to Chen Fan's, who possessed top-notch horse racing techniques. Moreover, it's not even as good as a horse. In the end, Chen Fan easily won and became number 1. Now, whose money went down the drain? Bai Luotian looked at the group of Tao Tianhai's friends who had been shouting at the beginning, but now had gloomy faces and were keeping their heads down in silence. If even his friends are like this, then Tao Tianhai is even more likely to be affected. Tao Tianhai's face was now pale, as if he had just crawled out of his grave. We're doomed. At this moment, Tao Tianhai's heart was bleeding. Not only did Nuyi Western Restaurant, one of the top 3 restaurants in Nanjing, disappear, but it also had to take down several high-end residential buildings. In an instant, he lost 4 or 5 billion. Even for someone as wealthy as him, losing so much money at once was incredibly painful. Boss Chen is amazing. A thoroughbred is a thoroughbred, awesome. Mr. Chen is a young man of great talent, and his horse racing skills are so strong. When other guests saw Chen Fan return, they all expressed their admiration for him. Many people took the initiative to add Chen Fan's contact information. Unbeknownst to many, Chen Fan's network of connections has expanded significantly. Isn't it time to bring out the prize? Bai Luotian asked. Tao Tianhai's friends reluctantly handed over their money. They were all right. Each of them only lost a few 100 million yuan. But Tao Tianhai was in a different situation. Tao Tianhai truly regretted it, and for a moment, he even considered breaking the contract. Seeing so many important figures from Nanjing present, Tao Tianhai had no choice but to grit his teeth and write an asset transfer agreement, giving the Nuyi Western Restaurant and those residential buildings to Chen Fan. I hope you can swallow them all in one go, don't overeat. Tao Tianhai said meaningfully. I can easily handle assets of only 4 or 5 billion, so there's no need for you to worry, Mr. Tao. Chen Fan smiled and accepted the transfer agreement. He had easily won 4 or 5 billion yuan in a horse race. At this moment, Chen Fan had even begun to develop a liking for horse racing. Tao Tianhai glanced at Chen Fan defiantly, then turned and left. This matter can't be left like this. He lost 4 or 5 billion, and he will definitely get his revenge later. What good is a racehorse's skill if it doesn't reflect its own strength? Tao Tianhai couldn't say anything in front of so many people, but once they left this place, Chen Fan, you just wait. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen, for making me a fortune. Bai Luotian was overjoyed. She had only come to have fun and had no intention of betting on horses, but she never expected to win hundreds of millions in the end. Boss Chen is amazing. Even Zhang Benz came over to congratulate Chen Fan. Because Chun Fan didn't own a horse farm and didn't have time to feed thoroughbreds, he, like other wealthy people, kept these horses here. After leaving the racetrack, Chun Fan received an unexpected phone call from Chi Yaohua of the Chi family in Zhongbei on his way home. Mr. Chun, the collateral branch has completely surrendered. Thank you for your help during this time. Without you, there would be no us. If you ever need anything from the Chi family of Zhongbei in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Chi Yaohua came specifically to thank Chun Fan, as their lineage had won and regained the position of family head. Mr. Chun, I'll transfer 4 billion of the 7 billion thank you bonus to you first. I'll gather the remaining 3 billion and transfer it to you within 3 days. Chi Yaohua said somewhat apologetically. After all, there were too many, and he couldn't gather them all at once. He needed to take his time. Can? Chun Fan nodded, but he didn't answer. After talking with Chi Yaohua, Chun Fan's phone lit up. The 4 billion from the Chi family had arrived. The remaining 3 billion will arrive in the account within the next 3 days. In one day, he made nearly 10 billion. At this moment, Chun Fan has tens of billions of yuan in liquid funds, which is terrifying. By the way, you can talk to Bai Luotian about the conditions for becoming allies when you have time. Chun Fan spoke. That evening, back at the villa, Chun Fan leisurely scrolled through his phone. However, Chun Fan came across several scandals involving certain celebrities. At first, Chun Fan didn't think much of it. After all, celebrities are like that. Isn't it normal for their careers to fall apart? But the more Chun Fan looked, the more he felt something was wrong. How come all these celebrities are under his Xinjia Film and Television Group? If it were just 1 or 2 such incidents, it could be considered a coincidence. But if 3 or 4 celebrities from Xinjia Film and Television Group were involved in such incidents, then it is no coincidence. There must be a deeper reason behind this. Thinking it over, Chun Fan directly called the people at Xinjia Film and Television Group. At this moment, Xinjia Film and Television Group is also trying to control public opinion first, and then investigate the reasons behind it. Boss, I suspect there's a mastermind behind this. The vice president of Xinjia Film and Television Group speculated. But who is behind this? That's hard to say. Just as Chun Fan was talking with the people from Xinjia Film and Television Group, another incredibly troublesome situation occurred. Chapter 280 Boycott of Xinjia Film and Television Group. The mastermind emerges. Someone online has revealed that these celebrities are all signed artists of Xinjia Film and Television Group, and then stirred up trouble, saying that Xinjia Film and Television Group is a den of scoundrels, and that the remaining artists are all in cahoots with these celebrities. All of them are trash, and that everyone should boycott Xinjia Film and Television Group. Agree. So these guys were all in cahoots. This Xinjia Film and Television Group is really trash. Since that's the case, we must boycott Xinjia Film and Television Group. Once this trend started, fueled by a mysterious force, unsuspecting netizens were instantly incited, leading to a wave of boycotts against Xinjia Film and Television Group online. If this trend continues, it will cause huge losses to Xinjia Film and Television Group. This problem is far more serious than the fact that a few celebrities from Xinjia Film and Television Group have scandals. Chun Fan immediately arranged for people from Xinjia Film and Television Group to deal with the situation and defuse the situation first. At the same time, Chun Fan also used his connections to investigate who the mastermind behind everything was. After making the arrangements, Chun Fan finally rested. Time flies, and the next morning, Chun Fan got up. He had barely gotten up when someone from Xinjia Film and Television Group called again. Boss, the situation is even worse. Originally, thanks to the efforts of their Xinjia Film and Television Group, the pace of the situation had slowed down, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the problem was solved. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, the mysterious force bought various trending topics again, spending money to restore the momentum, catching everyone off guard. At this moment, Xinjia Film and Television Group had no way to solve the problem. Everyone in the company panicked and became like ants on a hot pan. Moreover, as time went on, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for Xinjia Film and Television Group. Don't rush, I'll go to the company first. Chun Fan headed straight for Xinjia Film and Television Group. What should we do? The vice president paced back and forth in the chairman's office, extremely anxious. Upon seeing Chun Fan arrive, the vice president immediately sought his help. Upon arriving at the company, Chun Fan first stabilized the situation. Just as he was about to ask Xinjia Film and Television Group what enemies they had, the phone next to him suddenly rang. Chun Fan answered the phone. Is that Chun Fan, the chairman of Xinjia Film and Television Group? Across from them, a middle-aged woman spoke with utter arrogance. Who are you? Chun Fan countered with a question. Several major celebrity scandals have been exposed, and countless netizens have begun to collectively boycott Xinjia Film and Television Group. Xinjia Film and Television Group's market value has been affected, and it is suffering huge losses every moment. How about it, Mr. Chun? Are you panicking? The middle-aged woman asked with a smile. You're the one who did this, aren't you? Chun Fan instantly guessed that this middle-aged woman was the mastermind behind the troubles at Xinjia Film and Television Group. Exactly. The middle-aged woman responded with immense pride and then introduced herself. I am Pan Yu, the boss of Joan Entertainment Group. After introducing herself, Pan Yu explained the purpose of the call. Well, now you're at a loss, aren't you? If Chun Fan, you want to protect Xinjia Film and Television Group, then from now on, you must follow my lead and your Xinjia Film and Television Group will have to act according to the wishes of our Joan Entertainment Group. Hearing this, Chun Fan was amused. Is this how she wants me to be her underling? Who does she think she is? Does she have the nerve to ask me to be her underling? If you don't agree, then I... Pan Yu wanted to threaten Chun Fan again. Snap. Before she could finish speaking, Chun Fan hung up the phone. Are you aware of the situation at Joan Entertainment Group? Chun Fan asked the vice president next to him. The vice president immediately told Chun Fan about the situation of Joan Entertainment Group. Joan Entertainment Group was originally about the same strength as their Xinjia Film and Television Group, or even a little weaker. But for some reason, Joan Entertainment Group suddenly rose and surpassed their Xinjia Film and Television Group. Moreover, the headquarters of Joan Entertainment Group is located in Nanjing. The headquarters is in Nanjing. That makes things easier. Chun Fan smiled mysteriously and sent out several messages. That damn Chun Fan. Pan Yu felt insulted when Chun Fan hung up on her, so she started cursing. I gave you one last chance, but you didn't cherish it and chose to seek your own death. Since that's the case, just wait and see. I'll make your Xinjia Film and Television Group pay the price. Pan Yu said through gritted teeth. It's impossible to bankrupt or shut down Xinjia Film and Television Group just by relying on public opinion, but it shouldn't be a problem to cause it to lose billions. In this day and age, the influence of public opinion is enormous. Losing billions at once would definitely break the heart of Chun Fan, the new boss of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Pan Yu immediately made arrangements to continue spending money to tarnish the reputation of Xinjia Film and Television Group online, and to continue attacking the group. Boss, just you wait and see. If Chun Fan dares to disregard you, he will be punished soon. Pan Yu's confidant praised her. Hee, a small Xinjia Film and Television Group, a nobody like Chun Fan. I don't even consider them a threat now. Pan Yu recently made the acquaintance of a benefactor, and through this benefactor's connections, she has reaped substantial benefits. This afternoon, I will be collaborating with the world-renowned luxury goods company, Tiffany Company. With a connection to the prestigious Tiffany Company, our Joan Entertainment Group's reputation will definitely grow stronger and stronger in the future. Pan Yu muttered smugly. By then, neither Xinjia Film and Television Group nor Chun Fan will be qualified to even shine my shoes. Thinking of this, Pan Yu's smile widened. She seemed to see their Joan Entertainment Group rise to prominence and have a bright future. Meanwhile, at Xinjia Film and Television Group, Chun Fan quickly received a positive response. Okay, this matter will be resolved within a few hours. Chun Fan made use of the network of contacts he had just built. Chun Fan had other things to do this morning, so he left first. After leaving here, Chun Fan went to a studio that Tiffany had specially set up for him in Nanjing. The headquarters of Tiffany's Asia-Pacific region is located in Shanghai. Chun Fan took over as the head of Tiffany's Asia-Pacific region. Since it was inconvenient for him to go to Shanghai, Tiffany's people arranged a studio for Chun Fan in Nanjing to handle company affairs. The studio was only fully prepared yesterday. As the person in charge, Chun Fan naturally had to take a look and handle the company's situation in the past few days, since it concerned his own interests. When Chun Fan arrived, the Tiffany employees who had been transferred there gave him a warm welcome. Chun Fan said a few words briefly and then began to work. However, while working on his task, Chun Fan suddenly came across a very interesting message. This afternoon, Tiffany's Asia-Pacific headquarters will send someone to Nanjing to discuss the endorsement deal with the owner of Joan Entertainment Group. Joan Entertainment Group. A playful smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. Here comes something interesting. Chapter 281 Chun Fan's identity is exposed, and Pan Yu is extremely shocked. Chun Fan immediately made the arrangements. A few minutes later, Pan Yu, who was still basking in her self-satisfaction and looking forward to the future at Joan Entertainment Group, suddenly received a phone call. What? The head of your Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region wants to see me in person? Really? Pan Yu asked happily. Originally, the discussion was just about getting a few of their company's top celebrities to be brand ambassadors. Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region only needed to send a high-ranking executive. I never expected that the head of Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region would want to meet me. This shows how much importance they attach to me. Pan Yu immediately felt extremely honored. To her, The head of Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region was already a big shot. Yes, and our head has already arrived in Jinling. Go see her now. A Tiffany Group representative added. Have we arrived? Pan Yingyu was filled with trepidation. Subsequently, someone from the Tiffany Group gave Pan Yingyu an address and told her to go there quickly. Pan Yingyu immediately took her trusted confidants and hurriedly headed there. 20 minutes later, Pan Yingyu arrived downstairs at Chunfan's studio. After getting off the bus, Pan Yingyu immediately straightened her clothes and touched up her makeup. Now that I've met with the head of Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region, I absolutely must find a way to curry favor with him. Some important people are people you only get to meet once in your life. If you don't seize that opportunity, you may never see them again. Just like the head of Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region, whom she was about to meet, Pan Yingyu was determined to seize this opportunity. I believe that you, Mr. Pan, will definitely make a deep impression on this important person. His confidants echoed his sentiments. Pan nodded slightly. Pan Yingyu believed that she was quite adept at currying favor with important figures. As long as we can curry favor with this big shot, our Jiuan Entertainment Group will be able to rise to prominence, and Xinjia Film and Television Group will only be able to look up to us. As for that arrogant Qin Fan, he will be a joke in the future, and he won't even be qualified to curry favor with me. Pan Yingyu scoffed, looking down on Qin Fan completely. After saying that, Pan Yingyu confidently walked into the office building and headed straight for the Tiffany Group studio on the 6th floor. After Pan Yingyu explained her purpose, the staff immediately led her to the office. Knock, knock, knock. Pan Yingyu knocked on the door with utmost respect. Enter. A man's voice came from inside the office. Pan Yingyu smiled, opened the office door, and went inside. But as soon as she put her foot in, Pan Yingyu's smile froze when she saw the person sitting in the office. Qin Fan, what are you doing here? Pan Yingyu screamed. She had previously caused trouble for Xinjia Film and Television Group by sending people to collect information about the group. At that time, Pan Yingyu had seen a photo of Qin Fan. I should have been here all along. Qin Fan answered calmly. Qin Fan, you must be here to compete with our Jiuan Entertainment Group for an endorsement deal, right? It's a pity you're destined to fail. This time, I was personally invited by the head of Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region. Pan Yingyu showed off in front of Qin Fan. At that moment, several staff members heard Pan Yingyu scream and immediately came over. It's ridiculous that an outsider like him dares to sit in an office chair. He should be kicked out. Pan Yingyu tried to incite the staff next to her to drive Qin Fan away. Get rid of me? Are you crazy? Is there a problem with our chief executive officer sitting in his seat? But before she could finish speaking, the staff member immediately refuted her. Pan Yingyu realized something was wrong, and her expression froze even more. You mean he's the head of your Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region? Pan Yingyu asked tremblingly. Mr. Chun is not only the head of our Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region, but also our Tiffany Group's second largest shareholder and vice president. Staff added. What did you say? Pan Yingyu was so startled, she almost jumped up. Qin Fan is not only the head of Tiffany's Asia-Pacific region, but also the second largest shareholder and vice president of the Tiffany Group. At this moment, Pan Yingyu looked at Qin Fan with utter astonishment. Does Qin Fan have such a powerful hidden identity? If she had known this would happen, she would never have attacked Xinjia Film and Television Group, even if it meant death. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chun. I'm truly sorry. Pan Yingyu quickly apologized to Qin Fan. I will immediately cease all attacks against Xinjia Film and Television Group. Pan Yingyu wanted to make amends. No need. The problems at Xinjia Film and Television Group have been resolved. What you need to do now is figure out how to save your company and minimize your losses. Qin Fan glanced at his phone and said mysteriously. Oh. Pan Yingyu was completely puzzled. What did Qin Fan mean by this? Before she could even pause for a few seconds, her phone suddenly rang. Chairman, something's happened, the company. The senior management of Jiuan Entertainment Group urgently reported to Pan Yingyu. Various scandals involving many of their company's artists have also been exposed, and the number of such cases is even greater than that of Xinjia Film and Television Group. It's not just their artists. Even the company itself has a lot of dirty secrets that have been dug up and posted online. In an instant, Jiuan Entertainment Group became a pariah, its stock price plummeted, and its problems were even more serious than those of Xinjia Film and Television Group before it. Pan Yingyu panicked instantly. Your company has run into problems. According to our previous agreement, the Tiffany Group has the right to terminate our cooperation and demand that you compensate us for our losses. Qin Fan said with a nuclear kindness. How could he let Pan Yingyu off so easily? Naturally, he would make her spit blood as well. Pan Yingyu felt even more desperate. Mr. Chun, it's me. Pan Yingyu still wanted to make amends. Qin Fan didn't bother to listen to him finish, waved his hand, and Pan Yingyu was immediately kicked out by Tiffany Group's security personnel. Outside, Pan Yingyu was devastated. Not only had her plan to latch onto the Tiffany group failed, but her Jiwan Entertainment group would also suffer significant losses. Panning Yu was filled with deep regret. On the other side, Chun Fan finished dealing with several matters concerning the Tiffany group in the Asia-Pacific region, and it was already noon. At that moment, the system's voice came through. Today's reward has arrived, and it's a reward that has never appeared before. Chapter 282, Severing Relationships, Day 56, Reward Favorability Boost Card. Byte. 56th Day of Severing Ties, Reward, Affection Boost Card. Once used, it increases the other person's affection by 10. Huh. This is good stuff. Chun Fan said excitedly. Chun Fan hadn't forgotten what Xia Mingming had mentioned before, that her father was going to secretly come to Jinling in the near future. Chun Fan wasn't very confident about dealing with this serious and difficult future father-in-law. But now, the system has rewarded me with this favorability enhancement card, so winning over my future father-in-law will be much easier. No, what if we don't use this card on Ruoshue's father, but instead use it on Grandpa Xia? Chun Fan suddenly had a different idea. Ruoshue's father was already difficult to win over, and even with this affection increase card, it would probably only increase his affection to some extent, and wouldn't be able to completely gain his approval. However, if we use this favorability enhancement card on Grandpa Xia, when we visit the Xia family in the future, we might be able to completely win Grandpa Xia's approval. That's different. According to Ruoshue and the others, Grandpa Xia was very fond of collecting antiques, and he not only had top-notch antique appraisal abilities from the system, but also owned a private museum and an auction company. This will greatly help in winning over Grandpa Xia. If we use this favorability boost card, we might be able to completely win over Grandpa Xia. Even if I can't win him over, I can still elevate Grandpa Xia's favorability towards me to a new level. If we can win over old Master Xia, the head of the Xia family, then Ruoshue's father will be much easier to deal with. Of course, it would be even better if the system rewarded me with a few more favorability boosting cards later on. Then I could win over both Ruoshue's father and Grandpa Xia at the same time, which would be perfect. Thinking of this, Chun Fan called Xia Mingming. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? Xia Mingming asked in surprise. It's my treat tonight. Xia Mingming is the youngest daughter and is deeply loved by her father. Chun Fan wanted to see if he could get more information about his future father-in-law and Grandpa Xia from Xia Mingming, especially about Grandpa Xia. Sure. Xia Mingming immediately agreed. After making plans with Xia Mingming, Chun Fan called Ruoshue and asked her to go out together. After resting for a while in the afternoon, Chun Fan drove to Zhang Bin's villa. During the previous horse race, Chun Fan and Zhang Bin's made an appointment to visit each other at Zhang's villa this afternoon. As soon as he arrived, he saw Zhang Bin seemingly making hurried arrangements to leave. Mr. Chun, you've come at the perfect time. Come on, let's go see what's going on. Maybe we can snag a bargain. Zhang Bin's grabbed Chun Fan and walked outside. Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Chun Fan countered with a question. Oh, a collector in Nanjing is short of money recently, so he's going to sell hundreds of treasures he's kept in a house in Nanjing. They include antiques, oil paintings, sculptures, and the like. Zhang Bin's explained to Chun Fan. Currently, only I and a few other wealthy people in Jinling know about this news. That collector has amassed quite a collection. Let's go first. We might find something good. Zhang Bin's was very excited. He also loved collecting and had long coveted this collector's treasures. Oh, this piqued Chun Fan's interest. After all, who doesn't like finding a bargain? With his top-notch antique appraisal skills, calligraphy, and painting skills obtained from the system, he certainly won't leave empty-handed. Chun Fan got into Zhang Bin's car. 40 minutes later, they arrived at an upscale residential area in Jinling, where the great collector had bought a large house of over 300 square meters to store his antiques. When Chun Fan and Zhang Bin's arrived downstairs at the collector's place, two other people walked over, one a middle-aged man and the other an elderly man in his 60s. Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to have heard the news too. The middle-aged man's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Boss Zhang, if I were you, I wouldn't have come. Haven't you been ripped off enough last time? The middle-aged man's name was Zheng Junjie. He was a big shot with a similar status to Zhang Bin's, but they were mortal enemies. Snort. Zhang Bin's was somewhat displeased that Zheng Junjie had reopened his wounds. Last time, he was also scammed out of hundreds of millions of yuan because of his collection, which Zheng Junjie mocked for a long time. You talk like you know everything about authentication. Zhang Bin's refuted this. I really don't understand. That's why I invited the famous appraisal master, Master Xiaoyang, to help me. Zheng Junjie smugly showed off the old man next to him. Are you Master Xiaoyang? After learning the old man's identity, Zhang Bin's was also very surprised. Xiaoyang was a well-known appraiser in Jiangsu province, with a very high level of expertise, and he could be ranked among the best even in the country. Unexpectedly, Zheng Junjie invited him this time. It seems the good stuff is going to be snatched away by Zheng Junjie. You're so young. Do you even know how to authenticate something? Zheng Junjie's gaze fell on Chen Fan. Zheng Junjie subconsciously mistook Chen Fan, who was standing next to Zhang Ben's, for the appraiser as well. I know a little bit about billion. Chen Fan spoke modestly. Zhang Ben's was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that Boss Chun would also know about appraisal. Having just experienced that horse race, Zhang Benjie didn't believe that Chen Fan only knew a little about appraisal. You know a little bit, and still dare to come? I have to say, you're very bold. Zheng Junjie certainly wouldn't give a friendly look to the appraiser hired by his arch-rival. Maybe they're here to broaden their horizons. After Zheng Junjie finished speaking, Master Xie, who was standing next to him, mocked him, saying that he felt it was too embarrassing to compare himself with a young man like Chen Fan. Mr. Zhang, you've hired the wrong person. You'll probably leave empty-handed this time. Zheng Junjie said with conviction. It's still uncertain who will leave empty-handed. With Mr. Chen's words, Zhang Ben's gained some confidence. We'll see. Zheng Junjie confidently led Master Xie into the building first. Mr. Chun, could you help me find one or two things? Zhang Ben's looked at Chun Fan with a pleading expression. Zhang Ben's didn't care about the amount of money, but he cared a lot about his reputation. Having been tricked last time and mocked by Zheng Junjie for so long, Zhang Ben's doesn't want to lose this time. It's a small matter, leave it to me. Chen Fan nodded, saying it was no problem. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will remember this kindness. Zhang Ben's breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Fan had agreed. Then, the two of them went inside. A few minutes later, they arrived at the collector's house, and as soon as they entered, the scene inside astonished not only Zhang Ben's, but also Chen Fan. Chapter 283. Obtaining Su Shi's authentic calligraphy and a double dragon longevity coin worth 8 figures. The huge room was filled with all sorts of treasures, far more than Zhang Ben's had mentioned, which was definitely not an exaggeration. There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 items here. With so many collectibles, there must be some good stuff among them. At this moment, Zheng Junjie, who had arrived earlier, along with Master Xie whom he had invited, greeted the collector and began their treasure hunt. Zhang Ben's also stepped forward, exchanged a few words with the collector, and then pulled Chen Fan along to begin exploring. Mr. Chun, this item is quite nice. Soon, Zhang Ben's took a liking to a piece of calligraphy and painting, which was signed with the two characters Tang Yin. Tang Yin was none other than Tang Bohu, one of the 4 great talents of the Ming dynasty. Tang Bohu's paintings are now absolutely priceless. Chen Fan glanced at it, and immediately shook his head. It was a fake. Is there a problem with this painting? Zhang Ben's was somewhat unwilling. If he could obtain a painting by Tang Yin, he could regain his dignity. Afterwards, Zhang Ben set his sights on several other treasures, but Chen Fan glanced at them briefly and rejected them all. At this moment, Chen Fan finally understood why Zhang Ben's had been tricked so many times before, and why Zheng Junjie looked down on Zhang Ben's so much. Mr. Zhang's judgment is terrible. None of the items he bought were genuine. If he had bought those items, he would have lost at least 100 million. Chen Fan temporarily separated from Boss Chun and casually wandered around the room. As he walked, he came to a large pile of silver dollars. Silver dollars, also known as yuan shirkai dollars, often seen on television, were a type of silver coin that was once in circulation. Currently, most silver dollars are worth only a few thousand yuan. There are hundreds of silver coins piled up here, worth at least hundreds of thousands. However, compared to many collectibles that are worth tens of millions, these silver coins seem very ordinary. At first, Chen Fan didn't think much of it, but when he passed by and inadvertently saw one of the silver coins, his gaze sharpened. To avoid revealing his true purpose, Chen Fan casually grabbed a handful of silver coins, including the one he had seen. Not paying attention to this place, Chen Fan took out the coin and took a closer look. He saw that there was a longevity character in the middle of the back of the coin, and 2 lifelike dragons on both sides of the back of the coin. Sure enough, I hadn't misread it. A smile flashed across Chen Fan's face. This is the famous double dragon longevity coin in the numismatic world. An ordinary silver coin like this is worth a few thousand yuan, but this one is worth as much as 20 million yuan. It is so rare. With this silver coin, Chen Fan's trip was worthwhile. I'll buy these 20-odd silver dollars. How much? Chen Fan held a handful of silver dollars and looked at the collector. The collector glanced at it. Just give me 30 to 50,000. The collector said indifferently. At this moment, his attention was focused on the top-tier treasures worth tens of millions that Zhang Ben's and Zheng Junjie were observing. He could earn a lot from just one sale, so he didn't care at all about a few thousand silver dollars. Good. Chen Fan nodded and was about to transfer the money when he suddenly remembered that he still had 5 million in rebate credit from his 1,000-fold rebate card that he hadn't used yet. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately opened the system and found the 1,000-fold rebate card. Restart. Subsequently, Chen Fan transferred 40,000 yuan to the collector, taking a middle value. Activate the 1,000x rebate card. Spend 40,000. Get a rebate of 40 million. Not long after, the 40 million yuan rebate arrived in my account. At this point, Chen Fan still has a rebate amount of 4.96 million yuan. Boss Chen, what are you going to do with these few worthless silver dollars? Zhang Benz asked in surprise. Mr. Zhang will find out soon. Chen Fan smiled, but remained silent. He only spent 40,000 yuan to buy a treasure worth 20 million yuan, easily making a profit of about 19.96 million yuan. This does not include the 40 million yuan he earned from the 1,000-fold rebate card. Having earned nearly 20 million in a short time, Chen Fan was in a very good mood. If nothing unexpected happens, Chen Fan's nearly 20 million yuan will likely be the highest among them. Boring. Short-sighted. When Zheng Junjie and Master Xie saw that Chen Fan had bought several worthless silver coins, they were extremely disdainful. They had high aspirations and would buy things worth at least several million. Chen Fan ignored them and continued searching through the collector's treasures. A few minutes later, Chen Fan's gaze was drawn to a painting or calligraphy. This painting was created by a painter from the Ming dynasty, imitating Su Shi's withered tree and strange rock from the Song dynasty. There is a clear indication of this in the signature of the painting. Chen Fan observed it carefully for a long time and determined that this calligraphy was not simple. I'll buy this calligraphy too. Chen Fan spoke again. This time, Chen Fan attracted everyone's attention. Actually, Master Xie had also shown Zheng Junjie this painting earlier, and they were still hesitant about whether to make a purchase. Although it's a replica, it's still a Ming dynasty replica, and it was made by a very talented writer, so I want 2 million. The collector stated the price. I'll offer 2.5 million. Just as Chen Fan was about to agree, Zheng Junjie suddenly spoke up. Since Chen Fan also wanted it, he would definitely have to fight for it too. 3 million. 3,300,000. In the end, Chen Fan offered 4.5 million. Zheng Junjie was speechless. At most, the painting was worth 2 or 3 million. 4 million is already a very high number. Zheng Junjie gave up, and Chen Fan immediately activated the 1,000-fold rebate card to buy the fake for 4.5 million. Activate the 1,000x rebate card. Spend 4,500,000. Get a rebate of 4,500 million. Chen Fan spent 4.5 million and received a return of 4.5 billion. In the blink of an eye, 4.5 billion was in his hands. Even if Chen Fan didn't make any money this time, it certainly wasn't a wasted trip. What's more, he also discovered these two treasures. This Mr. Chen must be really rich to have spent twice the price to buy a counterfeit. Hey, that's called enjoying it. So what if they're ripped off? They're proud of it. Zheng Junjie and that Master Xie spoke in a sarcastic tone. Beside him, Zhang Benz also looked puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with Boss Chen. Just as Zheng Junjie was about to make a sarcastic remark, Chen Fan's next move completely startled Zheng Junjie and his friends. Chapter 284. Cooperation reached with by Luotian, Su's capital group attacks. To their astonishment, Chen Fan suddenly made a move and tore the scroll of the painting off the canvas. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? It's a Ming dynasty replica, after all, and it has value. Zhang Benjie thought Chen Fan was having a hard time accepting the blow and wanted to destroy the painting. Millions just went down the drain like that. Young people these days have no patience at all. How pitiful. Zheng Junjie and Xie Lao made sarcastic remarks. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but he forcefully opened one corner of the torn scroll and tilted it slightly. The next second, a rolled-up piece of paper slid out from inside. Seeing this, Zheng Junjie and Master Xie were a little confused. What was this? Several people immediately surrounded him, and under their watchful eyes, Chen Fan carefully unfolded the calligraphy and painting. This is still a piece of calligraphy. Only the characters are much smaller, but the signature is still Su Shi. A genuine work by Su Shi. Upon seeing this calligraphy, Master Xie was utterly astonished. It turns out there's more to this fake than meets the eye. What? This is an authentic work by Su Shi. Zhang Benz was also amazed. Although the calligraphy was a bit small, it was still worth at least 100 million yuan. If it were larger, it could even be worth several hundred million yuan. Upon seeing this, the collector slapped himself. He sold a treasure worth 100 million for only 4.5 million, losing over 90 million. As for Zheng Junjie, his smile froze, and he stood there like a wooden statue, too frightened to utter a single word. Mr. Chen's appraisal skills are excellent. Zhang Ben sighed. By the way, Mr. Chen, Those silver dollars from earlier weren't ordinary, were they? Suddenly remembering that Chun Fan had just bought a few silver dollars, Zhang Ben's guessed. President Zhang is indeed clever. As he spoke, Chun Fan took out a special silver coin. Double Dragon Longevity Coin. Master Xie screamed. He initially walked past that pile of silver dollars, but thought it was just a bunch of small junk worth hundreds of thousands, and didn't pay any attention to it. I never expected that the famous Double Dragon Longevity Coin would be inside. Suddenly, Master Xie felt like he had missed out on a fortune. As for Zheng Junjie, he was even more upset. He didn't understand what this Double Dragon Longevity Coin was. But if he had known earlier that the forgery of Su Shi's painting contained Su Shi's original work, he would definitely have paid more. It's just 5 million, isn't it? Why? Alright, I'm not selling here anymore. The collector was devastated by the huge loss and decided to give up on selling, immediately asking him to leave. The group left. Zheng Junjie, who's going home empty-handed. Zhang Benz looked at Zheng Junjie smugly. Snort. Zheng Junjie was so angry that his face turned red. He turned around and left with Master Xie. Today his pride has been completely humiliated. After all, who would have thought this kid was so amazing? Boss Chen really helped me get revenge today. Zhang Benz was very happy. On the way back, Zhang Benz hoped that Chun Fan could help him find some treasures next time. He didn't care about the money. What he cared about was face, since Chun Fan had bought both items himself today. Just now, Zhang Benz wanted to ask Chun Fan for help, but the collector immediately asked him to leave. Okay, definitely next time. Chun Fan agreed without hesitation. Thanks to Boss Zhang for bringing me here, I discovered these 2 treasures. At the same time, I also found that my bank account had more than 4 billion yuan. This trip was definitely worthwhile. In the evening, Chun Fan picked up Xia Mingming and the Xia Ruoshui sisters and took them to the Nui Western restaurant, the top restaurant in Jinling that Chun Fan had just acquired. During the meal, Chun Fan inquired and learned that among all the antiques, Grandpa Xia's favorite was calligraphy and painting. Now, Chun Fan was in an even better mood, having just acquired an authentic work by Su Shi. In addition, he also had several impressive calligraphy and paintings, which won over old Master Xia and increased his chances of success. By the way, Ming, did Uncle say when he's coming to Jinling? Chun Fan continued to inquire. Xia Ruoshui also became nervous, as her younger sister had secretly told her that their father was coming. The thought of her father made Xia Ruoshui's heart beat faster. He didn't say. He's quite busy with business overseas right now, and his father is still dealing with it. Xia Mingming shook her head. Afterwards, Chun Fan asked Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mingming some other questions, and Chun Fan gained a better understanding of his future father-in-law. After dinner and a stroll through the streets, Chun Fan took them home. The next morning, Chun Fan received a call from Bai Luoshan, who asked him to meet up to discuss a potential collaboration. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Accept Bai Luoshan's invitation and become her ally. Task reward, 20 amplification points. Task reward, 140 experience points. Just as Bai Luoshan finished speaking, the system's voice came through. Looking at the system's task, Chun Fan immediately agreed. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Becoming allies with Bai Luoshan was of great help to Chun Fan, especially in dealing with the Su family of Jinling later on. Chun Fan only needs to pay some money. After all, he already has tens of billions in liquid funds. Helping Bai Luoshan probably won't cost much. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan immediately set off. On the way to Biluoshan Manor, Qi Yaohua from the Qi family in Jiangbei called Chun Fan again, telling him that the remaining few billion yuan would be transferred to him today. Their agreement is now completely finalized. Chun Fan nodded. Look, another few billion has been made. More than half an hour later, Chun Fan arrived at Bai Luoshan's manor. After these few encounters, Bai Luoshan felt that Chun Fan was a good ally. Bai Luoshan explained why she had chosen Chun Fan. Chun Fan smiled without saying a word. He had already gotten this information out of Bai Luoshan when she was drunk last time. If we cooperate, Mr. Chun, if you ever have any trouble in the future, just let me know, and I will do my best to help you. And Mr. Chun is here to help me solve my funding problems at crucial moments. Bai Luoshan said solemnly. Can. Chun Fan agreed. Chun Fan lacked territory and connections, while Bai Luoshan possessed them. Bai Luoshan lacks funds to maintain her enormous expenses, and she even needs to enter Shanghai, which requires money, while Chun Fan has money. Cooperation between the two parties can help them make up for each other's shortcomings. Just as Chun Fan was discussing cooperation with Bai Luoshan, the Jinling Su's capital group, led by Jiang Xiangming, officially launched a powerful attack on Chun Fan's Ronka group. Chapter 285 57 days after severing ties, rewarding the first vice president of the Tiffany Group. Although Ronka Group had prepared for the attack from Su's capital group was stronger than Ronka Group, and Ronca Group still suffered some losses at the outset. Jiang Xiangming and other senior executives of the Jinling Su Family Capital Group were overjoyed with their initial victory and intensified their attacks. People from Ronca Group urgently contacted Chen Fan. They've got it. Chen Fan was discussing cooperation with Bai Luotian when he suddenly received a call, which did not surprise him. During this time, Chen Fan was also making arrangements in secret. However, dealing with such a large capital group as the Su family of Jinling is not so simple. Some losses in the early stages are normal. Chen Fan immediately made arrangements. Mr. Chen, has something happened? Do you need my help? Bai Luotian took the initiative to speak, demonstrating her sincerity. Not for now, but don't worry, Boss Bai, I'll definitely contact you when I need it. Chen Fan agreed. Just now, Chen Fan transferred 1 billion yuan to Bai Luotian for her use. If Chen Fan needs Bai Luotian's help later, he will naturally ask. Bite. Accept Bai Luotian's invitation and become her ally. Temporary mission complete. Congratulations on receiving 20 amplification points. Congratulations on receiving 140 experience points. The system announced that the mission was complete and Chen Fan had received 20 boost points. Following his previous idea, Chen Fan directly used the 20 points of boost on speed. In an instant, Chen Fan's speed increased dramatically, and his strength increased significantly. After leaving Bai Luotian's place, Chen Fan returned to the hotel. Boss, the tourism deal is all set, and we've already started promoting it. Once the promotion is in place, it can be officially launched. At noon, Chen Fan received a call from the person in charge of the software company in Jiangzhou. Back in Jiangzhou, didn't Chen Fan take one from the Chen family and invest in it? This app has a profit potential of tens of billions. After a period of refinement, it has finally taken shape and is now being promoted. Once the promotion is in place, it can be immediately listed on major mobile app stores for users to download. Publicity? That's easy. Chen Fan spoke up, saying that it had been a while and he was eager to see how well the product would perform after it was launched. I will arrange for someone from Xinjia Film and Television Group to contact you. At that time, all the stars under Xinjia Film and Television Group will promote it. Chen Fan made the arrangements. The influence of celebrities is immense, and with the help of Xinjia Film and Television Group, the promotional effect of this product is guaranteed to be excellent. After saying that, Chen Fan began to make arrangements. After finishing all this, Chen Fan went downstairs to eat. During the meal, the system's reward for today arrived. Bite. On the 57th day after severing ties, you are awarded 6 shares of Tiffany County and become the first vice president of Tiffany Company. Another reward of Tiffany Group shares? Chen Fan smiled slightly and obtained another 6% of Tiffany Group shares, bringing his total holdings in Tiffany Group to 16%. This brings Chen Fan one step closer to acquiring the Tiffany Group. Moreover, this reward includes not only shares in the Tiffany Group, but also the position of first vice president. Now, Chen Fan has risen even higher, becoming the second most important person in the Tiffany Group after the president, further elevating his status and position within the company. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. His net worth and status were rising rapidly. If I just accumulate enough strength for a little longer, then it will be the end for the Su family of Jinling. The Su family, a top-tier wealthy family renowned throughout Jinling, has accumulated wealth over 3 or 4 generations, possessing a foundation spanning decades, even centuries. Their strength should not be underestimated. If Chen Fan wants to deal with them alone and completely destroy the Su family of Jinling, he must first accumulate his strength to a certain level to ensure a one-hit kill. Otherwise, if he cannot destroy the Su family in one fell swoop, things will get very troublesome later. In the afternoon, at Su's capital group, Jiang Xiangming and several senior executives were discussing something. Although the progress in dealing with Ronca Group is going well, Ronca Group reacted quickly and has already put up some resistance. This is something Jiang Xiangming absolutely does not want to see. Do you have any good ideas on how to quickly bring down Ronca Group? Jiang Xiangming consulted several high-ranking officials, who were also his confidants. Several senior executives fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Vice President Liu of Jinling Su's capital group suddenly spoke. General Manager, I have an idea. Chu Yuhui, a senior executive of Ronca Group, has made great contributions to the company's development to this point. He is also a very important figure in Ronca Group. If we can poach Chu Yuhui, even if we can't recruit him to our company, getting him to leave Ronca Group or reveal some of Ronca Group's secrets would be fine. Vice President Liu made the suggestion. Oh, could you explain in more detail? Jiang Xiangming immediately became interested. If we can really recruit Chu Yuhui or learn the secrets of Ronca Group from him, that would be incredibly useful. Chu Yuhui has a weakness. His father is a gambling addict who has accumulated a large debt. Vice President Liu explained. And Chu's father's biggest creditor is Tang Qimao, one of the underground bigwigs in Jinling. And I happen to have a very good relationship with Tang Qimao. As long as the company approves a sum of money for me to bribe Tang Qimao and get him to help me get in touch with Chu Yuhui's father, I will definitely be able to control Chu Yuhui. The more Vice President Lu spoke, the more impassioned he became. When we know the weaknesses of Ronka Group, dealing with Ronka Group, and that Chun Fan will be a piece of cake, won't it? That's a great idea. Jiang Xiangming immediately agreed. I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you right now. Go and bribe Tang Qimao to help you. If the money isn't enough, contact me again and I can add more. I hope to achieve results tonight. No, this afternoon. Jiang Xiangming directly approved a large sum of money for Vice President Lu. That bastard Chun Fan dared to oppose him and even stole one of their important investment targets. Jiang Xiangming must make Chun Fan pay the price. Once Ronka Group collapses, he refuses to believe that Chun Fan will still dare to be arrogant. Before long, Chun Fan will be kneeling pitifully in front of him, begging for mercy. Vice President Lu received the money and immediately left Su's Capital Group to take action. Chapter 286. Chun Fan walks into a trap. Are they making Chun Fan go to the Su family in Jinling to kneel and apologize? Time passed slowly, and around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Yuhui, a senior executive of Ronka Group, received an important phone call. After listening to the phone call, Chu Yuhui was both angry and nervous. That bastard father of mine has accumulated a huge debt, and now he wants me to pay it back. He's already paid off so many gambling debts for his father, and now he's doing it again. Just as Chu Yuhui was about to take action, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There was something strange about the timing of his father's debt. Their Ronka Group had just had a direct conflict with Jinling Su's Capital Group, and now this has happened. Out of caution, Chu Yuhui called Chun Fan. I understand, you can go now. Chun Fan spoke. After Chun Fan made some arrangements, Chu Yuhui set off. More than 40 minutes later, Chu Yuhui arrived at his destination, a manor. To Chu Yuhui's surprise, he did not see his father being kidnapped or anything like that when he came in. At that moment, his father was drinking tea with the two of them, and they even seemed to know each other very well. What's going on here? Chu Yuhui was somewhat bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to discover that the two men drinking with his father were not simple people. One was Tang Qimao, a powerful figure in the underground world of Jinling, and the other was a vice president surnamed Lu from the Su family capital group in Jinling. Really? Chu Yuhui sneered. When no one was paying attention, Chu Yuhui secretly sent a pre-edited text message to Chun Fan. Chu Yuhui turned to leave, but Tang Qimao's henchman immediately stopped him. Vice President Chu, don't rush off. Vice President Lu stood up. If you leave now, I can't guarantee your father's safety. Vice President Lu's threat was full of hidden meaning. If you dare leave, you know perfectly well what will happen to your father. Tang Qimao waved his hand, and his henchman immediately swarmed forward and tied up Chu Yuhui's father. Chu Yuhui's father panicked immediately, crying out in terror, Yuhui, save me. Save me. What exactly do you want to do? Chu Yuhui questioned Vice President Lu and Tang Qimao. It's very simple. You resign from Ronka Group and join our Su's Capital Group. Vice President Lu stated his purpose directly. Of course, if you join our company, you have to tell us everything you know about Ronka Group. Vice President Lu added. Now, Chu Yuhui understood everything. What if I don't? Chu Yuhui countered with a question. No. A playful expression appeared on Tang Qimao's face, and he gave him a look. Thump. His underling punched Chu Yuhui's father directly in the chest. Chu Yuhui's father's face was contorted, and he screamed in agony. Now, Chu Yuhui's expression turned serious. Let me think about it. Chu Yuhui spoke. No problem. Vice President Lu agreed. Time ticked by, and after a good 10 minutes, Vice President Lu and Tang Qimao finally lost their patience. Wait, are you stalling for time? Vice President Lu suddenly realized. What's the use of stalling for time? Who dares to stop me? Tang Qimao spoke with disdain. However, before Tang Qimao could finish speaking, a faint voice came from outside. I dare. The next moment, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Chun Fan slowly walked in. Unable to defeat our Ronka Group head-on, you resort to underhanded tactics and target our employees. Your Su's Capital Group is truly disgusting. Chun Fan said with a cold smile. Chun Fan. Upon seeing Chun Fan's appearance, Vice President Lu became serious. So what if you're here? This is Boss Tang's territory. When Vice President Lu spoke up, he was not worried even if Chun Fan found out, as Tang Qimao was backing him up. Since you've walked right into our trap, then we won't be polite. Boss Tang, take him down first. Vice President Lu made a suggestion to Tang Qimao. No rush, he's on my turf anyway. Tang Qimao said indifferently. That's true. Vice President Lu nodded. You've come to my territory alone, Are you planning some kind of solo mission? Tang Qimao asked arrogantly. One person. Who said it's just me? As he spoke, Chen Fan clapped his hands. In an instant, dozens of bodyguards from the Nine Heavens security group rushed in and confronted Tang Qimao's henchmen. Call. Seeing this, Chu Yuhui breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, we have to look to President Chen. His decision to delay for so long was absolutely right. As expected, they brought people with them. But do you think you can do whatever you want just because you brought a mere few dozen people? I'll show you right now what the power of a Nanjing underworld boss really means. Tang Qimao sneered. He didn't take down Chen Fan directly because he wanted to force Chen Fan to reveal his trump card. See, now look, Chen Fan's men have shown up. Let's do it. At Tang Qimao's command, 200 or 300 thugs hidden in the huge manor swarmed out, and, in the blink of an eye, surrounded Chen Fan and his group in 3 concentric circles, displaying a formidable aura. Guess why I chose such a huge estate? Tang Qimao looked down at Chen Fan with the air of a victor. Ha ha, Chen Fan, you're now completely trapped. Vice President Liu laughed heartily, quite pleased with himself. Originally, he only planned to deal with Chu Yuhui, but he didn't expect to attract the big fish Chen Fan. That's even better. If we can make Chen Fan bow down, then what's the point of having Chu Yuhui? Chen Fan, this is your last warning. Obey me and come to the Su family to kowtow and apologize to our President Jiang and the Su family, and I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Vice President Liu threatened Chen Fan, his arrogance reaching its peak. You really think you're the victor? Chen Fan looked at Tang Qimao and the others. Of course. This is my territory. What can you do to me? Tang Qimao said confidently. 3. Chen Fan ignored him and started the countdown. Tang Qimao and Vice President Liu were somewhat bewildered when Chen Fan suddenly started the countdown, wondering what Chen Fan was up to. Making a mystery out of nothing. Tang Qimao spat out a mouthful of saliva. 2. 1. As Chen Fan's countdown ended, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 287 Chen Fan is by Luotian's friend, and the Jinling big shot was frightened. To the astonishment of Tang Qimao and Vice President Liu, an even larger convoy forcibly entered Tang Qimao's villa. Hundreds of well-trained thugs in black quickly emerged from the convoy and surrounded Tang Qimao's men. This. Vice President Liu stood there, completely stunned and terrified. Tang Qimao's lips twitched uncontrollably. This was something he had never expected. Tang Qimao had guessed that Chen Fan would have bodyguards. After all, Chen Fan was the boss of a large company, so it was reasonable for him to have bodyguards. So he deployed 200 or 300 henchmen to ambush inside his manor. But who would have thought that Chen Fan had such a trick up his sleeve? Where did he get these hundreds of professional thugs from? Tang Qimao was truly baffled. According to Vice President Liu, Chen Fan had only been in Jinling for a short time. So what if there are a few more people? What is it? This is my manor, and I have other trump cards up my sleeve. Tang Qimao is stubborn and refuses to admit defeat, maintaining a defiant attitude. But before he could finish his harsh words, his phone suddenly rang. Just as Tang Qimao was about to hang up, a casual glance revealed to him that the call was actually from Bai Luotian. Instantly, Tang Qimao panicked. Although he was a powerful figure in Jinling's underground scene, he was only of average rank. Bai Luotian, on the other hand, was a top-tier figure, someone he would never dare to offend. Tang Qimao answered the phone with trepidation. Hello, Mr. Bai. Why are you contacting me all of a sudden? Little Tang, have you gotten yourself so bold lately that you dare to lay a hand on my friend? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. At this moment, Bai Luotian was extremely majestic, exuding the aura of a queen. This revered boss Tang, known as Master Tang, is only worthy of being called Little Tang in Bai Luotian's mouth. What are you saying, Boss Bai? Even if you gave me 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on your friend. Tang Qimao quickly explained. Wrong. Just after he finished speaking, Tang Qimao suddenly thought of Chen Fan. Then he looked again at the hundreds of professional thugs that Chen Fan had finally summoned, and when he noticed that one of the leaders of these thugs looked very familiar, Tang Qimao's heart sank into an abyss. You your Boss Bai's friend? Tang Qimao asked, his voice trembling. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Tang Qimao was so frightened that he trembled all over and his face turned deathly pale. This was the outcome he least wanted to see. Boss Bai, I was also misled. It's all my fault. Tang Qimao repeatedly apologized to Bai Luotian. The person you need to apologize to is not me, but Boss Chun. Bai Luotian corrects. You know what to do. If you can't satisfy Boss Chun, then you can expect to get out of Nanjing. After saying that, Bai Luotian abruptly hung up the phone. Looking at his phone, Tang Qimao felt a chill run down his spine. If others said that, they were just trying to scare him, but if Boss Bai said that, he could really kick him out of Jinling. The next moment, To the astonishment of Vice President Liu and Chu Yuhui, Tang Shimao knelt down before Chun Fan with a thud, and then apologized to Chun Fan in an extremely humble manner. Mr. Chun, I was blind to your greatness and didn't know you were a friend of Boss Bai. Please forgive me. Tang Shimao kept kowtowing and begging Chun Fan, looking extremely pitiful. At this moment, he had none of the demeanor of a powerful underground boss in Jinling. Mr. Chun, just consider me a fart. Seeing Tang Shimao kneeling on the ground, begging Chun Fan for mercy, Vice President Liu was even more dumbfounded. What's going on here? How could Tang Shimao, the powerful underworld boss of Jinling, be so afraid of a mere Chun Fan? That's unreasonable. A short while later, Tang Shimao's forehead began to bleed. Now you know you were wrong. Chun Fan looked at Tang Shimao indifferently. Indeed, cooperating with Bai Luotian and becoming her ally was an absolutely correct choice. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong, Mr. Chun. Tang Shimao nodded quickly. From now on, you must obey my orders, understand? Chun Fan spoke. Teaching Tang Shimao a lesson is secondary and not important. What's truly important right now is Vice President Liu. Wasn't Su's Capital Group trying to learn the secrets and vulnerabilities of their Ronka Group from Chu Yuhui? Alright, Chun Fan decided to give him a taste of his own medicine and turn his attention to this Vice President Liu, who was a high-ranking executive at Su's Capital Group and knew a lot of inside information about the group. The most important thing is to find out the secrets and weaknesses of the Su Capital Group from him, and to destroy this important industry of the Su family in Jinling as soon as possible. I understand, Boss Chun. From now on, I'll be your dog, at your beck and call. Tang Shimao immediately agreed. This time, Tang Shimao was truly sincere. The fact that this Boss Chun could become friends with such a big shot as Boss Bai meant that his status and position were probably not just that of the boss of Ronka Group, but also quite terrifying. If he could curry favor with such a big shot, what would it matter if he were to be someone's dog? If the news were to spread, countless people would want to be Boss Chen's dog, but wouldn't even have the chance. Take him under control first. Chun Fan looked at Vice President Liu. Yes. Tang Shimao stood up, and, together with several of his men, tied up Vice President Liu. President Chun, Boss Chun, I was wrong. Vice President Liu also panicked. Tell me everything you know about the Su Capital Group, including all its secrets and weaknesses. Chun Fan gave the order. Oh, I can't say. Fearing offending the Su family, Vice President Liu refused. Chun Fan gave Tang Shimao a look. Tang Shimao instantly understood, and with a sycophantic look, he turned to look at Vice President Liu. How dare you disobey Boss Chun? You deserve to die. After saying that, Tang Shimao suddenly punched Vice President Liu in the stomach. Subsequently, Tang Shimao and his men gave Vice President Liu a brutal beating, making him cry for his parents and beg for mercy repeatedly, completely losing his previous arrogance. I'll talk. Vice President Liu told Chun Fan everything he knew about Su's Capital Group, including their weaknesses. At first, Chun Fan didn't think much of what Vice President Liu said. He figured it would only cause Su's Capital Group to lose a few billion, or at most 100 billion. But this is nothing to Su's Capital Group. At most, it's just a slight loss, not a serious blow. But then, an important piece of news from Vice President Liu changed everything. Chun Fan instantly perked up. Chapter 288. Instigating internal strife within the Su family, easily resolving the Su Capital Group issue. Jiang Xiangming is the son-in-law of the Su family and is very capable. Although Old Master Su values him highly, it is also because Jiang Xiangming is too capable that many of the Su family's direct descendants are jealous of his talent and regard him as a thorn in their side. They have repeatedly suggested to Old Master Su that Jiang Xiangming be removed from his position and that it is unreliable to entrust such an important industry as their Su Capital Group to an outsider to manage. Vice President Liu continued. But because Jiang Xiangming had achieved some success at Su's Capital Group, Old Master Su still trusted him and continued to appoint him as general manager. However, those within the Su family who were targeting Jiang Xiangming still refused to give up. If we can find a way to get the Su family to replace Jiang Xiangming, then the Jinling Su Capital Group will be in danger. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan fell into deep thought. The success of Su's Capital Group is largely due to the capable Jiang Xiangming. If I could find a way to make the Su family fight amongst themselves and replace Jiang Xiangming with a good-for-nothing from the Su family, I could replace him with a good-for-nothing from the Su family. At that time, Su's Capital Group will be in disarray, and various internal conflicts will erupt, allowing him to attack Su's Capital Group from the outside. At that time, the Su family's Capital Group was as fragile as paper and could be easily brought down. The more Chun Fan thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. This is a huge gain. I must carefully study how to take advantage of this conflict within the Su family. However, If Chen Fan wants to kick Jiang Xiaoming out of Su's capital group, he still has one more thing to do. Afterwards, based on the minor weaknesses of the Su capital group mentioned by Vice President Liu, Chen Fan began to make arrangements to make the Su capital group lose several billion yuan first. Jiang Xiaoming caused losses to the Su family's capital group, which gave the Su family a pretext to target Jiang Xiaoming. The Su family is so disgusting, yet I'm helping them. I must be such a good person. Time flies. Around 8 or 9 p.m., Jiang Xiaoming and several senior executives of the company were still waiting in the general manager's office of Su's capital group. President Jiang, we haven't heard from you for so long. Could there be some problems with Lao Lu? Someone asked in a low voice. Absolutely not. Old Lu has Tang Qimao, a powerful figure in the underworld, helping him. How could anything go wrong? Jiang Xiaoming said confidently. Just as Jiang Xiaoming was about to contact Vice President Liu, the landline next to him suddenly rang. Jiang Xiaoming looked and saw that it was actually the old Master Su, the head of the Su family, who had called personally. Jiang Xiaoming immediately became serious, took a deep breath, and answered the phone. Father, I heard you guys took action against that little bastard Chun Fan's Ronka group. How's it going? An elderly voice came through the phone. Father, since we started targeting Ronka group, the company has lost at least 2 or 3 billion yuan. Jiang Xiaoming immediately sought credit from old Master Su. The reason he was so determined to target Chen Fan was naturally to curry favor with old Master Su and advance his career further. And that's not all. I've already sent my trusted confidants to gather information on Ronka Group's weaknesses. I expect good news to come soon. When we find out the weaknesses of Ronka Group, that bastard Chun Fan's Ronka Group will be finished in no time. Jiang Xiaoming continued to add. Xiao Jiang, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Others were still talking badly about you in front of me. See, your abilities are definitely superior to theirs. Old Master Su said with satisfaction. Jiang Xiaoming beamed with a bright smile after being praised by Grandpa Su. Before Jiang Xiaoming could even finish laughing, an employee suddenly rushed in a panic. Oh no, General Manager, something's wrong. Because the employees were making a lot of noise, not only Jiang Xiaoming, but even Old Master Su could vaguely hear it. Turn on speakerphone. Old Master Su gave the order. Jiang Xiaoming had no choice but to obey and turn on the speakerphone. Before Jiang Xiaoming could even ask what was going on, several more high-ranking officials came to report the trouble to him. After hearing these reports, Jiang Xiaoming's face froze. On the other end of the phone, Old Master Su's face grew increasingly grim. By a rough calculation, they had lost at least 7 or 8 billion. This is almost 3 or 4 times the losses suffered by Ronka Group. They suffered such a huge loss right from the start, even when they had the upper hand. How dare Jiang Xiaoming claim credit? Snap. In a fit of anger, Old Master Su hung up the phone. In the Su family of Jinling, several people around Old Master Su noticed that his expression had changed and immediately asked what was wrong. After Old Master Su finished speaking, these people began to speak ill of Jiang Xiaoming to him, demanding that Jiang Xiaoming be replaced. Old Master Su was somewhat shaken. Was it the right thing to put Jiang Xiaoming in such an important position? Chen Fan's plan has achieved its first step, victory. That evening, after returning to the hotel, Chen Fan sent people to investigate the Su family, to find out who was at odds with Jiang Xiaoming, and to gather detailed information about these people. Later, after Jiang Xiaoming was officially kicked out of Su's capital group, Chen Fan still needed to utilize these people. After finishing all this, Chen Fan was finally able to rest comfortably. The next morning, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from the Flying Feather Supercar Association. President, we just received a sudden challenge. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, puzzled. A challenge? What challenge? President, this challenge is from the second-ranked supercar club among the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling. Their supercar club's top expert, who is also their president, wants to challenge you. The people from the Flying Feather Supercar Association explained to Chen Fan. The Flying Feather Supercar Association is developing rapidly and has already threatened the position of the second-ranked supercar club. Therefore, their president has issued a challenge to Chen Fan. Chen Fan understood more or less. Just as Chen Fan was pondering, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 289. The third racer in Jinling. Patek Philippe Company completely changes hands to Chun. Fight. Temporary mission issued. Take on the supercar clubs and elevate the Feiyu Supercar Association to second place among the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling. Mission reward, 12% of Patek Philippe's shares. Task reward, 142 experience points. 12% of Patek Philippe's shares? Looking at the system's tasks, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Currently, he already holds 75% of Patek Philippe's shares. If he adds this 12%, that's 87%. If the system rewards him again, Chun Fan will be able to acquire the Patek Philippe 100, a top-tier watch brand with a market value of 50 billion. At that time, the entire Patek Philippe company will belong to Chun Fan alone, and will be completely renamed Chun. In fact, even if the system didn't have this task, Chun Fan would still have agreed. After all, Chun Fan's goal is to make the Flying Feather Supercar Association the #1 in Jinling. The Feiyu Supercar Association is still in its early stages, and directly challenging the #1 ranking association is clearly taking too big a step. The current #2 Supercar Club is just right. Tell the people at the Supercar Club that I accept the challenge. Chun Fan spoke. An hour later, have the president of their Supercar Club race at the racetrack next to our association. Chun Fan added. Yes, Chairman. Seeing that the president had agreed, the people from the Flying Feather Supercar Association across the street were very excited. Finally, we get to see the president's incredible driving skills again. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan drove straight to the Flying Feather Supercar Association. An hour later, Chun Fan led the Flying Feather Supercar Association to meet with the Supercar Club at the nearby racetrack. The two sides immediately clashed. Who do you think you are, Flying Feather Supercar Association, to dare to oppose our Supercar Club? Some trash who ranks 5th or 6th among our 6 major supercar associations dares to provoke us. It's laughable. Today I'll show you what our leader does and how he crushes you. The people from the Supercar Club were shouting. The leader of these people was a handsome young man in his late 20s, Wei Changya, the president of the Supercar Club. Hearing these clamors, the members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association naturally objected and refuted them one after another. Chun Fan, you've become a bit arrogant lately. Wei Changya looked at Chun Fan with great displeasure. The Feiyu Supercar Association has grown extremely large thanks to the identity of a Koenigsegg owner, and has even threatened the status of their Supercar Club. If the Feiyu Supercar Association is allowed to continue to develop, they will be squeezed out to 3rd place. Wei Changya is not even satisfied with being the 2nd son, let alone the 3rd. It's not that I'm too arrogant, but that you're too conceited and self-righteous. Chun Fan retorted without holding back. Humph, anyone can talk the talk, but if you're really capable, let's see who's the real deal on the field. Wei Changya provoked. By the way, besides what's in the challenge letter, how about we add another condition? From now on, the losing association will have to become the underling of the winning association and obey its orders. You will also have to follow my lead. Of course, if I lose, I will follow your lead, and our Supercar Club will obey the orders of your Flying Feather Supercar Association. This kind of competition is so boring. No problem. Chun Fan agreed, which was perfectly reasonable. Let's go. Chun Fan and Wei Changya donned their professional equipment and got into their respective cars, both of which were Lamborghini Aventadors. The president will win. Our Supercar Club is the strongest. Go, guild leader. Crush Chun Fan. The members of the Supercar Club shouted loudly. As the president of the 2nd-ranked Supercar Association in Jinling, Wei Changya's racing skills are extremely strong, ranking 3rd in such a large city as Jinling. As members of a Supercar Club, they naturally had immense confidence in their president. In their eyes, Chun Fan was just a kid who only showed off his status as the owner of Koenigsegg, without any real skills, and was far inferior to their chairman. They felt a strange sense of superiority. Our chairman Chun is the strongest. Our chairman Chun is the champion. The Feiyu Supercar Association now has almost as many members as the Supercar Club, and they started arguing with the Supercar Club members. However, as the referee began the countdown, the previously noisy arena immediately fell into absolute silence. Chun Fan, don't think you're so great just because you're the owner of Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg is only worth a few billion. What's so special about it? I'll show you what real strength is in no time. In the race car, Wei Changya glanced confidently at Chun Fan. Of course, although he was absolutely confident, he would not underestimate his opponent and would devote all his energy to dealing with Chun Fan. Chun Fan, however, sat leisurely in the car, waiting for the competition to begin. To Chun Fan, the race at this moment was no different from driving on the road. 3, 2, 1. With the referee's whistle, Chun Fan and Wei Changya's Lamborghini Aventador roared and sped off. While Wei Changya was still accelerating, Chun Fan's Lamborghini Aventador had already overtaken him and was gradually widening the gap between the two cars. Wei Changya was dumbfounded. How could Chun Fan be so fast? In the stands, the members of the Supercar Club were speechless, completely stunned. From the very beginning, Chun Fan was at the forefront, and by the end, he had left Wei Changya far behind. Chun Fan undoubtedly took 1st place. The president is awesome. The president is the strongest. A cheer erupted from the Flying Feather Supercar Association. The members were incredibly excited and felt extremely proud to have such an awesome president. On the other hand, everyone at the Supercar Club remained silent, staring blankly at the audience. Their guild leader is the third-ranked expert in Jinling, and he was ruthlessly crushed by Chen Fan. Chen Fan is too strong. Their association so confidently issued a challenge, only to be utterly defeated and utterly humiliated. As for Wei Changye himself, he was utterly shocked by Chen Fan. He was still recovering after the match. Wei Changye only snapped out of his daze when the referee knocked on his car window. As Wei Changye got out of the car, the people from the supercar club surrounded him, looking at him with a bewildered expression. What should we do next? Just as everyone in the supercar club was wondering how to face Chen Fan, Wei Changye said something that shocked everyone present. Chapter 290 Severing Relationships. 58 days later, 100% success in taking over the world's #1 brand. President Chen, let's void our agreement from just now. Wei Changye looked at Chen Fan. Everyone was stunned when they heard Wei Changye say that. Is Wei Changye going to break the contract? Cancelled? Why should it be invalidated? No, absolutely not. Exactly. Your supercar club is the second-ranked supercar association in Nanjing. How can you be so shameless? The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association questioned loudly. Not to mention them, even members of the supercar club did not approve of Wei Changye's approach. These people are mostly well-known young masters in Jinling. Losing is embarrassing, but that's not so bad. But to lose and then break the contract is truly shameless. It's a misunderstanding. Everyone's misunderstood. I didn't mean to break the contract. Wei Changye quickly tried to explain himself. What I mean is that our previous agreement is null and void, and our supercar club will no longer have to obey your orders. Our supercar club will be directly merged into your Feiyu Supercar Association and become a member of your Feiyu Supercar Association. Wei Changye once again made a startling statement. Is Wei Changye going to lead their supercar club to join the Feiyu Supercar Association? Everyone present was even more confused. Not to mention them, even Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Are you kidding me? Chen Fan couldn't help but speak up. President Chen, I'm not joking. I am willing to lead the supercar club to join the Feiyu Supercar Association and follow Chairman Chen's orders from now on. Wei Changye looked at Chen Fan with an expression of admiration. He really admired Chen Fan. Of course, besides admiring Chen Fan, he also had some selfish motives for wanting to join the Flying Feather Supercar Association. If they follow the previous agreement and obey the orders of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, their supercar club's ranking will drop 1 place to 3rd. This is something Wei Changye doesn't want to see, but if he leads a group of supercar club members to join the Feiyu Supercar Association, then it will be different. President Chen, our merger into your association is also a good thing for your association. Wei Changye's analysis. Neither of our two companies can compare to the current #1 supercar association in Jinling in terms of strength. Didn't we say before that Wei Changye's racing skills rank 3rd in Jinling? Then the 1st and 2nd racing drivers are both members of the #1 supercar association. But if our club joins the Flying Feather Supercar Association, the strength of the Flying Feather Supercar Association will increase dramatically, and it will be able to compete with the Supercar Association on equal footing. The Flying Feather Supercar Association can even stand on equal footing with the Supercar Association and share the top spot. Wei Changye suggested. Given their association's strength, surpassing the Supercar Association would have been a distant dream. But if he leads the club members to join the Flying Feather Supercar Association, then they will be tied for 1st place with the Supercar Association. This was Wei Changye's selfish motive. President Chen, rest assured, after joining the Flying Feather Supercar Association, whether it's me or anyone else, we will unconditionally obey your orders. Wei Changye guarantees. This matter is somewhat sudden, but we can discuss it. Chen Fan spoke. What Wei Changye said does make some sense. However, merging the two associations into one would be too complicated and requires careful planning to see if it is feasible. Otherwise, blindly merging them would cause problems. Regardless, with Chen Fan defeating Wei Changye, the Flying Feather Supercar Association has successfully risen to 2nd place in Jinling. President Chen, I will do whatever you say. Wei Changye guarantees. Just then, the system's voice came through. Fight. Beat the supercar clubs and elevate the Feiyu Supercar Association to 2nd place among the 6 major supercar associations in Jinling. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 12% of Patek Philippe shares. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your hotel. Congratulations on receiving 142 experience points. The mission was accomplished, and Chen Fan successfully acquired 12% of Patek Philippe shares, bringing his total holdings to 87%. Only 13% of the shares are left. Furthermore, I gained 142 experience points, so upgrading the system to level 3 is not far off. Just as Chen Fan was feeling sentimental, the mechanical voice rang in his ears again. Fight. On the 58th day of severing ties, you are awarded 13% of Patek Philippe's shares, becoming the sole owner of the company. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. The system reward arrived today, and it just so happens to be 13% of Patek Philippe's shares. This system is so user-friendly. With these 13, Chun Fan successfully acquired 100% ownership of Patek Philippe. From this moment on, Patek Philippe, the world's top watch brand with a market value of 50 billion, completely belongs to Chun Fan. Patek Philippe has been renamed Chun. Instantly, a bright smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. Having acquired such an amazing company, how could Chun Fan not be happy? With Chun Fan's complete acquisition of Patek Philippe, his net worth and influence have skyrocketed once again. This brings Chun Fan one step closer to bringing down the Su family. What a beautiful day. Having settled matters with the Flying Feather Supercar Association, Chun Fan left to have lunch. After lunch, Chun Fan received a document. The document contained a list of Su family members who were jealous of Jiang Xiangming's talent and had a falling out with him. They wanted to drive Jiang Xiangming out of the Su Capital Group and replace him. And there is also more detailed information about them. Chun Fan carefully reviewed the documents, looking at these direct descendants of the Su family, trying to figure out which one would be most useful. The first one is no good, too arrogant. The second one isn't quite right either. He does have some ability. Chun Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the fourth person. This is great. This direct descendant of the Su family is really wonderful. If he can replace Jiang Xiangming, then Su's Capital Group is practically halfway into bankruptcy. In an instant, a very interesting plan popped into Chun Fan's mind. Chapter 291 Chun Fan's bait awaits the Su family to take the bait. The Su family direct descendant whom Chun Fan took a fancy was named Su Shukai, the fifth son of Old Master Su. Although he was very active in the Su family and often showed off, he was just a good-for-nothing with no ability whatsoever. Su Shukai has been eyeing the position of general manager of Su's Capital Group for years. He often whispers in the old man's ear, speaking ill of Jiang Xiangming, an outsider, in the hope of replacing him. Unfortunately, given Jiang Xiangming's achievements in previous years, Old Master Su did not agree to Su Shukai replacing Jiang Xiangming. If Su Shukai, that good-for-nothing, can take over as general manager of Jiang Xiangming's Su's Capital Group, then let him cause some trouble. At that time, Jiang Xiangming's confidants will definitely be kicked out of the company. If so many elites are driven away, won't Su's Capital Group become paper-thin? I estimate that I can bring down the Su Capital Group with just a little effort. However, if Chun Fan wanted to use Su Shukai, he certainly couldn't personally show up. Thinking about it, Chun Fan contacted by Luotian. As a top figure in Jinling, her connections were definitely much stronger than his, who had only been in Jinling for a short time. Boss Bai, do you have any friends who know Su Shukai from the Su family in Jinling, and can you trust them? By the way, this person can't have a good relationship with the Su family. It's best if they are neutral, or even have a bad relationship with them. After the call was connected, Chun Fan asked a question. Friends of Su Shukai who are trustworthy. Bai Luotian fell into deep thought. After a long while, Bai Luotian suddenly thought of someone. There is one. She is quite familiar with Su Shukai's wife, and also knows Su Shukai. But why would Bastian suddenly want to find someone like this? Bai Luotian was a little puzzled. Why was Bastian asking this? I need him to do something for me, to leak some information to Su Shukai, without exposing you and me. Chun Fan gave a mysterious answer. I understand the general idea. I'll get in touch with them for you now. However, if I ask her for help, I'll probably have to pay her a small fee for her help. Bai Luotian spoke. Of course. Chun Fan nodded, saying it was reasonable to give someone a little service fee for helping them. A dozen minutes later, Bai Luotian replied to Chun Fan. Mr. Chun, she agreed. I'll send you her contact information in a bit, and you can talk to her yourself. Bai Luotian spoke. Good. Chun Fan nodded. As for the fee, it's a small matter for Ms. Chun. She heard that you are the vice president of the Tiffany Group, so she wanted to ask you to get her a limited edition piece of jewelry that she had her eye on before from the Tiffany Group. Finally, Bai Luotian also told Chun Fan about the hardship fee that the two parties had agreed upon. A necklace? That's even simpler. Chun Fan immediately agreed. As the vice president of the Tiffany Group, getting a limited edition piece of jewelry is a simple matter of a word for him. It's effortless. A dozen seconds later, Chun Fan obtained the other party's contact information and contacted them. Her name was Tao Baifeng, and she was a wealthy woman from Jinling. Bai Luotian had already talked to her, and they had gotten to know each other. Then Chun Fan assigned tasks to her. Mr. Chun, just watch me. After Chun Fan finished speaking, Tao Baifeng confidently assured him. After hanging up the phone, Tao Baifeng took immediate action. Chun Fan, meanwhile, leaned back leisurely on the sofa, waiting for news from Tao Baifeng. He had already cast his bait, and now he was just waiting for Su Shukai to take the bait. A dozen minutes later, Tao Baifeng knocked on the door of Su Shukai's house, which was in the same villa area. The nanny opened the door, and Tao Baifeng saw that Su Shukai and his wife were both at home. She couldn't help but smile to herself, knowing that she could now proceed according to Boss Chen's plan. At first, Tao Baifeng simply nodded slightly to Su Shukai as a greeting, without directly engaging in conversation with him. Afterwards, Tao Baifeng and Su Shukai's wife got together and started chatting about gossip. As they talked, Tao Baifeng inadvertently mentioned that Jiang Xiangming led the Su's capital group to attack Ronka Group, but ended up losing billions of yuan. What? Such a thing is true? Without Tao Baifeng having to say anything to Su Shukai, who was feeding the fish, came over on his own. Really? Su Shukai asked, somewhat incredulously. Of course it's true. Many people know this news. Mr. Su is a member of the Su family. How could he not know? Tao Baifeng feigned extreme surprise. I've been at home for the past 2 days and haven't had much contact with the outside world, so I really don't know. Can you tell me what's going on? Su Shukai nodded. Okay, Mr. Su, here's the thing. Tao Baifeng told Su Shukai the whole story. After hearing this, Su Shukai was furious. Jiang Xiangming is a good-for-nothing. He caused his family to lose billions of dollars right from the start by dealing with a small Chun fan and a mere Ronka group. He's a complete idiot. If I were the general manager of Su's capital group, this would never have happened. I warned my father long ago that Jiang Xiangming was an outsider and couldn't be trusted, but he just wouldn't believe me. Su Shukai grew angrier the more he thought about it. And that Chin fan, and that Ronka group, dare to go against our Su family? They're asking for death. Su Shukai sneered repeatedly. If I were the general manager of Su's capital group, I could take care of Chun fan and bankrupt Ronka group in just a few moves. Su Shukai said confidently. Besides being a good-for-nothing, Su Shukai's blind self-confidence is also a major characteristic. Of course, who am I, Mr. Su? Tao Baifeng echoed. By the way, Mr. Su, I've heard before that Ronka Group once invested in a company called Yuanfang Company, Limited, and the investment amount was as high as 3 or 4 billion yuan. Tao Baifeng then added. However, Yuanfang Company, Limited is not doing well at the moment. If Mr. Su is willing, he can easily bankrupt Yuanfang Company, Limited with a little effort, causing Ronka Group to lose 3 to 4 billion yuan. After Tao Baifeng finished speaking, Su Shukai's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Shukai had an idea. Could you tell me more about this Yuanfang company? Su Shukai asked impatiently. Tao Baifeng repeated exactly what Chin Fan had told her to Su Shukai. After learning the details, Su Shukai was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. It has delivered such a great opportunity to me. Su Shukai clenched his fists, looking like he was about to do something big. Ms. Tao, thank you so much for these 2 messages. From now on, you will be our family's friend forever. Su Shukai repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Tao Baifeng. After saying that, Su Shukai put on his coat and left in a hurry. Tao Baifeng continued to visit Su Shukai's home. After chatting with Su Shukai's wife for more than 10 minutes to ensure that she would not give herself away, she left. Upon returning to her villa, Tao Baifeng immediately contacted Chun Fan. Chapter 292. The Su family falls into Chun Fan's trap and deliberately throws away their lifeline. Mr. Chun, the matter has been handled as you instructed. Su Shukai has made his move? Chun Fan asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Chun, and he's been gone for almost half an hour. Tao Baifeng responded. Good, very good, excellent. Miss Tao, you did a great job. The limited edition jewelry you liked will be delivered to you soon. Chun Fan said with a smile. The fish has taken the bait. Everything Tao Baifeng said and did before was planned and arranged by Chun Fan. Tao Baifeng was just an actress, while Chun Fan was the director behind the scenes. Su Shukai took the bait. Of course, Chun Fan's bait is worth 3 or 4 billion, which is not small. However, if Chun Fan manages to bring down the Su capital group using this bait, he'll have made a fortune. As Chun Fan guessed, Su Shukai launched an attack on Yuanfang Company, Limited after leaving the villa. Yuanfang Company, Limited was already on the verge of collapse, and with Su Shukai's actions, it was indeed struggling to hold on. After a tense night, the next morning, Yuanfang Limited declared bankruptcy. The 3 to 4 billion yuan investment by Ronka Group went down the drain. After achieving this result, Su Shukai immediately rushed to the Su family compound to claim credit. Just then, Old Master Su got up, and Su Shukai rushed over to report that he had caused Ronka Group to lose 6 or 7 billion yuan. Su Shukai, adhering to the principle of exaggerating his achievements to gain credit, directly doubled the losses of Ronka Group. Fifth brother, are you sure? Grandpa Su looked incredulous. After all, Jiang Xiangming, who was so capable, caused the company to lose billions of yuan yesterday, even when the company had the upper hand. Turning around, It turned out that his fifth son caused Ronka Group to lose billions of yuan. In comparison, Su Shukai's merit was even greater. Of course, it's definitely my father. Su Shukai nodded and told his father about Yuanfang Company, Ltd. Old Master Su had someone investigate, and sure enough, there was no problem, except for a slight discrepancy in the exact amount of money. But no matter what, the son really caused Ronka Group and Chun Fan to lose a lot of money, unlike Jiang Xiangming, who caused them to suffer losses. Just as Old Master Su was deep in thought, several other direct descendants of the Su family who disliked Jiang Xiangming also came over. They all spoke ill of Jiang Xiangming to Old Master Su. Now, Old Master Su's already wavering heart became even more swayed. Even if Jiang Xiangming is transferred, who will take over such an important company as Su's Capital Group? Who among you can manage it? Who can deal with Ronka Group? Old Master Su questioned several of his direct descendants. Leave it to fifth brother. Father, didn't fifth brother just cause Ronka Group to lose billions? He proved his strength. Entrusting Su's Capital Group to fifth brother is definitely the right choice. Under fifth brother's leadership, Su's Capital Group will be able to easily resolve the Ronka Group issue. Several direct descendants of the Su family offered their suggestions. Last night, Su Shukai was not idle. While dealing with Yuanfang Company, Limited, he also contacted these direct descendants of the Su family and bribed them to speak on his behalf. Hearing the recommendations from these direct descendants, and the fact that the fifth son had just caused Ronka Group to lose billions of dollars, Old Master Su was somewhat tempted. Father, please trust fifth brother. Grandpa, Uncle Wu did a really good job. At Su Shukai's suggestion, several direct descendants of the Su family once again pleaded with Old Master Su. All right, I've made my decision. Jiang Xiangming is being dismissed from his position as general manager of Su's Capital Group. The fifth brother will temporarily take over. Encouraged by his many children and grandchildren, Old Master Su, who was already somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Xiangming, immediately agreed. Thank you for your trust, father. Just you wait and see. I will definitely not let you down. Su Shukai confidently assured Old Master Su, overjoyed. After saying that, Su Shukai led his men straight to Su's Capital Group. At this moment, within the Su's Capital Group, Jiang Xiangming was leading a group of trusted senior executives, who were also the elites of the Su's Capital Group, in a meeting to discuss how to target Chen Fan. Jiang Xiangming and his team stayed up all night and finally came up with a brilliant plan with a high success rate. Jiang Xiangming and his team are indeed very strong. Once this plan is implemented, let's see how that bastard Chen Fan deals with it. Jiang Xiangming said with great enthusiasm. This time, he was determined to avenge his previous defeat and make Chen Fan pay a heavy price. Who does Chen Fan think he is? Daring to fight him and the Su family? Soon, Chen Fan will lose so badly that even his own mother won't recognize him. A truly miserable defeat. Jiang Xiangming's other confidants nodded in agreement, also full of confidence in their plan. However, before Jiang Xiangming could announce the start of the plan, Su Shukai barged in with his men and announced Old Master Su's orders. Upon hearing the news of his dismissal, Jiang Xiangming lost his balance and fell hard. Glug! It's over, it's all over. The Su family capital group is finished. Jiang Xiangming, his face deathly pale, muttered to himself. He knew exactly what kind of good-for-nothing Su Shukai was, what kind of incompetent idiot he was. Letting someone like that take over Su's capital group to deal with a troublesome Chen Fan is bound to lead to defeat, isn't it? Chen Fan, you win. Jiang Xiangming sighed deeply. What are you saying? Seeing that Jiang Xiangming looked down on him so much, Su Shukai became even angrier. Take him away. Su Shukai immediately had Jiang Xiangming, the loser, kicked out. What are you doing? Su Shukai questioned Jiang Xiangming's confidence at the scene. General Manager, this is the counterattack plan against Chen Fan that General Manager Jiang worked on with us overnight. Please take a look. One of Jiang Xiangming's trusted confidants handed over the plan they had painstakingly discussed and designed to Su Shukai. What kind of garbage is this, designed by Jiang Xiangming? Su Shukai didn't even look at it, and directly threw the Su Capital Group's last lifeline into the trash can next to him. Chapter 293 The future father-in-law returns home, rewarding him with 3 world-class supercars, limited edition. Thus, Su's Capital Group missed its last and only chance to save itself. And you're all Jiang Xiangming's confidants, aren't you? Su Shukai then turned his gaze to the people in the conference room. Please stop what you are doing and go to your respective offices to await further instructions. Su Shukai gave the order. Su Shukai sneered as he watched Jiang Xiangming's trusted men leave. He will not keep any of these people. After driving them all away, he will arrange for his own trusted confidants to take their place. Afterwards, Su Shukai carried out a series of reforms to Su's Capital Group. Not long after, Chun Fan received news about Su's capital group. Chun Fan smiled slyly. The plan is going very smoothly. From the very beginning, Tao Beifeng's disclosure of information to Su Shukai, and everything that followed, was a scheme orchestrated by Chun Fan. Even if Ronka Group lost 3 or 4 billion, it was Chun Fan's initiative. If Su Shukai wasn't allowed to achieve anything, how could Old Master Su really hand over Su's capital group to such a good-for-nothing? He used a mere 3 or 4 billion yuan bait to push Su's capital group to the brink of bankruptcy. Once this good-for-nothing Su Shukai has reformed the Su's capital group, Chun Fan will only need to give it a little push to completely eliminate the Su's capital group. The Su capital group is a vital business for the Su family. Without it, the Su family would suffer enormous losses. At this moment, in Chun Fan's eyes, Su's capital group was already half a dead company. After breakfast, Chun Fan was about to go check out the Flying Feather Supercar Association when he suddenly received a call from Xia Mingming. Brother-in-law, I just received a call from my father. He has returned to China. Right off the bat, Xia Mingming dropped a bombshell on Chun Fan. Has your uncle returned to China? Chun Fan became serious. This meant that his difficult future father-in-law might be coming to Jinling. Right. Xia Mingming gave an affirmative answer. Mingming, this news is very important. Chun Fan said, having such a sweet and caring daughter makes me, as her future father-in-law, very lucky. Since Xia Mingming told him such important news, Chun Fan naturally had to show his appreciation and asked Xia Mingming if she wanted any gifts. I don't have any gifts, but, brother-in-law, I'm in a little trouble here. Could you come and help me? Xia Mingming said hesitantly. Trouble? What trouble, tell me? Chun Fan inquired. Brother-in-law, these past few days, a young man from Jinling University has been trying to pursue me, but I rejected him. Xia Mingming explained. Many boys had pursued Xia Mingming in the past, but she rejected them all. The problem is, Xia Mingming always felt that this suitor was very different. The other person didn't seem to be pursuing her. Rather, it seemed like they were using the guise of pursuing her to harass her and create trouble for her, which gave Xia Mingming a real headache. Just as Xia Mingming finished speaking, the system's voice came through. Bite. Temporary task issued. Agree to help Xia Mingming solve her troubles. Mission reward. 1 Pagani, one of only 3 of the world's top-tier supercars. Task reward. 136 experience points. Mingming, wait for me at school. I'll be there in a bit. Leave this to me. Chun Fan agreed. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. Xia Mingming replied with a smile that with her brother-in-law's help, she believed the problem would be resolved quickly. As Chun Fan agreed to Xia Mingming's request, the system's voice sounded again. Bite. Agreed to help Xia Mingming solve her problem. Mission complete. Congratulations on winning one of the 3 limited edition Pagani supercars in the world. The car is parked in the hotel parking lot. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 136 experience points. Mission accomplished? Chun Fan was taken aback. He thought the task would be completed after he helped Xia Mingming deal with her affairs. He didn't expect that he would complete it just by agreeing. Chun Fan took a closer look at the task and realized that all he had to do was agree. This task is easy. Chun Fan then quickly arrived downstairs at the hotel and found his own parking space. In the distance, Chun Fan spotted a black, convertible Pagani. At first glance, Chun Fan was deeply attracted to it and exclaimed. As expected of a top-tier supercar with only 3 units produced worldwide, it's truly stunning. My previous supercars were far inferior to this one. Chun Fan got into the car and drove straight to Jinling University. Meanwhile, with nothing to do in the dormitory building, Xia Mingming went to the gate of Jinling University to wait for Chun Fan. Instead of Chun Fan, Xia Mingming was greeted by a small supercar convoy. The convoy consisted of 4 cars, led by a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan, followed by several supercars worth millions of yuan. The Ferrari LaFerrari, which was the lead car, stopped next to Xia Mingming, and a frivolous young man got out of the car. Mingming, what are you doing here? The frivolous young master acted intimately. Zhou Jinxian, can you please get out of here? Xia Mingming retorted angrily with a look of frustration. The guy in front of her was Zhou Jinxian, the annoying pursuer she had mentioned. Roll. Sure, but you have to teach me how to roll into your heart. Zhou Jinxuan's cheesy pickup lines only made Xia Mingming's headache more. Xia Mingming, did you know that Brother Xian was coming, so you came here especially to wait for him? You said you didn't like our brother Xian, so what? You can't wait any longer and are already waiting for him at the school gate. A few of Zhou Jinxuan's underlings teased from the supercars behind. Can you guys stop being so narcissistic? I'm waiting for my brother-in-law. Xia Mingming corrected. Brother-in-law? Upon hearing this address, Zhou Jinxian raised an eyebrow. Why wait for your brother-in-law? That's so boring. I just bought a new car. I'll take you for a drive. Zhou Jinxian flaunted his Ferrari LaFerrari, which was worth over 20 million yuan. Yeah, you dare to show off your beat-up car? It's nowhere near as good as your brother-in-law's. Xiao Mingming retorted. Good heavens, you actually dare to call the Ferrari LaFerrari, which has a limited production run of only 499 units worldwide, a piece of junk. Xiao Mingming, you're really exaggerating. What kind of car does your brother-in-law drive? It's even better than our young master Xian's Ferrari LaFerrari. That's incredibly arrogant. Zhou Jinchuan's henchman mocked him, not believing Xiao Mingming's words at all. My Ferrari LaFerrari might not be the best in Shanghai, but it's definitely top of the line in Nanjing. I don't believe your brother-in-law's car can be any better than mine. Zhou Jinxian said confidently. If your brother-in-law's car is more awesome than mine, I'll immediately kneel down and call him grandpa. However, before Zhou Jinxian could finish speaking, a roar unique to supercars came from afar. My brother-in-law is here. Although Xiao Mingming didn't recognize the car, she immediately spoke up when she saw Chun Fan in the convertible. Zhou Jinxian and the others immediately looked in the direction Xiao Mingming pointed, but when they saw Chun Fan's car clearly, they were instantly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 294. The young master who wanted to compete with Chun Fan in skills was extremely shocked. They weren't hallucinating, were they? Is this the legendary Pagani? No one could believe their eyes. They rubbed their eyes hard, making sure they weren't seeing things. Are you kidding me? A supercar of this caliber appearing in Nanjing. Is this Xiao Mingming's brother-in-law? Zhou Jinchuan's underlings murmured in disbelief, some of them unable to believe what they were seeing. Not to mention them, even Zhou Jinxian was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Amidst their surprised gazes, Chun Fan slowly drove the car up to Xiao Mingming. Mingming, get in the car. Chun Fan spoke. Real. The man driving the Pagani is really Xiao Mingming's brother-in-law. Zhou Jinxian and the others were extremely shocked. Brother-in-law, what kind of car is this? How many of them are there worldwide? Xiao Mingming didn't rush to get in the car, but asked instead. Oh, this is a Pagani. Only 3 were ever made worldwide. What's wrong with that? Chun Fan answered casually. Having received this answer, Xiao Mingming looked at Zhou Jinxian. Although I don't know much about cars, my brother-in-law's car is definitely better than your Ferrari LaFerrari. Do you remember what you just said? Xiao Mingming asked. Someone just said that if my brother-in-law's car were more powerful, he would kneel down and call him grandpa. Recalling what he had just said, Zhou Jinchuan's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. He was just saying that. Who knew Xiao Mingming's brother-in-law was so awesome, driving a Pagani? Zhou Jinchuan's henchmen also lowered their heads, too ashamed to look over. It was too embarrassing. Humph, it's just a Pagani, what's the big deal? Zhou Jinxian said arrogantly, still as cocky as ever. At this moment, Chun Fan guessed that this guy was probably the annoying pursuer that Mingming had mentioned. Chun Fan stopped the car and walked up to Zhou Jinxian. I don't know what your purpose is in getting close to Mingming, but she has made it clear that she hates you. I hope you have some self-awareness and stay far away from Mingming in the future. Chun Fan directly warned the other party. He's here to help Mingming solve her problem. If she's sensible, that's fine. If not, well, that's just how it is. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Zhou Jinchuan's arrogant response. And another thing, mind your own business. Zhou Jinxian pointed at Chun Fan and spoke as a warning. As he spoke, Zhou Jinxian even tried to pat Chun Fan's face. Chun Fan didn't tolerate him and took action directly, slapping him hard across the face first. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Zhou Jinchuan's face instantly flushed red. Covering his face, Zhou Jinxian screamed repeatedly. Zhou Jinchuan's henchmen quickly surrounded him. You actually dared to lay a hand on me? Do you know who our young Master Xian is? You've gone too far. You dare to hit our young Master Xian at Jinling University? Several of his underlings were itching to teach Chun Fan a lesson. Zhou Jinxian stopped his underlings and spoke through gritted teeth. I'm leaving this guy to me. Today I'm going to teach him a lesson that there are always people more capable than you, and the sky is always higher than the heavens. Zhou Jinxian had practiced Taekwondo for many years and considered himself very skilled. He thought he could easily deal with Xiao Mingming's brother-in-law. After saying that, Zhou Jinxian suddenly threw a punch at Chun Fan. Facing Zhou Jinchuan's fist, Chun Fan easily dodged it by simply shifting his body slightly. Immediately afterwards, Chun Fan delivered an elbow strike to Zhou Jinchuan's abdomen. Instantly, Zhou Jinxian felt a sharp pain. Before he could react, Chun Fan kicked him again, and Zhou Jinxian fell to the ground. Chun Fan had just boosted his speed, and Zhou Jinxian still wanted to ambush him? How ridiculous. Ouch, that hurts so much. Zhou Jinxian clutched his stomach, writhing on the ground in pain. He was now in a sorry state, and all his previous arrogance was gone. Seeing that the skilled young Master Xian had been defeated by this guy in just 2 moves, Zhou Jinchuan's underlings turned pale with fright and trembled with fear. Xiao Mengming's brother-in-law is not only incredibly wealthy, but also extremely skilled in martial arts. At this moment, looking at Chen Fan, they were terrified. Don't be so arrogant in the future, be more obedient. Chen Fan spoke coldly. After dealing with Zhou Jinxian, Chen Fan got into the car and drove Xiao Mengming into Jinling University. Brother-in-law is awesome. Thank you, brother-in-law. In the car, Xiao Mengming expressed her immense gratitude. If it weren't for my brother-in-law, I don't know how long this guy would have bothered me. My brother-in-law is amazing. After parking the car, Chen Fan and Xiao Mengming got out, and Xiao Mengming showed Chen Fan around their Jinling University. Chen Fan also wanted to ask about the specifics of his future father-in-law's return to China, so he agreed. Chen Fan and Xiao Mengming walked and talked. As a result, Chen Fan had only taken a few steps when he was suddenly stopped by a handsome boy. Excuse me, are you President Chun of the Feiyu Supercar Association? The handsome boy spoke with an expression of adoration. I am Chen Fan, and you are? Chen Fan asked in surprise. Hello, Chairman Chun. I was a member of the second-ranked supercar club in Jinling. Our chairman is currently discussing the merger with the Feiyu Supercar Association. The handsome guy explained. Oh, Chen Fan nodded. In the back, since you are also my president, may I take a photo with you? The handsome young man asked with utmost politeness. Can? Chen Fan nodded. It was a small matter. Thank you, Chairman. After taking a photo with Chen Fan, the handsome young man tactfully left. Chen Fan and Xiao Mengming continued strolling around Jinling University. More than half an hour later, just as Chen Fan had finished his shopping, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Chapter 295 The person behind the scenes, double happiness. Zhou Jinxian, who had just been taught a lesson by Chen Fan, not only did not restrain himself, but instead led 20 or 30 of his henchmen to surround Chen Fan and Xiao Mengming aggressively, looking like he wanted revenge. Chen Fan, let's see if you're still so arrogant now? Zhou Jinxian asked through gritted teeth. Although Zhou Jinxuan's stomach still hurts from being beaten up by Chen Fan, he can't swallow this insult. So he sent his men to call for help, and they gathered a bunch of thugs from Jinling University, wanting to take revenge on Chen Fan. Seeing that Zhou Jinxian had brought so many people, Xiao Mengming felt a little nervous. Chen Fan stepped forward slightly, shielding Xiao Mengming behind him. How about it, Chen Fan? Are you still arrogant and rampant? Zhou Jinxian asked smugly. With 20 or 30 henchmen around, Zhou Jinxian felt exceptionally confident. Having received top-tier fighting skills from the system, as well as multiple enhancements to his strength and speed, Chen Fan remained calm at this moment. Chen Fan, just keep pretending. They may seem indifferent on the surface, but inside they're probably terrified. Zhou Jinxian sneered, thinking that Chen Fan was just pretending to be calm. You dared to hit me just now. Today, I'll get my revenge tenfold. Zhou Jinxian said through gritted teeth. In a moment, it will be time for you to be begging for mercy on the ground. Zhou Jinxian was smug. Who gave you that confidence? Just because you outnumber me. Chen Fan calmly countered with a question. Yes, because I have more men. I have more than 20 brothers. Zhou Jinxian nodded with immense pride. We're all outnumbered, so who's afraid of who? However, before Zhou Jinxian could finish speaking, an angry shout came from afar. The boy who had asked Chen Fan for a photo earlier arrived with 40 or 50 of his buddies, instantly overwhelming Zhou Jinxuan's group. After taking photos with Chen Fan, the boy was very excited and showed off in the Supercar Club's group chat. As a result, several other members, who were also students at Jinling University, contacted him and wanted to take photos with Chen Fan as well. While they were searching for Chen Fan on campus, they unexpectedly heard that Zhou Jinxian was up to something, so they called their brothers over. As members of the former second-ranked Supercar Club in Jinling, these people have impressive backgrounds, some even more so than Zhou Jinxian. Hello, President. Hello, President. Hello, President. Upon approaching Chen Fan, several members of the Supercar Club spoke first, followed closely by their brothers, who all bowed to greet him. In an instant, the sound was deafening, and the momentum was overwhelming. Seeing this, the expressions on Zhou Jinxuan's side changed, and they became very nervous. They recognized the identities of the young men on Chen Fan's side. After hesitating for a few seconds, most of Zhou Jinxuan's underlings ran away. They were all from Jinling University, and usually just hung out with Zhou Jinxian and enjoyed life. Now that they were in crisis, there was no need for them to die with Zhou Jinxian. Before long, Zhou Jinxian was left with only himself and a few trusted confidants. The people who were surrounded became Zhou Jinxian and his group. The offensive and defensive strategies have shifted. Do you still feel like you have a lot of people on your side? Chen Fan asked calmly. Mimi. Zhou Jinxuan's voice trembled with fear. Chen Fan, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. Zhou Jinxian threatened Chen Fan. Chen Fan sneered, not caring at all. Chen Fan, to be honest, I am not Xia Mingming's suitor, nor do I like her. The reason I am bothering her is because someone ordered me to do so. I have a powerful young master from Nanjing behind me. I advise you to think carefully. Left with no other choice, Zhou Jinxian had to tell the truth. I just felt something was wrong. Xia Mingming spoke up, and Zhou Jinshuan's words confirmed her guess. Is someone behind this? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Well, Chen Fan, are you scared now? Now tell your men to get out of here. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't speak, Zhou Jinxian assumed that Chen Fan was afraid, so he reverted to his former arrogance. Scared, Chen Fan gave a look to the members of the supercar club next to him. Tell him to watch his mouth. Understood, Chairman. Leave it to me. Several members of the supercar club rushed over. Two of them restrained Zhou Jinxian, while the other began slapping him repeatedly. In no time at all, Zhou Jinshuan's face was swollen and bruised, looking utterly miserable. Brother Chun, young master Chun, father Chun, grandpa Chun, I was wrong. Zhou Jinxian knelt down in front of Chen Fan, begging for mercy repeatedly. At this moment, he was filled with deep regret. If he had known that Chen Fan was so difficult to deal with, he would never have agreed to that young master's offer. Tell me, who was the one who ordered you to do this? Chen Fan inquired. It's Su Jinsong from the Su family of Jinling. Zhou Jinxian dared not hide it. The Su family? A member of the Su family of Jinling? Chen Fan muttered to himself. By the way, Su Jinsong is Su Yihan's older brother. Zhou Jinxian added. Su Yihan is the direct descendant of the Su family of Jinling who targeted Chen Fan when he brought Xia Mingming to Jinling University to register last time. What did Su Jinsong ask you to do? Chen Fan asked again. Su Jinsong told me to keep harassing Xia Mingming until she couldn't take it anymore and called you out. Then he would find a way to teach you a lesson and avenge his sister Su Yihan. Zhou Jinxian explained. In an instant, Chen Fan understood everything. At that moment, the system suddenly sent out a task. Fight. Temporary mission issued. Give him a taste of his own medicine, lure Su Jinsong out, teach him a lesson, and let him know the consequences of messing with you. Mission reward, 6% of Tiffany Group shares. Task reward, 140 experience points. Looking at the mission, a smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. He liked this mission. The system is indeed very user-friendly. In this way, I cannot teach Su Jinsong a lesson, but I can also easily acquire shares of the Tiffany Group worth 6 billion. It's a double blessing. As for how to deal with Su Jinsong, Chen Fan pondered for a moment, and instantly, he had an idea. Chapter 296 Xia Ruoshui's mysterious gift to Chen Fan. A counter-tactic against a counter-tactic. Contact Su Jinsong immediately and tell him that I have been released and that you have taken me into custody. Tell Su Jinsong to come over right away. Chen Fan gave the order to lure the snake out of its hole. Upon hearing Chen Fan's order, Zhou Jinxian hesitated. This was to deceive young Master Su, and he was somewhat afraid. But when Chen Fan glanced at him, Zhou Jinxian immediately took out his phone, dialed Su Jinsong's number, and told him everything Chen Fan had told him. Really? That's great. I'll be right there. Upon hearing Zhou Jinshuan's good news, Su Jinsong was overjoyed and immediately drove straight to Jinling University. That bastard Chen Fan, that lowly commoner, not only went against the Su family of Jinling, but also dared to target his own sister. This time, he's going to make Chen Fan pay the price, at the very least making Chen Fan stay in the hospital for a few months. Time passed quickly, and after more than 20 minutes, Su Jinsong arrived excitedly at the gate of Jinling University. At that moment, Zhou Jinxian was already waiting there. What's wrong with you? Su Jinsong was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Jinxian with a bruised and swollen face. Young Master Su, Chen Fan is quite skilled. This was left accidentally during our fight, but it doesn't matter. I've already taken Chen Fan under control. Zhou Jinxian explained. Very good, very good. Su Jinsong patted Zhou Jinxian on the shoulder with satisfaction. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you a reward after I've dealt with that lowly Chen Fan. Where is Chen Fanren? Su Jinsong asked eagerly. Oh, just in case. I've already taken him into custody in a villa nearby. Young Master Su, please come with me. With that, Zhou Jinxian led the way. Good. Su Jinsong was eager to get started. Chen Fan, what's the matter? Now you're in my hands, aren't you? Prepare to be tortured. As Su Jinsong walked, he muttered to himself with a smug look on his face. Before long, they arrived at the villa. As soon as they entered, Su Jinsong saw a number of his underlings and Chen Fan sitting on the sofa. Chen Fan, I finally caught you. Su Jinsong could hardly hide his excitement. You dare to oppose the Su family of Jinling, and you dare to offend my sister. Now you're like a fish in a barrel, waiting to be slaughtered. Su Jinsong, with an air of superiority and victory, lectured Chen Fan. If you kneel down, kowtow, beg for mercy, and say that I was wrong and that you are not worthy to be my opponent. Perhaps I will be gentler when I strike you later and let you spend a few less days in the hospital. At this moment, Su Jinsong felt that victory was assured and that he was certain of winning. When you're showing off, can you at least take a look at your own situation first? Chen Fan countered with a question. Oh. Su Jinsong was puzzled. What did Chen Fan mean by this? Out of curiosity, Su Jinsong looked back and saw two henchmen guarding the villa door, preventing anyone from getting out. Wait, why are you sitting on the sofa instead of being tied up? Su Jinsong discovered another question. And why do these underlings look like bodyguards standing next to Chen Fan? Old Zhou. Su Jinsong looked at Zhou Jinxian with a puzzled expression. Let me tell you what happened. Chen Fan spoke calmly. To use your own words, you are now a fish in a barrel, a meat on the chopping block. In an instant, Chen Fan's men took action and tied Su Jinsong up. At this moment, Su Jinsong completely panicked. He understood what was going on. He thought he was very clever and resourceful, but he was easily outmaneuvered by Chen Fan. Su Jinsong felt insulted, which hurt him even more than if Chen Fan had slapped him hard. Zhou Jinxian, how dare you betray me? Su Jinsong roared angrily. Zhou Jinxian dared not look at Su Jinsong, and could only look at Chen Fan. Young Master Chen, did I complete my mission satisfactorily? Very good. Chen Fan nodded. Chen Fan, what are you doing tying me up? Su Jinsong asked nervously. What do you think? Of course, we'd let you stay in the hospital for 6 months for free. Chen Fan smiled kindly. After Chen Fan finished speaking, his henchmen swarmed forward and began punching and kicking Su Jinsong. Su Jinsong finally reaped the bitter fruit of his actions. What does it mean to reap what you sow? Bite. Take his own tricks and teach him a lesson. Let him know the consequences of scheming against him. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 6% of the shares in the Tiffany Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 140 experience points. A mechanical voice announced. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan successfully obtained 140 experience points and shares of the Tiffany Group worth 6 billion. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. In the end, Su Jinsong was beaten so badly that he screamed in agony, and even his arm was broken. Chen Fan turned and left, leaving the rest to them. Brother-in-law, I've caused you trouble. Chen Fan found Xiao Mingming again, and said, feeling very embarrassed. No need to apologize. He was targeting me anyway. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Fan spoke. Su Jinsong's troubles stemmed entirely from his conflict with the Su family of Jinling, and had little to do with Xiao Mingming. Let the Su family be smug for a few more days. Soon, their important business Su's capital group will be finished. They will be heartbroken and devastated when that happens. After parting ways with Xiao Mingming, Chen Fan returned to Jinling City. At noon, Xiao Ruoxue invited Chen Fan to lunch. These past few days, Xiao Ruoxue has been busy with company affairs, and it wasn't until last night that she finally stabilized the company's internal situation. Originally, the problems within their company were incredibly difficult to solve, and the first few people sent by the Xia family spent a long time without being able to resolve them. However, once Xiao Ruoxue arrived, with Chen Fan's help, she resolved the internal issues in a short time, leaving only the external ones to deal with. There's no rush. So whenever she had time, Xiao Ruoxue would immediately invite Chen Fan out for dinner, and today's dinner was different from usual, quite special. Good. Chen Fan agreed. At noon, Chen Fan drove to the Nuyi Western restaurant, which he had previously acquired. A short while later, Xiao Ruoxue also arrived. After Xiao Ruoxue sat down, she didn't rush to eat. Instead, she mysteriously told Chen Fan to close his eyes. Chen Fan was very curious about what Ruoxue was going to do. All right. However, since Ruoxue had said so, Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes and waited. Xiao Ruoxue seemed to take something out of her bag and place it in front of Chen Fan. After placing it properly, Xiao Ruoxue finally spoke. Open your eyes. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes and stared in disbelief at the mysterious gift before him. Chapter 297 The 59 Days of Severing Ties. Reward the most luxurious mansion in Jinling. Before Chen Fan was a ceramic cup, on which was painted a picture of himself and Xiao Ruoxue. I recently learned how to make porcelain, but my painting skills aren't very good yet. Xiao Ruoxue said somewhat shyly. She had previously considered what gift to give Chen Fan, such as an expensive watch or a luxury car, but Chen Fan didn't lack those. Moreover, although she is a member of the Xiao family, she currently only controls a branch of the family in Jinling, and the family status is not high enough. She cannot obtain one of those limited editions worldwide for the time being. So Xiao Ruoxue thought of making a gift herself to express her feelings. During this time, Xiao Ruoxue made 2 porcelain cups by hand, one for herself and one for Chen Fan. She has been busy doing this after get off work these past few days. It's very beautiful. Knowing that Ruoshui had made it herself, Chun Fan replied with a smile. Also, what are those 2 plane tickets under your cup? Chun Fan asked, somewhat surprised. Just now, Chun Fan saw 2 plane tickets under the cup and thought they had some special meaning, so he was quite surprised. This is my plane ticket to Hong Kong Island a few days from now, Xia Ruoshui explained. Since we got together, we've both been busy with various things and rarely get together to enjoy time as a couple, let alone go on a trip. So I bought 2 plane tickets to Hong Kong Island. We should relax a bit. Chun Fan instantly understood Xia Ruoshui's meaning. Indeed, they've never traveled together as a couple before. It would be nice to relax and enjoy some time alone together. I bought some really sexy clothes. Just as Chun Fan was thinking, Xia Ruoshui whispered something in his ear. Chun Fan was taken aback. Do you have time? If not, I'll postpone my flight for a few days. Xia Ruoshui asked. Of course I have time. Chun Fan glanced at the plane tickets and finalized the matter. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Bite. 59th day of severing ties. Reward. The most luxurious mansion in Jinling. Purchase agreement has been placed in your hotel account. Please check. Today's reward was somewhat unexpected for Chun Fan. He never imagined that he would be rewarded with the most luxurious mansion in Jinling. After staying at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Nanjing for a while and seeing so much of Nanjing's night view, it's nice to change things up. In the afternoon, I went to take a look at the first luxury mansion in Nanjing that I had just acquired. After finishing their meal, Chun Fan and Xia Ruoshui left the restaurant. Xia Ruoshui went to the company, and Chun Fan was about to drive to the first luxury mansion in Jinling that he had just acquired when, before he could leave, the restaurant manager suddenly rushed in. Boss, something's happened. Just now, a customer suddenly collapsed while eating. We don't know if he's alive or dead. We've already called for emergency help, and the ambulance is on its way. The person in charge hurriedly reported to Chun Fan. When a restaurant has an incident, it often has a significant impact on its future business, and many restaurants close down as a result. That's why the person in charge was so nervous. He collapsed unconscious? Shall we go take a look? Chun Fan was extremely puzzled. As soon as Chun Fan entered the restaurant, he heard someone shout, "There's something wrong with the food at Nuyi Western Restaurant. My brother ate there and got food poisoning. Is this the famous Nuyi Western Restaurant? The food is problematic. Who would dare to come to a restaurant like this? I will never come here again." The companions who had come with the unconscious man started shouting and calling out. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was crowded. Hearing the shouts, the crowd began to discuss it. Is there something wrong with the food at Nuyi Western Restaurant? Really? I'm too scared to eat it. In an instant, everyone at the scene looked at the table of guests where the incident had occurred. Chun Fan was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? How did it turn into food poisoning? Chun Fan and the person in charge walked over quickly. Everyone, please be quiet. Chun Fan spoke first to stabilize the situation. Quiet. Who are you? And what gives you the right to call me quiet? The unconscious man's companion loudly questioned Chun Fan. This is the owner of our Nuyi Western Restaurant. The person in charge explained. Boss, you're the owner here. What do you suggest we do? Your food at Nuyi Western Restaurant is so expensive, yet there are problems with the food. You don't treat us consumers like human beings at all. The unconscious man's companions questioned Chun Fan. Don't worry, if there really is a problem with the food from our restaurant, we certainly won't shirk our responsibility. Chun Fan guaranteed. Boss, our food is all the freshest. There's no way there could be a problem. The person in charge said to Chun Fan. There shouldn't be any problem. So why is my brother unconscious? It's your restaurant's fault. Everyone should stay away from this terrible restaurant. The unconscious person's companion shouted loudly. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and the unconscious person was carried into it, along with the restaurant manager. As for the food those people just ate, it has also been sent for testing to see if there are any problems. Chun Fan stayed behind, intending to control the situation first. It's still uncertain whether it's a food issue. If it is, then it's a serious problem. Just as Chun Fan finally managed to bring the situation under control, the manager of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel contacted him, saying that there were also problems at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Their guests were also taken to the emergency room. Chun Fan frowned. Something's not right. This is too much of a coincidence. At the same time, both of his businesses ran into problems, and they were the kind of businesses that, once they ran into problems, would cause public opinion problems and have irreparable consequences for his subsequent business. Just as Chun Fan was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. Chun Fan glanced at the number and saw it was an unfamiliar number, but it was a local number from Nanjing. Curious, he answered the phone. The next moment, a voice that Chun Fan never expected came from the other side. Chapter 298 jumps out to provoke Chun Fan and ambushes the Tianhai jewelry exhibition. Is this Mr. Chun Fan? I am Tao Tianhai, The guy who bet on horses with you at President Zhang Bin's racetrack last time. The person on the other end of the phone introduces themselves. In an instant, Chun Fan realized who the other party was. This Nui Western restaurant was one from them. I heard that Mr. Chin's Nui Western restaurant and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel have run into problems. Is there anything I can help you with, Mr. Chin? Please let me know, and I will do my best. Tao Tianhai said, feigning enthusiasm. However, his tone didn't sound like he was there to help. Rather, it sounded like he was gloating and watching a show. After listening to Tao Tianhai's words, Chun Fan fell into deep thought. Last time, Tao Tianhai was furious because he had won the Nui Western restaurant and 5 buildings from him. Now, his former Nui Western restaurant is in trouble. Back then, during the last horse race, Tao Tianhai seemed to know that he was the owner of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Nanjing. Was it you who did this? Chun Fan questioned. Oh dear, what is Mr. Chin saying? I don't understand. Tao Tianhai is trying to cover up his misdeeds. I'm a good person, and I've been actively trying to help Mr. Chun. How could Mr. Chin frame me? Mr. Chin's actions are utterly disheartening. Tao Tianhai spoke in a sarcastic tone, his words dripping with sarcasm. Now, Chun Fan was completely certain that the other party was behind it. This guy is causing trouble, and he's acting all high and mighty in front of me. If Tao Tianhai were in front of Chun Fan would have kicked him long ago. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang in Chun Fan's mind. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Counterattack Tao Tianhai and make him pay the price. Mission reward. 6% of Tiffany Group shares. Task reward. 137 experience points. The system sent a task, just as Chun Fan was studying the new task. I wish Mr. Chin a speedy resolution to the problem, and I hope that the reputation of Nui Western Restaurant and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel will not be seriously affected. After giving Chun Fan a blessing, Tao Tianhai hung up the phone immediately. Ha ha. On the other end of the phone, after hanging up, Tao Tianhai laughed triumphantly, overjoyed. That felt so good. Tao Tianhai was overjoyed. It feels so good to stir up trouble, swagger around in front of the enemy, and have them do nothing about it. Whether it's the Nui Western Restaurant incident or the Ritz-Carlton Hotel incident, it was all Tao Tianhai's doing. The matter at Nui Western Restaurant is easy. After all, he is the former owner, and it can be easily handled with just a few phone calls. He still has trusted confidants left at the restaurant. As for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, it was a bit troublesome, but he bribed a manager at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and the matter was resolved. Chun Fan, I've said it before. Even though you beat me in the horse race, you don't have the ability to swallow the bet. Now you know what karma is, right? Dare to offend me? Tao Tianhai shouted. This is just the beginning. Just you wait. I'm going to completely ruin the reputation of your two businesses and make you lose even more money. If Chun Fan could ruin the reputation of Nui Western Restaurant and the Ritz-Carlton Jinling, his losses would be twice as much as his own. Especially the Ritz-Carlton Nanjing, the #1 ranked hotel in Nanjing. At that time, Chun Fan will definitely be heartbroken and shed tears. Haha. He was really looking forward to that moment. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Come here now. Tao Tianhai gave orders to his men. Meanwhile, Chun Fan also made arrangements. Now, we don't have to wait for the food test results anymore. Since Tao Tianhai is up to something, he must have tampered with the food. If the test results show that the problem lies with the food. For Tao Tianhai, as the former boss, bribing a few people in the kitchen to sabotage the dishes was too easy. Thinking it over, Chun Fan first arranged for the elite team he trusted from the Jiuxiao security group to come and begin investigating Nui Western Restaurant and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in order to find the traitor first. The incidents at Nui Western Restaurant and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel will certainly attract considerable attention. Chun Fan ordered his men to follow up on the unconscious man and the guests at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel to see if they could be bribed to tell the truth. Immediately afterwards, Chun Fan called Zhang Bin's to inquire about Tao Tianhai's personal situation. Tao Tianhai is causing trouble, so he'll definitely retaliate, and he'll make Tao Tianhai pay several times the price. As the saying goes, the best offense is the best defense. Rather than letting Tao Tianhai lead us by the nose because of these two things, we should take the initiative, target Tao Tianhai's businesses first, make him flustered, and reap the losses first. Mr. Chun, Tao Tianhai mainly deals in jewelry and jade. He owns a jewelry company, and in addition, he also has a catering company. Zhang Bin's told Chun Fan what he knew. A jewelry company? Chun Fan's eyes lit up immediately. This is easy to solve. As the first vice president and head of the Asia-Pacific region of Tiffany Company, a world-renowned top jewelry brand, Chun Fan could easily deal with Tao Tianhai's jewelry company. Mr. Zhang, what's the name of Tao Tianhai's jewelry company? Chun Fan inquired. It's called Tianhai Jewelry Company. They have a huge business. Zhang Bin's explained it to Chun Fan in detail. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. After saying his last sentence, Chun Fan hung up the phone and immediately contacted Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific headquarters to prepare to take action against Tianhai Jewelry Company. It is said that Tianhai Jewelry Company is currently holding a jewelry exhibition in Nanjing and has launched some very important new products. These new products are the result of 2 or 3 years of effort, financial investment, and hard work by Tianhai Jewelry Company. Chun Fan was about to make his move on Tianhai Jewelry Company's jewelry exhibition. Chun Fan first found out the exact location of Tianhai Jewelry Company's jewelry exhibition and then rented the space next to it for 450,000 yuan. Byte. Activate the 1000x rebate card. Spend 450,000. Get a rebate of 450 million. At the same time, Chun Fan also used the last bit of the 1000x rebate card and immediately received a rebate of 450 million yuan. After settling that matter, Chun Fan contacted the president of the Tiffany Group to discuss his idea of holding a jewelry exhibition in Nanjing. At first, the president of Tiffany Group hesitated, but when Chun Fan said that he would personally cover all the expenses for the exhibition, the president of Tiffany Group immediately agreed. Chun Fan just received over 400 million, which isn't enough to cover even a jewelry exhibition. After hanging up the phone, he made some other arrangements. In order to snipe Tianhai Jewelry Company's exhibition and make Tao Tianhai pay the price, Chun Fan was very well prepared. After settling everything down, Chun Fan contacted another crucial person. Chapter 299: The Chief Jewelry Designer's Rejection, Zhu Lingyu Sr. This person was none other than Chloe Euphemia, the chief jewelry designer of the Tiffany Group. This time, Tianhai Jewelry Group brought out a lot of jewelry that they had carefully prepared and designed over 2 or 3 years, which really shows their strength. If Chun Fan wanted to snipe them, he naturally had to bring out some high-quality jewelry. Chun Fan was unfamiliar with jewelry design, so he had to ask Chloe Euphemia for help. A few minutes later, Chun Fan contacted Chloe Euphemia herself. She was very polite to Chun Fan, the first vice president. When Chun Fan asked her if she had designed any jewelry that she hadn't shown before, Chloe Euphemia hesitated before saying no. Jewelry designed by this level of designer is very expensive. Each design sketch is worth a fortune, and the other party wouldn't easily produce them. I can buy it from you in my private capacity. Price is negotiable. Chun Fan spoke. Anyway, he already has a lot of shares in the Tiffany Group. In the future, Chun Fan's goal is to become the owner and the largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group. Although he has purchased the designs in his private capacity, he will be able to make money from them when he becomes the owner of the Tiffany Group in the future, so Chun Fan is unlikely to lose money. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. Chloe Euphemia hesitated for a moment, but still refused Chun Fan. Actually, she does have a few good jewelry design sketches, but she plans to keep them for future competitions, as they can create greater value. Besides, the person who wants to buy the jewelry design drawings is just the company's vice president, not the president, so offending him is not a big deal. Alright. The other party refused, and Chun Fan did not persist in pressing the issue, so he hung up the phone. Since that's the case, he has no choice but to think of another way. However, Tianhai Jewelry Company's exhibition starts tomorrow and will last for 3 days. Chun Fan can only successfully snipe the opponent by starting Tiffany Group's exhibition the day after tomorrow at the latest. Now, including today, he only has 2 days left. It's so tight. Since Chloe Euphemia wouldn't help, and Chun Fan didn't know any internationally renowned jewelry designers, he could only look for them domestically. So Chun Fan used his connections to search for them, and even posted about it on his WeChat moments. A dozen minutes later, Chun Fan suddenly received an unexpected phone call. The call was from Zhu Lingyu, the genius girl Chun Fan had previously recruited. Boss, I know a very talented jewelry designer. She's a senior from Peking University who specializes in jewelry design. She's a very nice person and is currently in Nanjing. She perfectly fits your requirements. Zhu Lingyu introduced it to Chun Fan. I've seen some of her jewelry designs. They're very good. She's incredibly talented, but... Zhu Lingyu hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Just what? Tell me. Chun Fan inquired. But my senior sister only graduated from Beijing University a year or 2 ago. She doesn't have any big reputation, hasn't won any international awards, and doesn't have any impressive experiences. The jewelry industry also places great importance on reputation. 2 similar pieces of jewelry, one designed by a famous jewelry designer and the other by an ordinary jewelry designer, could be worlds apart. Designed by a famous jewelry designer, it may win various awards and sell very well in the future because of the designer's high reputation. Designs by ordinary designers would likely only result in ordinary jewelry, extremely mediocre. This isn't just true for the jewelry industry, it's true for other industries as well. That's the harsh reality. I don't care about that. as long as the jewelry design is of high quality. Chen Fan answered. The reputation of the Tiffany Group behind him is enough. As long as the quality is up to standard, that's fine. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee with my integrity that the jewelry designed by my senior is absolutely top-notch. Zhu Lingyu spoke. After spending this time together, Chen Fan still trusted Zhu Lingyu. Since she recommended it and gave such a guarantee, and I don't have a suitable candidate myself, I might as well go and take a look. Your senior sister is also in Jinling, right? Yes, boss. Okay, you contact her first, and we'll go see her in a bit. Chen Fan gave the order. Time is of the essence. I'll drive to Ronka Group right away. See you in 20 minutes. If he's lucky, Chen Fan could not only obtain jewelry that could snipe Tianhai Jewelry Group, but he might even be able to poach a talent. As Chen Fan's business empire expands, he welcomes all kinds of talents without hesitation. Like money, you can never have too much talent. Time flies, and when Chen Fan arrived at Ronka Group, Zhu Lingyu was already waiting downstairs. Zhu Lingyu got on the bus. Boss, I've already contacted my senior classmate. She's at home right now. As she spoke, Zhu Lingyu used her phone to give Chen Fan directions. Around 5 p.m., Chen Fan and Zhu Lingyu arrived at their destination. This is a high-end residential area in Jinling, so it seems that Zhu Lingyu's senior classmate comes from a very well-off family. However, being able to study jewelry design at Peking University means one's family background must be quite good. A few minutes later, Chen Fan met the senior student that Zhu Lingyu had mentioned. This is a typical young woman from the Jiangnan region, dressed in a cheongsam with her long, black hair gently tied up. Although she wears light makeup, it cannot conceal her stunning beauty. She is gentle and graceful. Let me introduce you, boss. This is my senior sister, Xiao Rian. This is my boss, Chen Fan. Zhu Lingyu explained. Boss Chen. Xiao Rian greeted Chen Fan politely, but maintained a certain distance. Chen Fan nodded. Designer Xiao, you probably already know why I'm here. Chen Fan got straight to the point. Yes, Lingyu has already told me. Xiao Rian nodded. Xiao Rian has been unable to find a suitable job, and she also longs to meet a patron who appreciates her work. Zhu Lingyu had strongly recommended it to her, which is why Xiao Rian agreed. Mr. Chen, I have a question, but I'm not sure if it's convenient for me to ask. Xiao Rian suddenly spoke. Chapter 300 The number 1 super mansion in the country, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Can. Chen Fan nodded. Mr. Chen, may I ask which jewelry company you work for? Xiao Rian asked curiously. Zhu Lingyu was unaware of the situation, which is why she hadn't told Xiao Rian before. Now that they were going to cooperate, Xiao Rian was bound to want to know the other party's identity. Oh, I work for the Tiffany Group. Chen Fan explained. Tiffany Group? Upon hearing the name, Xiao Rian's expression changed slightly, as if she felt a little resistant. After graduating from Imperial University, Xiao Rian applied for a job at Tiffany Company, but was rejected by Tiffany Company because she had no work experience and had not won any awards. Xiao Rian was speechless. She had just graduated and had no work experience to begin with, so she couldn't help but retort. As a result, the Tiffany Group's interviewer immediately made sarcastic remarks and said that Xiao Rian would never be hired by the Tiffany Group, which made Xiao Rian have a very bad impression of the Tiffany Group. At this moment, Xiao Rian felt a little resistant. Senior, what's wrong? Noticing the change in Xiao Rian's expression, Zhu Lingyu asked curiously. Xiao Rian then explained the interview process. Mr. Chen, the interviewer back then seemed to be a leader from the Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region. Now that you want to cooperate with me, I'm afraid he might be unhappy about it. Xiao Rian said. Displeased? If he dares to be displeased, he doesn't need to come to work tomorrow. Chen Fan spoke calmly. Oh, Mr. Chen, may I ask your position at Tiffany Company? Xiao Rian asked curiously. It's not easy to fire a high-ranking official from the Tiffany region. I am the second largest shareholder and first vice president of the Tiffany Group. Oh, and by the way, I am also the head of the Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region. Chen Fan calmly replied. As long as you're with us, no one in the Tiffany Group will dare say a word. Upon learning Chen Fan's identity, Xiao Rian's eyes widened in disbelief. Forget about his impressive titles as the second largest shareholder and first vice president of the Tiffany Group. In Xiao Rian's eyes, the mere fact that he is the head of the Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific region already makes him an unapproachable figure. Now that she had no worries, Xiao Rian invited Chen Fan into her studio and brought out several pieces of jewelry that she had designed and made. These pieces of jewelry represent the culmination of Xiao Rian's 4 years of hard work during university. Upon seeing these pieces of jewelry, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. They were so beautiful. Even someone like him who doesn't know much about jewelry couldn't help but admire it. Moreover, the gemstones used in these pieces of jewelry are not the most precious kind. They are rather ordinary. If the gemstones and diamonds used in these pieces were replaced with top-quality ones, they would be even more perfect and magnificent. At this moment, Chen Fan completely believed what Zhu Lingyu said. Her senior was indeed very strong. Is there anything else? Chen Fan inquired. There are a few more. Afterwards, Xiao Rian brought out several pieces of jewelry that she had designed and completed long ago, which were also quite nice. Looking at these pieces of jewelry, Chen Fan's confidence in ambushing Tianhai Jewelry Company's exhibition increased significantly. If I can find you higher quality gemstones and diamonds, can you replace your old ones? Chen Fan inquired. Sure. Xiao Rian nodded. How long will it take to replace all of these? It should take about 1 or 2 days. A smile immediately appeared on Chen Fan's face. That's even better. I'll buy all of your jewelry. In addition, I can hire you to work as a designer at Tiffany Company. Chen Fan extended an olive branch to the other party. Chen Fan naturally wanted to bring such talent into his camp. Xiao Rian was somewhat tempted, but did not agree immediately. If you perform well in the future, I might even promote you to the position of chief jewelry designer at Tiffany Company. Chen Fan spoke. Every boss needs an obedient employee. Chen Fan is not entirely satisfied with the current chief jewelry designer at Tiffany Company. As the company's second largest shareholder, he spent his own money to buy it, and was even willing to pay a high price, but the other party refused. Such an unruly employee is not good. Once I become the owner of the Tiffany Group in the future, I definitely won't keep it. Chief jewelry designer of the Tiffany Group. Xiao Rian's breathing became rapid for a moment. It's worth noting that Tiffany Company, as a world-class jewelry brand, has a chief jewelry designer who is likely a prominent figure in the global jewelry industry. Previously, she had never even dared to dream of such a high position. How? Chen Fan inquired. Senior, just trust me. Our boss is really great. Working with him will definitely help you achieve your ambitions. Zhu Lingyu also chimed in to help. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I agree. Xiao Rian gritted her teeth and finally agreed to Chen Fan's request. Okay, congratulations on making the right choice. The two sides shook hands and reached an agreement. With this, Chen Fan not only solved the new jewelry problem, but also expanded the talent pool for his business empire, a double win. With Xiao Rian's impressive jewelry pieces, along with other pieces from the Tiffany Group, successfully targeting Tianhai Jewelry Group is practically a done deal. Subsequently, Chen Fan contacted someone and purchased a batch of top-quality gemstones and diamonds. With these top-quality diamonds and gemstones replacing the ordinary diamonds and gemstones in Xiao Rian's jewelry, the quality of those pieces will be elevated to a higher level. Chen Fan told her to hurry up and get it done as soon as possible. Leave it to me. Xiao Rian promised that she would be working overtime tonight. That evening, to thank Zhu Lingyu for her help, Chen Fan treated her to dinner. After the meal, Chen Fan parted ways with Zhu Lingyu. The afternoon's busy work finally came to an end at this moment. Chen Fan relaxed. It's time to go and see my own mansion, the most luxurious in Nanjing. With that, Chen Fan drove straight to the reward he received from the system, today, the most luxurious mansion in Jinling. The system reward for the most luxurious mansion in Jinling is Villa number 8 in the famous Zhujiangtang Villa district of Jinling. In 2014, Huyang Hall was selected as one of the top 10 super luxury residences in Asia and ranked third. At the same time, Zhujiangtang was also the number 1 super mansion in the Great Xia continent back then. Over the years, many top-tier luxury residences have been built in China, and Zhujiangtang is no longer the number 1 in the country, but it still ranks among the top 10 super luxury residences in Asia and is number 1 in Nanjing. And now, the system is rewarding Chen Fan with the best villa, number 8, in the Zhujiangtang villa area. Around 8 p.m., Chen Fan finally arrived at his destination. But as soon as he stopped the car, the scene before him immediately caught Chen Fan's attention. Chapter 3:01 The powerful middle-aged noblewoman. Chen Fan's villa being seized. There are people in my villa ahead. No, to be more precise, there was someone in the front yard of his own villa. The villa that the system rewarded Chen Fan with was extremely large, with a front yard and a backyard, both of which were typical Jiangnan garden designs with extremely beautiful scenery. The front gate has been demolished. The front yard of Chen Fan's villa has been taken over by his neighbor. The two villas adjacent to Zhujiangtang were both separated by a not-too-high wall in front of their yards. However, at this moment, the wall of Chen Fan's villa, as well as the wall of the neighboring villa, had been demolished. The neighboring house combined the front yards of two villas into one. At this moment, a middle-aged lady was chatting with several friends in the pavilion in the front yard of Chen Fan's villa. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Good heavens, this is too outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that the main gate of the villa inside is a bank-grade explosion-proof door, the interior of the villa would probably have been occupied by the neighbors. This is outrageous. And what is the property management company doing here? Chen Fan walked straight over. Who are you, barging into our yard? As soon as Chen Fan took a few steps, the middle-aged noblewoman in the pavilion loudly stopped him. Your yard? Chen Fan sneered. It's rare to see someone so shameless. Your yard is quite big. It's different from other people's villas. Chen Fan countered with a question. Chen Fan had pinpointed the problem, and the middle-aged woman's expression changed slightly. She asked arrogantly, My yard is only this big, what's it to you? After the middle-aged lady finished speaking, her guests also chimed in to help. A busybody. Even the property management of Zhujiangtang doesn't dare to get involved. Who gave you the audacity to meddle in other people's business? Exactly. Even when the property manager comes, he has to greet Mrs. He with utmost respect. Who do you think you are? When questioned, Chen Fan responded domineeringly. I'm the owner of Villa Number 8 in Zhujiangtang. Do you think I can't interfere? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, both the middle-aged lady and her guests were immediately embarrassed. You say you're the owner here, so you are. What proof do you have? The middle-aged noblewoman questioned Chen Fan. This villa, number 8, has been empty for nearly 10 years without anyone living there. This is why she dares to openly occupy the yard of Villa Number 8 while living in the adjacent Villa Number 9. There are rumors that the owner of this villa was a powerful figure, but he has already been detained for questioning, while others say he has fled abroad, and so on. When did the owner of Villa Number 8 return? Evidence. This is the evidence. Chen Fan took out the purchase document that the system rewarded him with. He had specifically gone back to the hotel to get it before coming here, since it was his first time here and he wanted to prove it. Now, the middle-aged lady no longer had any doubts. So what if you own this villa? What kind of attitude is that? The middle-aged woman spoke unreasonably, beginning to criticize Chen Fan for his bad attitude. After saying that, the middle-aged lady and several friends got up and walked towards her Villa Number 9. Slow. Did I tell you to leave? Chen Fan stepped forward and blocked the way out. They demolished the gate and wall of my villa, occupied my front yard, and think they can just leave like that? Does such kindness even exist in the world? Chen Fan countered with a question. You've gone too far. Do you even know who Madam He is? How dare you stop her? Do you even want to stay in Jinling anymore? The middle-aged ladies, who were guests, angrily rebuked Chen Fan. Oh, what is her identity? Chen Fan countered with a dismissive question. What is your identity? Mrs. He's husband is none other than Mr. He Kanyuan, a big shot in Jinling. A guest gave a grand introduction. Mrs. He also showed an expression of great pride. He Kanyuan? I don't know him. Is he very capable? Chen Fan shook his head. Oh, you don't even recognize Mr. He Kanyuan? You don't even know Boss He? How did you manage to get by in Nanjing? The guests were quite surprised, not expecting that Chen Fan didn't even recognize Boss He. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, none of you are leaving here. Chen Fan spoke with an air of dominance. After a busy afternoon, Chen Fan was just about to relax at his newly acquired mansion when this happened. Moreover, it was clearly this middle-aged noblewoman's fault, yet she was shameless and unreasonable. Since that's the case, then don't blame Chen Fan for being impolite. Fine, you said it yourself, you just wait. The middle-aged noblewoman looked at Chen Fan with an arrogant air. After saying that, she called her husband, He Kanyuan, directly. He Kanyuan was drinking and socializing with some friends when he suddenly received a call from his wife. At first, He Kanyuan didn't think much of it, but after hearing what his wife said, he became furious. What? That guy actually dared to stop you from leaving? That's outrageous. You wait, I'm going back right now to see who dares to oppose me. He Kanyuan. In Jinling. He Kanyuan was furious and stood up abruptly. Several friends asked He Kanyuan what was wrong. They had just started drinking. He Kanyuan gave a brief explanation. Why would I oppose you, old man? Let's go, brothers. Let's go see who's so bold. Once things are resolved, we'll continue drinking at your place. In the end, several friends surrounded He Kanyuan and they left together. While He Kanyuan was returning to Zhujiangtang Villa, the property manager of Zhujiangtang also learned about the matter and rushed over to mediate. Mr. Chun, I am truly sorry about this. How about this? Our property management will take care of fixing everything for you and compensate you for all your losses. Can you let Mrs. He leave? The property manager spoke. He dared not offend Madam He, nor did he want to offend Chen Fan, the new homeowner, so he had no choice but to do so. Can I? No. Chen Fan refused outright. Seeing that Chen Fan refused, the property manager stepped forward again, walked to Chen Fan's side, and whispered, Mr. Chun, Mrs. He's husband, Mr. He, is really powerful. He even knows the developer of our Zhujiangtang. Offending him is definitely not a wise choice, and you may even pay the price. You should take my advice and swallow your anger. It would be better to let things go. The property manager was telling the truth. Mr. He is someone we can't afford to offend. Swallow this insult. Chen Fan was amused. On what grounds? Before the property manager could answer, several luxury business cars drove up from a distance and stopped in front of the villa. Immediately afterwards, He Kanyuan and several friends came down. Who's the blind fool who dares to stop my wife? As soon as he got out of the car, He Kanyuan questioned him aggressively. Chapter 302 Chen Fan's many terrifying identities are exposed, and the big shot in Jinling is frightened. It's him. Boss He, it's this guy. Mrs. He's guests pointed at Chen Fan and said loudly. Seeing her husband arrive, Mrs. He's smile widened even more. If you dare to stop me, it will be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. She couldn't wait to see Chen Fan bow down and apologize to her, looking utterly humble. He Kanyuan's gaze fell on Chen Fan. You? He Kanyuan looked Chen Fan up and down with a disdainful expression. He thought Chen Fan was someone with a powerful background. So all this is just some young kid around 20 years old. He Kanyuan looked at Chen Fan with disdain and said arrogantly, Kid, you dare to go against me? You've got some nerve. As He Kanyuan spoke, he swaggered toward Chen Fan. Before he could take 2 steps, a figure suddenly jogged past him. He Kanyuan turned his head and saw that the person jogging was his friend, Luo Hongxing, a wealthy man from Nanjing. Luo Hongxing's move surprised He Kanyuan. In their circle, Luo Hongxing was known for being a slowpoke, doing everything at a leisurely pace. What happened to him now? Could it be that he wants something from me, so he went over to teach this kid a lesson for me? He Kanyuan made his own guess. Amidst the questioning gazes of He Kanyuan and several other wealthy men, Luo Hongxing strode up to Chen Fan and grabbed his hand. Mr. Chen, it's been a long time. Luo Hongxing shook hands with Chen Fan with a hint of ingratiation. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. Something's not right. Luo Hongxing was also a wealthy man in Jinling, with a status no lower than He Kanyuan's. How could such a high-ranking figure be so humble in front of this young man? Everyone was very puzzled. Oh, it's Mr. Luo. Hello. Chen Fan recalled that this Mr. Luo Hongxing was one of the guests invited by Zhang Benzai during the horse race. The two met at that horse race and exchanged contact information, never expecting to run into each other here. It's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Chen. He's still full of energy and looks very handsome. Luo Hongxing began to praise Chen Fan. Old Luo, what are you doing? He Kanyuan couldn't help but come over and question him. You are a wealthy and influential man in Jinling. How can you be so humble towards this kid? He Kanyuan was extremely dissatisfied. He had just had a conflict with this kid, and then he turned around to find his friend fawning over him. How could he not be furious? Old He, how dare you speak to Boss Chen like that? However, to He Kanyuan's even greater surprise, after he finished speaking, Luo Hongxing turned his head and began to blame him. Do you even know who Mr. Chen is? How dare you be so rude? Luo Hongxing countered with a question. What identity? He's just the owner of Villa Number 8. So what? He Kanyuan gave a dismissive reply. Let me tell you, Mr. Chen is the second largest shareholder and vice president of the Tiffany Group. Luo Hongxing gave a serious introduction. Luo Hongxing's words caused an uproar throughout the room. Everyone stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. He's the second largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group? He Kanyuan swallowed hard, his face turning even paler. As for the arrogant Madame He, after learning Chen Fan's identity, she froze on the spot, as if she were a stone statue. Moreover, Mr. Chen is also the owner of Patek Philippe and the chairman of Ronca Group. Luo Hongxing then introduced several of Chen Fan's identities that he knew, all of which Zhang Benzai had told him about during the horse racing. Gurgle, gurgle. He Kanyuan was completely terrified. Being the second largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group is already quite an impressive position. If you add his identities as the owner of Patek Philippe and the chairman of Ronca Group, it becomes even more terrifying. Old He, why don't you apologize to Boss Chen? Luo Hongxing gave He Kanyuan a look, indicating that he was helping him. He Kanyuan immediately understood, so he hurriedly and respectfully walked up to Chen Fan, bowing and apologizing in a slightly trembling voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was being presumptuous just now. I didn't know who you were. Please forgive me. If even her husband is like this, then Madam He must be even worse off. Madam He quickly came over and bowed to Chen Fan in utmost humility, apologizing. Mrs. He's guests were quite frightened and apologized to her. Do you only realize you were wrong now? Chen Fan countered with a question. He Kanyuan glared angrily at his wife and slapped her hard across the face. If she hadn't caused trouble, this situation wouldn't have happened. Mrs. He covered her face. Although she had been hit, she dared not utter a single complaint. If she had known this would happen, she really shouldn't have offended him. It turns out that this was the biggest mistake she ever made. Mr. Chen, it's my fault for not disciplining her properly. This spendthrift woman offended you. I deserve to die. He Kanyuan continued, looking apologetic. I need an explanation. Chen Fan glanced at the garden that had been taken over. Seeing this, He Kanyuan had an even bigger headache. Damn it. How could he have forgotten this most troublesome thing? Mr. Chun, it's my fault. I noticed that no one was at Villa number 8. I'm sorry. Here's what we'll do. I'll send someone right away to fix everything as quickly as possible and compensate you 10 times the amount of your losses. He Kanyuan's attempt at an answer. Chen Fan remained silent. If the other party had acted this way at the beginning, he would have considered it, but now. What? Old He, you actually dare to occupy Mr. Chen's house? That's outrageous. However, since you have already connected the yards of the 2 villas, then you can give your yards and houses to Mr. Chun. Luo Hongxing offered an idea. Mrs. He was extremely distressed. Did they give their villa to this Mr. Chen? This villa is her favorite one. Although He Kanyuan was also very reluctant, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Yes, Mr. Chun, since the 2 villas have been combined, I'll give you mine as a token of my apology. Now that he has offended Mr. Chun, he dares not live next to Mr. Chen anymore. In addition, He Kanyuan suggested another idea in order to quell Chun Fan's anger. Chapter 303 60th Day of Severing Ties, rewarding the world's top 10 hotel groups. Mr. Yi, your villa is too old, and the interior decoration must be very outdated and uncomfortable to live in. Later, I will spend a lot of money to hire top interior designers to redesign and renovate the 2 villas. At the same time, I will hire professional landscape designers to design the front and backyards of the 2 villas into one, and finally combine the 2 villas into one large villa, which will be more convenient for you to live in. He Kanyuan added. Hearing her husband's words from the side, Mrs. He felt even more distressed. If we do things the way my husband suggested, the cost of renovating both villas and all the other expenses will probably be no less than buying just one villa. They're going to lose so much money all at once. Why didn't you apologize earlier? There was no need for this. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Originally, all they needed to do was sincerely apologize to Chen Fan, restore everything, and compensate him for his losses. I estimate they might not even have 1/10, no, even 1/20th, of their current wealth. But now, who told them to seek their own death? Now look what's happened. They're going to have to spend so much money. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Madam He immediately felt extremely pained and regretted it immensely. Mr. Chun is right. It was my fault. I was blind to your greatness. Mrs. He apologized to Chen Fan. At that moment, she wanted to slap herself a few times. Was she crazy? Although he can no longer live in the villa for the time being, he has acquired another one, which nearly doubles the size of his original villa. Chen Fan has made a great deal. Hurry up. Chen Fan urged him on, then drove away and returned to the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton. Time flies, and the jewelry exhibition of Tianhai Jewelry Company officially began the next morning. Tao Tianhai had prepared a lot for this jewelry exhibition and had done a lot of publicity in advance. As a result, on the first day, countless people came to visit, crowding the huge exhibition hall. Looking at the packed exhibition hall, Tao Tianhai's smile never stopped. These past few days have been truly wonderful. Tao Tianhai sighed. Yesterday, he taught Chen Fan a lesson and even called Chun Fan to make sarcastic remarks, thus getting his revenge. Today, the jewelry exhibition that his company has worked so hard to prepare is about to be a great success, and it will definitely sell like hotcakes, with a steady stream of funds flowing into his pocket. These are all good things. Tao Tianhai even hummed a song happily. Chen Fan must be suffering right now, trying to figure out how to solve all sorts of problems. He's going against me. Doesn't he even know who he is? Tao Tianhai was leading his men on a patrol when he noticed something happening in the adjacent exhibition hall. Tao Tianhai became curious. What are you doing over there? Tao Tianhai asked his subordinates. Boss, I'm not sure either. It seems like they're going to be doing some kind of exhibition. The subordinate replied. Why would they hold an exhibition right next to us? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Tao Tianhai smiled smugly. Our exhibition hall will be packed with people, while the one next door will be almost empty. The owner of the exhibition hall next door will be furious. Tao Tianhai mocked. It's good that there are exhibitions nearby. They provide a good contrast and highlight the success of our jewelry exhibition. Tao Tianhai added that he was even looking forward to the start of the exhibition next door, hoping it would serve as a supporting element to his own exhibition. As for the neighboring exhibition threatening his jewelry exhibition, Tao Tianhai never even considered that possibility. Looking at the crowds at their jewelry exhibition, was it even possible? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was also making arrangements. As long as everything was prepared, their Tiffany Group jewelry exhibition might be able to start this afternoon. With the name Tiffany right there, there's no need to worry about a lack of visitors. In fact, a little promotion will attract even more people to come and visit. Now, we're just waiting for everything to be ready. While waiting for news, Chen Fan used his money power to temporarily resolve the issues at New Yi Western Restaurant and the Ritz-Carlton. Around 10 a.m., Today's rewards suddenly arrived ahead of schedule. Bite. On the 60th day of severing ties, you are awarded 6 shares of Intercontinental Hotels Group, one of the world's top 10 hotel groups, making you the 6th largest shareholder of Intercontinental Hotels Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Intercontinental Hotels Group, one of the world's top 10 hotel groups. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Intercontinental Hotels Group is an extremely large global hotel company with more than 4,500 hotels in more than 100 countries around the world, with more than 600,000 rooms. Intercontinental hotels can also be found in major cities in China. For example, the Intercontinental Beijing, the Intercontinental Shanghai, and the Intercontinental Hong Kong are all top-tier 5-star hotels that are very popular among wealthy people in China. Intercontinental Hotels Group is an absolute leader in the global hotel industry. More importantly, Intercontinental Hotels Group has a market capitalization of 120 billion, and the Intercontinental Hotels Group's 6 shares awarded by the system are worth 7.2 billion. As expected of the 60th day since I obtained the system, the reward is indeed generous. Chen Fan said with a smile, in a very good mood. Suddenly, his net worth skyrocketed by more than 7 billion, and he became the 6th largest shareholder of the Intercontinental Hotels Group, which has a market value of 120 billion. It would be hard for Chen Fan not to be happy. Another heavyweight industry has been added to Chen Fan's business empire. Just as Chen Fan was feeling joyful, another piece of good news arrived. Xiao Rian called Chen Fan. She hadn't slept all night and finally replaced all the jewelry she had designed with the top quality diamonds and gemstones arranged by Chen Fan. Xiao Rian also sent Chen Fan several revised renderings, which were indeed quite good. The addition of these top-quality diamonds and gemstones elevated the level of the jewelry pieces designed by Xiao Rian to a new level. 2 of them, in particular, are of a very high quality. You did a great job, I'm very satisfied. Don't worry, I will arrange an important position for you at the Tiffany Group's Asia-Pacific headquarters. Chen Fan spoke, as a reward for Xiao Rian's diligence. If you perform well and achieve good results, the position of Chief Jewelry Designer at Tiffany Company will be yours. Chen Fan continued. As a boss, Chen Fan's ability to motivate his employees is getting stronger and stronger. Many bosses motivate their employees by making empty promises, but Chen Fan delivers on his promises. Thank you, boss, thank you. Xiao Rian was deeply moved to receive such recognition from a talent scout, like Boss Chen. Deliver the jewelry to the studio and then go to rest. Leave the rest to me. Chen Fan made the arrangements. With the jewelry deal mostly settled, Chen Fan then inquired about the exhibition hall. Since last night, the exhibition hall staff have been working overtime without a moment's rest. With Chen Fan's money-making abilities at their disposal, the preparations were almost complete. Boss, everything was done around 1 p.m. The person in charge of the exhibition hall reported to Chen Fan. All right, our Tiffany Group jewelry exhibition will officially begin at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Chen Fan immediately gave the order. Everything is ready. 2 p.m. is the time to officially ambush Tianhai Jewelry Group. After arranging all that, Chen Fan still had one important thing to do. Chapter 304 Chen Fan's Other Purpose. Intercepting Tianhai Jewelry Company. The jewelry exhibition is almost over. All that's left is promotion. Since the start date of the jewelry exhibition was not yet set, Chen Fan couldn't promote it in advance. Now that everything is settled and the date is confirmed, things are finally done. The official promotion has begun. Chen Fan began to use all available resources to promote the news of the Tiffany Group jewelry exhibition throughout Nanjing and even the whole country. This time, Chen Fan attached great importance to it not only because he wanted to target Tianhai Jewelry Company and make Tianhai pay the price, but also because he really intended to take the opportunity to promote the Tiffany Group and increase its influence and brand awareness. Although Tiffany Company is a world-class jewelry brand, it still faces several competitors, such as Bulgari. This idea came to Chen Fan yesterday, after he saw several of Xiao Rian's works. Xiao Rian's works are really good, especially some of them, which are perfect. Now that the jewelry exhibition has opened, why not take this opportunity to promote Tiffany Company, increase its influence and brand awareness, and thus boost its sales? Chen Fan is currently the second largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group, and will later become the largest shareholder and the owner of Tiffany. The higher Tiffany's sales figures, the higher his income and the higher his net worth. It would be a win-win situation, both targeting Tianhai Jewelry Company and enhancing one's own social standing. Besides the resources Chen Fan has, Tiffany Group, as a top jewelry brand, also has its own promotional channels. Under Chen Fan's orders, Tiffany Group's publicity channels also began to take action. Soon, the news that the Tiffany Jewelry exhibition would start at 2 p.m. spread, and more people found out. After lunch, Chen Fan went to the Tiffany Jewelry showroom. Looking at the endless stream of visitors at the jewelry exhibition of Tianhai Jewelry Company next door, a strange smile appeared on Chun Fan's face. Tao Tianhai, let you gloat for a while longer. Once your Tiffany Group's jewelry exhibition starts, let's see if you'll still be laughing. Chun Fan toured his showroom to check for any issues with the details. Because of Tiffany's brand effect, many fans had already arrived outside the exhibition hall before 2 p.m. As consumers and fans of Tiffany, their spending power is far beyond that of tourists from Tianhai Jewelry Company. Gradually, more and more people gathered outside the exhibition hall. When the time came, as Chun Fan announced the start, the crowd began to pour into the exhibition hall. For a time, the number of visitors in the Tiffany booth was no less than the number in the Tianhai Jewelry booth. Moreover, because Tiffany's booth was in a better location than Tianhai Jewelry Company's, some visitors who had been attracted by Tianhai Jewelry Company's jewelry exhibition immediately forgot about Tianhai Jewelry Company's exhibition and rushed into Tiffany's exhibition when they saw the prestigious Tiffany Jewelry exhibition here. Tiffany's jewelry exhibition easily overshadowed Tianhai Jewelry's exhibition. Before long, the number of people in the showroom of the neighboring Tianhai Jewelry Company dwindled. Just over an hour later, the number of people in the Tianhai Jewelry Company showroom was less than a third of what it had been in the morning. The person in charge of Tianhai Jewelry Group panicked and immediately contacted the boss, Tao Tianhai. What did you say? The Tiffany Company jewelry exhibition is going on next door, and it's already started? Tao Tianhai, who was eating out, was somewhat bewildered. Tao Tianhai didn't even eat dinner. He drove straight back. When he arrived at the exhibition hall, looked at the people in his own exhibition hall, and then looked at the people in the Tiffany Group exhibition hall next door, his face immediately turned extremely ugly. Now, their own showroom is less than a quarter the size of others. In the morning, he thought the exhibition hall next door was there to be a supporting role, to set him off. I never imagined that he would end up being the supporting character, the stepping stone. Boss, what should we do? Boss, if this continues, all the jewelry exhibition that the company has been preparing for so long will be wasted. The management of Tianhai Jewelry Company was in complete disarray, and they all asked their boss what to do. Let's go in and see how good Tiffany's exhibition is this time. Tao Tianhai spoke. He wanted to find out what was going on with the other party. Tao Tianhai and several of his confidants also arrived at the Tiffany showroom. When Tao Tianhai saw the most popular pieces of jewelry, he sighed deeply, feeling somewhat ashamed of himself. The designers at Tiffany Company are truly amazing. Huh? Chun Fan, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Tao Tianhai noticed Chun Fan not far away and was quite surprised. You didn't come here to apologize to me, did you? Now do you know the consequences of offending me? At this moment, Tao Tianhai stopped pretending and looked at Chun Fan with an arrogant and victorious air. He mistakenly believed that Chun Fan had been thoroughly humiliated by him and had come to surrender and admit defeat. Now he's going to thoroughly humiliate and disgust Chun Fan. Why am I here too? I should be asking you that. Chun Fan retorted. What do you mean? Tao Tianhai was somewhat confused. What do you mean? This is my jewelry exhibition, on my turf. You're asking me why I'm here. Chun Fan asked in return. Your jewelry exhibition? Isn't this a jewelry exhibition by the Tiffany Group? Tao Tianhai countered with a question. No, you're from the Tiffany Group? Tao Tianhai exclaimed in surprise. No, Tiffany is mine. I am the second largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group. Chun Fan made the stipulation with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tao Tianhai's heart skipped a beat, and his spirits plummeted to the bottom. Upon learning Chun Fan's identity, Tao Tianhai's mind went blank, and he was somewhat bewildered. You are a shareholder of the Tiffany Group? Chapter 305 Tao Tianhai's final killing move. Chun Fan's different idea. Yes. Chun Fan nodded slightly. Yes. Chun Fan is indeed a shareholder of the Tiffany Group. In that instant, Tao Tianhai was utterly astonished. At the same time, he felt a sense of foreboding, realizing something was wrong. He had just dealt with Chun Fan, and then Chun Fan, along with the Tiffany Group, opened a jewelry exhibition right next to his place. It goes without saying what Chun Fan is going to do. He's definitely going to deal with me. Although my own Tianhai Jewelry Company has developed well in recent years, it is still far behind the prestigious Tiffany Group. What, Mr. Tao? Are you trying to steal my jewelry exhibition techniques? Chun Fan spoke. Who cares? Tao Tianhai stubbornly replied, and immediately left with his men. On the way back, Tao Tianhai's mind raced as he racked his brains for a solution. He would never admit defeat. He was determined to prove himself. Don't think that just because you're a shareholder of Tiffany Group, I, Tao Tianhai, will be afraid of you. Dream on. Back in his exhibition hall, Tao Tianhai was surprised to find that there were fewer people there than before, not even a fifth as many as at noon. Tao Tianhai felt extremely troubled. What do you think we should do now? How do we compete with Tiffany next door? Tao Tianhai couldn't think of a solution for the time being. so he asked his trusted confidants for advice. The confidants looked at each other, feeling somewhat confident in competing with other companies, but they had little confidence in competing with Tiffany. Boss, don't you know a lot of people? Why don't you see if there's any big shot who can help you? A trusted confidant whispered a suggestion. Help? Tao Tianhai frowned. Yes, preferably from the entertainment industry. In terms of brand, we can't compete with Tiffany Group, but if we can invite a few big stars, their influence will be terrifying. As long as we can invite celebrities, there will definitely be fans coming to see them, and the number of visitors to our jewelry exhibition will definitely increase exponentially. Tao Tianhai's confidant offered advice. Hey, that's a good suggestion. Tao Tianhai's eyes lit up. He really liked the suggestion. Coincidentally, he knew a big shot in the entertainment industry who could pay him to find some big stars to attract more fans for him. Once he had an idea, Tao Tianhai immediately took action. More than half an hour later, Tao Tianhai hung up the phone with a smile. He spent a lot of money and successfully invited several well-known celebrities. Tomorrow, these celebrities will come to support the event, and the popularity of their jewelry exhibition will definitely increase rapidly. Even if Tiffany were next door, they wouldn't be a match for them. Chun Fan, let's see how arrogant you are tomorrow. Tao Tianhai sneered, waiting to see Chun Fan cry tomorrow. Meanwhile, news of Chun Fan organizing a jewelry exhibition in Jinling also reached Tiffany Group's overseas headquarters. Chloe Euphemia, the chief jewelry designer for the Tiffany Group, also heard the news. Chloe Euphemia was initially taken aback, then looked disdainful. A jewelry exhibition that is suddenly held like this is unlikely to have any good results. Chloe Euphemia was incredibly confident. Every time Tiffany Company holds a jewelry exhibition, they prepare for a long time, and the results are not always good. How could such a suddenly held exhibition possibly have any good results? Moreover, in previous jewelry exhibitions, I, as the chief jewelry designer, always had several of my top-notch and impressive pieces as the grand finale. Now that I have rejected Vice President Chun, without my own pieces to headline the show, Vice President Chin's jewelry exhibition is even less likely to be a success. Hearing Chloe Euphemia's analysis, most of the design department agreed and were not optimistic about Chun Fan's jewelry exhibition. However, some people support Chun Fan. Let's wait for the results in a few days. Looking at this small group of employees who supported Chun Fan, Chloe Euphemia sneered, full of confidence. Time flies, and the jewelry exhibition ended that day. Chun Fan had won his first battle, stealing almost 80–90% of the audience from Tianhai Jewelry Company. If the exhibition continues at this pace for the next 2 days, Chun Fan's jewelry exhibition will have a high success rate. That night, Chun Fan had a good night's sleep. The next morning, as Tao Tianhai had been eagerly anticipating, the big stars arrived one after another. This time, Tao Tianhai spent money to invite 4 celebrities, 3 of whom were female celebrities, and all of them were popular actresses who were very beautiful. With the appearance of these celebrities, the Tianhai Jewelry Company's exhibition instantly became incredibly popular. The 3 beautiful female celebrities, in particular, attracted the attention of many male viewers. Even those inside the Tiffany booth, upon hearing that beautiful female celebrities had appeared next door, quickly left Tiffany's booth and headed to the Tianhai Jewelry Company's booth next door. Before long, the number of visitors to Tianhai Jewelry Company's booth surpassed that of Tiffany's booth. Seeing that there were more than twice as many audience members as yesterday, Tao Tianhai smiled especially brightly. If there weren't too little space in the exhibition hall, there would be even more people inside now. Can't you see? There's already a long queue outside the exhibition hall. Chun Fan, you're still too green to fight me. Tao Tianhai muttered sarcastically. Moreover, these are just a few big stars who have only been here for a short time. If they stay any longer, their popularity will really explode this afternoon. His jewelry exhibition will also be a huge hit. The more Tao Tianhai thought about it, the happier he became. Chun Fan also arrived, having heard his subordinates report. They invited celebrities? Chun Fan spoke indifferently. This tactic was nothing to Chun Fan. Especially for Chun Fan, the boss of Xinjia Film and Television Group. Inviting celebrities is just a matter of a word, isn't it? Which celebrities did they invite? Chun Fan asked his subordinates. The subordinate immediately reported. Chun Fan instantly understood. In that case, he'll invite an even more famous celebrity. However, the celebrities Chun Fan wanted to invite were very different from those of the celebrities from the neighboring Tianhai Jewelry Company. Chapter 306 Severing Relationships. Day 61. Reward for the third-ranked company in the nation with 100 billion yuan. The other side invited more female celebrities, while Chun Fan invited more male celebrities. The reason is simple. Most of the buyers of jewelry are women. Hiring beautiful female celebrities attracts more male viewers, while hiring male celebrities attracts more female viewers. If Chun Fan were selling computers or sports cars now, he would definitely hire female celebrities. But now, Chun Fan is selling jewelry. Hiring male celebrities will attract more female viewers and will be more helpful for Tiffany sales later on. This is called treating the symptoms, but Tao Tianhai's approach was too blind. Thinking it over, Chun Fan contacted people at Xinjia Film and Television Group and asked them to find a few more high-profile stars. Just as Chun Fan finished making the call, the mechanical voice suddenly rang out. The system reward arrived today. Bite. 61 days after severing ties, the reward is 6 shares of Zhongtian Entertainment Company, ranked 3rd nationwide and valued at hundreds of billions. The share acquisition agreement has been placed in your hotel account. Please check. Why? Chun Fan was taken aback, but a smile immediately appeared on his face. This reward came at just the right time. Although Xinjia Film and Television Group ranks among the top 10 in the country, it is actually at the bottom and is quite ordinary. But the Zhongtian Entertainment Company that the system is rewarding now is no ordinary company. It ranks 3rd among countless entertainment companies across the country, and its market value has reached hundreds of billions, which is enough to prove its strength. From now on, Chun Fan is a shareholder of Zhongtian Entertainment, one of the top 3 companies in the country with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan, and his net worth has increased once again. More importantly, many of the most well-known celebrities in China, even top stars, are signed artists with Zhongtian Entertainment. Now was the time when he needed celebrities, so Chun Fan contacted a senior executive at Zhongtian Entertainment Company. After learning Chun Fan's identity, the other party immediately expressed that he understood and would arrange things to Chun Fan's satisfaction. In the afternoon, Tao Tianhai, whose popularity had far surpassed Chun Fan's, came to Chun Fan's side with a few confidants, looking smug and triumphant. Oh dear. Yesterday there were so many people here at Boss Chen's place. It was packed with people as far as the eye could see. But how come there are so few people here today? Tao Tianhai spoke. Where did your people go? After Tao Tianhai finished speaking, his trusted confidants immediately echoed him. Of course, we'll go to our Tianhai Jewelry Company. Our Tianhai Jewelry Company now has far more employees than Tiffany's. A temporary victory means nothing. Some people get arrogant after achieving a temporary victory. How embarrassing is that now? Tao Tianhai was deeply pleased by his confidant's sarcastic remarks, and for a moment, he became even more arrogant. But before he could float for even a few seconds, a series of screams came from outside. Han Junxian is here. Really? Where is it? Where is it? Then, surrounded by many fans, top male star Han Junxian arrived. Hello, boss. Upon seeing Chun Fan, Han Junxian greeted him respectfully. Han Junxian is one of the contracted artists of Chun Fan Xinjia Film and Television Group, and he is considered to be quite popular. Chun Fan invited celebrities too? He's a top star. How come Chun Fan also has connections in this area? Tao Tianhai was quite surprised. They only invited one. What's so special about that? We have 4 top celebrities over there. Tao Tianhai said dismissively. Zhang, the male god, has arrived. Goddess Gao is here too. More noise came from outside. Soon, 4 or 5 more top celebrities arrived. These top-tier celebrities are no less influential than the stars Tao Tianhai invited. Tao Tianhai's smile vanished instantly. By this time, Chun Fan's side had already surpassed his own in the number of celebrities. Just when Tao Tianhai felt things were going badly, something even more despairing happened. Andy Lau is here. Countless excited shouts rang out. Even more heavyweight and high-profile superstars will be present. This superstar is an artist under Zhongtian Entertainment Company. Tao Tianhai was stunned when he saw this heavyweight star appear. How could that be? How could Chun Fan manage to invite a superstar of this caliber? Tao Tianhai muttered to himself, lost in thought. Paying such a big star isn't the problem is time. Yesterday, he went to ask his friend that big shot in the entertainment industry to invite a celebrity. He wanted to invite a heavyweight superstar. His friend told him that if he wanted to invite a celebrity of that caliber, he had to do it well in advance, as their schedules were packed, and they simply didn't have the time. Unless you're a powerful figure in the entertainment industry with extraordinary connections, it's impossible to get them to come immediately. As a result, today, Chun Fan turned around and invited a big star of this caliber, which was even easier and more effortless than inviting a few slightly less popular celebrities. Just how amazing are Chun Fan's methods? More than one of these heavyweight celebrities arrived. In just half an hour, 3 of them showed up. With the arrival of these 3 top-tier celebrities, Tianhai Jewelry Company was completely outmatched. The number of visitors to the Tiffany Company showroom reached its peak. The audience from Tao Tianhai's side all rushed over here, and in a short time, the huge exhibition hall was almost empty. What frustrated Tao Tianhai even more was that the time he had invited for the celebrities was almost up, and they would soon be leaving. After these celebrities leave, his exhibition hall will probably be completely empty. Why? Tao Tianhai sighed deeply utterly despairing. How are we supposed to handle this? He lost, and he lost terribly. This jewelry exhibition, which he had meticulously prepared for so long, has been completely ruined. Tao Tianhai deeply regretted fighting with Qin Fan. You win, I concede. Tao Tianhai was completely convinced this time. He thought he could fight with this guy? Did he even deserve it? It turned out that the most shameless person was himself. Tao Tianhai felt utterly humiliated. Moreover, this isn't just a matter of saving face. This jewelry exhibition, which he had meticulously prepared for over several years, has been ruined, and he has lost at least several $1 billion. Adding to the losses he incurred from his previous defeat to Qin Fan, his losses, even if not 10 billion, are still several billion. Tao Tianhai has suffered a severe blow. Not long after, Tao Tianhai and his men left looking disheveled. As Tao Tianhai conceded defeat, the system's voice rang out. Fight! Strike back against Tao Tianhai. Make him pay the price. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on receiving 6% of Tiffany Company shares. Congratulations on receiving 137 experience points. The mission was completed, and Qin Fan successfully gained 137 experience points and 6 shares of Tiffany Group. Qin Fan now owns 28% of the Tiffany Group, which is close to acquiring 1/3 of the Tiffany Group. He is not far from becoming the largest shareholder of the Tiffany Group. Having defeated Tao Tianhai, Qin Fan's mind raced as he looked at the extremely crowded throng. Suddenly, Qin Fan had a bold plan, one that would yield even greater profits. Chapter 307 Bulgari makes a move to become the 3rd largest shareholder of Intercontinental Hotels Group. Could we expand Tiffany Company's jewelry exhibition further to directly compete with Bulgari and Cartier? Bulgari and Cartier are both world-class jewelry brands. In terms of influence and brand recognition, they are no less than Tiffany. Bulgari, in particular, has been doing very well recently, while Tiffany has been relatively struggling. If they can leverage this jewelry exhibition to significantly increase Tiffany's brand awareness and influence, they have a chance to turn the tide. However, to achieve this, Qin Fan's goal is not only to expand domestically but also internationally, which will be somewhat challenging. However, the more difficult it was, the more Qin Fan wanted to try. After all, if he succeeded, it would definitely increase Tiffany's sales significantly, and Qin Fan would also profit from it. Just as Qin Fan was pondering, the system's voice came through. Fight! Special mission announced. Expand the scale of the Tiffany Jewelry Exhibition to increase Tiffany's brand awareness and influence. Mission time, within 72 hours. Task reward, 6% of Intercontinental Hotels Group shares, becoming the 3rd largest shareholder of Intercontinental Hotels Group. Task reward, 143 experience points. Seeing the task sent by the system, Qin Fan became even more determined in his decision. Thinking it over, Qin Fan immediately summoned his subordinates and ordered them to increase the size of the jewelry exhibition venue and postpone the exhibition by 2 days. It has been changed from 3 days to 5 days. The Tiffany jewelry exhibition at Qin Fan's place had been going on for almost 2 days, and the news naturally spread. Several of Tiffany's competitors, including Cartier and Bulgari, have also heard about it. In particular, Bulgari's Asia-Pacific president, Roderick Price, became especially vigilant. Our new products for this year are about to be released, so is Tiffany holding a jewelry exhibition at this time deliberately targeting us? Roderick Price asked the Bulgari Asia-Pacific executives sitting next to him. Possibly. Even if they want to target us, so what? Can Tiffany be a match for Bulgari? Tiffany's sales were not as good as ours last year, and they still want to compete with us this year? That's just wishful thinking. These executives couldn't say for sure whether Tiffany's jewelry exhibition was aimed at them, but they were certain of one thing. Tiffany was definitely no match for Bulgari. The person in charge of this jewelry exhibition is Qin Fan, the head of Tiffany's Asia-Pacific region and also the vice president of Tiffany. Roderick Price had already received the news and knew something about Qin Fan. After saying that, Roderick Price fell into deep thought. No, we can't let Tiffany's jewelry exhibition continue to go so smoothly. We have to do something to them. A shadowy expression crossed Roderick Price's face. After saying that, he began to make his plans. Time flies, and the afternoon exhibition officially came to an end. Inviting celebrities this time was very effective, and even greatly boosted Tiffany's sales. Therefore, Qin Fan wanted to invite several big international stars to come and expand the international influence of this jewelry exhibition. Qin Fan didn't have any connections in this area at the moment, so he contacted people at Zhongtian Entertainment Company to ask if they knew anyone. We previously had contact with Brownie Entertainment, an internationally renowned entertainment company, which has many famous international stars under its wing. The problem is that the owner of Brownie Entertainment is not easy to talk to. If we suddenly ask them to invite their star, they will most likely not agree. The response from the people at Zhongtian Entertainment Company was one of concern. It's alright, let's give it a try first. Chen Fan spoke. Alright, Mr. Chun, please wait a moment while I make the arrangements. After hanging up the phone, the people from Zhongtian Entertainment Company helped Chen Fan contact Brownie Entertainment Company. Half an hour later, the senior executive of Zhongtian Entertainment Company pulled Chen Fan into an online video conference. Mr. Chun, it's all set. Brownie Company will join the video conference in 3 minutes, and you can talk to them face to face. Chen Fan, a senior executive at Zhongtian Entertainment, gave a report. Although he felt that Chen Fan was wasting his time, Chen Fan had asked for his help, so he had no choice but to do his best. Whether it succeeded or not was none of his concern. Less than 3 minutes later, the owner of Brownie Entertainment joined the video conference. A senior executive from Zhongtian Entertainment Company acted as an intermediary, introducing the two parties. Mr. Chun, what do you want with our company's celebrities? I asked curiously. The owner of Brownie Entertainment asked. I'd like to ask them to help promote Tiffany's jewelry exhibition. Chen Fan gave a brief explanation. After learning about it, the owner of Brownie Entertainment Company bluntly and ruthlessly rejected Chen Fan. Mr. Chun, I can't agree to that. Time is too tight. There simply isn't enough time. At market rates, hiring your top international stars for just 1 day would cost around $20 million. Chen Fanhao spoke up. How about this? I'll offer them $50 million for 1 day. Chen Fan used his money power. The people from Zhongtian Entertainment Company standing nearby were shocked. This newly arrived shareholder, Mr. Chun, may be young, but his financial resources are terrifyingly abundant. $10,000, that's over $300 million. $50 million won't do. The owner of Brownie Entertainment hesitated slightly, but still declined. $80 million. That won't work. The owner of Brownie Entertainment continued to shake his head. I'll offer them $100 million for a day. That's already a lot. Chen Fan spoke seriously. $100 million, which is more than 700 million Chinese yuan, is enough to hire a superstar for a day. That's already a sign of great wealth. However, even if it were $500 million, let alone $100 million, Chen Fan would still make a profit. After all, if Chen Fan completes this special challenge, he will also receive 6% of the shares of Intercontinental Hotels Group, which is worth more than $7 billion. Moreover, Chen Fan will become the third largest shareholder of Intercontinental Hotels Group, which is also a very important position. In addition, if Tiffany's influence increases and sales rise, this will also be a considerable fortune. $100 million, just to hire them for 1 day? Even the notoriously difficult owner of Brownie Entertainment couldn't resist the temptation. Make a deal. Fearing that Chen Fan might back out, the owner of Brownie Entertainment immediately agreed to the deal. He's going to make a fortune this time. The only problem is that he needs to contact the international superstars under his company immediately and tell them to hurry to Jinling in the Great Xia dynasty. President Chun is truly amazing. The senior executives of Zhongtian Entertainment Company quietly gave Chen Fan a thumbs up to express their admiration. He really didn't expect that Chen Fan would actually succeed in the end. That's awesome. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Having money really is a good thing. The owner of Brownie Entertainment was all smiles, feeling like he'd struck gold. Chen Fan was also pleased. As long as the mission was completed, there would be a reward worth over $7 billion, roughly equivalent to $1 billion. If the owner of Brownie Entertainment knew that even if he paid $100 million as a price, Chen Fan would still easily earn $900 million, I wonder what his expression would be. Chapter 308, 62 days after severing ties. Reward with 6% of Zhongtian Entertainment Company's shares. After a brief chat, the two parties signed an online agreement, and Chen Fan first transferred a deposit of $30 million. Upon seeing the $30 million arrive, the owner of Brownie Entertainment was overjoyed. He then ended the video call to make arrangements for his international superstars. Chen Fan left, satisfied. Time flies, and a new day has arrived. Today, Chen Fan's jewelry exhibition was even busier, and Chen Fan was a little overwhelmed. At this crucial moment, Xia Ruoshui brought a group of people to help Chen Fan. Last night, Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan had a video call and chatted briefly. Xia Ruoshui knew the importance of this jewelry exhibition, so she specially put aside her work today to help Chen Fan. Upon arrival, Xia Ruoshui began to help direct the process and quickly became adept at it, displaying the demeanor of a virtuous hostess. With Xia Ruoshui's help, Chen Fan's life became much easier. Looking at Ruoshui's stunning figure, Chen Fan was filled with emotion. It's so nice to have a girlfriend as considerate as Ruoshui. Just as Chen Fan was about to continue his work, his phone suddenly rang. This call came from Chen Fan's subordinates who were specifically tasked with keeping an eye on Su's capital group. Boss, these past few days, thanks to Su Shukai's meddling, Su's Capital Group is in complete chaos, making it impossible for them to take any action against Ronca Group. Chen Fan received good news from his subordinates. I estimate that within 10 days at most, or 3 to 5 days at least, the Su Capital Group will be in great turmoil and rife with conflicts. Su Shukai is a jealous person who is envious of talent. Now there are many high-level executives promoted by Jiang Xiangming in Su's Capital Group, and he naturally wants to get rid of them. To replenish his manpower, Su Shukai recruited some trusted confidants from outside. A fierce power struggle erupted between Su Shukai's faction and the old guard of Su's Capital Group, and the conflict intensified. If this continues, it won't be long before the Su Capital Group becomes a dam riddled with ant holes. When Chen Fan gently piles it up, it will definitely collapse. You continue to monitor. Chen Fan gave the order. After finishing up with the jewelry exhibition, he'll give Su's Capital Group a final send-off. After discussing the Su's Capital Group, Chen Fan got busy again. While Chen Fan wasn't paying attention, a wave of criticism against Tiffany suddenly swept across the internet. First, someone stepped forward and questioned the quality of one of Tiffany's products. After that, other people came forward one after another. Tiffany has the nerve to call itself a top global jewelry and luxury brand? What kind of quality is this? Exactly, anyone who buys Tiffany from now on is an idiot. For the same quality, Cartier's quality is much better. From now on, let's buy Cartier. Tiffany is a brand that doesn't care about its consumers. Let whoever wants to buy it buy it. Following this trend, after the doubts arose, many people joined in the criticism, and soon it topped the trending search list, with its ranking continuing to rise. There seems to be a mastermind behind this. This caused a stir not only domestically but also internationally. At Bulgari's Asia-Pacific headquarters, Roderick Price was leisurely browsing the news and trending topics. This whole thing was his doing. For luxury goods, reputation and influence are extremely important. If there's controversy online and word of mouth starts to suffer, it will have a significant impact on the product. This is Roderick Price's plan. That's Chen Fan. He wanted to hold a jewelry exhibition, right? Fine, go ahead and do whatever you want. He hired online trolls and other means to smear Tiffany. Even if their Tiffany jewelry exhibition is very successful, if their reputation suffers, all their efforts will be in vain. He simply moved his mouth and spent a little money, and Tiffany was put in crisis. Moreover, he didn't expose himself. He deliberately pushed another rival brand Cartier to the forefront. At that time, even if Chen Fan and the Tiffany Group are angry, they will cause trouble for Cartier, and it will have nothing to do with me. He can watch the show, or even sit back and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. That Chen Fan wants to compete with me? He's too young. Roderick Price didn't take Chen Fan seriously at all. Bad news about Tiffany kept appearing online, and some people on Chen Fan's side also noticed it, so they immediately reported it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. Boss, Cartier is going too far. To stir up trouble directly online is despicable. The Tiffany people said angrily. It's not necessarily Cartier's doing. Chen Fan remained calm. He analyzed from the perspective of the enemy, wondering what would happen if he were the mastermind behind it all. If he were the mastermind behind it all, he would never have exposed himself, much less so openly compare his brand to Tiffany's. Chen Fan began to have doubts about the other competing brands. Just as Chen Fan was pondering a solution. Bite. On the 62nd day of severing ties, you are awarded 6 shares of Zhongtian Entertainment Company and appointed as the vice president of Zhongtian Entertainment Company. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. A mechanical voice announced that the system's rewards had arrived ahead of schedule for today. Now, Chen Fan owns 12% of Zhongtian Entertainment Company and has become its vice president. Looking at the system, Chen Fan instantly had an idea. He immediately contacted Zhongtian Entertainment Company. As the third largest entertainment company in China, Zhongtian Entertainment is definitely very experienced in handling these kinds of trending topics online. After all, with a large company and many artists under its umbrella, some situations are bound to arise. In order to suppress news or to promote a certain artist, buying or suppressing trending topics is absolutely commonplace. After the call connected, Chen Fan explained his purpose, but the other party's response surprised him. Chapter 309. Several international superstars appear, shocking the Bulgari president. It's a small matter, Mr. Chen. Just leave it to me. I'll take care of it for you in 5 minutes. The other party readily agreed. He works at Zhongtian Entertainment Company, where he specializes in this area and is extremely familiar with handling these kinds of issues. 5 minutes, are you sure? Chen Fan was extremely surprised. It's worth noting that Tiffany's news has now climbed to the middle of the trending topics list, and with the continued efforts of the behind-the-scenes manipulators, it may even rise to the top of the list. Chen Fan had previously predicted that it would take the other party about half a day, or at least several hours, to suppress this trending topic. The other party turned around and told me that it would only take 5 minutes to get it done. Director Chun, you have just purchased shares in the company, so you may not be familiar with the company. Our Zhongtian Entertainment Company ranks third in China, a behemoth with a market value of hundreds of billions, and it has the potential to become the second largest in China. This little thing